Grasping Evil Chapter 940 to Chapter 963. He couldn't destroy all 23 life stone statues. First of all, the statue of the seventh forefather could not be smashed. When the seventh forefather was turned into a stone statue by Mo, his storage bag was also petrified along with him. There was still the aura of the souls of the 700,000 barbarians in the storage bag. If this stone statue was smashed, the storage pouch that had been petrified would shatter, and the storage pouch would be lost in the endless void, unable to be retrieved. The stone statue of the seventh ancestor must be left behind for the time being. Other than the seventh ancestor, there were also some other stone statues that Ning Fan recognized. Ao Xian, Lu He and the other 3 barbarian ancestors of the Fan family. Ning Fan did not care whether he saved them or not. However, Ning Fan saw the stone statues of Mounzi and the 2 broken sense realm commanders under Lu He's command. Mounzi. This person took advantage of the great calamity of the desolate world to rescue people and seize their treasures. He even foolishly looked for Ning Fan. However, he was spared by Ning Fan because he had a deep relationship with the Black Devil sect. Ning Fan did not have a good impression of Mounzi. To him, this person was just a passerby. However, for the sake of the Black Devil sect, Ning Fan did not mind saving this person. As for the other 2 broken sense commanders, their names seemed to be Tingnan and Tingbei. I can't remember their names clearly. To Ning Fan, they were just passers-by. However, the 2 of them had once led a group of people to protect Xiao Dai and the others during the battle against the 6 ancestors of the Fan family. For this reason, Ning Fan did not mind saving the 2 of them. Through the connection between their minds, Ning Fan transmitted his thoughts to the eyeball monster. The strange eyeball secretly cursed in its heart. Even so, it still obeyed Ning Fan's instructions and controlled its strength slightly, avoiding the stone statues of the 7th ancestor, Mounzi, Tingnan and Tingbei. Bang! 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 The stone statues were brutally smashed into pieces by the eyeball monster. In the blink of an eye, there were only 4 stone statues left standing alone outside the stone forest. The golden armored giant then opened its mouth and swallowed the remaining 4 stone statues, disappearing without a trace. These 4 stone statues were still alive. After this battle, there might be a way to remove the petrification. Mo's face turned ashen. Of course, he couldn't use the destroyed stone statue anymore. The stone statue that was swallowed by the golden armored giant had also cut off the connection with him. Was this the power of the heaven-opening artifact? Old Ghostine Mo. You didn't expect this, did you? The right eye that you once regarded as a burden can actually surpass you one day. The eyeball monster controlled the golden armored giant, holding the golden shield in its hand to protect the front. Like a cannonball, it charged towards Mo wherever the giant passed. One could only see a beam of golden light whizzing past. Under the impact of the tremendous force, the entire space of the 9 heavens imperial court became unstable, as if it was about to collapse. Mo's expression changed, and he swung the bone club with both hands, smashing it towards the golden armored giant. When the 2 collided, it was Mo who was sent flying by the giant, vomiting blood. Was this the power of a second-step cultivator? That feeling was like being hit by tens of thousands of cultivation planets. Aside from a cultivator whose body had reached the Saint realm, who could withstand this kind of impact? Bang, bang, bang. Bang him to death for this old man. Under the control of the eyeball monster, the golden armored giant once again crashed into Mo. Its expression was indifferent and emotionless, looking at Mo as if he was an ant. Mo didn't dare to resist the collision of the golden armored giant. Without a word, he turned around and left, but was still caught by the giant. He was directly hit in the back and flew out of the 9 heavens imperial court while vomiting blood. Along the way, he destroyed countless palaces and buildings. He flew to the wilderness outside the imperial court before he barely managed to stabilize himself. He was covered in blood and looked extremely pathetic. It was only 2 collisions, but extremely serious injuries had already appeared in Mo's body. While he was shocked, he was also extremely angry. He actually suffered losses in the hands of a mere right eye one after another. It was really a great shame. A great shame, seeing that Mo had flown out of the heavenly palace. The eyeball monster hurriedly controlled the golden armored giant and chased him all the way to the wild void outside the heavenly palace. Without giving Inmo time to breathe, it once again collided with Inmo. Its action was brutal and overbearing. Seeing the golden-armored giant colliding with him for the third time, Inmo was so angry that he laughed. He waved his hand, and the phenomenon of 9 mountains and 8 seas appeared in the world. Between the 9 mountains and 8 seas, a 1,000-foot-tall stone tree grew strangely, and gray immediately filled the entire wilderness. In just an instant, one wilderness world after another was dyed gray by Inmo's divine ability. Inmo even roared into the sky, and the power of his roar instantly formed a divine ability. Wherever the roar passed, the sky was petrified, and space fragments fell like gravel. That roar was too shocking. Whether it was Miaoyan or Candle Bao, even if they were very far away, their chi was also shaken by this roar. Those demon cultivators and humans far away in the wilderness also heard this roar. Those cultivators whose cultivation base was lower than Duzhan's were directly knocked unconscious by this roar that crossed realms. Even void-shedding experts would also be injured by this roar. What kind of powerful divine ability is this? Who was making such an angry roar? They couldn't understand, couldn't think. One after another, cultivators vomited blood and fell to the ground, unconscious. In the human encampment in the wilderness, immortal concubine Xianxia used all her remaining strength to activate her divine ability, carefully protecting immortal Loli, Zhao Dai and the others from being hurt by the roar. If it wasn't for her quick reaction, Zhao Dai and the others would most likely be injured by this sudden roar. Immortal Loli was fine as she was silly and did not know that a world-shaking battle was taking place in the distance. She only wondered who made such an unpleasant roar. However, immortal concubine Xianxia could clearly feel that the person who roared was actually a third-level quasi-saint, Even when she was at her peak, she could only look up to such a strength. There's actually a third-level quasi-saint using his divine ability in that direction. This is bad. That little thief seems to be in that direction. Will he be fine? Immortal concubine Xianxia bit her lips anxiously. She was actually worried about Ningfan's safety. How could she not be worried? She was Ningfan's slave. If he dies, she would also have to die with him, alright? I hope that little thief will have a safe journey and live a long and boundless life. I hope he won't get involved in any trouble. Unfortunately, Xianxia did not know that Ningfan was not just involved in trouble. He was actually the troublemaker. Inmo's roar was directed at Ningfan. The others were only affected by the roar, but Ningfan was affected by the full force of the roar. The golden-armored giant was about to collide with Inmo. However, when it was shaken by the roar, it paused in midair as if it was struck by a heavy blow. Seeing that it had stopped the giant's attack, Inmo did not have the time to feel happy when the giant raised its head to look at the moon. Then, it glared at the void and let out a similar roar. Its roar was actually stronger than Inmo's roar. Bang. 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 The 9 mountains and 8 seas and the stone trees that Inmo conjured all crumbled under the giant's roar. With the power of the roar, the giant broke free from the restraints of Inmo's roar and charged at Inmo again. Caught off guard, Inmo was knocked away for the 3rd time and coughed out blood. His chi became even weaker. I'm no match for him. I'm no match for him at all. Inmo was unwilling to admit it, but he had to admit that the eyeball monster who possessed the heaven-opening treasure was terrifyingly strong. Old man Inmo, when you betrayed Big Brother Undying and broke your oath, have you ever thought that such a day would come? The voice of the eyeball monster had just sounded when the golden-armored giant knocked Inmo away for the 4th time. This time, even the white bone cudgel had several cracks on it, and its power was greatly reduced. If you did not open the formation of the Xianxia Sea, if you did not lead the wolf into the house, how could the purple do immortal region be so easily breached by the tribulation spirit race? Are you worthy of Big Brother Undying's trust? The eyeball monster roared and knocked Inmo away for the 5th time, causing the white bone club to break into 2 pieces and fall into the endless void, disappearing without a trace. That day, you knelt in front of Undying and swore an oath. Do you still remember? Inmo could not answer at all. He was knocked away for the 7th time and coughed out blood. His expression became more and more ferocious. The purple do immortals are above, and I cultivate Inmo. Since I was born by the Venerable Emperor, I will naturally inherit the will of the Venerable Emperor. Although I am an evil corpse, I will definitely be upright and have a clear conscience of the world and purple dough. From now on, I will live as purple dough and die as purple dough. If I break this oath, I will be punished by the heavens. You may have forgotten these words, but I have not. I dare not forget. Bung! 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 Enmo tried to fight back, but his divine ability was unable to harm the golden-armored giant in the slightest. He was knocked away again and again by the giant, and his avatar started to collapse. It was not only Enmo's avatar that started to collapse, countless vermilion cracks appeared in the sky as well. A crack had actually appeared in the seal of the heaven-sealing immortal edict. On that day, Miao Yin and Lu He had used the power of the heaven-sealing immortal edict to seal the entire desolate land, causing it to shatter into countless worlds. The strength of the seal was sufficient to stop over 100 immortal emperors outside the desolate land. But at this moment, the power of the seal was actually faintly unable to suppress the eyeball monster and Enmo's power. It could not suppress them, it could not suppress them. The power of the god-slaying shield surpassed the heaven-sealing immortal edict by too much. It was only a matter of time before the heaven-sealing immortal edict collapsed. I am your right eye, you are Enmo, and I am Enmo as well. You made a mistake, so it is most appropriate for me to give you punishment. You broke your oath and betrayed the Purple Dough Immortal region, causing the Purple Dough Immortal region to fall into the flames of war. This is the first sin. You killed your companions in exchange for the position of the barbarian god. This is the second sin. You used the evil corpse to go against your true self, causing Big Brother Busi to die with hatred. He was suppressed under the Ninely Mountain and could not be resurrected. This is the third sin. Traitor Enmo, do you know your sins? Bang! Enmo was like a pile of mud. After being hit by the golden-armored giant, he fell into the endless void and was on the verge of death. However, the look in his eyes was more sinister than any other time in his life. Enmo gritted his teeth and continued to counterattack the golden-armored giant. Enmo casually used one divine ability after another, but it was a pity that he was unable to hurt the giant at all. Boom! 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 More rumbling sounds could be heard, and more vermilion cracks appeared in the void. In the end, the heaven-sealing immortal edict completely collapsed. At this moment, the countless shattered worlds of the desolate land began to piece together and reassemble into a complete world. It was exactly the same as the previous 42 desolate lands of the ancient desolate land. Of course, after being reassembled, the landscape of the ancient desolate land was very different from before. It was a scene of devastation, with ruins, broken corpses, and bloodstains everywhere. After a great calamity in the desolate land, there were not many living beings left in the desolate land. It was a desolate and dilapidated scene. The heaven-sealing immortal edict actually disappeared in advance. Why did this happen? In the outside world, many immortal emperors of the two races were shocked. Even more immortal emperors were only shocked for a short moment before they madly rushed into the desolate land. By my order, the ancient passage must not fall into the hands of the demon race. If any demon race tries to seize the passage, kill them without mercy. By my order, we must seize the ancient passage at all costs. If any human race tries to hinder us, kill them without mercy. Two murderous orders came at the same time. They were the orders of the heaven-connecting ancient emperor and the true dragon clan leader. After the orders, the two of them followed the large group of immortal emperors into the desolate land. The place where they appeared was not far from the Nine Heavens imperial court. However, before the immortal emperors could fight for the passage, many of them were affected by the tyrannical battle fluctuations and were sent flying backward. They looked extremely miserable. There were people fighting in this place. What kind of battle fluctuations could send immortal emperors flying so easily? The immortal emperors of the two races looked up and saw an unbelievable scene. Outside the Nine Heavens imperial court, a 1,000 feet tall golden-armored giant roared as he rampaged. Like a cannonball, he knocked another old monster over and over again, sending him flying backward while vomiting blood. The immortal emperor who was knocked flying tried to fight back. He casually waved his hand and used his great ability to severely injure mortal emperors and quasi-sages. However, he could not hurt the giant at all. Third-level quasi-sage. That gray-shadowed old man and the giant in golden armor are both third-level quasi-sages. Two third-level quasi-sages appeared in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Are they also here for the ancient passage? That gray-shadowed old man seems to be the expert who injured us with a roar. But that giant in golden armor, who is he? That giant has such a terrifying physical body. He can actually suppress the other third-level quasi-sage. I'm afraid that even a sixth tribulation immortal emperor can't. Bang, the last one to speak was an eighth tribulation immortal emperor. Before he could finish his words, he was hit by a beam of golden light head-on. His physical body exploded into a bloody mist. Only his golden primordial spirit escaped by a hair's breadth. He could not help but tremble. Not only him, but also the Tongtian ancient emperor and the true dragon clan leader. All the other immortal emperors were terrified. What kind of power is this? He could destroy the physical body of an eighth tribulation immortal emperor with just a casual hit. Even an ordinary third-level quasi-saint would not be able to do this so easily. He missed, huh? The eyeball monster glanced at the pitiful eighth tribulation immortal emperor and did not care about him. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame his bad luck. He was fighting with Nmo, but this person insisted on entering the range of the giant in golden armor. Who could he blame for destroying his physical body? Back off. Don't interfere with my work. The eyeball monster ordered the immortal emperors of the two races. Although he was usually extremely wretched, at this moment, his voice was full of supreme majesty. Like a clap of thunder, it exploded in the ears of the immortal emperors, shaking their auras. Many immortal emperors immediately retreated for thousands of miles, afraid that they would be involved in the shockwaves again and lose their physical bodies. There were also many immortal emperors who were gloomy and did not want to retreat, including the Tongtian ancient emperor and the true dragon clan leader. Your Excellency, the two of them were about to straighten their backs and say something to the eyeball monster, but unfortunately, before they could finish, they were locked by another cold-killing intent. Humph, I was worried that I could not win against the right eye due to my injuries. After eating you guys, I should be able to recover a lot. Puff, the 12 experts who did not retreat were shrouded in gray light before they could react. The Tongtian ancient emperor, the true dragon clan leader, and the other experts reacted quickly. Seeing that the situation was not good, they immediately retreated, their hearts beating rapidly. The other three immortal emperors were only at the sixth tribulation immortal realm. Before they could react, their bodies were petrified in the gray light. Bang! 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 After 3 explosions, the 3 of them turned into gravel and exploded. Only their golden primordial spirits and demon souls escaped by a hair's breadth. Do you think you can escape? Nmo sneered. He could not win against the right eye, but he could win against these juniors. With a flick of his finger, 3 rays of gray light shot into the primordial spirits and demon souls of the 3 immortal emperors at lightning speed. 3 shrill screams resounded in the sky, and a strong murderous aura spread across the desolate land. The 3 immortal emperors were dead. The primordial spirits of the immortal emperors, who were known for being difficult to kill, could not withstand one move from Nmo. Nmo opened his mouth and swallowed the 3 primordial spirits and demon souls, which had turned gray, directly into his stomach. His injuries were healed by more than half, and his aura had also increased by a lot. Wherever his eyes swept across, the immortal emperors of the 2 races let out a gasp. Their fear of Nmo rose to an unprecedented level in an instant. The immortal emperors were the peak experts of the 4 heavens and demon heavens. All of them were peerless figures, but they could not withstand one move from Nmo. Who is this person? Is he also here to fight for the ancient passage? Which force does he belong to? The number of third-rank quasi-saints in the world could be counted with one's fingers. Is this person an elder of the secret race? Or is he an ancient ferocious demon sleeping in the dream world of the demon spirits, third-rank quasi-saint? Such a cultivation base is almost undefeatable. Bang! Nmo, who was deemed undefeatable by the immortal emperors, did not have the time to continue killing. He groaned and was knocked away by a ray of golden light. He vomited blood and flew for a few hundred li before he managed to stabilize himself. Is he really undefeatable? The little person in the eyeball monster's heart smiled but did not say anything. Humph, all of you juniors, get lost. If you are eaten by Nmo, it will help him recover from his injuries and increase his aura. That is not good. Under the control of the eyeball monster, the golden-armored giant stared coldly at the immortal emperors of the two races. He did not care whether these people were dead or alive. He just did not want them to be eaten by Inmo. To be continued. So the name of the gray-shadowed old man is Inmo. Hearing this, all the immortal emperors didn't dare to disobey the order of the strange eyeball. They retreated again. This time everyone retreated 10,000 li away, but they still felt that it wasn't safe enough. The third stage quasi-saint named Inmo was too powerful. He could kill immortal emperors as if he was playing with them. How could they not hide further away? Of course, the golden-armored giant was even more powerful than Inmo's. Some immortal emperors who were familiar with the ancient secrets frowned. They vaguely felt that the name Inmo sounded familiar. It seemed that he had appeared in the ancient history before. However, few people knew what Inmo had done. The Tongtian ancient emperor and the true dragon clan patriarch were the most familiar with the ancient history. When they heard the name Inmo, their expressions changed. Obviously, they knew who Inmo was. Inmo. Could this be that person? The ancient great cultivator who betrayed the purple immortal domain and joined the mortal world? An ancient great cultivator, even if he wasn't a third-step saint, his strength was close to that of a saint. They didn't expect such a big change to happen in the desolate land this time. The ancient great cultivator who had been sealed in the history had actually appeared. If this news was spread out, it would shock everyone. The Tongtian ancient emperor and the Tongtian ancient emperor recalled the description of Inmo in the ancient scroll and compared it with the gray-shadowed figure in front of them. Gradually, their guesses were confirmed. They couldn't be wrong. This gray-shadowed old man's appearance and abilities were very similar to those in the ancient scroll. It was very likely that he was Inmo. However, who was the other golden-armored giant? This person was stronger than Inmo. It was impossible for him to be a nobody. This person's true body seemed to be hiding in the golden-armored giant to kill and injure his enemies. This kind of ability was simply unheard of in the illusory world. Could it be that this person was also an ancient great cultivator? Right eye. Don't be too full of yourself. When I devour a few more immortal emperors, I will definitely be able to recover from the great tribulation of surplus and defeat you. Inmo revealed his ferocity. If he wasn't at his weakest moment, he wouldn't be suppressed by the right eye. After a series of exchanges, Inmo could vaguely tell that the heaven-opening tool in the right eye was not complete. It seemed to be only a fragment. It's just a fragment. I might still have a chance to turn the tide. As soon as he stabilized his body, Inmo's figure immediately flickered. Heaven and earth rippled, and he directly disappeared from where he stood. The eyeball snorted coldly and controlled the golden-armored giant to crash into a place where there was no one around. Inmo fell out along with spatial fragments, but he gritted his teeth and disappeared again. This time, the ripples that appeared under Inmo's feet were much more numerous than before. Where did he go? The eyeball's eyes narrowed. This time, he was unable to accurately sense where Inmo had gone. Dong. 9710 Li asterisk. In his mind, Ning Fan revealed Inmo's current location. In that direction stood two burly men with bare upper arms. Their bodies were covered in lightning scales. They were immortal emperors from the Thunder Mantis clan, and both of them had sixth tribulation cultivation. Just as Ning Fan finished his words, Inmo's figure suddenly appeared behind the two burly men and gave them a cruel smile. Descendants of the great monster Laze? I'll be taking your monster souls. Bang! Bang! Two loud noises resounded. Before the two immortal emperors of the Thunder Mantis clan could react, they were already hit by Inmo's gray light. Their physical bodies were petrified and shattered into pieces that filled the sky. Only their monster souls managed to escape in fear. Unfortunately, before they could get far, Inmo opened his mouth and directly devoured them. Another two demon sovereigns had fallen. Each of the immortal emperors was greatly shocked. How would they dare to split up in groups of 3 to 5? All of them gathered together, ignoring the grudges between the human race and the demon race. They were unprecedentedly united as they were afraid that Inmo would sneak an attack on them and kill one of them. The eyeball sighed inwardly. He controlled the golden-armored giant to turn into a ray of golden light that pierced through the sky, sending Inmo flying once again. This time, however, Inmo's injuries were obviously lighter than the previous few times. After eating 5 immortal emperors in a row, not only was his injuries almost healed, but his chi had also skyrocketed. No. It was not skyrocketing. It was recovering. Yin Mo's peak state was far stronger than what he was now. Right now, he was just at his weakest state due to the great tribulation of deficiency. If he recovers to his peak state, he might not be afraid of the right eye. He still needed to eat more immortal emperors in order to recover his peak state. A flock of sheep is still just a flock of sheep. There are still 104 of them. Yin Mo, who was flying backwards, forcefully stabilized his body. Then, he disappeared in a flash. This time, the eyeball already knew where Yin Mo had gone without Ning Fan telling him his location. He directly rushed towards the place where the immortal emperors were gathered. It's too late. You can't save them. Fire, come. As soon as Yin Mo's voice resounded, a pillar of fire rose from the center of the immortal emperors. Many immortal emperors with profound cultivation bases immediately retreated in all directions when they saw the pillar of fire. However, most of them did not have the time to retreat. Undying devil statue, appear. Yin Mo took a step out from the pillar of fire. He put his palms together and the blazing gray flames instantly turned into a stone statue of a man in Taoist robes. It was the statue of the Undying Great Emperor. As soon as the statue appeared, the undying devil chi instantly covered the entire sky like a black mist. Under the devil chi, each of the immortal emperors fell into an illusory technique. Their faces were filled with confusion. Only a small number of immortal emperors whose cultivation bases had reached the 9th tribulation of eternity managed to escape from the illusory technique of the undying devil statue. Undying devil statue. This man can actually summon the undying devil statue. What exactly is the relationship between this man and the undying great emperor? Perhaps many immortal emperors were unfamiliar with the Yin devils. However, there were very few immortal emperors who did not know about the undying devil statue. In the past, the strongest immortal emperor under immortal sovereign Zido, the undying great emperor, was an expert in one of his few divine abilities. One of them was called the devil statue summoning technique. This technique was recorded in many ancient scrolls. According to rumors, after the undying great emperor summoned the devil statue, he could trap all the enemy cultivators on the battlefield in an illusory technique. They would lose their vitality, slow down their speed and weaken their attacks and defenses. As for the cultivators on their side, they would be able to recover their vitality, increase their speed and increase their attacks and defenses. In a one-on-one battle, this divine ability was not considered powerful. However, it was definitely a great killing weapon on a large-scale battlefield. Of course, in this situation, this divine ability was also a great killing weapon. Yin Mo had only summoned one devil statue, and 89 of the 104 immortal emperors were trapped in the illusory technique, unable to extricate themselves. When cultivators fought, a moment of distraction was enough to affect their life and death, let alone an illusory technique that they could not extricate themselves from. Those 89 people were in danger. Direct death devil tree, appear. Yin Mo muttered an incantation. The undying devil chi in heaven and earth immediately rolled back and enveloped the undying devil statue, turning it into a 10,000 zhang tall black stone vine tree. Countless vines shot out from the stone tree. The vines easily pierced through the bodies of the immortal emperors, hanging the 89 immortal emperors who had fallen into the illusion. This was the undying great emperor's divine ability. It was a divine ability that could be used to kill enemies with a higher cultivation realm. However, it was different from the original divine ability. This technique had been modified by Yin Mo. Yin Mo's cultivation base was already higher than the divine abilities of the immortal emperors here. With the modified undying divine ability, it was naturally easier for him to kill them. Unfortunately, his undying power was restrained by Ning Fan. When he fought against the right eye, he could not use the undying technique at all. Otherwise, he would not have ended up in such a miserable state. Humph. Do you want to devour the flesh and blood of these juniors with this devil tree? Dream on. Bang! A ray of golden light collided with Yin Mo, who was sneering under the tree, sending him flying 10,000 li * 500 m per li away. As for the direct death devil tree, it was controlled by Ning Fan's body. Ning Fan raised his hand and sent out a life-slaying sword light to cut it into two. As long as it was an undying divine ability, it would be afraid of the power of the life-slaying sword light. Only then did the 89 immortal emperors who were trapped on the devil tree break free from the illusory technique. Each of them was drenched in cold sweat. When they were controlled by the illusory technique, they could not move, but they could sense what was happening outside. They knew that if it wasn't for the eye monster who acted in time, they would certainly have been killed by the strange direct death devil tree. Mo, who could take down 89 immortal emperors in one go, was really powerful. As for the eye monster who could cut down the direct death devil tree with a single slash, it was even more terrifying. Was this the battle between ancient great cultivators? It was not something that they, the doomsday immortal emperors, could intervene in. Right, I am indeed not your match now. However, if I want to kill someone, you won't be able to save me. Rot. Mo muttered a word in his heart. Before the 89 immortal emperors who were saved could feel happy, black chi billowed out from the wounds that were pierced by the devil tree along with a rotten smell. Their wounds were rotting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their life force was rapidly dissipating between heaven and earth, their bodies were paralyzed and they could not move at all, as if they were poisoned by the devil tree. The life force that the 89 immortal emperors lost was all replenished into Mo's body. Mo's injuries were finally healed and his chi became even stronger. Damn it! I can't stop my life force from flowing away. Move. Quickly move your body. One of the young immortal emperors was extremely shocked. Half of his body had been destroyed by the devil tree. The area of his wound was the largest among them, and the speed at which his life force was flowing away was also the fastest among them. In just a breath's time, he had turned into a white-haired old man. In another breath's time, his flesh and blood had all rotted, revealing his white bones. In the third breath's time, even his demon soul had perished in the air and rotted into pus and blood. The sixth immortal emperor, dead. What kind of poison is this? I have cultivated my body for so many years, but it can't stop the corrosion of this poison at all. Just a breath's time later than the young immortal emperor, another sturdy human body cultivator had a terrified expression as his primordial spirit rotted and died. The seventh immortal emperor, dead. Bang! The eighth immortal emperor's body exploded into a cloud of poisonous fog and died tragically. SSSS. The ninth immortal emperor melted into a pool of pus and died. The 10th, 11th, 12th. The eyeball monster was shocked. The undying demon statue definitely did not have such a terrifying poison. Mo actually made some changes to the original foundation of this technique. After the demon statue turned into a tree, its power was really terrifying. Mo, old man, you are so shameless. How dare you use such a vicious mystical ability on a group of juniors? You want to kill people to replenish your life force, don't even think about it. If you kill people, I will save them. The eyeball monster suddenly made a hand seal. Then, another giant appeared beside the golden-armored giant. It was a kind of cloning ability. It could split half of the main body's cultivation base and fuse it with the power of his clone. Clone, you keep him occupied. I will go and save them. Yes. The golden-armored clone answered. Then, it turned into a ray of golden light and charged at Mo. The clone only had half of the eyeball monster's cultivation base. It was much weaker than Mo. However, it had the ability of the god-exterminating shield. The clone could not hurt Mo while Mo could not kill the clone. Both of them were fighting each other and it was hard to tell who would win. As for the main body of the eyeball monster, he took the opportunity to exit the god-exterminating giant form and revealed his ghost-faced appearance. In a flash, he appeared in front of a hunchbacked old man. Without saying a word, he lifted his hand and pointed at the old man's glabella, shooting a ray of white sword light into the old man's body. This old man was a sixth tribulation immortal emperor. However, he could not get rid of the corrosive poison in his body. He could not even suppress it. However, the eyeball monster was different. He was using Ning Fan's body. The corrosive poison was actually the power of immortality. Therefore, it was restrained by Ning Fan's life-severing divine ability. When the sword light entered his body, the old man immediately felt as if he was bathed in a spring breeze. The corrosive power in his body was completely dispersed by the sword light. His life was saved. Junior Zhou Yanlong thanks Senior for saving my life. A dignified sixth tribulation immortal emperor actually cupped his fists at Ning Fan with tears of gratitude and addressed him as a junior. Unfortunately, Ning Fan was currently under the control of the eyeball monster. He could not be bothered to care about this immortal emperor at all. He grabbed the old man and threw him 1,000,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, away like he was throwing a piece of trash. Humph. A bunch of fools. I told you to stay away but you refused to listen. This time, all of you better stay away from me. If you get killed again, I won't save you anymore. In a flash, the eyeball monster appeared in front of a middle-aged immortal emperor again. He dispersed the poison in his body with a finger and threw him 1,000,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, away like a sandbag. He did not even give him a chance to thank him. One finger, one grab, one throw. One finger, one grab, one throw, one after another, the immortal emperors were saved by the eyeball monster. Among these immortal emperors, there were quite a number of bloodlines that the eyeball monster was familiar with. Zhu Li's descendant, Qizong's descendant, Long Yan's descendant. This person is Yan Xiaoshui's descendant. The eyeball monster appeared in front of Yan Xiaoshui. Looking at her beautiful face, he felt nauseous as if he was recalling the unpleasant memories in the past. The ferocious demon Yan Xiaoshui was famous for her beauty. There were countless immortal cultivators who pursued her. The eyeball monster had once left Yin Mo's body temporarily to peep at Yan Xiaoshui when she was bathing. In the end, he saw her peeling off her human skin with his own eyes. The Demon Yan clan was a clan of ugly monsters who wore the skin of beautiful humans. Damn it. In the past, when I peeked at Yan Xiaoshui, I was frightened by her true appearance. It left a serious psychological shadow in me. I must throw her descendant as far away as possible. Senior, save me. Yan Xiaoshui looked at the ghost-faced Ning Fan pitifully. However, she was surprised to see the strong disdain in his eyes. At the next moment, Ning Fan raised his hand and dispersed the poison in her body. Then, he threw her 10,000,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, away. How much did he despise her that he would throw her 10 times further away than the others? The powerful force of the throw made Yan Xiaoshui's entire body hurt. She could not help but mutter inwardly. Did I offend this senior? He's so rough. He doesn't know how to show mercy to the fairer sex. This person cultivates the cultivation method of the Lost World Palace. Is he the successor of that little girl Yin Rong? The eyeball monster controlled Ning Fan's body and appeared in front of the old ancestor of the Lost World Palace. After removing the poison from her body, he gently threw her 1,000,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, away. This scene was also captured by Yan Xiaoshui, who was 10,000,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, away. This senior is rough to beautiful women but extremely gentle to ugly old women. Could it be that he actually has such a taste? I can't believe that there are still men in this world who don't love beautiful women but ugly women. It seems like I have to make an ugly human skin to charm those old monsters with special fetishes. After saving a few people, the eyeball monster appeared in front of Meng Xuanzi again. The poison in Meng Xuanzi, the tablet-wielding immortal emperor, was much more severe than the other cultivators. However, he seemed to have a unique treasure that suppressed the poison and did not die. He's quite an impressive junior. You. Very good. The eyeball monster controlled Ning Fan's body and praised Meng Xuanzi like an old man. Then, it swiftly threw him away. I didn't expect that I would actually save Meng Xuanzi one day. Ning Fan sighed inwardly. In the past, it was Meng Xuanzi who saved him when his spirit sense was trapped in the northern heaven. It was Meng Xuanzi who helped him when he killed a mortal spirit-severing realm cultivator. Today, it's my turn to save Meng Xuanzi. Does this mean that I've cleared my karma? After saving a few more people, the eyeball monster appeared in front of calamity-wielding immortal emperor. This was an extremely beautiful woman, the type that the eyeball monster liked. Upon seeing this beauty, the eyeball monster was immediately shocked. However, when he saw the woman's true form, he immediately felt a chill down his spine. Fu Li. I can't touch the women of the Fu Li race. It will harm my luck. The eyeball sighed in his heart. At this moment, he possessed Ning Fan's body. His thoughts were completely revealed to Ning Fan without any reservation. Is she also from the Fu Li sect? There's no mistaking it. At such a close distance, Ning Fan could sense the qi of the Fu Li clan on immortal Emperor Xianxia's body. If it wasn't for Ning Fan's ancestral blood and his cultivation base that was comparable to an immortal venerable, he would certainly not be able to sense this trace of qi. Senior, you too. The tribulation-wielding immortal emperor's calm face suddenly changed. He almost blurted out the two words Fu Li. She had also sensed the Fu Li qi on Ning Fan's body. Because he was so close, he could feel it. Because he could feel it, he was shocked. So, he was looking forward to it, so there's actually another Fu Li with ancestral blood in this world. If that's the case, could it be him? Could it be him? The eyeball monster casually removed the poison from the tribulation-wielding immortal emperor's body and looked at him in disdain. He was about to throw this Fu Li bird 5 million li asterisk, 500 m per li, away in one go. At this moment, the tribulation-wielding immortal emperor suddenly spoke. His beautiful eyes were filled with a hint of expectation. In that expression, there was actually a kind of unforgettable longing, as if she had been waiting for a certain someone for a long time. People call me the tribulation-wielding immortal emperor, but not many people know my real name. Senior, have you ever seen a little Fu Li sect that fills the sea with a piece of wood? Her name is Little Dummy. Huh? What little dummy? Isn't it what the elite guards do to fill the sea with a piece of wood? Even the Fu Li sect has done that before? The eyeball monster's face was filled with question marks. He did not understand what the tribulation-wielding immortal emperor was trying to say. Without giving the tribulation-wielding immortal emperor a chance to speak, the eyeball monster threw the tribulation-wielding immortal emperor 5 million li asterisk, 500 m per li, away. He did not notice the bitterness on the corner of the tribulation-wielding immortal emperor's lips. It's not him, it's not. That day when the Fu Li clan was annihilated, he disappeared. I thought that he would be able to live until today and that there would be a day for us to meet again. But in the end, the reunion that I waited for didn't happen. Big brother, you said that we would meet again. You said it, big brother, where are you? In the current world, no one remembers that silly little Fu Li sect that fills the sea. In the current world, there will no longer be such a silly big brother who sits by the sea for 100,000 years, waiting for the butterfly to fly across the sea. My name is Ni Fan. I am Fu Li, but also not Fu Li. What I am looking at is not the sea but waiting. Waiting for a meeting with the butterfly. I am looking forward to whether the butterfly can fly across the sea or not. He will definitely come. Only then can it be perfect. It's just that this road is too difficult to walk. I have already waited for 42 times, but he still hasn't come. I'm afraid it will still take a long time for him to come. This time, he still hasn't come. I have to go. This time, it still can't be perfect. Little dummy, don't cry. We will meet again. I promise. Big brother, I miss you so much. I miss you so much. Little Li Sect's master is an immortal emperor who controls tribulation. His true form is a Fu Li sect. I see. Ning Fan was surprised, but he felt that it was reasonable. So they are a pair of Fu Li sect master and disciple. Is this their secret? Very quickly, 100 breaths passed. The eyeball monster had already rescued everyone. A total of 15 immortal emperors had died in Yin Mo's hands. Of course, most of them were low-level immortal emperors. No matter which clan the ancient passage ended up in, the two clans had suffered a great loss. Come back! The eyeball monster shouted, and the golden-armored clone immediately returned to its true form. After killing 15 immortal emperors in a row, Yin Mo's qi had greatly increased. Even though he had yet to return to his peak state, he was not far from it. He summoned the god-destroying giant once again to protect himself. The eyeball monster violently charged towards Yin Mo. However, the powerful impact only pushed Yin Mo back a few li asterisk, 500 m per li, away. The injuries he suffered were negligible. Even though I haven't returned to my peak state, it's barely enough for me to use that technique. Yin Mo's eyes were filled with killing intent. In order to break the defense of the eyeball monster's god-destroying shield, perhaps only that kind of attack could work. Immortal Gate, help me! Yin Mo shouted loudly. Immediately, the ancient stone gate that led to the heavenly desolate ancient realm in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court began to shake violently as if it was resonating with Yin Mo's technique. Inemo changed his hand seal again. The immortal gate immediately disappeared from the imperial court and appeared behind Inemo. It stood quietly in the sky, emitting a mighty aura force. I've been sealed here for countless years. I have to be suppressed by the immortal gate at all times. Even though I've suffered a lot, I've managed to form a connection with this gate by chance. It's enough for me to borrow a trace of its power. Can you withstand the immortal sovereign's finger? As soon as Inemo's voice fell, a large amount of purple light rushed out from the immortal gate. A wave of aura force that seemed to come from the ancient times suddenly descended. Heaven and earth began to tremble. The expression of the eyeball monster changed drastically for the first time. Although the immortal emperors were millions of miles away from the sky, they were still trembling under the pressure of the purple light. The purple willpower kept coming out from the immortal gate. Under the influence of that willpower, there was only one color left in the world. Purple. 1 billion purple stars appeared in the purple sky one by one. Bathed in the starlight, a slightly illusory giant figure as tall as the sky appeared outside the immortal gate. The giant figure was wearing a purple robe and stood with his hands behind his back. No one could see his face clearly, but he had an indescribable elegance. He stood there as if he was above all the Tao laws in the world, as if he could reverse the flow of reincarnation in the world with just a thought. It was as if wherever he stepped on was the earth and he was the sky. In front of this giant figure in purple, even the powerful first-level demi-sages like the ancient Emperor of Heaven and the true Dragon Clan felt small and insignificant. Some of the weaker immortal emperors couldn't even stand in front of this purple figure and involuntarily knelt down. This is. The immortal emperors were shocked. That immortal gate couldn't be wrong. It was the purpose of their trip, the ancient passage, that purple figure, that aura, that supreme might, couldn't be wrong. It was exactly the same as what was recorded in the scrolls of the major forces. Could it be, that was the shadow of immortal Emperor Zidou? Inemo summoned the shadow of the immortal emperor to help. The immortal emperors couldn't see the appearance of the figure in purple because their cultivation was too low. The strange eyeball tried his best but could barely see the appearance of the person in purple. It was clearly the same as Inemo and not the appearance of immortal Emperor Zidou. I see. Although this purple figure had a part of the pressure of Zidou, it was just an illusion. This wasn't the real shadow of the immortal emperor. Inemo must have used some tricks to plunder part of Zidou's immortal power from the immortal gate to cultivate such a fake purple figure. The strange eyeball heaved a sigh of relief. If it was the real shadow of Zidou, even if it was just an illusion, it could also suppress a sage with a raise of its hand. There was absolutely no chance of winning. Fortunately, it was just an illusion. It could still fight. Right eye. You have the heaven-opening weapon. But I have the immortal gate. You can defeat me. However, the purple shadow suddenly raised his right hand and his index finger swept across the sky. Purple smoke suddenly swept in all directions. His index finger pressed down towards the heavens and the earth. It was a simple action, but it seemed like it could crush the heavens and the earth and destroy all living things with a single finger. Some immortal emperors with weaker cultivations directly coughed out blood from the pressure of this finger. Their expressions changed drastically. Even the ancient heavenly emperor and the true dragon clan leader gasped. Under the power of this finger, they felt the danger of certain death. He would die. If a first-level quasi-sage were to go against this finger, he would definitely die. Even a second or third-level quasi-sage would not be able to withstand the crushing power of this finger. The might of the finger spread throughout the wildlands, and all of the low-level cultivators, human and demon alike, felt like they were on the brink of destruction. It was as if this finger could destroy the entire wildlands with a single finger. How could there be such a terrifying ability in this world? I didn't expect that even a fake illusion would have such power. But a fake is a fake, it can never become real. Watch how I break your divine ability. The eyeball monster roared and controlled the golden-armored giant to crash toward Inemo. Inemo hurriedly activated his divine ability. The purple shadow immediately pressed the finger down on the golden-armored giant, blocking the momentum of the golden-armored giant's charge. The heavens and the earth suddenly darkened. A finger shadow that covered the sky blocked all the light, and as if it had descended from countless years ago, it pressed down fiercely. The power of the finger shadow was too strong. Just the purple wind pressure that swept across was enough to make the immortal emperors lose their balance. The golden-armored giant, who was in the center of the wind pressure, did not move. He raised his golden shield high and turned into a ray of golden light. He directly collided with the finger shadow that pressed down from the sky. The entire heavens and the earth were instantly filled with purple and golden light. The purple and golden light that shot out in all directions was too dazzling. Even the immortal emperors did not dare to look at it directly. They could only close their eyes. The destructive waves kept colliding and spreading. It was a battle between two peak powers, and it was hard to tell which was the winner. On one side, it was the power of a fake immortal emperor's finger. On the other side, it was the incomplete heaven-opening treasure. The two types of purple and golden energy collided hundreds of millions of times in just an instant. The sound of collapse was so deafening that it almost deafened the ears of the immortal emperors. In the midst of the sound of collapse, there were also cracking sounds. Then, another loud bang was heard. The collapse of this place had reached its peak. The destructive waves that were mixed with purple and golden light finally exploded. The fake immortal emperor's figure collapsed with a loud bang. Inmo's expression changed drastically. He could not believe that his divine ability was actually broken. Before he could react, he suffered a huge backlash. His entire body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. He spurted out blood and was sent flying. His chi was also rapidly weakening because of his severe injuries. The eyeball monster didn't fare any better. The golden-armored giant that was transformed from the god-destroying shield was also sent flying backward. It looked extremely miserable. Half of its golden body was destroyed. In the process of flying backward, it exploded completely, turning into rays of golden light and dissipating. In Ningfan's dantian, there was a crack on the god-exterminating shield. Its power was greatly reduced. Before it was repaired, it could not be used at all. The only thing that was gratifying was that the god-exterminating shield still protected Ningfan's physical body, preventing him from getting hurt. Compared to Inmo, who was severely injured, the golden-armored giant obviously had the upper hand in this attack. The fact proved that the fake immortal emperor's figure really could not defeat the real heaven-opening treasure. Senior Ghostface actually won. He actually withstood the finger of the immortal emperor. Each of the immortal emperors looked at Ningfan with incomparable shock. They did not know that it was just a fake finger of the immortal emperor. There was an ancient rumor that the finger of the immortal emperor could defeat 1 billion immortal emperors. Ningfan actually withstood such a terrifying divine ability. Was this something that a second-step cultivator could do? Impossible. Even if you have a heaven-opening treasure, it's impossible for you to withstand the power of a finger from the strongest expert of the defying world. This is absolutely impossible. Inmo roared crazily. In order to use this finger, he had used up more than half of his cultivation base. Moreover, he was severely injured due to the backlash of his divine ability being broken. His strength was only left with less than 10% of his previous strength. However, this finger did not hurt the golden-armored giant at all. It only damaged its god-exterminating shield. He could not accept such a result. At this moment, his cultivation base was already damaged and his injuries were even more severe. He had almost no chance of winning. Perhaps, he would really be killed by the right eye. How could he be willing to be killed by the right eye? He had yet to take revenge on the Purple Do Immortal Realm. He was not willing to accept it. His gaze shifted to the ancient immortal gate. Suddenly, a crazy thought appeared in his mind. This crazy thought quickly occupied his mind, making his eyes filled with bloodlust. He flipped his hand and took out a fiery red crow's feather. It was a very ordinary crow's feather. Other than its special color, there was no trace of immortal power coming from it. It seemed to be just an ordinary feather. However, if a sage was here, he would certainly be able to see the power of this crow's feather. Forget it. Since the 6 paths of primordial spirit that was sealed can't escape anymore, there was no need to escape. Destroy it. I'll help this primordial spirit clone. In my entire life, I dared to scheme against myself with the body of an evil corpse. I dared to disobey the immortal sovereign with my lowly body. I dared to fight against the entire Purple Do Immortal Realm with my own strength. What I did was not to leave my name in history, but all of them were grand events that could shake the entire 3 realms. Who would have thought that one day, I, the great Inmo, would be trampled on by a mere right eye? Hateful. Hateful. Right, you can't kill me. You can't. There are 6 primordial spirits sealed here. I don't want them anymore. Today, I will escape with my primordial spirit clone and return to the mortal world. I already know the coordinates of this illusionary world. When I return to the mortal world, I will definitely ask the Lord to send 100,000 tribulation cultivators to massacre all living beings in this world. You wait. Inemo gritted his teeth and raised the crow's feather high up. At the same time, 6 scattered baleful auras came out from the sky. Inemo's 6 primordial spirits that were sealed were destroyed. This item was a life-saving item given to him by the Master of Tribulation Thoughts. It had grade 4 traversal power. It was because of the grade 4 tribulation feather that he could survive under the seal of the purple doe immortal realm. It allowed a trace of his primordial spirit clone to pass through. This item was too arrogant. With his tribulation blood cultivation, he could not use this feather at all. However, after sacrificing the 6 primordial spirits, it was different. That's right. Inemo had already gone crazy. In order to escape with a trace of his primordial spirit and take revenge on the illusionary world, he did not hesitate to destroy the 6 primordial spirits and used them as a sacrifice, at this moment, if it was just a trace of his primordial spirit. With this tribulation feather, he could go anywhere in the world. Even if it was an unopened ancient immortal door, he could still enter it without the need of a key. As soon as the crow's feather soared into the sky, it immediately turned into a ray of red light. It swept Inemo up and directly rushed towards the immortal door. That red light was indescribably strange. The stone doors on the left and right of the immortal door were not opened at first. As Inemo approached, they suddenly rumbled and opened by themselves. This ancient era's passageway had actually been opened without the use of a key. As soon as the immortal door opened, what everyone saw was not the scenery of the ancient realm of heaven desolate. Instead, it was a passage with endless purple flames. Inemo's body was wrapped in red light. He directly rushed into the passage and shuttled through the blazing purple flames. Strangely, he was not injured at all. Soon, he disappeared without a trace. He escaped. Not good. I always thought that the crow's feather that person gave Inemo was just an ordinary life-saving feather. I didn't expect it to be a shuttle feather. I really didn't expect that Inemo could actually ignore the rules set by immortal sovereign Zido and directly open the immortal door with the power of this feather. He wanted to escape into the ancient realm of heaven desolate and return to the true world. He destroyed the rest of his primordial spirit and only left his primordial spirit. He was betting that his primordial spirit could successfully escape. The eyeball monster was greatly shocked. It controlled Ning Fan's body and wanted to chase after Inemo into the immortal door. However, as soon as it approached the immortal door, it was forced back by the purple flames inside. The purple flames were too terrifying. On the surface, they seemed to be just ordinary flames. However, with the eyesight of a third-level quasi-sage, the eyeball monster could see that the purple flames contained extremely terrifying power which was enough to incinerate an incipient divine being. With the power of the shuttle feather, Inemo escaped into the passage but the eyeball monster could not enter. The ancient passage is actually open. What's going on? Could it be that someone used the key? Ancient realm of heaven desolate. On the other side of the immortal door is the ancient realm of heaven desolate. According to the ancient scrolls, the place where we are now is just an illusory dream world. On the other side of the immortal door is the legendary true world. Even though we are Zido immortal cultivators, if we conceal our identities, we might still be able to survive in the true world. There is a chance for us to become true saints there. The eyes of the surviving immortal emperors lit up. Many of them directly fled to the immortal door without saying a word. They came here to fight for the ancient passage. If they followed their previous plan, they would still need the key to open the door even if they managed to seize the passage. Now, however, it was different. They could directly enter the immortal door and save themselves a lot of trouble. It couldn't be better. These immortal emperors who rushed into the immortal door certainly noticed the purple flames inside. However, none of them paid attention to it. Firstly, with their cultivation bases, they could not see through the scariness of the purple flames. Secondly, after Inemo escaped into the immortal door, didn't he easily pass through the seal of the purple flames? After being severely injured, Inemo was only left with the cultivation base of a first-level quasi-sage. He was not much stronger than them. Inemo could enter the immortal sect. As long as they were careful, they could do it too. Thus, the 4 immortal emperors of the human race and the demon race were the first to rush into the immortal gate, but immediately after, for cries of agony were heard. The moment the 4 immortal emperors stepped into the gate of immortality, he was directly burned to ashes by the purple fire in the door. Even his primordial spirit, demon soul, did not escape. This purple flame is actually so terrifying. Inemo ran away. What should I do now? Ning Fan asked. We can't let him escape. This is no longer my problem alone. If he escapes back to the true world, he will definitely die. The coordinates of the illusory world plane in this place will definitely be leaked to the stealing spirits. The eyeball monster's heart was heavy. This illusory dream realm was the last paradise that immortal sovereign Zido had left for the immortal cultivators. The reason why they were able to avoid the pursuit of the calamity race was not only because of the powerful seal outside the illusory dream realm but also because the coordinates of this illusory dream realm were extremely secretive. Very few people knew where it was. If the eyeball monster was allowed to return to the mortal world and leak the coordinates of this place to the tribulation spirit race, this world would definitely be destroyed by the tribulation spirit race. At that time, they only needed 1 tribulation spirit royal to arrive. It would be enough to destroy this world. The thoughts of the eyeball monster could not hide from Ning Fan's spirit sense. Ning Fan's heart immediately sank. If Inemo escapes, the illusory dream realm will be faced with a calamity. I can't let Inemo escape. However, the purple flames in the immortal door were just too powerful. Those who enter it would definitely die. He did not have the ability to rush into the passageway to chase after Inemo at all. Could it be that I can only watch Inemo escape and take revenge on the illusory dream realm? If this world is destroyed, all the people he loves will be killed by the Taizong tribulation spirit. Ning Fan could not accept such an outcome. Brat. Don't be afraid. Things aren't that bad. The things you're worried about aren't that bad. The things that you are worried about will not appear. I will never let Inemo go. Because I am an immortal cultivator of Zido. You have done enough. This jade box is for you. If I die in the passageway, open it 24 hours later. Inside is a small gift from me, burn. The eyeball monster suddenly shouted. All of a sudden, a black flame shot out from Ning Fan's third eye and directly rushed into the passageway filled with purple flames. The speed of that black flame was too fast. It was so fast that none of the immortal emperors could see what it was. Only Ning Fan knew that it was a wretched eyeball with black flames burning around its body. It was obviously wretched, but at this moment, it gave Ning Fan a feeling of greatness. No one knew that the eyeball monster had ignited the undying void that the undying great emperor had left for him in exchange for a short period of supreme undying power. No one knew that the eyeball monster had even ignited his cultivation base just to obtain the power to walk on the purple flames. He was going to risk his life and rush into the boundless sea of flames to kill one person. It was not only to avenge the undying great emperor but also to protect the last immortal cultivator of Z. Do in the illusory dream realm. On that day, Inemo knelt in front of the undying great emperor and made a solemn vow. The eyeball monster would never dare to forget every single word. Zido was an immortal cultivator and Inemo was a venerable emperor. Since he was born to slay evil, he would naturally inherit the will of the venerable emperor. Even though he was an evil corpse, he would definitely be upright and upright. He would not let heaven and earth and he would not let purple do down. From now on, he would live for Zido and die for Zido. If he violates this vow, he would be killed by heaven and man. He was born for Zido and he would die for the sake of protecting Zido immortal domain. No. Maybe he wasn't that great. Maybe he just wanted to protect his last home on behalf of the undying great emperor. Even if he dies in the blazing purple flames today, he must kill Inemo, even if there are millions of people. I will still go. Ning Fan fell into silence. He had never thought that a wretched person like the eyeball monster would also do such a heroic thing. The blood in his heart, which had been silent for a long time, somehow became warm because of the eyeball monster's actions. Is this the real Zido immortal cultivators? The group of cultivators who are the most courageous in the eyes of the 3 great true worlds. Ningfan no longer cared about what those immortal emperors were doing or saying. In front of him, a gray light flashed and turned into a jade box with complicated seals. It landed on his palm. This was the thing that the eyeball monster left for him. If the eyeball monster dies in the passage to the immortal gate, it would open after 24 hours. Inside it was the little gift that the eyeball monster left for him. Ningfan held the jade box tightly. There was an indescribable heaviness in his heart. At this moment, he did not care about the gift that the eyeball monster left for him. In his heart, he was actually worried about the eyeball monster's safety. Such a heroic person should not die in this place without anyone knowing. I hope that he can return safely after killing Emo. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, a scream suddenly came from the passage to the immortal gate. It was Emo's scream. It came from an extremely far distance. It was filled with boundless baleful qi. Has Emo been killed? The eyeball monster should be coming back soon, right? As time passed, the immortal gate that was forcefully opened by Emo. It slowly closed again. The surviving great emperors of the two races were busy trying to stop the immortal gate from closing. However, it was all in vain. The next time the immortal gate opens, I'm afraid I can only rely on the key, *boom**. After an unknown amount of time, the immortal gate completely closed with a loud bang. Ningfan gently closed his eyes. He could not help but feel a little sad and desolate in his heart. That wretched and lecherous eyeball monster did not come back even at the last moment. He will never come back. If he is still alive, he will definitely come back. There is only one reason why he did not come back. The price he had to pay for killing Emo was probably his life. Just for the promise he made in the past, he had to kill the traitor and protect the illusionary world no matter what price he had to pay. Even though the cultivators of the illusionary world did not know that someone had died for the sake of protecting the world, the eyeball monster still took action. It was truly a heroic act. Ningfan kept the jade box that the eyeball monster gave him and patted his storage pouch. He took out a jar of spirit wine and took a sip before pouring the rest into the jar. Then, he poured the rest of the wine outside the immortal gate. How could a hero leave without wine? Senior, the human race and the demon race have already come to an agreement on the ownership of the ancient passage. However, we still don't know what you think. Senior. The ancient god ascending heaven and the leader of the true dragon clan were standing behind Ningfan cautiously, as if they wanted to discuss the ownership of the ancient passage with him. They still had not given up on the idea of fighting for the ancient passage. However, they did not dare to confront Ningfan head-on. They only dared to use a tone of discussion. I'm not interested. The wine jar was already empty. Ningfan looked at the immortal gate that was tightly shut as if it had never been opened. A wave of irritation was raging in his heart. These cultivators of the illusionary world were being protected by someone, but they did not even realize it. Someone had died for them, but no one knew about it and no one would remember them. Senior, you don't seem to be in a good mood. Is there anything I can do to help? The voice of immortal Emperor Xianxia suddenly resounded from beside Ningfan. She was not an ungrateful person. If it wasn't for Ningfan's help, she would have probably been killed by Emo. However, she did not know how to repay his kindness. The cultivation level that Ningfan had shown her was too high. Is there anything in my possessions that he would take a fancy to? I don't think so. That shouldn't be the case. Why would a level 3 quasi-saint be interested in his trash? There's no need for that. Ningfan suddenly woke up from his thoughts. Currently, the eyeball monster no longer possessed his body. His third eye had also returned to its normal state. With his current cultivation level, he did not have the ability to act like a senior in front of a large group of immortal emperors. The god extermination shield was also damaged and could not be used anymore. If an immortal emperor attacks him here, he would be in great danger. Ningfan did not forget that the grudge between him and the true dragon clan was very deep. If the leader of the true dragon clan discovers his true identity and attacks him together, he would not have the confidence to escape from the hands of a group of immortal emperors. It was the eyeball monster and Emo who killed immortal emperors as if they were dogs. Ningfan was just a junior. Junior, now is not the time to be sentimental. Thinking of this, Ningfan did not want to stay in this place for a long time. His body flashed and he wanted to leave. Senior, please wait. The voice of the leader of the True Dragon clan suddenly resounded. Ning Fan's body stopped moving. His heart was filled with vigilance, but he did not show any of it on his face. He turned around and said to the leader of the True Dragon clan. "What's the matter? Senior, can you give me your name?" This time, there are many unforeseen events in the desolate land. Enmo, a great cultivator from the ancient times, actually caused chaos here. If it wasn't for Senior, I'm afraid more of us would have died. Senior has saved our lives. We want to repay your kindness, but we don't know how to do so. I suppose you won't be interested in our possessions. The leader of the True Dragon clan changed his usual gloomy tone. He actually behaved cautiously in front of Ning Fan. He did not dare to act presumptuously in front of a great cultivator from the ancient times. There's no need for me to repay your kindness. I really don't like your possessions. Ning Fan had no choice but to continue acting according to the leader of the True Dragon clan. Inwardly, however, he was smiling bitterly. The possessions of any of the immortal emperors here were enough to make Ning Fan envious. He really wanted them, but he was afraid that he would expose his suspicions and arouse the suspicion of these immortal emperors, causing more trouble. I can't. We are also considered as Purple Dipper immortal cultivators. How can we not repay the kindness that we owe? The palms of the leader of the True Dragon clan were filled with cold sweat. He knew the pros and cons of this matter. When one's cultivation base had reached Ning Fan's level, he would be stained with karma if he simply did a favor to someone. For example, the karma of saving someone's life was even greater. If he was not careful, he might cause the other party to be consigned to eternal damnation. Who knew if Ning Fan was hiding a dagger behind his smile? On the surface, he acted as if he was saving someone without asking for anything in return. However, he might be plotting against everyone secretly. It was not impossible. Given the cautious character of the leader of the True Dragon clan, it was impossible for him to make a mistake in such a big matter. Being greedy for small gains would only result in a huge loss. For an ancient great cultivator like Ning Fan, he had just fought a bitter battle with another great cultivator in this place, but he did not come for the ancient passage. The leader of the True Dragon clan would never believe that he did not have any ulterior motives. Senior, please give us your name. We will definitely worship the Luck Tower for you to repay your kindness. This is our sincerity. Please don't reject it. Luck Tower? Ning Fan was slightly stunned. Then, his eyes lit up. This item is a good item. Forget it. After this battle, I'm afraid I won't be able to hide my name even if I want to. Listen carefully. My name is Zhao Jian. You may worship the Tower of Providence under these names. Apart from that, I have another request. I hope that all of you will agree to it. Ning Fan's voice became slightly deeper. The leader of the True Dragon clan was immediately startled and said hurriedly. What request does Senior have? Just tell us. Even if the True Dragon clan has to give it our all, we will definitely complete the task that Senior has entrusted us with. After a long conversation, Ning Fan gave some instructions to the ancient reaching heaven emperor under the complicated gaze of the clan leader of the True Dragon clan. Then, he left. After that, the clan leader and the ancient reaching heaven emperor issued a gag order to the immortal emperors of the two clans. From today onwards, everything related to Senior Zhao Jian would be classified as the top secret of the True Spirit race, for Fish sect, and would be recorded in the Vermilion Scroll. After that, the great emperors of the two clans seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. They worked together to seal the ancient immortal gate and got busy outside the Nine Heavens imperial court. Ning Fan was not concerned about how they would deal with the ancient passage. He ran all the way and found Miao Yan and Candle Bao near a collapsed barbarian mountain. Seeing Ning Fan return safely, Miao Yan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She had been worried about Ning Fan. Only she knew that Ning Fan was not a third-level quasi-sage. He had borrowed the strength of the eyeball monster to temporarily reach that level. Luckily, Ning Fan won the battle in the end. As long as he's safe, the hunchbacked old man that Candle Bao transformed into did not have his usual wretched expression. Instead, he looked at Ning Fan with unprecedented seriousness. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and asked. Hee. Master, Big Brother Eyeball didn't come back with you, He chased after Nemo and entered the ancient immortal gate. I'm afraid he won't come back. Is that so? Candlebao's body trembled as if he was trying to suppress his surging emotions. However, he could not suppress it in the end. He roared at the sky with tears flowing down his cheeks. Then, he ran towards the ancient immortal gate of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Ning Fan did not stop him. He just let Candlebao go far away. He did not expect that Candlebao would be the one who grieved the most after the death of the eyeball monster. The eyeball monster and Candlebao had lived together for 930 years in the space of the Copper Tower. In the beginning, they were enemies, but later on, they became sworn brothers. Fine. I'll let Candlebao go to the ancient immortal gate to see off the eyeball monster. Ning Fan sighed softly and turned to Miao Yan. I'm leaving. The chaos of the wild desolate land has ended. Where are you going next? I want to pay a visit to venerated sovereign Tong Tian first and report everything that happened in the wild desolate land. Even Miao Yan's face turned pale when she recalled the terror of the chaos. During the chaos this time, not only countless barbarians and cultivators of the two clans died, but also 19 immortal emperors were killed, be it the demon race or the human race. Both of them would probably suffer greatly because of this chaos. Report everything, huh? About me. Miao Yan hurriedly interrupted Ning Fan halfway through his words. Don't worry. Fellow Daoist has saved my life. I won't tell anyone about fellow Daoist. No, that's not what I meant. There are some things that I have already discussed with the two thearchs. You don't have to take the initiative to tell anyone about me. Of course, they wouldn't dare to ask you. I'll be leaving first. Go and pay your respects to the ancient emperor of Tongtian. Also, tell Zhu Gong that if he wants to leave, I'll return his freedom. If he's still willing to come back, come and find me. I'll stay in the wilderness for another 3 days. Ning Fan took a deep look at the direction of the immortal gate. Then, he turned around and left. The favor he owed to Miao Yan should have been repaid. There was no need for him to be involved with this woman anymore. Miao Yan looked at Ning Fan, who was leaving, with a complicated expression. Then, she turned around and flew towards the immortal gate. At the entrance of the immortal gate, she paid her respects to the ancient emperor of Tongtian and told him about the things that happened in the wilderness. However, she only briefly mentioned about Ning Fan. Which of the great emperors of the human race could not tell that Miao Yan was hiding something from them? However, none of them mentioned it. It was unknown what Ning Fan had said to the human emperors. Many of them became even more polite towards Miao Yan. There were even 2 female great emperors who ran to Miao Yan and asked her meaningfully. Hee. Fellow Daoist Miao Yan is really capable. Senior Zhao Jian really dotes on you. Just now, he even praised you to the ancient emperor of Tongtian. Miao Yan's face immediately turned red. Of course, she understood that these great emperors must have misunderstood something. These great emperors must have misunderstood that she had an affair with Ning Fan. Otherwise, with their status, why would they be so polite to an immortal venerate? She really wanted to know what Ning Fan had said to these great emperors just now. How could it cause such a subtle misunderstanding among them? Big brother. Big brother. Big brother. The hunchback old man that was transformed from the candle bow knelt in front of the immortal gate and wailed loudly. Its identity as an innate bow spirit could not be hidden from the immortal emperors here. Moreover, many of them could tell that it was a bow spirit that was about to attain the level of an innate treasure spirit, an innate treasure spirit. It was hard to find such a spiritual item in the entire illusionary world. They did not expect to see it here. However, when they recalled Ning Fan's warning just now, their expressions turned solemn. None of them dared to have any thoughts about the candle bow. The face of the clan leader of the True Dragon clan darkened. How could he not recognize that it was the candle bow of his clan? If it was possible, he really wanted to keep the candle bow. However, he could not ignore Ning Fan's warning. This old man and Zhu Li are old acquaintances. I like this candle bow very much. Are you descendants of Zhu Li willing to give this item to me? Hee. Would he, Ao Changu, dare to reject the request of a dignified third-level quasi-sage? How could he reject it? If he rejects it, wouldn't he be creating a great enemy for the True Dragon clan that could annihilate the entire clan? Forget it. I have already obtained the immortal gate. The matter of unsealing the key to the immortal gate can be completed even without the Bao spirit. At most, I just need to spend a little more time. Compared to offending a third-level quasi-sage, the clan leader of the True Dragon clan would rather spend a few thousand years to slowly unseal the key to the immortal gate. He looked at the candle Bao that was behaving strangely and kept crying in front of the immortal gate with a complicated expression. In the end, he did not dare to attack it because this item belonged to Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian was really an unfamiliar name. However, there were many great cultivators in the ancient times. As a cultivator in the declining era, it was normal for him not to have heard of this name. Judging from Senior Zhao's tone, he seems to be very familiar with my old ancestor. I'm afraid they are also monsters from the same era. If I give the candle Bao to this person, I might be able to form a good relationship with him. With that thought in mind, the clan leader of the True Dragon clan walked towards the crying candle Bao with a smile on his face. If I can't get the candle Bao back, I will befriend him and mend the misunderstanding between us. In this way, Senior Zhao will definitely be satisfied. After bidding farewell to Miao Yen, Ning Fan sprinted towards the encampment of the human race. Under the gaze of countless human cultivators, he brought Zhao Dai and the others away. Those barbarians who had lost their souls and were unconscious were also brought away by Ning Fan. Senior Zhao. Will we meet again? Fairy Hanwu, who was in the group of the Guanhan Palace, looked at Ning Fan, who was getting further away, with a complicated expression. Before Ning Fan arrived, the ancient piercing heaven emperor had already sent a message to all the cultivators of the human race, telling them that if Senior Zhao Jian comes, they must not neglect him. No one is allowed to reveal or mention anything about Senior Zhao to anyone. This was the highest order to keep their mouths shut. Senior Zhao Jian. I didn't expect that fellow Daoist Ning's real name is actually Zhao Jian. Moreover, his real cultivation base is an existence that even the ancient piercing heaven emperor would address as Senior. Hanwu knew Ning Fan's name, but now, she just thought that it was a fake name and Zhao Jian was his real name. The fact that Senior Zhao had used Ning Fan's fake name before would probably also be included in the order to keep their mouths shut and not mention it to anyone. Many of the human cultivators who had been saved by Ning Fan before, such as the Four-Eyed Devil, Monarch, and tens of thousands of people whom Ning Fan had saved in passing, had eyes filled with respect and gratitude. They had been saved and protected by Ning Fan before. They would never dare to forget his kindness. Moreover, they would not dare to reveal anything about Ning Fan to anyone. Ning Fan brought Zhao Dai and the others with him and flew at full speed. Then, they descended outside the ruins of a city. This city used to have a beautiful name, Bianliang. Ning Fan had once comprehended the truth in this place, watched the snow and waited for the plum blossoms at this place. Today, all that was left of this place were ruins. Looking at the ruins of her hometown, Zhao Dai's eyes turned red. Not counting those barbarians who had lost their souls, she was probably the only barbarian left in the ancient region of the savage desolation. It was really lonely. Was this the feeling of having one's country destroyed and one's family destroyed? Don't cry. You are not alone. You still have 700,000 clansmen and your uncle. I'm sorry. I didn't manage to take back all the souls that I lost. Ning Fan sighed apologetically. If he was a little stronger, would he be able to save all the barbarians? Save people? Heh. I didn't expect that someone like him who used to slaughter would actually do something like saving people one day. I still have to wait for 3 more days in the savage desolation. Earth Devil, Taiya. The 2 of you stay here and guard the barbarian corpses. Don't make any mistakes. Ning Fan suddenly ordered Earth Devil and Taiya. The 2 of them were the remnant souls of the immortal venerables that Ning Fan had subdued previously. Previously, Ning Fan's cultivation base was still insufficient and he still needed to be polite to them. Now that his cultivation base had improved tremendously, the strength of the 2 of them was no longer a threat to him. Understood. Earth Devil and Taiya did not dare to disregard Ning Fan's order. They cupped their fists respectfully and their eyes were filled with respect. The current Ning Fan gave them an extremely dangerous feeling. His strength was definitely above the immortal venerables. Faintly, he actually gave them a heavy sense of oppression. Even if they were at their peak condition, they would still not be a match for Ning Fan, let alone the fact that they were just remnant souls and their life souls were in Ning Fan's hands. Thus, they naturally did not dare to be disrespectful to Ning Fan. Xianxia, you've worked hard this time. Previously, you forcefully displayed the piercing golden light and suffered a huge backlash. I've already told you that I owe you this time. If there's a chance, I will certainly help you reconstruct your physical body. Ning Fan then said to immortal concubine Xianxia. TSK. Who needs your help? Immortal concubine Xianxia let out a soft snort arrogantly. However, she hid the trace of fear deep in her eyes. In the human base, she was probably the only one who had sensed the entire battle. The strength of the 2/3 level quasi-saints made immortal concubine Xianxia feel terrified. The chi of one of them seemed to belong to Ning Fan. Since when did this little thief possess the strength of a 3rd level quasi-saint? Humph. I was worried about him. Actually, I was worried about myself. After all this time, he doesn't need anyone to worry about him at all. He actually has such a high cultivation base. He hid it really well. It's 1,000 times better than the Moon Ancestral Soul Spring in the Guanhan Palace. Ning Fan did not care about Xianxu's arrogance. Instead, he turned to Lu Yan, Zhao Dai and Xian Loli. You guys should also take a rest. In these 3 days, there won't be any more battles in the desolate wasteland. After that, I will bring all of you away. Uncle, can Dai also leave the desolate wasteland? Zhao Dai's gloomy eyes immediately regained some vigor. In the past, I couldn't do it. But now, the heavenly Tao of the desolate wasteland of the Fan family doesn't dare to stop me. Ning Fan raised his head and indifferently glanced at the sky of the desolate wasteland. Just a glance was enough to make the entire heavenly Tao of the desolate wasteland tremble violently. This place used to be the mountain sea where the barbarian cultivators of the Fan family resided. This place was the mountain sea of a second-rate barbarian force. How could the heavenly Tao of this place not be afraid in front of Ning Fan, the 10th barbarian god? Hiss. Senior Zhao has such a terrifying technique. Just a glance is enough to make the heavenly Tao tremble in fear. According to the ancient records, only 3rd-step saints can use such a technique. Could it be that Senior Zhao has already touched the bottleneck of the saint realm? Could he be the first saint of the illusory world? Some of the great emperors of the 2 clans who were secretly observing Ning Fan's movements initially hid their spirit sense in the heavenly Tao. At this moment, because the heavenly Tao was trembling, they felt a backlash. Even though the backlash was not severe, it was enough to frighten them. They hurriedly withdrew their spirit sense and no longer dared to probe further. The fear they felt towards Ning Fan had risen to a height that they had never felt before. Terrifying. It's really too terrifying. Senior Zhao is definitely going to become a Saint Realm expert soon. No wonder he could withstand a finger attack from an immortal sovereign and easily defeat a 3rd-step quasi-sage. From today onwards, I must never offend Senior Zhao even if I have to offend the 10 great secret clans and the great demons that are hibernating in the dream realm. Has he already intimidated those immortal emperors? Ning Fan thought to himself. Even though he had lost the power of the strange eyeball, he still had the means to make those immortal emperors believe in his terrifying strength. In this way, even if some of the immortal emperors see through his true cultivation base, they would only think that he was hiding his true cultivation base. Even if Ning Fan's identity is exposed one day, people would only think that Ning Fan is a fake identity. As long as the existence of Zhao Jian does not cause Ning Fan any trouble, it would be enough. I will go into seclusion here for the next 3 days. I don't want anyone to disturb me. Ning Fan seemed to be saying this to Xianxia and the others but also to those immortal emperors who were far away from him. He must stay here for another 3 days and extract the heavenly Tao soul of the desolate land with his supreme barbarian god's power. The Tao soul was the carrier of the seed of will. Only by borrowing the power of the Tao soul of this land could he give Zhao Dai and the other barbarians the power to lead the desolate land and obtain the qualifications to cultivate and attain immortality. Extracting the heavenly Tao soul was the solution that Tao Barbarian Mountain had given him. The mountains have souls, the oceans have souls, and everything in the world has souls. This was the world in the barbarian's eyes. The soul extracting technique that was circulating in the cultivation world was said to be a great divine ability created by a barbarian cultivator who was even more ancient than Tao Barbarian Mountain. There were only a few words about this in the scroll that Tao Barbarian Mountain gave him. It has been many years since I last used the soul extracting technique. I didn't expect it to be a divine ability created by the barbarians. Ningfan found a small mountain and sat cross-legged on it. He closed his eyes and allowed his body and mind to become one with heaven and earth. There are 4 grades of the soul extracting technique: Earth Soul, Void Soul, Sun, Moon and Star Soul and Heavenly Tao Soul. Ningfan recalled the scene when Taisu possessed his body and fought against Mo Luo in the past. At that time, he borrowed Taisu's power to extract the 6 Tao Souls, which was even better than extracting the Heavenly Tao Soul. In the past, Ningfan naively thought that the 4 grades of the soul extracting technique were ranked from the lowest to the highest. Most cultivators also thought the same way. Now that he had become the 10th barbarian god, Ningfan gained a new understanding of the soul extracting technique. The Earth Soul might not necessarily be weaker than the Void Soul, while the Heavenly Tao Soul might not necessarily be stronger than the Sun, Moon and Star Soul. Sun Luo had shocked the world with the Starry Sky Soul extracting technique. The power of the Starry Sky Soul extracting technique that he used might not necessarily be weaker than the Heavenly Tao Soul extracting technique that Mo Luo used in the past. There was no difference in the level of a soul. Instead, it all depended on the soul extractor's own understanding of the technique. If one's understanding of the mountain soul was higher, it might not necessarily be impossible to extract the Heavenly Tao Soul. With my current cultivation base, it is still very difficult for me to extract the Heavenly Tao Soul. However, this is the sky of the desolate world and I am the barbarian god. If I want to extract the Heaven Barbarian Soul, he wouldn't dare to disobey me. It's not difficult to extract the Heaven Barbarian Soul. However, if I want to refine this intent seed, I will need some preparation time. Ningfan took out the seed of the dust tree and swallowed it, refining it in his dantian. The seed of the dust tree contained a trace of the Lord of Tribulation Sense's will. In the past, it was Taizong Jialing who had deprived the barbarian cultivators of the Fan family of their right to cultivate and schemed against them. Today, only this trace of will could restore the barbarian cultivators' right to cultivate. While Ningfan was refining the seed of the dust tree, he was multitasking. He began to unseal the stone statues of the 7th ancestor, Mounzi, Tingnan and Tingbei one by one. The latter 3 were all at the fragment thought realm. After Yin Mo's death, it was not difficult for their stone statues to be petrified. However, the process of unsealing the 7th ancestor's stone statue was not smooth. It seemed like the higher the cultivation base of the person who was petrified, the harder it was to remove the petrification. One day later, Ningfan unsealed the stone statues of Mounzi and the others. Under their bewildered gazes, he sent them away. He did not need their gratitude. He was just following his heart. On the 2nd day, he still had not unsealed the 7th ancestor's stone statue. However, after some effort, he managed to unseal the 7th ancestor's storage pouch. The 700,000 barbarian souls in the pouch were released by Ningfan. Under his guidance, they returned to their physical bodies. The 700,000 barbarian souls were awakened, but the other 300,000 barbarian souls would never wake up again. On the 3rd day, the 7th ancestor's stone statue still could not be completely unsealed. However, Ningfan was no longer in a hurry because he had already finished refining the seed of the dust tree. I'll just let the 7th ancestor remain petrified for a few more days. After all, it's not an important matter. Next, it's time to extract the Heaven's Tao Soul of this place. Ningfan slowly rose to his feet. He raised his hand and casually made a grabbing motion at the Heaven's Tao. It was an ordinary action, but it was as if he was holding the entire Heaven's Tao in his hand. The great emperors who were still busy sealing the immortal gates in the desolate wilderness were shocked and looked in the direction where Ningfan was. In that direction, the 36 golden punishment mountains were hanging high in the sky, causing the entire Heaven's Tao to tremble violently as if it was afraid of them. At the next moment, Ningfan flipped his palm and extracted the Heaven's Tao Soul of Man Tian from heaven and earth. He did not fuse the Heaven's Tao Soul into his body. If he fuses the soul with it, Ningfan's chi would have a chance to skyrocket. With his current cultivation base and the power of the Heaven's Tao Soul, his chi would definitely rise to the level of the second eternal tribulation within a short period of time. If he has a deeper understanding of extracting the Heaven's Tao Soul, this technique would probably become even stronger. The soul power of the Heaven's Tao Soul that was extracted kept gathering around Ningfan's body. Eventually, it turned into the illusory image of a black cat. This black cat did not have any cultivation base, but it could increase the cultivation base of the person who fuses with the soul. Meow. The black cat seemed to be a female cat. After Ningfan extracted it, it behaved respectfully and submissively. It kept rubbing its small face against Ningfan's leg like a pet that was eager to win its master's favor. It was as obedient as it could be. Is this something that the arrogant Heaven's Tao soul would do? Thus, all the immortal emperors were shocked once again. It was not that they had never seen the Heaven's Tao soul being extracted before. However, none of them could make the Heaven's Tao soul behave so respectfully and submissively. The Heaven's Tao was different from humans. It was always arrogant in front of cultivators. The only ones who could make the Heaven's Tao submit to them were saints, as expected. Senior Zhao is really going to become a saint soon. Otherwise, how could he do such a thing? You're the Heaven's Tao soul of the Fan clan's desolate lands? Ningfan kicked the black cat in disdain. However, after it was kicked away, it kept returning to Ningfan's side and rubbing against him nonstop. It seems like I'm going to have another sticky candy by my side from today onwards. Fine. From today onwards, you will follow me. You don't need to control the heaven of man anymore. Are you willing? Meow. The small black cat responded to Ningfan with a respectful and gentle meow. Of course, it was willing to follow Ningfan. It was the Heaven's Tao soul, and Ningfan was the barbarian god who possessed the punishment power of the 36 mountains. As long as it stays by Ningfan's side, it would be able to borrow Ningfan's punishment power to cultivate. The heavenly Tao soul was born for the purpose of descending tribulation, punishment and punishment. If they want to increase their strength, they would need to rely on a stronger punishment power. Ningfan was the best choice. Seeing that the black cat was willing to follow him, Ningfan nodded his head in satisfaction. In that case, there was no need for him to use the violent methods described in the Tao Barbarian Mountain Scroll. With the black cat following him, Ningfan only needed to fuse with it in the future. It would be like using the Tao soul extraction technique, and his cultivation base would instantly skyrocket. Ningfan squatted down and patted the black cat's head to comfort it. Then, he kept the black cat into his profounding world. All the immortal emperors were shocked. They had seen the Tao soul extraction technique before. Many immortal emperors could use it. They had also heard that the Tao soul extraction technique could make the Tao soul obediently submit to them. It was recorded in many ancient scrolls. However, didn't the soul extraction technique have to return the soul to its original place? Senior Zhao not only extracted the Tao soul of the savage wilderness but also wrapped it up. How did he do such an unimaginable thing? How could the prideful Heaven's Tao soul submit to any cultivator like a pet? Even an incipient saint would not be able to do this. Of course, these immortal emperors did not know that the reason why Ningfan could do this was because of his transcendent status as the 10th barbarian god. If he goes to the ancient barbarian world, he could use his identity to extract all the Tao souls of the barbarian world and fuse them into his body at any time, allowing his cultivation base to skyrocket. With the help of the Tao souls of the entire ancient barbarian world, even if he was not a saint, he could definitely fight against a saint. Unfortunately, Ningfan could not go to the ancient barbarian world now, and he could not extract the Heaven's Tao souls there either. With his current cultivation base, he would not be able to make the Heaven's Tao soul submit to him without the sky of the barbarian world. It would be difficult for him to even extract its soul. Let's go. The current me can easily bring all of you away from here. Let's bid farewell to your homeland. Ningfan's figure flashed and disappeared from the short mountain. He appeared in front of Zhao Dai and the other barbarians and said with a smile. Now, he could do it. It was time to leave the savage wilderness and return to Eastern Heaven. Master, my great and wise master, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Wait for me. I've made up my mind. I don't want freedom. I want to follow you. From afar, a wretched-looking old man with bulging storage pouches hanging on his waist was rushing towards them at full speed. Who else could he be other than Zhu Gong? He had been worshipping the eyeball monster outside the Immortal Gate for 3 days. 3 days had passed. When he heard that Ningfan was going to leave, he naturally hurried over. Hee. There are so many benefits to following Ningfan. Why wouldn't I follow him? Touching the 20 storage pouches hanging on his waist, Zhu Gong was so happy that he could not close his mouth. I'm rich. I'm really rich this time. I didn't expect that old thing Ao Qiangu would actually curry favor with me for my master's sake. Hee hee. Now that a fat sheep has come to my door, how can I not make a killing? Hee hee. With this amount of money, I'll be the richest person in the world. As long as I have money, I can find any girls. Zhu Gong laughed. 100. This old man wants to find 100 little girls to help me wash my feet. Then, I want to find 1,000 little girls to help me. Hee hee hee. Candlebow continued to sneer. Master Ning Fan is still the best. I've been following Master Zhu Li for my entire life, but I've never made a fortune. I've always been shooting. Sigh. I've really met the wrong person in the past. Fortunately, I met Master Ning Fan in this life. I wonder if I'll still have such a chance to make a fortune in the future. Zhu Gong, who was in a good mood, seemed to have completely forgotten about the death of the eyeball monster. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth twitched. He knew it. This is this guy's true nature. Looking at his smug expression, I really want to teach him a lesson. It's only been 3 days since your big brother died. The 7th day of his death hasn't even passed yet. Is it all right for you to be smiling so happily? Oh, right. I haven't opened the jade box that the eyeball monster gave me. I've been busy with other things and forgot about the gift. Open it. Let's see what's inside. Ning Fan took out the jade box with a flip of his hand and opened it. All of a sudden, an unexpected wretched voice came from the jade box. Brat. Didn't I tell you to open the jade box after 24 hours? Why did you only open it after 3 days? Are you trying to suffocate me to death? Chi a ray of gray light flew out and turned into an illusory eyeball monster that appeared in front of Ning Fan. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth twitched again. Who can tell me why the eyeball monster didn't die? Damn it. What kind of look is that? You're not happy that I didn't die. You actually want to curse me to die. You heartless little demon. Have you forgotten who was the one who saved you from Inmo's scheme? And who was it? The eyeball monster scolded, but before it could finish, it was interrupted by another cry. Big brother. You didn't die. Is this true? Zhu Gong, who was running towards them, cried tears of joy. That's right, second brother. I didn't die. Aren't you very surprised? I knew it. Only you are sincere to Big Brother. Only you will shed tears for Big Brother. The eyeball monster's eyes were brimming with tears. Then, under the dumbfounded gaze of countless barbarians, the two idiots hugged each other like tigers, showing the scene of deep brotherly love. They were really curious how the eyeball monster without limbs could hug each other like tigers. Ning Fan rubbed his forehead and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The eyeball monster didn't die. He wasn't crying tears of joy, but he was more or less gratified. However, he really wanted to know. Why didn't the eyeball monster die, and how did it escape from the immortal gate? Also, that jade box. Could it be that the eyeball monster had already prepared a way to kill Inmo? With the wretched personality of this eyeball monster, it was indeed hard to imagine that it would risk its life to kill Inmo without leaving a way out. I was sad for its death for half a day, but I didn't expect it was actually like this. The eyeball monster didn't die, but it lost all of its cultivation base and the undying void. Its body became incomparably illusory, almost transparent. After a series of inquiries, Ning Fan understood the whole story of how the eyeball was reborn. He looked at the purplish-red lightning talisman that was broken into 2 halves in the jade box and was secretly amazed. The prime clear lightning talisman was one of the 3,000 secret talismans passed down by the ancient sacred sect. It had a life-saving ability similar to the fantasy life pill. If it wasn't for this life-saving trump card, the eyeball monster would have most likely died in the sea of fire. Brat, where are you going next? I'm going to the northern heaven. Do you want to come with me? After the eyeball was done messing around, it finally asked Ning Fan. Northern Sky. I still haven't finished my business in Eastern Sky, so I won't go to Northern Sky for the time being. Forget it, I don't really want you to go anyway. Second brother, do you want to go to the Northern Sky with Big Brother? He looked at Candlebow affectionately. Go. Of course. Wherever Big Brother goes, this little brother will follow. Good brother. Yes, Big Brother. Good brother. Yes, Big Brother. Ning Fan's forehead was filled with black lines as he looked at this pair of idiots. It seemed like Candlebow had just said that it would follow him for life. How long had it changed its mind and wanted to follow the eyeball monster? Forget it. If they want to go to the northern heaven together, then let's go together. He no longer cared whether he has the Candlebow by his side or not. Northern heaven. I wonder if the purpose of the eyeball monster going to northern heaven is related to the mourning death great emperor. Looking at the confident look on the eyeball monster's face, even if he lost all his cultivation, he would probably have the means to protect himself. There was no need to worry about the safety of these two fools. Stinking brat, we're leaving. From today onwards, my second brother is no longer your artifact spirit. In exchange, I'll compensate you with a connate magic treasure. In addition to the one I owed you before, I'll give you a total of 2. Take it. The gray light from the strange eyeball swept across the area. Immediately, 2 rays of light flew towards Ning Fan. Ning Fan was stunned for a moment before he directly kept them into his profounding world. Stinking brat, we don't owe each other anymore. We'll never meet again, ha ha ha. Big brother. Let's go quickly. I extorted a lot of good things from the True Dragon clan. Don't let Master snatch them away. Yes. I'm leaving now. Big Brother has obtained a new treasure. Let me show you its power. Fly, little feather. The eyeball monster released a red light, and in the next instant, the red light wrapped around it and the Candlebow, directly piercing out of the wilderness plain, whistling away. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. If he was not mistaken, that red light should be the red crow feather that Nemo directly used. The original name of this feather seemed to be Shuttle Feather, but the eyeball monster gave it a lowly name. Little Feather, can you come up with a worse name? Let's go. Since the eyeball monster had left, Ning Fan did not plan to stay any longer. He turned his hand and took out a reckless flash jade talisman. He had obtained this talisman from Si Ming after killing her. It could allow him to leave the ancient savage desolation region at any time. He crushed the jade talisman, and a wild flash tunnel that led to the outside world appeared. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and swept up everyone present. Then, he directly flew into the passageway of the barbaric flash and left the desolate land. In the past, he could not bring mortals into the passageway. But now, with his identity as the 10th barbarian god, he could do it. As soon as he entered the passageway, Ning Fan immediately clenched his 5 fingers. Under his control, the power of the wild flash within the passageway condensed into a dark red giant spirit boat. Zhao Dai and the other 700,000 barbarians landed on the spirit boat. Ning Fan stood at the bow of the boat and steered it forward. The journey to the desolate land might seem short, but when they return, the distance was more than 100 times longer. This was because after the collapse of the desolate land, the space became distorted, causing the straight passageway to become twisted. Naturally, they would have to take a longer detour. In the beginning, Ning Fan personally steered the spirit boat. Later on, he realized that this would be a very time-consuming journey. Thus, he ordered the Earth Devil and Iron Crow to steer the boat while he entered the profounding world to cultivate his inverse relic. Xianxia was a master in the art of enchantment. In terms of cultivation base, she was probably above the ancient Chaos Immortal Emperor. With the help of Xianxia, Ning Fan successfully cultivated his inverse relic. In a sense, he could be considered as inheriting Xianxia's legacy. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to study the function of the inverse relic before this. Now that he was free, he naturally had to study it properly. As soon as he entered the profounding world, Ning Fan immediately kept his ghost mask and flew towards the eastern world. The eastern world of Profoundine was the place where the human cauldrons lived. There were more than 100,000 human cauldrons in this place. In the past few years, with the large amount of cultivation resources provided by Ning Fan and the unique environment of the Profoundine world, the cultivation bases of the human cauldrons improved very quickly. All of the human cauldrons had broken through to the nascent soul realm. Moreover, there were more than 1,000 human cauldrons who had successfully attained the divine transformation realm. Ning Fan looked at everything with satisfaction. With these human cauldrons around, the cultivation of his inverse relic should be very smooth. Master, why have you come? Two rays of light flew into the sky and welcomed him. They were Bing Ling and Yu Ling. They were the first batch of human cauldrons that Ning Fan captured. In the past few years, the two of them had wholeheartedly helped Ning Fan manage the other human cauldrons. Their contributions could not go unnoticed. These two women seem to be on the verge of attaining the divine transformation realm. It seems like they have put in a lot of hard work in the past few years. You two have worked hard all these years. Ning Fan reached out his hand and touched their faces. The two of them blushed. If it's for their master, it's worth it no matter how hard they work. By the way, Bing Ling has something to report to master. The cultivation bases of our sisters are getting higher and higher, and the cultivation resources that we need are also increasing. The resources that master gave us last time are almost used up. Many of our sisters are stuck at a bottleneck and are unable to break through. Bing Ling looked at Ning Fan affectionately. The meaning behind her words was very obvious. Our sisters don't have many cultivation resources left. Master, why don't you offer your body to us? With master's profound cultivation base, you can help many of our sisters achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation bases with just one round of dual cultivation. We'll talk about this later. I came here for another important matter. I'm cultivating a type of divine ability called the inverse relic. In order to cultivate this item, I need to borrow your strength. As soon as they heard Ning Fan's words, Bing Ling and Yu Ling's faces immediately lit up with joy. Then, they asked expectantly. Master, do you need human cauldrons to pluck your strength? Every human cauldron in this place had been plucked by Ning Fan before. In the past few years, many female cultivators had already regained their previous cultivation bases. Life in the profounding world was peaceful and peaceful. Moreover, there were countless cultivation resources provided to them. Thus, all the human cauldrons were filled with gratitude towards Ning Fan. Moreover, because of the constant brainwashing of Bing Ling and Yu Ling, almost all the female cultivators in this place regarded Ning Fan as their heaven. The reason why they desperately cultivated was also because they wanted to become qualified human cauldrons for Ning Fan to pluck in the future. It was as if they would only be useful and needed by Ning Fan if they were plucked by him. Only then would their lives be meaningful. Ning Fan rubbed his forehead helplessly. In the past few years, he had been running all over the place and neglected the management of the human cauldrons. However, he did not expect that the female cultivators here would become more and more loyal to him after being brainwashed by Bing Ling and Yu Ling. This was not his intention. In terms of cultivating death warriors, Bing Ling and Yu Ling were definitely outstanding. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not need them. His cultivation base was too high to the point that plucking the human cauldrons here was almost useless. However, he could not simply say such words out loud. Otherwise, many human cauldrons who were loyal to him would definitely be disappointed. This time, I don't need to pluck anyone. Ning Fan pondered for a while and said. As expected, our cultivation bases are too low. We don't even have the qualifications to be plucked by master. Bing Ling and Yu Ling lowered their heads dejectedly. Every time Ning Fan came here, his cultivation base would improve by a lot. This time, his cultivation base seemed to have improved again. The two ladies could not see the depth of Ning Fan's cultivation base at all. Even though Ning Fan deliberately suppressed his aura force, they still felt like they were looking up at a lofty mountain when facing him. The difference between their cultivation bases was just too huge. Perhaps one day, they would be abandoned by Ning Fan. In the cultivation world, the behavior of abandoning low-grade human cauldrons was just too common. Don't worry. I won't abandon you too. Ning Fan had the mind-reading technique. He easily saw through their thoughts and sighed. The two ladies obviously thought that Ning Fan was just comforting them. Thus, they were still a little unhappy. Ning Fan no longer tried to explain himself. Feeling helpless, he ordered the two ladies. The two of you, come closer. After hearing what he said, the two ladies did not dare to disobey him. Thus, they moved closer to Ning Fan. As for Ning Fan, he secretly circulated the power of the reverse relic in his body and held their hands respectively. Immediately, an extremely vast energy was transmitted from the inverse relic into the two women's bodies. The energy rushed into the two women's dantian and condensed into a pink semicircular relic next to their nascent souls. The aura of this semicircular relic was similar to that of Ning Fan's reverse relic. What Ning Fan condensed was the mother relic, while what the two ladies condensed was the child relic. The two girls were originally only one step away from breaking through to the soul formation stage, but the moment the child relics were formed, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into their bodies, and their cultivation levels instantly began to skyrocket: early divine transformation, mid-divine transformation, late divine transformation, peak divine transformation. After that, the two women's auras actually advanced to the void refinement realm, void glimpse stage, void inquiry stage, void pure stage and absolute void stage. If it weren't for the fact that the two ladies had yet to comprehend the intent realm and sense the real and the void, they would have most likely advanced to the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm in a single step. Besides, this kind of increase in cultivation base only required him to absorb the power of heaven and earth. It would not cause any damage to his cultivation base. This is the enlightenment technique. The two ladies were astonished. In the cultivation world, there was naturally a method to directly increase one's cultivation base. It was called enlightenment. Only second-step immortal cultivators could use enlightenment on their juniors to increase their cultivation base. However, doing so would cause great damage. It could easily damage their Tao foundation, causing the cultivation base of the person who received the enlightenment to stop advancing forever. This isn't enlightenment. It's a secret technique that I've just learned. It doesn't have any side effects. You don't have to worry. Ning Fan roughly explained the function of the inverse relic to the two ladies. What he had was the mother relic. He could plant a child relic on any female cultivator. The female cultivator who obtains the child relic would receive a different degree of improvement in their cultivation base according to the difference between their cultivation bases. The greater the difference between their cultivation bases, the greater the benefits they would receive. The female cultivator who obtains the child relic would also have a much faster cultivation speed than before. Another benefit was that when the female cultivator's cultivation base improved, Ning Fan's cultivation base would also improve a little. In short, after obtaining the child relic, if Bing Ling and Yu Ling's cultivation base improved again, Ning Fan's cultivation base would also improve accordingly. The inverse relic was an enchanting technique that allowed both men and women to win. In the past, even though Shi Zihua had never plucked any male cultivator, she managed to plant a child relic in the bodies of millions of barbarian male cultivators with just a finger of her finger. After that, her cultivation base improved at an extremely fast speed. The inverse relic had a total of 9 grades. The higher the grade, the stronger the relic would be. Shi Zihua had only cultivated the inverse relic up to the 6th grade in her entire life. As for Ning Fan's inverse relic, it was still at the 1st grade. After the two ladies molded the child relic, 2 faint red Dao marks appeared on Ning Fan's inverse relic. The Dao marks had another name. They were called charming breath. If the amount of charming breath reaches a certain level, the inverse relic could advance to the next grade. If the inverse relic advances to the 3rd grade, it could use various offensive enchanting techniques to turn the power of the relic into divine abilities. If it advances to the 6th grade, it could activate the power of the Tao Law of Charm. That kind of power could even enchant the Great Tao. There was one more thing about the inverse relic that Ning Fan did not tell Bing Ling and Yu Ling. The female cultivators who had their child relic planted in them would unknowingly have a deeper impression of the owner of the mother relic. Ning Fan did not like to force others to fall in love with him. However, it was fine if they were his human cauldrons. It seemed like his human cauldrons had long been brainwashed and their impression of him had already reached its peak. After listening to Ning Fan's explanation, the two ladies immediately regained their spirits. In other words, as long as we cultivate diligently, we can make Master's cultivation base improve at the same time, right? In that case, even if Master doesn't pluck us, we can still put them to good use. If that's the case, let's gather our sisters and let Master plant a relic for all of us. The two ladies immediately sent out their spirit sense. Very soon, all of the 100,000 human cauldrons were summoned by the two ladies. Ning Fan displayed his ability. The light of the relic illuminated the vast sky like a rising sun. Child relic was immediately produced in each of the human cauldrons. Of course, if any of the female cultivators resisted, they would not be able to produce the inverse relic. The production of the inverse relic had to be voluntary by both parties. This was very important. Otherwise, no matter how high Ning Fan's cultivation base was, he would not be able to do it. After obtaining the child relic, each of the female cultivators' cultivation base began to skyrocket. One after another, they broke through the divine transformation realm and entered the void refinement realm. Everyone's heavenly tribulations were forcefully suppressed by Ning Fan. Now, their cultivation base only improved, but their comprehension did not increase along with it. This was very dangerous. Many human cauldrons had yet to comprehend the divine transformation realm's intent realm, not to mention comprehending the illusory and the real. If they go to face their heavenly tribulations now, the chances of them dying would not be small. All of you, go into seclusion and comprehend your own cultivation base. Ning Fan gave an order to the 100,000 human cauldrons and dismissed the ladies. His eyes seemed to have sensed something, and he looked at a female cultivator whose name was Nailanzi. Nailanzi also did not reject Ning Fan's child relic. Is she trying to please Ning Fan? Most likely, it's to beg Ning Fan to save her younger sister. Without knowing why, Ning Fan suddenly recalled the scene where Nailanzi triggered the three-life technique that day. The three-life technique was a forbidden divination technique of the true spirit purple cuckoo race. Only demon cultivators with the purple cuckoo bloodline had the chance to comprehend this technique. The three-life technique could only be used 3 times in one's life. It could be used to divine all heavenly secrets. After using it 3 times, one would die without a doubt. I saw the future, a terrifying future. The 4 heavens will be isolated and there will be a great war in the northern heaven. After that, the Spirit King will die in the hands of the Western demon ancestor. Ling Er, who was eaten by the Spirit King, will also die. Save Ling Er. She is my younger sister. She can't die. She is still waiting for me to save her. Nailanzi's divination that day seemed to be echoing in Ning Fan's ears. Who is the Western demon ancestor? What does it mean that the 4 heavens will be isolated? Is there really going to be a great war in the northern heaven? All the women returned to their cave dwellings and began to comprehend their cultivation base in seclusion. Ning Fan remained silent. After a long time, he got rid of the distracting thoughts and looked at the reverse relic in his dantian. On the reverse relic, there were already 100,000 traces of light red charming qi. Among them, there were 1,000 traces of dark red charming qi. A trace of dark red charming qi contained power that was almost 100 times stronger than the light red charming qi. Every time a relic was planted on a nascent soul realm female cultivator, he would get a trace of light red charming qi. As for divine transformation realm female cultivators, they would get a trace of dark red charming qi, 100,000 traces of light red charming qi and 1,000 traces of dark red charming qi were still not enough for the first rank reverse relic to break through to the second rank. It was not that the quantity of charming qi was not enough, but the quality was too inferior. I have to plant the reverse relic on a female cultivator with a higher cultivation base in order to break through to the second rank. Asterisk crack asterisk crack asterisk 2 crisp sounds suddenly came from afar. It was the sound of the demon cocoon cracking. Zeely, I'm awake. Are you awake? Hee. I woke up a long time ago. I just wanted to wait for you to wake up so that we can break out of the shell together. 2 rays of joyful light, one golden and the other purple, flew into the sky one after another. Both of them emitted a pressure that was comparable to the peak of the ghost profound realm. Suddenly sensing Ning Fan's presence, 2 women immediately flew towards him. They were Mu Weiliang and Zili. After a long sleep, both of them actually broke through to the peak of the ghost profound realm. What a monstrous aptitude! Ning Fan secretly praised. With the aptitude of these 2 women, it would not take long for them to break through to the crossing true realm. Little butterfly, what did you give those women just now? I want it too. Mu Weiliang looked like she was about to cry. Even though she had yet to break out of the cocoon, she could vaguely sense that Ning Fan had given the 100,000 human cauldrons some kind of benefit which caused their cultivation base to skyrocket. Biased. How could little butterfly be so biased? She also wanted to have a drastic increase in her cultivation base. She also wanted that kind of benefit. Master. Little Z also wants that thing. Is it called the child relic? Zili looked at Ning Fan weakly. Her purple eyes flickered, making her look as pitiful as possible. Ning Fan rubbed his forehead. It seems like I have no choice but to give the two women the relic. Forget it. It's something that benefits both men and women. I'll just give it to them. It can also increase their cultivation base a little, right? Thus, Ning Fan planted the child relic in the two women. Immediately, their cultivation base began to skyrocket. From the peak of the Ghost Profound Realm, they advanced all the way to the early Crossing True Realm. The increase in their cultivation base was not as terrifying as that of the 100,000 human cauldrons. It was because the gap between their cultivation base and Ning Fan's was relatively small. Thus, it was already not bad for them to have such an effect. Biased. Little butterfly, you're biased. Those nascent soul realm women have already broken through a few great realms. I have only broken through a single realm. Don't you love me anymore? Boo-hoo. While pretending to cry, Mu Weiliang peeked at Ning Fan through the gaps between her fingers. All she saw was Ning Fan's expression, which did not know whether to laugh or cry. Since pretending to cry was useless, Mu Weiliang began to act cute and act coquettishly. After easily getting a promise from Ning Fan, she felt satisfied. When I leave the wild wilderness and return to Eastern Heaven, I will help you break through to the Renhuang Void Realm. How about that? Ning Fan said that with the intention of coaxing Mu Weiliang. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes immediately widened. It was clearly just a promise to coax a child. However, it suddenly made Ning Fan's heart beat wildly. Faintly, he felt an indescribable mysterious feeling. This feeling of heartbeat seemed to be the feeling of the Renhuang Void Realm tribulation that was recorded in the ancient records. Unfortunately, that feeling only lasted for a moment. When he tried to capture it again, he could not find it no matter how hard he tried. After the battle with Mo, even though Ning Fan had gained a lot of understanding about breaking through to the Renhuang Void Realm, he still could not find his own heart tribulation. However, the words he said to Mu Weiliang slightly touched the location of the heart tribulation. What exactly is my heart tribulation? For the first time, Ning Fan thought about this question. If he could find his own heart tribulation, breaking through to the Renhuang Void Realm would not be difficult. To be continued. Unfortunately, the Void Heavenly Tribulation was too elusive. No matter how hard Ning Fan tried to recall it 100 times, he still could not find the feeling of impending tribulation. His thoughts were quickly interrupted by the chatter of the two girls. It was very noisy, but it did not make people feel annoyed. Instead, there was a faint warmth. Little butterfly, I'm hungry. I slept for a long time and haven't eaten yet. Mu Weiliang acted cute. Master, I'm hungry too. Can you let the two of us out of the realm to hunt for food? Zili pretended to be pitiful. When Ning Fan heard that, he could not help but recall the time when he comprehended the Tao and became an immortal in the blood world of the Big Dipper. During that period of time, these two little girls would often form a team to hunt second-step demonic beasts. They called it foraging, and it seemed that they had even earned the fierce name of the Purple Gold Double Fiends. Foraging, huh? What a unique hobby. It was a pity that they hadn't left the Barbarian Flash's passage yet. Even if the two little girls went out, they wouldn't have a place to look for food. Don't leave the profounding world for the time being. I still have some 1,000,000-year-old spiritual herbs here. Take them and eat them first. Oh right, I have already helped you to temporarily suppress your true heavenly tribulation. When you understand the true path, you will attract the heavenly tribulation. With a point of his finger, 1,000,000 years old spiritual herbs instantly piled up in front of the two ladies like a small mountain. These were all the resources that he had obtained during the great calamity of the uncultivated desolate land. Of the two women, one had a terrifying physical body, and the other was born in Nyeli. Now, they both had the cultivation of early-stage Duzhen. It was not difficult for them to directly refine the 1,000,000-year-old spiritual medicine. Little butterfly, you're so nice. I love you the most. Mu Weiliang hugged Ning Fan and gave him a kiss. Then, together with Zili, they took a huge pile of spiritual herbs and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ning Fan touched the wet part of his face. Faintly, he felt his heart fluctuate again. As expected, my heart-abandoning space tribulation is related to the slight coldness. The butterfly and Weiliang originated from the past. Their karma was very deep. However, in the next life, they would still be entangled together. Perhaps it was because of this reason that his heart tribulation was related to Weiliang. Slightly cool, slightly cool. Ning Fan closed his eyes. As if he was replaying the scenes in his mind, the memories of the burning butterfly wings reappeared in his mind. The cultivators who roared and died in battle in the ancient heavenly court, the giant gate of the heavenly court, the unstoppable immortal emperor Xianxia, and the butterfly that destroyed the Xianxia's one eye at the cost of its own life. Strange phenomena of the true illusion river and the bridge began to appear around Ning Fan. He was clearly standing on the bridge of the first river, but the reflection under the river seemed to be broken and incomplete. That reflection was vaguely a butterfly that had sacrificed itself for the heavenly courts, but it didn't seem to be. If the reflection is no longer broken and becomes complete, Ning Fan was confident that he could break through the bottleneck of void shedding in one go. What should he do to bring down the heart tribulation? What should he do to make those broken reflections complete? After a long time, the strange phenomenon disappeared. Ning Fan opened his eyes regretfully. As expected, he still couldn't trigger the heart tribulation. Never mind, let's put the matter of the heart tribulation aside for now. The eyeball monster gave me 2 connate Dharma treasures. The names of these 2 Dharma treasures are too unpleasant. I have to give them new names. Ning Fan pointed his finger. Under a flash of red light, 2 more Dharma treasures appeared in the sky. Both of them emitted a vast connate aura. One of them was the connate stone memorial arch called the small memorial arch. The other one was the heaven-defying divine bottle called the small green bottle. The former could gather spiritual chi from all directions, while the latter could allow the candle bow's bow spirit to have the possibility of advancing to the connate realm. Both of them were not offensive or defensive Dharma treasures, but they were very practical. This memorial arch can gather spiritual chi from all directions. Let's call it the spirit congregating gate. This Dharma treasure will be the gateway to the eastern profounding world. It will gather the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and help the human cauldrons cultivate. Ning Fan pointed his finger and the spirit congregating gate immediately turned into an immortal gate that was 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall. It fell from the sky and suppressed the place where the human cauldrons gathered. All of a sudden, the spiritual chi from all directions gathered towards this place. With 100,000 human cauldrons meditating here, their cultivation speed would increase by more than 10 times. Of course, the faster the cultivation speed of the human cauldrons, the more Ning Fan who had the mother relic. He could also obtain more benefits. This green bottle seems to be able to gather the power of the 5 elements and help the Dharma treasure spirit to increase its grade. Let's call it the 5 elements bottle. And I'll give this item to those little girls to play with. Ning Fan flipped his hand and took out a sword pouch and opened it. All of a sudden, 5 noisy voices could be heard. Little Fan, long time no see. Big sister misses you so much. Second sister has comprehended a sword technique. Weak Fan, please spar with me. Woo. Hua bullied me. Little Fan, please help third sister take revenge. I didn't bully Shui. It was Tong who did it. No. It wasn't me. The little stutterer named Tong said anxiously. All right. Mu Weiliang and Zili, the 2 noisy girls, just left. Now, there are 5 more of them. The 5 sword spirit girls flew out of the sword pouch and chattered nonstop. When they were tired of arguing, Ning Fan slowly introduced the effects of the 5 elements bottle. As soon as they heard that the 5 elements bottle could help them increase the grade of their sword spirits, the 5 girls stopped making noise. They took the bottle and ran away from the profounding world. They probably went to borrow the 5 elements bottle to cultivate. Ning Fan, who had regained his tranquility, chuckled. Unfortunately, sword spirits were weapon spirits. They could not plant any relics. Otherwise, they could also improve the strength of the 5 girls by leaps and bounds. However, with the 5 elements bottle, even if they could not advance to the innate grade, they would most likely not be able to escape the lesser innate grade. No matter what, they can't be weaker than the candle bow. Speaking of which, without the candle bow, I don't know what to do with this innate purple gourd. To Ning Fan, who possessed the heaven-opening treasure, innate magical treasures were no longer rare items. It was not important whether he wanted to use this gourd to refine it into an innate magical treasure. Fine. I'll keep the purple gourd first. It might come in handy in the future. After doing all that, Ning Fan looked at his dantian again. The cracks on the god-vanquishing shield were too hideous. It was not easy for him to withstand the fake immortal lord's finger attack. Ning Fan felt slightly helpless. His level of weapon refinement was trash. He did not have the confidence to perfectly repair the heaven-opening treasure. Unfortunately, the eyeball monster had left too early. Otherwise, with his level of weapon refinement, he probably would have a way to repair the god-vanquishing shield. The only thing he could do now was to return to the eastern heaven and find a way to repair the god-vanquishing shield. Asterisk thump thump asterisk asterisk thump thump asterisk asterisk thump thump asterisk asterisk. A strange heartbeat sound suddenly came from the western world of the profounding realm. It was from the direction of Ning Fan's cave. That heartbeat sound blended into the mountains and seas. Only barbarian cultivators could hear it. This heartbeat sound belongs to the seventh ancestor. Ning Fan's figure flashed and arrived in the cave of the western world. He stared coldly at the stone statue of the seventh ancestor in front of him. The seventh ancestor's stone statue was constantly emitting heartbeat sounds. That sound was getting louder and louder. It sounded like thunder to the barbarian cultivators. As the heartbeat grew louder, the seventh ancestor's body was gradually petrified. In just a few breaths' time, the seventh ancestor completely removed his petrified state and returned to normal. I didn't expect the ninth barbarian god to kill me. Did I miscalculate again? Fortunately, I was prepared. The seventh ancestor's eyes gradually regained their focus. Only then did he notice that this place was not the highest floor of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court but an unfamiliar cave. In front of him was a young man in white robes who was unfamiliar yet familiar at the same time. Fellow Taoist, you look a little familiar. Have I seen you before? The seventh ancestor looked at Ning Fan with a smile. However, he was secretly on guard. Ning Fan's chi field was a little strange. Even though he was just at the peak of crossing Truth Realm, he gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. At this moment, Ning Fan had already taken off his ghost mask. The seventh ancestor did not know that Ning Fan was the mysterious expert who destroyed the stone door with a single sword strike. He looks very familiar. Very familiar. Even though I have been separated from my true self for countless years, I must have seen his face somewhere before. Where is it? That's right. It's there. You are the butterfly that flew over from the desolate ancient era. You are the Swordmaster's Tao companion. You are the laughingstock of the desolate ancient immortal domain. I have seen you before in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Interesting. Interesting. You are the butterfly who destroyed the one I have loved. In this life, you should be called Ning Fan. However, there is no record of this in the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was me who deduced it using the karma chessboard. Strange. According to my deduction, you have the fate of Tao controller. If there are no accidents, you should be the best fodder for the 5th fragment. I really don't know what my true self did. I actually let you live. Could it be that there was a change in the plan? Unfortunately, I have been separated from my true self for many years. I don't know the details. The 7th ancestor slightly frowned. Of course, he did not know that Ning Fan had once tainted his own luck and turned himself into Fu Li to avoid the scheme of his true self, Immortal Emperor Fortune Controller. He also did not know that Si Ming was already dead in Ning Fan's hands. The plan of Fortune Controller had more than just a little change. He also did not know that the current Ning Fan was already very different from the past. The result of his deduction in the past was very different. Your chi is very strange. However, it doesn't scare me. Since we have met here, I will capture you along the way and bring you back to the southern heaven. Then, I will directly feed the 5th fragment. I think you will also be a good fodder. The 7th ancestor flipped his hand and pressed it. All of a sudden, 7 rays of 7-colored light flew out from his sleeves and headed straight for Ning Fan's face. These 7 rays of light were silent but they had destructive power. It was enough to injure most of the Zero Tribulation immortals. In the 7th ancestor's opinion, it should not be difficult to capture a mere fodder with such a powerful ability. However, he had obviously underestimated Ning Fan's strength. "You talk a lot. However, I am very interested in some of the things you said." Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly serious. He raised his hand and pressed it against the 7 rays of light. Surprisingly, he crushed them effortlessly. The only one who could do that was an immortal venerable who had reached the first tribulation of all time. The 7th ancestor's expression suddenly changed. He knew that he had underestimated Ning Fan's strength. He made a series of hand seals with both of his hands, as if he wanted to use his trump card to fight against Ning Fan. Ning Fan, however, did not give the 7th ancestor the chance to use his ability at all. He directly released the punishment power of the 36 mountains. The golden aura force was so strong that it shook heaven and earth. It pressed the 7th ancestor to the ground like a dead dog. He could not move at all and was drenched in cold sweat. What a terrifying punishment power! Impossible. You are not the barbarian god. How can you have the punishment power? You are the newly born barbarian god. The 7th ancestor seemed to have understood something in an instant. His expression was filled with fear. It was even more frightening than when he saw Inmo. How is this possible? A mere fodder can actually become the barbarian god? This is too different from what I deduced. It doesn't even match the deduction of the 6 paths of reincarnation, even though there was a rumor in ancient times that Tao enforcing cultivators could go against the destiny of the samsara and create some variables. The variables that Ning Fan created in the samsara were just too great. A person who could create such a huge variable in the samsara would certainly be a peerless immortal sovereign if he went against the samsara. Could it be that this young man actually has the potential to reach the 4th step? I actually regarded a Tao enforcing cultivator with such potential as fodder? Desolate Ancient. Sword Master. Emotion Palm. 6 paths of reincarnation. The 5th fragment. You seem to know a lot of secrets. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He was never a kind person. Since the 7th ancestor dared to attack him, he would have to bear the consequences. Bang As soon as Ning Fan uttered that word, the 7th ancestor's body crumbled bit by bit in the golden light. In the past, Inmo had already rendered the 7th ancestor defenseless with just the power of the 3 punishment mountains. Now, Ning Fan had already suppressed the 7th ancestor with the power of the 36 punishment mountains. The 7th ancestor was like an ant that he could kill with just a lift of his hand. This is too terrifying. With the power of this young man's punishment mountains, he can even suppress the saints of the barbarian race. I am not his match at all. I must run. The 7th ancestor struggled, wanting to let a trace of his remnant soul escape. However, it was futile. Ning Fan raised his hand and caught him. The 7th ancestor's memories were too fragmented. Ordinary soul-searching techniques could not read those fragmented memories at all. Ning Fan then used the reverse spirit technique of the true dragon race. Instantly, he found some complete parts of the 7th ancestor's fragmented memories. I was originally the 7th ancestor of the Fan family. My name was Fan Makong. I was abandoned by the tribulation spirits. I fought my way out of the encirclement. I seized a karma beast, abandoning the cultivation base of the barbarian race, cultivating my primordial spirit for the fortune manipulator immortal emperor, plotting against the disciple of the sacred sect, Zhang Dao, obtaining the 5th fragment. When I fight with my full strength, I can fight against a 3rd-grade quasi-saint. Then, I entered the illusory world by mistake, looking for a chance to take revenge on the tribulation spirit clan. From now on, this body will be the 2nd primordial spirit. I will stay in the desolate world for now. If there is a chance, I will seize the cultivation base of the 9th barbarian god, Inmo. Merge with the ancient barbarian grave. Search for the 6th fragment. Among the fragmented memories, this was the only thing that could be seen clearly. Bang Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He directly crushed the 7th ancestor's remnant soul and used the destructive power of punishment. Even though the 7th ancestor's memories were very fragmented, Ning Fan still managed to obtain a lot of information from them. For example, the 7th ancestor's purpose of looking for Inmo was to obtain the 6th fragment of the ancient barbarian grave. For example, the 7th ancestor had plotted against the disciple of the sacred sect and obtained the 5th fragment. As for the information that made Ning Fan want to kill him, it was the seventh ancestor's true identity. He was the second primordial spirit of the fortune manipulator immortal emperor, fortune manipulator. Fortune manipulator again. First, it was Si Ming. Now, it was the seventh ancestor. I didn't expect fortune manipulator immortal emperor to have so many arrangements in the desolate world. But unfortunately, both of them still died in my hands, the fifth fragment. The sixth fragment. The fragments mentioned in the seventh ancestor's memories. Could it be that they are the fragments of the god-destroying shield? Could it be that the fortune manipulator immortal emperor also has a fragment in his possession? In the seventh ancestor's memories, he seemed to have mentioned that the fortune manipulator immortal emperor could match a third-grade quasi-saint in a battle with his full strength. This seems to be a memory from countless years ago. Did the fortune manipulator immortal emperor already have such strength in the past? However, why was his cultivation base only at the immortal emperor realm when he appeared in front of the world? Was he deliberately hiding his cultivation base? Or is there something else? Ning Fan took a deep breath and gradually calmed down the excitement in his heart. Originally, he thought that he could compete with the fortune manipulator immortal emperor after obtaining the god-destroying shield. Now, it seemed like his cultivation base was still not enough. There would definitely be a battle between him and the fortune manipulator immortal emperor, but now was not the time. He did not expect that he could unexpectedly learn so many things from the seventh ancestor's memories. As a result, his understanding of the fortune manipulator immortal emperor had deepened by a lot. However, there was one thing that was unfortunate. The seventh ancestor's memories about the ancient desolation, sword master, and the butterfly were all fragmented. He could not see them clearly. The seventh ancestor seemed to know many things about the ancient times. Unfortunately, he could not understand those things from his memories. Fortune manipulator immortal emperor, Ning Fan raised his hand and destroyed the karma thread that was left in the cave after the seventh ancestor was killed. In the past, he could not do that. Today, he could do it by borrowing a trace of the power of the god-destroying shield. So the second primordial spirit is still dead. I can't divine the result. Was it Nemo who killed it? But who is the one who killed Nemo? I can't divine the result. In the fortune manipulator immortal palace in the southern heaven immortal world. The fortune manipulator immortal emperor who was in seclusion to heal his injuries suddenly frowned. Then, he relaxed. It's fine if I can't divine the result. Si Ming is already dead. The second primordial spirit is also dead. All of his schemes have failed in the end. Hopefully, my last scheme won't fail. The seven slaughter emperors still have the year 1872. The day when the seven slaughter emperors fall will be the day when the Calamity clan sends out their troops. I am looking forward to that battle very much. The fortune manipulator immortal palace smiled and closed his eyes. At the same time, the entire fortune manipulator immortal palace began its 1872 seclusion and disappeared from the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed since the chaos in the desolate world. 2 years ago, Ning Fan and his companions left the desolate world and entered the passage of Manshan. After that, the cultivators of the human race and the demon race led by Miao Yan also left the desolate world one after another. As for the group of immortal emperors, they succeeded in sealing the ancient immortal gate after a series of efforts. In the end, the immortal gate was taken away by the Tongtian ancient emperor. Surprisingly, the demon race did not have a dispute over it. No outsiders knew what kind of agreement had been reached between the human race and the demon race. The desolate ancient domain which served as the battlefield between the two races was completely abandoned. The passages that connected the desolate world to the desolate world were also closed. Before the emperors returned, the news of the desolate world had already spread to their respective sects, shocking countless cultivators in the four heavens and demon heavens. 2 years passed in a flash. The cultivators who entered the desolate world had also returned to the four heavens and demon heavens one after another. However, the commotion caused by the calamity had yet to subside. It was said that during the chaos, countless low-level cultivators had died. There were even 19 immortal emperors who died in the calamity. It was said that 2 third-grade quasi-saints had appeared in the desolate world and had a shocking battle. However, very few people knew the details. It was said that the true dragon clan was using the entire clan's strength to unseal something. It would take 7,000 years. The Four Seas sect had also sent many experts to the True Dragon clan to help them complete the task. It was also said that the Tongtian ancient emperor and the leader of the True Dragon clan had ordered their clans to stop fighting for 7,000 years. There was also a strange rumor that spread in the circle above the Broken Thought realm. After returning to their respective sects, many immortal emperors and quasi-saints, including the Tongtian ancient emperor and the leader of the True Dragon clan, ordered their subordinates to start building the Tower of Fate. The Tower of Fate was an ancient building. The process of building it was extremely complicated. It would be difficult to complete it without at least 100 years of effort. There was only one use for it, and that was to offer a portion of one's fate as an offering to the cultivator who was enshrined in the tower, who was the one who was so influential to make so many immortal emperors build the Tower of Fate and give up their own fate as an offering. Many forces sent people to inquire about it, but they couldn't find any information about it at all. All the people who knew about it were ordered to keep their mouths shut. They didn't dare to leak any information. Only a few old monsters above the immortal emperor realm spent a lot of effort to find out the truth. However, they kept their mouths shut and didn't mention anything about it. Eastern Heaven, Chaotic Devil Star, Thousand-Year Sect. The Thousand-Year Sect was a sect full of legends. There were two peerless figures in the sect. One of them was the first sect leader of the Thousand-Year Sect, Old Ancestor Xianxia. He once swept away all the Void Refinement Realm experts in the Chaotic Devil Star region with his late Divine Transformation Realm Cultivation base. The second peerless figure was also called Old Ancestor Xianxia. However, he was even more powerful and domineering than the first Old Ancestor Xianxia. This person seemed to have descended from the sky and directly landed in the Thousand-Year Sect. He swept away the Chaotic Devil Star region with his own strength and escaped from the Seven Fiends sect. After that, he killed hundreds of immortals and became a peerless devil. After that, he defeated the younger generation of the Eastern Heaven and became the disciple of the Slaughter Hall. After that, this person continued to rise and broke through to the second step. He even fought in the tomb of the Godly Void Pavilion and obtained the title of Immortal Monarch of Rain. It was said that this person was the disciple of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. He had a background that made the secret race retreat. It was said that this person had disappeared for 100 years. Some people suspected that he was already dead. Some people also suspected that he was in seclusion to break through to the next realm. This person's name was Ning Fan. Perhaps he was not famous in the other three heavens, but he had already made a name for himself in the Eastern Heaven. Today, the Thousand-Year Sect was filled with people. There was no longer any trace of an evil sect's atmosphere. Most of the cultivators who came here were here to visit the old residence of the Immortal Monarch of Rain with admiration. Most of them were first-step cultivators. There were also a few second-step life Immortal Realm cultivators. In this world, there were definitely not many people who could continuously rise as rogue cultivators and establish the title of Immortal Monarch. Ning Fan was one of the best among them. He was worthy of the admiration of many low-level cultivators. Let's walk around and take a look. Don't miss it. This stone cave is the place where the Immortal Monarch of Rain went into seclusion. It is said that the Immortal Monarch's comprehension is still inside. Only the fated ones can obtain it. A devil cultivator of the Thousand-Year Sect stood outside a small stone cave. He was collecting money and shouting at the same time. Suddenly, countless cultivators squeezed their heads to pay and entered the stone cave. Is this an ordinary iron or a supreme devil sword? This sword was used by the Immortal Monarch of Rain to kill a group of devils. His life was stained with countless blood. Every time you touch it, 100 Dao crystals. A devil cultivator held a heavy iron sword and shouted. Suddenly, many cultivators came to touch the devil sword. The secret scroll of the Nightmare Palace, the collection of the Devil Dao. As the successor of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor, the Immortal Monarch of Rain naturally cultivated a supreme bewitching technique. It is said that he once killed his way into the female devil sect, the Undressing Sect. That battle was so erotic. TSK. This secret scroll describes the glory of the Immortal Monarch of Rain fighting against 10,000 people in detail. There are 3,000 illustrations. It is only sold for 500 Dao crystals. Hurry up and buy it. Another devil cultivator shouted. It immediately attracted the interest of many wretched male cultivators. In the main hall of the Thousand-Year Sect, a few elders of the thousand-year sect were tasting spiritual tea and spiritual fruits with smiles on their faces. Ever since they used Ning Fan's name to scare people and earn money, hundreds of cultivators came to visit the thousand-year sect almost every day. Every day, they would receive a large amount of Dao crystals. With such financial support, be it the elders or disciples of the thousand-year sect, their cultivation bases had improved greatly. In the past, we were just outer sect disciples of the thousand-year sect. We had no hope of reaching the harmonious spirit realm in this lifetime. We were sent out to carry out a mission, but luckily, we managed to avoid the calamity of having our sect annihilated. We lost our sect and became rogue cultivators. It was extremely miserable. I can't bear to look back on the past. An elder of the thousand-year sect said with a sigh. Fortunately, the immortal monarch of Rain's reputation has risen. We also have a chance to make a fortune. With our huge financial resources, we can actually form our course step by step and reach the nascent soul realm. Hee. Even though we don't have a divine transformation realm expert in our sect, with the banner of the immortal monarch of Rain, even some life immortal realm old monsters have to be polite to us. When they said that, a few elders were beaming with joy and high spirits. At this moment, in the sky above the thousand-year sect, loud noises sounded one after another. They sounded like rumbling thunder. At the next moment, a red ray of light that looked like a crack appeared in the middle of the countless noises. When that red ray of light cracked, it directly shattered the void. Then, a dark red spirit boat sailed out from it. At the bow of the spirit boat stood a white-robed young man with black hair. Looking at the familiar starry sky of the eastern sky, he smiled faintly. "You're back." To be continued. The appearance of the vessel was too shocking. Countless cultivators on the Chaos Demon Star came out from their caves and glanced at the sky in astonishment. With such a terrifying momentum, could it be that a second-step life immortal has arrived at the Chaos Devil Star? In the thousand-year sect, there were a few second-step life immortals who came to visit. When they saw the spirit boat, they all wanted to fly into the void to check it out. However, before these old monsters could even get close, an extremely vast divine sense that was as gentle as rain suddenly swept over everyone here. After being swept by the divine will, the life immortals felt their hearts pounding. The power of this divine will was beyond their imagination. How could they dare to run onto the spirit vessel to take a look? Obviously, they'd realized that there was a mighty old monster with an extremely high cultivation on the spirit vessel. Duzhen, it must be old monster Duzhen. He must be at least in the crossing truth realm to be able to make us so terrified. Within this person's divine sense, rain will is assaulting my face. Obviously, he has already comprehended the Tao of Rain to an extremely deep level. Could it be that he's also here to visit the Rain Immortal Monarch's abode? No, this person is the Rain Immortal Lord. Finally, a life immortal realm old monster saw Ning Fan's face clearly with his acquired Dharma eyes that he had cultivated for many years. The words of the life immortal realm old monster spread across the entire Chaos Demon Star in an instant. Thus, the entire Chaos Devil Star was instantly seething with excitement. Most of the cultivators who visited the chaotic Devil Star were full of admiration for Ning Fan's legendary experiences. Now that they had the chance to witness the Rain Immortal Monarch's glory with their own eyes, how could they not be excited? Countless cultivators shouted at the sky, "Welcome back to the thousand-year sect, Rain Immortal Lord." Ning Fan was slightly taken aback. He did not expect that the coordinates he used to return to the eastern heaven would be near the thousand-year sect on the chaotic Devil Star. He had never expected that he would receive such a grand welcome from the cultivators of the chaotic Devil Star the moment he showed himself. Clang, the thousand-year sect's elders, who had been so proud of themselves, dropped their teacups onto the ground. They were all dumbfounded. They had never dreamed that the Rain Deity Lord would return to their small sect one day. This isn't good. This isn't good. In the past few years, the Xianxia sect had always been holding Ning Fan's banner high and earning a lot of Dao crystals. Originally, the dignified Rain Immortal Monarch would never put a small nascent soul realm sect like them in his eyes. Who would have thought that after disappearing for 100 years, Ning Fan would actually personally come to the thousand-year sect? Was he here to denounce her? Was he here to destroy the sect? Once the Rain Immortal Sovereign was enraged, she dared to slaughter 100 immortals and destroy a star domain. She was a peerlessly ominous star, When they thought of how they had fabricated and drawn the painting of Ning Fan having sex with tens of thousands of female cultivators a few days ago, the group of elders of the Thousand Years sect broke out in cold sweat and their bodies trembled. It's over, we're dead meat. Since they dared to use Ning Fan's fruit palace painting to earn money, Ning Fan would certainly tear them apart alive. The few elders were scared out of their wits. They rushed out of the main hall and kowtowed to the giant spirit ship in the sky, tears and snot flowing down their faces. Spare me, Rain Lord. I have an 800-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. I don't want to die. I know my mistake. I really know my mistake. From today onwards, I won't dare to use the name of an immortal sovereign to scare people anymore. I'm willing to work like an ox or a horse for the immortal sovereign. I beg the immortal sovereign to spare my life. The cries of the few elders formed a sharp contrast with the respectful greetings of the tens of thousands of cultivators. Ning Fan could not help but feel curious. With a flash, he flew down from the spirit ship and landed in the Thousand Years sect. In front of him was a devil cultivator of the Thousand Years sect who was selling the Fruit Palace books. He was only at the vein opening realm. As soon as he saw Ning Fan descending, he was so frightened that he fell to the ground. The books in his hands fell to the ground and were flipped open by the wind. Ning Fan's eyes happened to glance at the few Fruit Palace books. When he saw that the various nude illustrations in the books were obviously of himself, his face immediately darkened. Then, he raised his hand and pulled the devil cultivator who was selling the books towards him. Then, he used the reverse spirit technique to search his soul. After that, his expression became even darker. Thousand Years sect, how dare you use me as a gimmick to earn money? From the devil cultivator's memories, Ning Fan learned about all the major events that happened in Eastern Heaven in the past 100 years. For example, the Extreme Lightning Palace, the Battle King Luo clan and the Extreme Pill Sacred Region. He did not expect so many things to happen in Eastern Heaven after he went to the Desolate Land. The vein-opening realm devil cultivator who had his soul searched by Ning Fan was almost scared out of his wits. In his mind, those who had their souls searched would definitely turn into idiots. However, the truth was that other than feeling a little dizzy, the vein-opening realm devil cultivator did not suffer any sequelae from the soul-searching. What kind of soul-searching technique is this? It's actually so mysterious. As expected of the Rain Immortal Monarch. He even knows such a technique. Many of the cultivators who were like brainless fans of the Rain Immortal Monarch praised. Immortal Monarch, please spare our lives. We really know our mistakes. When the group of Xianxia elders saw Ning Fan's expression darkened, they cried even more miserably. What are you crying for? Did I say that I want to kill anyone? Ning Fan frowned. He had killed countless people in his life, but he would never kill indiscriminately. Even though he was extremely dissatisfied with the actions of the Thousand Years sect, this matter did not touch his reverse scale. Thus, he would not go to the extent of killing people for such trivial matters. All of you, leave now. The few of you, come over here. I have something to ask you. Ning Fan's expression darkened slightly. He dismissed the group of cultivators who came to visit and walked into the main hall. The few Xianxia elders lowered their heads like chicks pecking at grains and followed Ning Fan into the main hall with trembling bodies. Looking at the main hall of the Thousand Years sect, which looked familiar yet strange, Ning Fan's expression softened slightly. In the past, when he first entered the Eastern Heaven, he suffered serious injuries and went into seclusion in the Thousand Years sect to recuperate. After that, incidents happened one after another. He killed his way out of the chaotic Devil Star region and began his infamous journey to the Eastern Heaven. Gradually, he gained the devil name of Old Ancestor Xianxia. Unexpectedly, after returning to the Eastern Heaven from the wild wilderness, he actually returned to this place. Is this considered as revisiting an old place? However, Ning Fan vaguely remembered that the cultivators of the Thousand Years sect should have all died in the past. He did not expect that there were still some remaining cultivators which allowed the sect to remain standing until today. It was really rare. I really have some fate with this Thousand Years sect. When he thought of this, Ning Fan sighed inwardly. Just as he let out this sigh, he had a feeling that his heart of renunciation tribulation was about to descend again. It was that fleeting feeling again. When he tried to capture it again, there was no trace of it. Ning Fan's face immediately turned solemn. Initially, he thought that his heart of renunciation tribulation was related to Weiliang. However, it seemed like it was related to something else. The path of renunciation that was initially clear seemed to be a little lost again. What exactly is my heart of renunciation tribulation? When the few elders saw Ning Fan's uncertain expression, they could not help but feel nervous. They were waiting for Ning Fan's final judgment. Life and death were all in Ning Fan's hands. After a long time, Ning Fan suddenly let out a long sigh and said indifferently to them, "I don't want to search your souls. All of you, tell me everything that you have done in the past few years. If you haven't crossed my bottom line, it's not like I can't forgive you." As soon as they heard that they still had a chance to live, they were overjoyed. Naturally, they did not dare to hide anything and told him everything that they had done in the past few years. For example, after decorating a shabby stone cave, they lied and said that it was Ning Fan's cave dwelling for seclusion. For example, they purposely forged a heavy sword made of ordinary iron that did not have any power and lied that it was the supreme devil sword that Ning Fan had used before. Only people with a clear mind would be able to see through the mysteries of this sword. In recent years, they had become more and more daring. They actually drew Ning Fan's palace painting and sold it. According to rumors, this palace painting was not only popular among male cultivators but also many female cultivators. As for the reason, hee. Of course, it was because Ning Fan's nude paintings were very pleasing to the eyes and suited the tastes of these ladies. The more Ning Fan listened to them, the more he did not know whether to laugh or cry. These cultivators of the 1,000-year sect were really talented. They actually came up with such a way to make money. Even though they were just a sect with a nascent soul realm cultivator, the wealth that they had accumulated was even more than some life immortal realm sects. Most importantly, these people still knew how to use Ning Fan as their leader. Even though the sect had a lot of money, no one actually dared to be greedy. "What are your names?" "I'm Zhao Yukai." "I'm full of money." "I'm Sun Dafu." "I'm Li Jinshan." Judging from the names of these 4 people, they were all experts in making money. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the 4 elders of the 1,000-year sect. Then, he walked out of the main hall and looked at the scenery of the 1,000-year sect. Then, he looked at his own body and recalled the feeling of the heart tribulation. After a few breaths, a thought formed in Ning Fan's mind. Initially, he was still worried about where to settle the 700,000 barbarians. Now, he finally had a place to settle them. 2 years ago, Ning Fan used the barbarian god's might to extract the Tao soul of the desolate lands and changed the law that prevented barbarians from leaving the desolate lands. Then, he led the barbarians out of the desolate lands. After that, Ning Fan helplessly discovered that even though these barbarians could leave the desolate lands, there were still some of them who could not enter any spatial spaces of the world treasures. Moreover, among these barbarians, only a small number of them could regain their qualifications to cultivate. The rest of them were still mortals who could not cultivate. Even in the 4 heavens, not all mortals had the qualifications to cultivate to become immortals. Vein opening realm required aptitude and resources. The situation of the barbarians was reasonable. In that case, how to settle these barbarians had become a problem. There were bound to be some barbarians who could not fit the spatial treasures. He could not just drive the spirit boat that was filled with barbarians wherever he went, right? After returning to the eastern heaven this time, there were still many things that he needed to do. It was very troublesome to fly the spirit boat around randomly. Speaking of which, the 1,000-year sect on the chaotic devil star was a good place to settle. This place belonged to a low-grade star region. The cultivators here were generally not strong and there were not many strong enemies. Even if there were some experts, most of them were afraid of Ning Fan's devil reputation and did not dare to act rashly. If he left 1 or 2 methods to protect the barbarians here, he would certainly be able to protect their lives. "All of you used my name to make a profit without restraint. I can let bygones be bygones. However, from today onwards, this star and this sect belong to me. Do you have any objections?" Ning Fan said indifferently. His tone, however, carried an undeniable meaning. When Zhao Yukai and the others heard that Ning Fan had the intention to take over the 1,000-year sect, how would they dare to reject him? As long as they could keep their lives in Ning Fan's hands, they did not dare to have extravagant hopes. Since all of you have no objections, from today onwards, I will be the leader of the Thousand-Year Sect. Hence, the first thing Ning Fan did after returning to the Eastern Heaven was to recruit the cultivators of the Thousand-Year Sect and even the entire Chaotic Devil Star. He then proclaimed himself as the sect master of the Thousand-Year Sect. On the Chaotic Devil Star, the person with the highest cultivation base was only at the first heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation realm. How would they dare to reject Ning Fan's offer? Within a day, all of them joined the Thousand-Year Sect and acknowledged Ning Fan as their sect master. In the past, Ning Fan was called Old Ancestor Xianxia by others. Today, however, he had really become the sect master of Xianxia. In the Eastern Heaven, he had his own sect for the second time. The first time was naturally to subdue a group of cultivators from the Six Desires sect. After becoming the sect master of the Thousand-Year Sect, Ning Fan clearly felt that he had taken a huge step forward towards the descent of the samsara void tribulation. Even though he did not trigger the heart tribulation immediately, the matter of him inheriting the position of the Thousand Autumns sect master had vaguely pointed out the direction for him to break through the void. Renounce emptiness, renounce emptiness. Others would have to give up something in order to achieve a breakthrough. However, Ning Fan did not seem to be like that. Well, it was no wonder. His Tao was stubbornness. If he gives up something, it would be the same as abandoning his Tao. Thus, he naturally would not do such a thing. The path of renouncing emptiness that he took seemed to be different from most of the cultivators who renounce emptiness. What exactly is my samsara void tribulation? Ning Fan still did not have an answer to this question. He opened up a 10,000 li * 500 m per li, forbidden area near the Thousand-Year Sect as the place for the 700,000 barbarians to stay. Building a city for the barbarians once again made Ning Fan take a huge step towards the descent of the heart tribulation. However, the reason was still unknown. As the leader of the barbarians, Zhao Dai'er decided to stay in Ning Fan's Thousand-Year Sect as an elder in name to protect the barbarians in this place. Currently, Zhao Dai'er was fortunate enough to regain her cultivation qualifications. Moreover, she had obtained the child relic from Ning Fan. Her cultivation base was already at the early divine transformation realm. In the chaotic Devil Star region where a void fragmentation realm cultivator could easily dominate the world, such a cultivation base was already considered not weak. However, it was obviously not enough to support a sect. Zhao Dai'er was not the only one who decided to stay. Lu Yan had also decided to stay in the Thousand-Year Sect as an elder. She had already completed the harmonious spirit realm of the Star Compass. However, she did not want to return to her hometown in the 3000 Thunder realm. Once her master died, that place would no longer be her hometown. She was unwilling to go back. Instead, she was more willing to stay in Ning Fan's sect and do some things. Lu Yan was once the sect master of the White Lightning sect. Thus, she was very good at managing the sect. After obtaining the child relic, her cultivation base skyrocketed to the mid-human profound realm. She only needed to comprehend something before she could trigger the heavenly tribulation. If Lu Yan stays, the Thousand-Year Sect would have someone to manage it. Moreover, it would have the combat power of a life-immortal realm cultivator. Of course, Ning Fan would not be at ease if Lu Yan was the only one guarding the place. Ning Fan went to the forbidden area of the barbarian city and took out the ancient devil puppet. This puppet had already fused with the puppet's heart and gained some spiritual intelligence. Besides, it was completely loyal to Ning Fan. As soon as it was summoned, the ancient devil puppet immediately knelt before Ning Fan. Arhat Dewey greets my master. The ancient devil puppet had the cultivation base of the early shedding void realm. With it protecting the Thousand-Year Sect, only mid-shedding void realm cultivators would be able to harm them. Ning Fan pondered for a moment. Then, he took out the cloaked puppet. Suddenly, he raised his hand and crushed it. With a flick of his sleeve, countless pieces of the puppet fell from the sky like meteors, crashing into the mountains and rivers of the chaotic Devil Star. A defensive grand formation that could defend against the attacks of mid-thought fragmentation realm cultivators gradually took shape on the star. Ning Fan's action was actually to destroy the cloaked puppet that was at the mid-thought fragmentation realm. Then, he tried to use the puppet's power as a foundation to set up a defensive grand formation on the chaotic Devil Star. To Ning Fan, the cloaked puppet was already useless. However, it was very troublesome to use it. Only those who knew the Six Desires puppet technique could control it. Even if it was useless to Ning Fan, he could not give it away to others. Therefore, he might as well use the puppet as a foundation to set up a grand formation. Grumble *, how could the grand formation that was set up using the thought fragmentation realm puppet as a foundation be ordinary? It immediately triggered countless black devil lightning bolts in the sky above the entire chaotic devil star. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts filled the sky. Those lightning bolts even spread crazily to the starry sky outside the chaotic devil star, causing half of the star region to be drowned in lightning. What level of grand formation is this? Such terrifying power. Each of the cultivators who were recruited by Ning Fan into the Thousand Years sect were shocked by the power of this formation. In the chaotic devil star region, the cultivators on the other cultivation planets were also shocked when they saw the lightning bolts that swept across the starry sky. Even some of the powerful cultivators who passed by the chaotic devil star region were shocked by the power of this formation. A few old monsters from the Duzhen sect were traveling together. They were passing by this place. Their destination was to head to a secret place nearby to look for a cave dwelling of an ancient shedding void ancient cultivator. All of a sudden, the devil lightning flooded the starry sky of the chaotic devil star region like a torrent. The few old monsters from the Duzhen sect nearly fell from the starry sky when they were hit by the aura force. Naturally, they were extremely shocked. What a strong chi of a formation! There's actually someone who can set up such a terrifying formation in a mere low-grade star region. This formation is powerful enough to kill thought fragmentation realm cultivators. The few old monsters from the Duzhen sect were shocked. How would they dare to stay in this place for a long time? An early shedding void ancient cultivator was riding on a flying sword with a few of his disciples and grand disciples. Martial ancestor, I still can't understand the heavenly dipper sword chi that you imparted to me previously. I beg martial ancestor to demonstrate it again, one of the disciples begged. No, I can't. My cultivation base is too high. The killing intent of my sword chi is also too strong. This is just a low-grade star region. The cultivators here are generally too weak. If I were to display my sword chi here, I'm afraid I would kill everyone in this starry sky in an instant. It would be too harmful to the harmony of the heavens. Old monster Shikong shook his head and said. Oh, by the way, I heard that there's a Rain Lord's Dao ground in this low-grade star region. I would like to go there and have a look. Another disciple begged. Rain Lord's Dao ground? There's nothing to see there. That Rain Immortal Monarch might be considered a powerful figure among the younger generation. However, in the eyes of a shedding void ancient cultivator like me, he's just SOSO. Of course, his identity as the successor of the ancient chaos sect is not to be underestimated. Bang! As soon as old monster Shikong's voice fell, he was immediately hit by the power of the formation that was filled with the aura of thunder. He was immediately sent flying from the flying sword like a kite with a broken string. Although he was not injured, he was in a very sorry state. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body. His heart was filled with shock. Hiss! What a powerful formation. Which senior actually set up such a powerful killing formation in a low-grade star region? Old monster Shikong was greatly shocked. He hurriedly brought his disciples and left the place. He was afraid that he would offend that senior if he continued to stay in this place. However, he did not know that the senior whom he regarded as a tiger and a wolf was actually Ning Fan, whom he did not put in his eyes. At this moment, outside the chaotic devil star region, there was a spirit boat madly rushing towards the chaotic devil star. A fat cultivator who looked like a mountain of flesh was sitting on the spirit boat. His cultivation base was at the mid-shedding void realm. On both sides of the cultivator who looked like a mountain of flesh stood 12 burly men who were guarding him. The weakest among them was at the life immortal realm. This cultivator who looked like a mountain of flesh had an arrogant expression on his face. At this moment, he was looking at a portrait in his hand proudly and asked the burly man beside him. This person is currently on the chaotic devil star? Is the news true? There's no mistake. I've sent a spy and he personally saw this person driving the spirit boat to the chaotic devil star. A day ago, he took in all the cultivators on this star and proclaimed himself as the sect master of 1,000 years. The burly man said respectfully. Hee hee. The dignified Rain Immortal Monarch actually went to a low-grade star region to become the sect master. How interesting. I really don't understand why the Luo clan is desperately searching for such a person. The cultivator who looked like a mountain of flesh shook his head slightly. He was originally a famous devil cultivator in the Eastern Heaven. In order to avoid being hunted by his enemies, he joined the Battle King Luo clan a few years ago and became a foreign elder. He did not know much about the agreement between the Luo clan and Ning Fan. In recent years, it was not a secret in the Eastern Heaven that the Luo clan had been searching for the Rain Immortal Monarch everywhere. After the cultivator joined the Luo clan, he was also sent out to search for Ning Fan everywhere. However, he did not expect to find Ning Fan in the chaotic Devil Star region. Master, should we follow the orders of the clan master of the Luo clan and invite the Rain Immortal Monarch back to the Luo clan with good food and drinks? The burly man asked with a troubled expression. This time, the clan master of the Luo clan had specially prepared many Dao fruits and spiritual herbs for the cultivator who went on a mission. His original intention was to use these items as a greeting gift to express his goodwill to Ning Fan after the cultivator finds him. However, he did not expect the cultivator to be extremely gluttonous. Before he even met Ning Fan, he had already finished all the gifts. The burly man was also troubled. What should he give Ning Fan as a gift when he meets him? Invite him back? Ning Fan just has a good master. His cultivation base is not worth mentioning. Who do you think I am? Why should I lower myself to invite him back? When we arrive at the chaotic Devil Star, you guys can just kidnap him and bring him back. Don't worry. As long as we don't kill him, his half-dead master, the ancient Chaos Emperor, will not do anything to us. I have a lot of good friends in the Godly Void Pavilion. I have some insider news. I don't mind telling you guys. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, the remnant soul of the ancient Chaos Emperor is about to dissipate. He won't be able to live for long. If he can't find any good medicine, he will certainly die. This young man is already like a grasshopper at the end of autumn. He won't be able to jump around for long. Once the ancient Chaos Emperor dies, the dark race will certainly not let him go. The burly men accompanying them had never heard of such a secret, and they were all quite shocked. During the 100 years that Ning Fan had been in the desolate land, the news of him being the successor of ancient chaos and forcing the dark race to retreat had almost spread across the second step of Eastern Heaven. Which second step Almighty did not know about the Rain Immortal Lord's shocking background, the successor of ancient chaos. Moreover, the remnant soul of the ancient Chaos Heavenly Emperor had actually survived until now. This matter was truly unbelievable, but they had no choice but to believe it. That was an ancient emperor who had stepped on the corpses of saints. With just a wisp of his soul, he was able to force the entire dark race to bow their heads and hand over their treasures. With such a master protecting him, even an immortal emperor would not dare to find trouble with him. Therefore, in the 100 years that Ning Fan had disappeared, his reputation did not diminish but increased instead. It was because his identity as the successor of ancient Chaos Clan had spread far and wide. However, his master had actually said such a shocking piece of news. Ancient Chaos was about to die. If ancient Chaos dies, Ning Fan would lose his greatest backer. A true expert would never put Ning Fan, who had lost his power, in their eyes. As for the members of the dark race who had been bullied and humiliated by ancient Chaos, would they take revenge on Ning Fan, the successor of ancient Chaos? It's hard to say. Master is wise. If this news is true, then the Bull**T Rain Immortal Monarch is not even worth mentioning. We really don't need to be polite to him. If we see Ning Fan, we won't have to trouble Master to deal with him. We can just directly tie him up and bring him back to the Luo clan to complete our mission. One of the burly men laughed and said. Actually, there is a deeper meaning behind Master's action. That is, by humiliating the descendant of ancient chaos, you want to express your goodwill to the dark race. The Battle King Luo clan has already declined. It is time for us to find a new big tree. If we can rely on the secret race. This will definitely pave the way for our future. Master's foresight is truly admirable. Another man exclaimed in admiration. Instantly, compliments filled the air. The Roshan cultivator rubbed the fat on his belly and laughed heartily. He was obviously in a good mood. If I can climb up the tree that is the dark race, hee, even those thought-shattering old monsters will have to call me fellow cultivator. Let's speed up. The earlier we kidnap Ning Fan, the earlier we can report back to the Luo clan. Yes. Rumble, as soon as the spirit boat entered the Chaos Devil Galaxy, a deafening sound of thunder was heard. The mighty sound shocked the Roshan cultivator so much that he lost his balance and fell off the rattan chair. What? What a powerful formation. I wonder which senior set up a formation in this starry sky. After recovering from the shock, the cultivator who looked like a mountain of flesh retracted his arrogance. He lowered his voice and whispered to his subordinate beside him. Slow down. Let's do this in a low-key manner. When we capture Ning Fan, don't make too much noise. We must not disturb that senior. Yes. Gradually, the formation was completed, and the monstrous power gradually retracted until it completely disappeared. Ning Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. With the protection of this formation, even Swan Yen Old Monster might not be able to hurt the Thousand-Year Sect. In this way, the remaining barbarians would be able to live peacefully here. The barbarians have been settled. Next, it's time to do other things. After 100 years, Ning Fan had already inquired about the current situation in Eastern Heaven. There was also a detailed jade slip in his hand. It was the information that Zhao Yukai and the others had obtained for Ning Fan. The 4 experts who had amassed wealth were left behind by Ning Fan in the Xianxia sect. They still held the position of elders and were responsible for earning money for the sect. Of course, Ning Fan could not sell the Turtle Palace map anymore. He had to find other ways to earn money for the sect. Ning Fan flipped his palm and took out Zhao Youcai's message transmission jade slip to listen to the information. 10 years ago, there was a strange phenomenon of the red sun illuminating the sea in Eastern Heaven. On that day, there were 4,000 cultivation planets in Eastern Heaven where babies went missing. Other than that, there were no other major incidents. Red sun illuminating the sea. Babies went missing. Ning Fan frowned. I'm afraid it's not that they went missing, but some powerful cultivator took action. Since those missing babies were captured, most of them would not be able to survive. Such cruel incidents often happen in the cultivation world. 25 years ago, the old ancestor of the Diyun sect came out from his seclusion. He had already advanced to the eternal ancient realm. The entire Diyun sect became one of the most powerful forces in Eastern Heaven. Was there a zero tribulation immortal venerable? This information was actually collected by Zhao Yukai as well. Unfortunately, it was useless to Ning Fan. 37 years ago, the great heavenly tribulation of the White Cloud Immortal sect's old ancestor Baiyun descended. He invited 12 fellow Taoists to help him, but he still died in the tribulation. 76 years ago, the clear divine fruit of the Heaven's Circle sect bloomed. 44 years ago, the Eternal Cloud Star branch of the Godly Void Pavilion auctioned 10-9 revolutions golden pills. 82 years ago, each and every piece of information that was either useful or useless was collected by Ning Fan. Every scene felt like he had personally experienced 100 years in Eastern Heaven. Zhao Yukai and the others did not have high cultivation bases, but their abilities were indeed extraordinary. It was quite rare for them to be able to collect so many secrets with their mere nascent soul realm cultivation base. Unfortunately, most of them were useless. Ning Fan began to purposefully skip some of the information and only searched for the things that he wanted to know. 100 years ago, something huge happened in the Extreme Thunder Palace. It seemed to be related to the palace mistress, White Emperor Lan Yunxian. This subordinate doesn't know what exactly happened. However, ever since that day, the Extreme Thunder Palace has been in seclusion for 100 years. The experts in the palace have always been searching for something. Needless to say, the group of people from the Extreme Lightning Palace must be looking for Xianxia. If I have the time, I will send Xianxia back to the Extreme Lightning Palace. Ning Fan thought to himself. The exact opening time of the Supreme Dan Sacred Region is 5 years later, when the snow falls on the starry sky of the Supreme Dan Divine City. Would the Extreme Dan Sacred Region open in another 5 years? Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He did not forget the promise he made with Ouyang Wan. 5 years later, when the snow fell in the starry sky of the Supreme Dan Divine City, he would go there. Godly Void Pavilion's Battle King Luo clan is currently searching for Sect Master everywhere, and it seems to be very urgent. Is the Luo clan looking for me? Ning Fan's expression turned solemn. He did not forget the promise he made to the Luo clan in the past. When he returned to Eastern Sky this time, there were many things he had to do, and rescuing the Battle King was one of them. Once this matter is settled, I will make a trip to the Luo clan. Ning Fan muttered to himself. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, he kept the jade slip and looked at the other end of the starry sky. In that direction, a spirit ship was approaching the Chaos Devil Star continuously. It was heading straight for the Thousand-Year Sect. Before the spirit ship even got close to the star, tens of second-step spirit scents had already been secretly released and sealed off the starry sky of the Chaos Devil Star. There were even a few divine wills that locked onto him in an extremely rude manner, carrying with them undisguised hostility. Ning Fan frowned slightly. All of a sudden, the spirit ship had already rushed into the nebula of the Chaos Devil Star and appeared in the sky above the Thousand-Year Sect. The foreign elder of the Battle King Luo clan, Venerable Futu, is handling some matters here. Where is Ning Fan? Come and see him quickly. Come and see him quickly, come and see him quickly. This voice reverberated across the entire Chaos Devil Star. Moreover, it contained endless hostility, causing the eardrums of each and every cultivator of the Thousand-Year Sect to ache. Some second-step cultivators had come to the Thousand-Year Sect to cause trouble. They did not even bother to conceal their hostility. It was not just one but many. 25 of them. There were a total of 25 second-step experts who had come, they did not expect that so many experts would come to cause trouble on the second day after the Reign Immortal Monarch had just taken over the Chaos Devil Star. Venerable Futu. Rumor has it that this person was hunted by the sect master of the Goshawk Sword sect a few years ago. Left with no choice, he could only rely on the Battle King Luo clan to protect himself. This is an old monster at the mid-shedding void realm who has the backing of the Battle King Luo clan. Sect master has actually been targeted by such an old monster? This person addressed the sect master directly. I'm afraid he has malicious intentions. Strange. Sect master might not be a match for old monster shedding void realm, but with his identity as the successor of ancient chaos, which powerful senior in the eastern heaven would dare to offend him in public? Why are these people so hostile towards him? I have just spent all my wealth to join the Thousand-Year Sect. I hope nothing big will happen. It's actually a shedding void realm expert. It's my first time seeing a shedding void realm expert. The cultivators of the entire Chaos Devil Star were in an uproar because of the arrival of the spirit ship. There were those who were worried, those who were curious, those who wanted to watch the show, and those who were gloating over the misfortune of others. There were all sorts of emotions, each with their own differences. Unlike the panic of the cultivators of the Chaos Devil Star, the group of people that Ning Fan brought out of the desolate world were all calm and peaceful. Most of the 700,000 barbarians were building their new homes in the newly built barbarian city. They did not know what old monster shedding void realm meant, but they firmly believed that no matter who comes looking for trouble, none of them would be a match for Ning Fan. Ning Fan had long become their faith. In their hearts, Ning Fan was stronger than all the immortals in the world. Lu Yan and Zhao Dai were reading the sex files in their room and dealing with the sex affairs. When they heard that some shedding void realm cultivators had come, they just smiled faintly. Old monster shedding void, huh? Uncle seems to have killed quite a number of them in the desolate world, There's nothing to worry about. Let's continue with our work. This is his sect after all. We must manage it well. Zhang Yu was refining the power of the pill in his body in one of the halls of the Thousand-Year Sect. An emperor-grade embryonic pill. It was a pill that he had obtained from old ancestor Poisonous Dragon. It was an ancient pill. Ning Fan did not know what it was, but Zhang Yu happened to know it. It was an extremely ancient healing pill. It was extremely effective for Zhang Yu, who was in his incomplete soul state, hence, Ning Fan bestowed such a pill to Zhang Yu. At the same time, he also bestowed the child relic, that detestable little thief. This child relic can deceive others, but it can't deceive me. He actually dared to plant such an item on me. He is really too shameless. After taking away my body, he also wants to take away my heart. Zhang Yu wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Ning Fan's cultivation base was much lower than her when she was at her peak. Therefore, after obtaining the child relic, it did not increase her cultivation base at all. Xianxia could tell that after obtaining the child relic, Ning Fan would benefit from it when she cultivates in the future. However, that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that this child relic could subtly influence her feelings. She realized that her good impression of Ning Fan was actually getting stronger and stronger day by day. No. I don't want to fall in love with this little thief. I don't want to be controlled by the royal family. Ah, despicable. Despicable. A bewitching technique that can affect a cultivator's feelings is really scary. Where did he learn it from? Someone came to find trouble with the little thief? That's great. Xianxia was delighted at first. However, when she realized that the other party was just a life immortal realm cultivator and a bunch of life immortals, she was immediately disappointed. Asterisk sob 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 asterisk. You want to deal with the little thief with just these few people? You guys are really too naive. It seems like the cultivators in the Dharma ending era not only have low cultivation bases but they are also very stupid. Immortal Loli was eating fruits in her room. Each of the fruits was a lightning attribute spiritual herb that contained a strong lightning power. In the past 2 years, her mental state was often in a trance. Recently, she often had some strange dreams. In her dreams, Ning Fan was not her father. She seemed to be the palace lord of some place and she seemed to be very powerful. She did not dare to tell her father about these strange dreams. She also did not know that the things in her dreams were her past memories that were slowly awakening. Another small fry came to find trouble with father? They seem very weak and are not father's match. It seems like you don't need my help anymore. Let's just continue eating the fruits. Sigh. Speaking of which, why didn't father give me a child relic? All of them have it but I don't. Does father not like Xianxia anymore? When Xianxia thought that her father did not like her, she felt a little upset and could not even eat the fruits anymore. I must convince father to give me a child relic. Earth Devil and Taya were in seclusion in the Xianxia sect. Ning Fan had already promised to find an immortal venerated body for them to possess after returning to Eastern Heaven. The demon body of old ancestor Poisonous Dragon was not of the same race. After trying it out, it could not be used for the two of them to possess it. Ning Fan had already extracted the essence of his flesh and gave it to Mu Weiliang and Zili as snacks. In the past, the two of them did not believe that Ning Fan could obtain an immortal venerated body. Now, however, they had no doubt about it. Although it was not easy for Ning Fan who possessed the strength of an immortal venerated to obtain an immortal venerated body, it would not be too difficult either. If we can really possess a body and be reborn, we will never betray you for the rest of our lives. Of course, they could not betray them even if they wanted to. Their life souls were in Ning Fan's hands. Sensing that Roshan had come to pick a fight with them, the two of them were enraged. How dare a junior like him order their masters around? They could not tolerate it. None of the people that Ning Fan brought with him were worried about him. Moreover, before Ning Fan could express his anger, Earth Devil and Taya had already dashed out of the cave residence and flew into the sky, blocking the path of Roshan and the others. Roshan was originally sitting leisurely on the rattan chair, waiting for Ning Fan to come. When he saw the two experts who suddenly appeared, he was instantly shocked. Peak realm of Roshan, be it Earth Devil or Taya, both of them were giving off a powerful aura that was comparable to the peak realm of Roshan. No. Not only that. If he was not mistaken, these two people were clearly the remnant souls of the ancient immortal venerated beings. 2 immortal venerated beings had actually arrived. Kiss why are there immortal venerated beings of the ancient times in this place? Could it be that the ones who set up the grand formation just now were these two people? How would Roshan dare to be negligent? He hurriedly rose to his feet and bowed to the two of them. At this moment, Ning Fan appeared in the sky with a flash. Both of you retreat. I will handle the matters here. Ning Fan said indifferently. Although his tone was clearly indifferent, Earth Devil and Taya could hear the coldness in his words. They were slightly startled and did not dare to be negligent. They respectfully retreated behind Ning Fan. Roshan widened his eyes. He could not believe that the two souls of ancient immortal venerated beings were actually so respectful to Ning Fan. It was as if they were Ning Fan's servants, using immortal venerated beings as servants? What a joke. This is the standard that only immortal emperors have, right? Ning Fan is just a junior. How could he possibly receive such treatment? Wait. I get it now. After Roshan calmed down, he noticed that Earth Devil and Taiya's faces were very unfamiliar. They did not look like any immortal venerated beings in the Eastern Heaven. He had never heard of any immortal venerated beings who looked like them. Either he, Venerable Master Futu, was ignorant or the immortal venerated chi of these two people were simply fake. Ning Fan, you're really good. You're afraid that I'm going to capture you, but you don't know how to do it. Instead, you made two fake immortal venerated beings to scare me, humph. Such despicable methods are often used by cultivators. On the surface, they have the aura of immortal venerated beings, but in reality, they are just paper tigers which can be broken with a single poke. No wonder Ning Fan stopped them before they attacked. He must be afraid that they would reveal their flaws once they attack. The way the Roshan cultivator looked at Ning Fan became even more gloomy. He actually felt like he was being played by someone. However, he did not know that the reason why Ning Fan stopped the two of them was because he saw the symbol of the Luo clan on the spirit boat. This Roshan cultivator seemed to be related to the Luo clan. He was indebted to the Luo clan. If it's for the sake of the Luo clan, he can ignore his rude words. Of course, what Ning Fan wanted to know more was whether the Luo clan instructed him to be so rude or if there was some other reason. Who are you? What are you looking for me for? Ning Fan's voice was very indifferent. However, the baleful chi that he had accumulated along the way gave people a bone-chilling feeling. The Roshan cultivator felt a chill all over his body for no reason. His body was drenched in sweat. The same went for his followers. At this moment, facing Ning Fan, the Roshan cultivator actually had the fear of facing an ancient immortal venerable. But how is this possible? It's impossible for Ning Fan to be an ancient immortal venerable. 200 years ago, Ning Fan was just a void fragmentation realm cultivator who had just revealed his devil name in the Eastern Heaven. 100 years ago, Ning Fan participated in the Godly Void Pavilion Tomb competition and made a name for himself. However, in the eyes of the cultivators in the Eastern Heaven, Ning Fan was at most at the Crossing Truth realm. Another 100 years had passed. How high could Ning Fan's cultivation base be? It was impossible for him to even renounce his void cultivation base. No matter how fast a void fragmentation realm junior rose to power, it was impossible for him to renounce his void cultivation base within 200 years. If Ning Fan revealed his void cultivation base aura, perhaps the Roshan cultivator would still hesitate a little and believe him. However, if it was the aura of an immortal venerable, he absolutely did not believe that Ning Fan could become an ancient immortal venerable in just 200 years. It's fake. Just like the two remnant souls, it's all fake. Thinking of this, the Roshan cultivator became much more confident. He looked at Ning Fan with a disdainful look, as if he had seen through his disguise. I, Fu Tu, am here to capture you and bring you back to the Luo clan. Are you going to follow me obediently or are you going to be tied up by me? How dare you? How dare you be so presumptuous? Tu Mo and Taiya were enraged after hearing his words. Ning Fan, however, waved his hand and restrained the two of them. Then, he asked nonchalantly. Is it the Luo clan's idea for you to come here to capture me or your own idea? What's the relationship between you and the Luo clan? However, those who were familiar with Ning Fan would certainly be able to hear the coldness in Ning Fan's words. Humph. You don't need to know whose idea it is. It seems like you don't plan to follow me obediently. That's even better. Little ones, tie Ning Fan up. Ha ha ha. Don't kill him. Just humiliate him a little. This is the foundation for us to improve our status in the future. Immediately, four burly men who were bare-chested rushed towards Ning Fan with a golden rope in their hands. Their expressions showed that they were eager to fight for the merit. The four of them actually had the cultivation base of the late ghost profound realm. Their momentum actually caused the weather to change and the sun and moon to lose their radiance. You want to use me as a foundation to improve your status, huh? If that's the case, there's no need to show any mercy. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He casually waved his hand. Immediately, a ray of purple sword light flashed across the sky, splitting the starry sky. It was the memory-severing Dao sword. At the next moment, the heads of the 4 late Ghost Profound Realm cultivators flew into the sky. Their necks were severed and blood spurted out. They were killed by Ning Fan before they could even let out a scream. Killing 4 late Ghost Profound Realm cultivators with just a wave of your hand, huh? Attacked together. The cultivator who looked like a mountain of flesh showed a hint of anger. However, at the next moment, it was replaced by astonishment. As soon as he gave the order, the remaining 20 shirtless men dashed towards Ning Fan at the same time. Their faces were filled with killing intent. Among the 20 of them, there were even 7 old monster Du Zhen. Even if it was old monster Shi Kong, he would also fall into a difficult battle if he was besieged by such a group of people who were experts in joint attacks. It should only take them a moment to take down Ning Fan. However, the result was far beyond their expectations. He saw that Ning Fan did not even move. He just raised his hand and pointed at them lightly. Then, a ray of purple sword light flashed across the sky, easily cutting off the heads of the cultivators and taking their lives. In an instant, Ning Fan had killed all 20 burly men. Then, he stepped on the blood mist that filled the sky and walked towards the cultivator who looked like a peerless god of slaughter. What a joke. A total of 24 immortal cultivators were actually killed by Ning Fan in just 2 moves. A deep sense of horror rose in the heart of the cultivator who looked like a mountain of flesh. Even if he was an old monster at the peak Shi Kong realm, it was impossible for him to kill all of them so easily. What was Ning Fan's cultivation base? How could he do it so easily? Fellow Daoist, let's talk this out. Everything is just a misunderstanding. We are the guest elders of the Luo clan. The clan leader's order is not. The cultivator who looked like a mountain of flesh wanted to explain. However, Ning Fan acted as if he did not hear anything and continued to approach him. A feeling of anger and humiliation immediately appeared in the cultivator's heart. As he roared, he actually suppressed his fear towards Ning Fan. Ning Fan. Don't you dare bully me too much. You can easily kill my 24 subordinates. I can also do the same if I use my trump card. I'm not afraid of you. The cultivator who looked like a mountain of flesh pounded his chest with his fist. He opened his mouth and spurted out an arrow of blood. Within the arrow of blood, there was a ray of gray light that shot towards Ning Fan's head. It was a gray pearl. It was a 7th Nirvana post-celestial magic treasure. It was already a first-class treasure in the Shi Kong realm. Even an old monster at the peak Shi Kong realm would need to be cautious when facing this pearl. However, Ning Fan did not even look at the pearl. When the pearl was 3 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, away from him, it was directly cut into 2 by a ray of purple light. A dignified 7th Nirvana post-celestial magic treasure actually could not withstand the destructive power of the memory-severing Dao sword. How is this possible? Even a mid-thought fragmentation realm old monster could not destroy a 7th Nirvana immortal treasure with the power of a Dao weapon. You are neither Du Zhen nor Shi Kong realm. You are thought fragmentation realm. The cultivator who looked like a mountain of flesh was finally scared. He turned around and wanted to abandon the spirit boat to escape. The power of a Dao weapon was directly related to the cultivator's cultivation base. Since Ning Fan's Dao weapon was so powerful, how could his cultivation base be weak? Damn it. Damn it. Ning Fan, who was still a junior 100 years ago. How could he become so powerful 100 years later? I was actually foolish enough to think that I could use Ning Fan as my cultivation base. What a fool. The cultivator who looked like a mountain of flesh was filled with regret. However, it was already too late. A ray of purple light flashed and the cultivator was directly cut into 2. His blood that was mixed with fat and oil splattered across the sky. Only his primordial spirit managed to escape by a hair's breadth. No. It did not escape. Ning Fan purposely let it go. Before that primordial spirit could escape far, it was captured by Ning Fan again and had its memories and soul searched. A moment later, Ning Fan casually killed the primordial spirit of the mountain of flesh. He could not hide the astonishment in his eyes. Sure enough, everything was as Ning Fan had guessed. It was Roshan's own idea to attack him. It was not the Luo clan's idea. This bastard ate the gift that the clan lord of the Luo clan gave him and wanted to use him as a cultivation base to express his goodwill to the dark races. That was why he attacked him. What shocked Ning Fan was not these things. With his intelligence, he had already guessed the whole story when he heard the words cultivation base. What shocked him was a huge piece of news in Roshan's memory: Great Emperor Ancient Chaos was on the verge of Tao extinction. The specific reason was unknown. The Godly Void Pavilion had already suppressed the news. However, there was still news about it. Master. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of anxiety. He wanted to go to the Divine Tomb immediately to check on his master's current situation. There were very few people whom he could call his master. There were the Old Devil, Zido, and Ancient Chaos. All of them were people who had taught him many things. I must go back to the Divine Tomb as soon as possible. Of course, before I depart, there are still some troubles that I need to solve. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He suddenly let out a devil roar. That roar shook heaven and earth. It carried a supreme aura that easily tore countless cracks in the starry sky. Old monsters on the Shikong realm kept falling out of the cracks. After counting them carefully, there were actually 14 Shikong realm old monsters lurking in this place. These old monsters had arrived at the Chaos Devil Star a little later than Roshan. Similarly, they wanted to use Ning Fan as a cultivation base to advance their cultivation base. Roshan was not the only one who received the news about Ancient Chaos's impending death. Which first-rate force in the Eastern Heaven did not know about Ancient Chaos's impending death? This news could not be hidden at all. Before Ancient Chaos's death, no one really dared to kill Ning Fan. However, there were plenty of people who dared to humiliate Ning Fan a little to please the dark race. This was the best opportunity to befriend a secret race. Who would let it go? Eternal Ancient Sect, Soul Dharma Temple, Great Tool Immortal Sect, Violent Lightning Sword Sect. From the clan insignia on their robes, Ning Fan roughly recognized their origins. Heh. There are really quite a number of forces who want to use me as a stepping stone. They even wear their clan insignia in such a proper manner. Are they afraid that no one will see them and they won't be able to pass the message to the dark race? My master isn't even dead yet and you guys are already looking for trouble. Do you really think I'm a pushover? Dark race. What a dark race. Today, I will dye the Chaos Devil Star with your blood. This will be a warning to the Eastern Heaven. Not good. This old devil Ning has triggered his killing intent. Leave now. Slashing the Shikong realm with a sword and shaking the starry sky with a roar. Even if this person isn't a thought fragment expert, he is not far from it. It has only been 100 years. How could this devil be so powerful? Damn it. If I knew that this devil is so powerful, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. So what if he's a thought fragment expert? Which force among us doesn't have a thought fragment expert? Do you think he would dare to kill all of us? Why wouldn't he dare? There is nothing that I, Ning Fan, would not dare to do. He would never show any mercy to his enemies. If you want to step on others, you must be prepared to fall into a bottomless abyss. This was the law of the cultivation world. Ning Fan's body swayed and turned into a ray of golden light, disappearing from the spot. He then appeared in front of each of the Shikong realm old monsters and waved his Dao sword. With his current cultivation base that was comparable to an immortal venerate, killing a group of Shikong realm juniors was as easy as killing ants. Poochie Poochie. The sound of swords piercing into flesh and blood could be heard continuously. Each of the Shikong realm experts died there without being able to escape. Baleful chi filled the entire starry sky. Countless low-grade cultivators were trembling in fear. They were frightened by such a terrifying and brutal scene. Each of the Shikong realm old monsters was a famous old ancestor. Each of them had the strength to destroy the starry sky. However, none of them could last more than one round in Ning Fan's hands. They could not even escape. Fellow Daoist, please show mercy. A roar that was mixed with early thought fragmentation realm Dao sense came from a few starry skies away. A few breaths later, an old monster who was surrounded by sword light crossed the starry sky and arrived. He stared at Ning Fan with bloodshot eyes. I'm too late. I'm still too late. Ning Fan had already killed all the Shikong realm experts. His only disciple was also dead. At first, He thought that it was a chance to curry favor with the dark races. That was why he sent his disciple here to claim credit. However, he did not expect that he would end up kicking an iron plate and sending his disciple to his death. Good. 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 That disciple was the sword cauldron that he had been cultivating for many years. He still had great use for him, but he was killed by Ning Fan. Little Ning Fan, today, I'm going to turn your chaotic devil star region into a river of blood. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a ray of red light flashing and appearing in front of him. His eyes were filled with endless cold intent. In the face of that coldness, Breaking Thought's old monster actually shivered. What kind of baleful chi is this? How many experts has this young man killed to possess such baleful chi? Immortal Venerate 10,000 Ancient. This young man has killed Immortal Venerate 10,000 Ancient. How could this be? Pucci, another ray of sword light flashed. A dignified early thought fragmenting realm expert was cut into half by Ning Fan's sword before he could even announce his name. If you want to flatter the dark race, you can attack me. But if you are my enemy, then you must be prepared to die. Ning Fan suddenly let out a roar. The rainstorm that was filled with red light immediately swept across the starry space with the Chaos Devil Star as the center. His roar, along with the torrential rain, swept out madly towards the entire eastern sky. In the past, the rain ancestor had used the heaven-peering rain technique to cover the entire northern heaven with his divine sense, shocking countless immortal emperors. Even though Ning Fan already possessed the strength of an immortal venerable, he still could not cover the entire eastern heaven with his spirit sense. However, making his voice spread throughout the eastern heavens was something he could barely accomplish. Eternal Starfield, Eternal Sect. At this moment, the Eternal Ancient Sect was in chaos. Their late-stage shedding Void Realm Vice Sect Master had died in the Chaos Devil Star Field. The three patriarchs of the Eternal Antiquity Sect were all in the mid-thought demolishing stage, and their faces were grim. I didn't expect that the people I sent to humiliate Ning Fan would be killed. I wonder who did it. Investigate. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to kill the Vice Sect Master of our Eternal Antiquity Sect must pay the price. Before they could finish their words, a roar that was filled with boundless baleful chi resounded from thousands of star regions away. That roar seemed to carry boundless baleful chi. With just a single roar, more than 10,000 disciples of the Eternal Antiquity Sect coughed out blood at the same time. Even the faces of the three thought-fragmenting old ancestors were flushed red. Their chi was greatly disrupted by that roar. If you want to flatter the dark race, you can attack me. However, if you are my enemy, then you must be prepared to die. If you are my enemy, then you must be prepared to die. *kiss*. The three Eternal Antiquity Sect's patriarchs were so frightened that their faces turned pale. What kind of ability is this? What kind of cultivation base is this? He could actually transmit his voice from thousands of star regions away to this place. The might of a single roar could even make tens of thousands of disciples of a sect cough out blood. How is this possible? To be continued. What kind of cultivation could accomplish such a shocking thing? Could it be the 10,000 ancient immortal sovereign? This person claimed that his surname was Ning. Could it be that the person who let out that roar was actually Rain Lord Ning Fan? Could it be that the one who killed the Vice Sect Master was also Ning Fan? The Rain Deity Master's divine power was unfathomable. It made the three thought-shattering ancestors feel invincible. The Rain Deity Master's divine power was unfathomable. The Eternal Ancient Sect Master, who was at the late shedding Void Realm, trembled when he heard that roar. He was tongue-tied and could not help but ask with a trembling voice, Old Ancestor, it seems like the person who killed the Vice Sect Master is the Rain Immortal Monarch. Do you want to take revenge on him? Revenge? How? We should worry about whether the Rain Immortal Monarch will come and punish us. The power of this person's roar vaguely contained the might of an immortal venerable. 10,000 ancient immortal venerable, sigh, we can't afford to offend him. An ancient ancestor said bitterly. It was as if he had aged several hundred years in an instant. This old one has long said that we shouldn't participate in these mundane matters to avoid being burned by karma, yet you all just wouldn't listen. Sigh, isn't there a disaster now? Another ancestor Eternal Time complained. However, it was too late to say anything now. Who would have thought that Ning Fan actually had such a terrifying cultivation base? Blue Dao Planet, Blue Dao Sect. Ancestor Blue Dao's face was gloomy. Just now, the life token of the fourth elder that he had sent to the Chaos Demon Star had shattered. Who dares to kill an elder of my Blue Dao sect? Enraged, Patriarch Blue Dao's mid-thought demolishing energy surged like a raging sea, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. Could the culprit be Ningfan? I didn't expect that he would lose an elder of the sect before he could curry favor with the dark race. I can't let this matter rest. Humph. This time I will personally take him down and offer him to the dark race. Ancestor Blue Dao waved his hand, and the star plate appeared in his hand. He turned into a streak of blue light and shot out of the Blue Dao star. Unfortunately, before he could get very far, a demonic roar pierced through countless galaxies and descended like the might of the heavens. With a single tremor, he was blasted out of the starry sky. Like a meteor, he plummeted toward the Blue Dao planet, creating a huge crater on the planet with a loud bang. The torrential rain seemed to have locked onto the Blue Dao sect and swept toward the planet. The mortals on the planet were unharmed, but the 70,000 cultivators of the Blue Dao sect were all locked onto by the roar. All of them coughed out a mouthful of blood and suffered varying degrees of injuries. If you are my enemy, then you must be prepared to die. If you become my enemy, then you must be prepared to die. What kind of divine ability is this? Very far, very far. It was Ningfan. What exactly is the cultivation base of that little brat? He actually managed to arrive here with a roar from billions of galaxies away. Could it be 10,000 ancient immortal venerables? A sense of astonishment rose in Blue Dao's heart. If Ningfan was just a junior, he would still dare to step on him to curry favor with the dark race. However, if Ningfan was an eternal immortal venerate, even if he had 9 lives, he would not dare to provoke an eternal immortal venerate. Immediately send someone to the chaotic devil star and offer half of our sect's wealth to the Reign Immortal Sovereign as an apology. I hope it's not too late. Old Ancestor Blue Dao said with a pale face. Revenge is just nonsense. I should think about how to endure the Reign Immortal Sovereign's wrath. If the Immortal Venerate is enraged, the Blue Dao sect will be destroyed in an instant. Great Weapon Immortal Sect on the Great Weapon Star. Old Ancestor Great Weapon, who was refining an 8th Nirvana nascent heaven magic treasure, immediately coughed out blood and fainted after Ningfan's roar. His half-step thought fragmentation realm cultivation base was simply too weak. Dharma Soul Temple on the Dharma Soul planet. Half of the Dharma Soul Master's Dharma body was destroyed by Ningfan's roar. His cultivation base was also at the half-step thought fragmentation realm, Violent Lightning Sword sect on the Violent Lightning Star. In this sect, the Violent Lightning Sword fire that had been accumulated for millions of years was dispersed by Ningfan's roar and extinguished in the boundless devil rain. Old Ancestor Violent Lightning, who was cultivating in the sword fire, spurted out blood due to the backlash. He was shocked and bewildered. With his early thought fragmentation realm cultivation base, he was actually severely injured by Ningfan's roar. Eastern Divine Sect, Supreme Profound Sect, Devil River Valley. A total of 14 sects were shocked by Ningfan's roar on this day. Other than these 14 sects, the others were not affected by it. No innocent people were harmed. Today, there were a total of 14 Shikong cultivators who followed behind the mountain of flesh. However, these 14 sects were not the only ones who wanted to take action against him. Ningfan believed that there must be other sects and forces in Eastern Heaven who wanted to please the dark race and step on him. However, they just did not have the time to do so. After letting out a roar, Ningfan dispersed the rain technique and sent a message to Immortal Loli and the others. Then, he directly took out the star compass that would take him to the Godly Void Pavilion and left through the starry sky. No matter how many people wanted to step on him, he was not afraid. There was only one thing that worried him, and that was the matter of ancient chaos Dao extinction. That was his master. Since his master was about to die, how could his disciple not be by his side? He must go and have a look. Otherwise, he would not be able to set his mind at ease. Since he would have to go to the Godly Void Pavilion sooner or later, he might as well depart now. Ningfan did not conceal his qi. Instead, he let it fly freely in the starry sky. If anyone wants to step on him along the way, they can just follow his qi and step on him. This time, whoever dares to step on him will die. Second passing of golden light. In the starry sky, the golden light that Ning Fan had turned into was rampaging. Since he did not conceal his aura force, the aura force of the piercing golden light shook heaven and earth. On the way back to eastern heaven from the passage of brutal flash, Ning Fan had already absorbed the power of the void-piercing stone. The level of the piercing golden light had already broken through to the second passing of Tao. The speed of the piercing golden light was slightly faster than ordinary second tribulation immortal venerables. It's Ning Fan's chi. In the starry sky, on an abandoned cultivation planet, an early thought fragmentation realm, one-eyed burly man suddenly opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he took out a black compass that was beeping. It was a locating compass that he had specially made in order to please the dark race. He had once tried to get a strand of Ning Fan's hair and placed it inside the compass. As long as Ning Fan was within its sensing range, he would be able to accurately locate him using the compass. I initially wanted to go to the chaotic Devil Star. I didn't expect to meet Ning Fan on the way. 345 million li * 500 m per li, to the south of the Qian position. The one-eyed burly man located Ning Fan's coordinates. Then, he suddenly stood up and dashed in that direction with a flash. In just a few breaths, he saw Ning Fan, who had turned into a golden light and was rushing towards him. It's Ning Fan. But why is his traveling light so terrifying? The one-eyed burly man was quite surprised. However, when he thought of the various benefits of being connected to the dark race, he stopped thinking about it. Facing the golden light, he directly shook his body and turned into a giant that was as large as a cultivation planet. He stretched out his 5 fingers, as if he wanted to grab Ning Fan along with the starry sky in his palm. The strength of the giant's grip was enough to crush a star. Immediately, countless abandoned cultivation planets crumbled under the tremendous force. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light while he was advancing. How could he not know the intention of this man? Without saying a word, he directly summoned a ray of purple light and slashed at the giant. In just a single strike, the giant's body, which was as large as a cultivation planet, was directly cut into 2 by Ning Fan. His primordial spirit was also destroyed. Blood rained down on the entire starry sky while his baleful chi soared into the sky. Another ray of purple light flashed. The giant's head flew high up into the sky and kept shrinking until it returned to its normal size. Then, it was taken away by Ning Fan. The first one. Ning Fan pulled out a Tao thread of the Tao law of rain from the one-eyed burly man's head and directly pierced it with his hand. Ning Fan did not even stop for a moment. After killing the one-eyed burly man, he kept the memory-severing Tao sword and continued advancing. His indifferent expression made it seem as if killing the memory-severing old monster was just a trivial matter. Ning Fan left the starry sky behind him. Layers of star mist were directly penetrated by him. Some abandoned cultivation planets which were blocking his way were directly smashed into pieces by Ning Fan. Using his physical body to smash a cultivation planet was enough to show how powerful Ning Fan's momentum was. Those old monsters who did not want to get into trouble had already fled far away when they saw Ning Fan's ferocious aura. None of them dared to look for trouble with Ning Fan. Those who wanted to curry favor with the dark races had not sensed the danger yet. Each of them was like a moth flying into a flame, chasing after Ning Fan continuously. In the starry sky, an old man with white eyebrows was holding a rein in his hand. He was dragging 12 cultivation planets and dashing madly in the starry sky. The fact that he could drag the cultivation planets along with him was enough to prove how terrifying his abilities were. The aura force of a mid-thought fragmentation realm expert further proved that this old man was strong enough to make the starry sky tremble. I can't be wrong. It's Ning Fan's chi. This young man is really pitiful. Even though his innate potential is not bad, he is just a junior after all. Once he loses the protection of his master, Ancient Chaos, he will be beaten up by all the old monsters in the eastern sky. Who asked you to offend the secret race? The old man with white eyebrows sneered while advancing. All of a sudden, he stopped moving forward. Instead, he stopped moving and headed towards a certain direction in the starry sky. It's getting closer. It's Ning Fan's chi. Far away, the golden light had just flashed. Although it was still very far away, the old man with white eyebrows directly displayed his ability and grabbed the 12 cultivation planets behind him. All of a sudden, 12 gigantic star soul nets were pulled out from the cultivation planets and scattered in the direction where the golden light came from. It was as if he wanted to trap the entire starry sky within the nets. I will use the starry sky as my net. A fish like you won't be able to escape from my hands. Before he could finish shouting the word palm, the old man's expression changed drastically. He saw a ray of purple light piercing through the starry sky. In the next moment, the 12 gigantic starry sky nets that he summoned were cut into countless pieces. Before he could react, another ray of purple light flashed by and directly cut the 12 cultivation planets behind him into two halves. A deafening rumble shook the heavens. Then, the third ray of purple light flashed by and went straight for the top of the old man's head, causing his soul to almost leave his body. How would he still dare to catch Ning Fan? He was so frightened that he turned around and fled. What kind of purple light was that? How could its power be so terrifying? If he is hit by that purple light, even if he is a late thought fragmentation realm expert, he will certainly die. He did not even see Ning Fan's shadow clearly, but he could already sense the danger of certain death. How is this possible? How can Ning Fan be so powerful? He did not even have the time to run away. The head of the old man with white eyebrows suddenly flew high up into the sky with a horrified expression. An arrow of blood spurted out from his neck. Just as his primordial spirit was about to escape from his physical body, another ray of purple light flashed by and cut his primordial spirit into two. The second one. Ning Fan took away another head. His tone was filled with ferocity that he had not heard for many years. The evil nature in his blood was awakened once again. Ancient Chaos was not dead yet. He was still alive. Whoever dares to humiliate Ancient Chaos lineage would have to pay the price. The third one. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan killed the old ancestor of the Heaven Eye sect at the border of the immense forest star region. The fourth one. After the time it takes for another incense stick to burn, Ning Fan killed old monster Dong Yang who was blocking his way in the eastern sun star region. The fifth one, the sixth one, the seventh one. As Ning Fan continued to kill those who stood in his way, the number of heads in his hands increased. When he counted them carefully, he already had 22 heads. Those who stood in his way when he was flying in the golden light were at least thought-breaking old monsters. However, all of them were killed by him. These heads belonged to thought-breaking old monsters. They still carried the monstrous baleful chi of those who had fallen not long ago. After killing 22 thought-breaking old monsters in a row, his journey finally returned to peace. There were no longer any people who stood in his way. In the Eastern Heaven immortal world, the number of thought-breaking old monsters was no more than 1,000. Those who came to trample on Ning Fan were also only a small number. After killing 22 of them, there were not many left. Thought-breaking old monsters were not cabbages that could be found anywhere. Ning Fan had killed so many of them in a single day. If the news spreads out, it would certainly shake the entire Eastern Heaven. Those who want to curry favor with the people of the dark race would have to weigh their own strength first. What Ning Fan wanted to do was to intimidate those old monsters with ulterior motives. He wanted to tell everyone that the descendants of Ancient Chaos were not to be bullied. The two words Ancient Chaos were not to be insulted unless Ancient Chaos or Ning Fan died. For several hours, Ning Fan did not encounter anyone who stood in his way. His speed was too fast and his baleful chi was too fierce. Wherever he went, countless cultivators in the Eastern Heaven were shocked. Many of the old monsters of the Eastern Sky were terrified when they saw the 22 human heads that were connected to the Dao lines behind Ning Fan. Occasionally, there were a few old monsters who wanted to attack Ning Fan. However, after seeing those human heads, they quietly withdrew their killing intent and retreated helplessly. Terrifying. It's really too terrifying. Those 22 heads were actually the heads of thought-breaking old monsters. Reign Immortal Monarch. I can't be wrong. This person is the Reign Immortal Monarch. What a terrifying baleful chi. One of the thought-breaking old monsters walked out of the stone chamber and looked at the golden light that was flying across the starry sky in horror. After hesitating for a while, he quietly kept a black compass. Initially, he also wanted to step on Ning Fan's head to express his goodwill to the dark races. However, after witnessing Ning Fan's terrifying strength with his own eyes, he quietly changed his mind. Among those heads, there is actually the head of the profound Earthold monster. Isn't that profound Earthold monster a peak thought-breaking realm cultivator? Moreover, I heard that he managed to survive in the hands of an immortal venerable. How could he be killed by the Rain Immortal Monarch? One of the thought-breaking old monsters who brushed past Ning Fan was greatly shocked. Could it be that the Rain Immortal Monarch had already broken through to the immortal venerable realm? Otherwise, how could he kill the profound Earthold monster? The tremors caused by Ning Fan's return were radiating across the entire eastern heaven at an astonishing speed. However, Ning Fan was not concerned about all of these. Rumble when he was 1/3 of the distance from the godly void pavilion to the star path, a loud bang suddenly resounded in the starry sky in front of him. Then, dark rays of light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth continuously emerged from the void. In an instant, they condensed into a giant palm and directly slammed down on Ning Fan. Wherever the giant palm passed, the starry sky was directly torn apart and all the stars were shattered. The power of that palm had actually reached the level of an attack of an immortal venerable immortal ancient. Other than thought-breaking cultivators, there is also an immortal venerable immortal ancient blocking my path. Ning Fan stopped his movement for the first time. He did not underestimate the incoming person. Instead, he bent his finger and pointed at the giant palm. Immediately, a ray of purple light ruthlessly slashed at the palm's shadow. When the two of them collided, it immediately caused a destructive wave of collapse that spread across the entire starry sky. Boom. 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 In just a short moment, the purple light had already clashed with the palm's shadow for more than 10,000 times. When the impact of the collision reached its peak, the purple light was finally repelled. As for the palm's shadow in the starry sky, it was also destroyed by the purple light, turning into countless dark rays that scattered. In the dark rays that scattered in all directions, the figure of a fat old man with big ears gradually became clear. He walked out of the collapsing wave and looked at Ning Fan and the 22 heads behind him with a solemn expression. I didn't expect that the Rain Immortal Monarch is not as weak as the rumors say. You should be proud of yourself for being able to kill so many broken thoughts and withstand a palm strike from me. Unfortunately, you have offended the dark race. So don't blame me for being merciless. The large-eared old man did not have the intention to talk nonsense with Ning Fan at all. Instead, he made another move and pressed his hand against the starry sky. All of a sudden, the entire starry sky was split into two. Flickering stars emerged from the crack in the starry sky. There were more than 300,000 of them. They were densely packed in the starry sky, making it look extremely spectacular. Star technique, huh? Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. This large-eared old man had formed 300,000 natal stars. Not only could these stars help him heal his injuries, but they also seemed to have the power to kill his enemies. It was very strange. Don't worry. I won't kill you. I will only beat you until you are half dead. After all, that master of yours is not completely dead yet. Star Luo sword, slash. The large-eared old man waved his hand again. 300,000 natal stars instantly turned into 300,000 rays of flickering sword light. They slashed at Ning Fan in all directions, cutting off all his escape routes. A zero tribulation immortal venerable, huh? It seems like you have just advanced to the immortal venerable realm not long ago. Ning Fan's expression was calm. He treated the 300,000 rays of sword light as if they were nothing. With his current strength, it was enough for him to defeat a newly advanced immortal venerable even without using the wild heavenly Tao soul. Burn! Ning Fan opened his mouth and breathed out a ray of black-red flame. As the flame flashed, it immediately turned into a boundless sea of fire, directly engulfing half of the starry sky. The temperature of the surrounding rose rapidly. When the flames burned, the sound of wind and thunder that was stirred up was even more deafening. Before the 300,000 rays of sword light could hurt Ning Fan, they were devoured by the boundless sea of fire and burned into nothingness. The large-eared old man's expression changed slightly when his technique was broken. If he was not mistaken, the grade of Ning Fan's devil flame had actually reached the 11th aberration realm. Moreover, for some unknown reason, the offensive power of Ning Fan's devil flame was far beyond the 11th aberration realm. It was even comparable to some 12th aberration realm flames. Many people say that Rain Lord is good at controlling clouds and summoning rain. I didn't expect that you also know how to play with fire. Coincidentally, I am also quite experienced in playing with fire. Let's see whose fire technique is better. Fire, come. The large-eared old man waved his hand. Surging silver flames immediately flew out from his sleeves, turning into countless silver fire phoenixes that flew towards Ning Fan's sea of fire. His flames were clearly at the peak of the 11th aberration realm. They were only a step away from attaining the 12th aberration realm. This large-eared old man actually wanted to compete with Ning Fan in terms of fire. However, he did not expect that his action would provoke the arrogance of Ning Fan's devil flame. Ning Fan's devil flame had merged with the fire attribute of the fire of misfortune beast. It had also inherited the arrogance of the fire of misfortune beast. The fire of misfortune beast was unparalleled under the heavens. Who would dare to compete with a flame of the same level? Who would be qualified to compete with it? Ning Fan flicked his finger and the fire of misfortune beast that blotted out the sky and covered the earth actually turned into several ferocious-looking beasts of misfortune. Then, they clashed with the countless silver fire phoenixes. As soon as the silver phoenixes that were formed from the flames saw the fire of misfortune beast approaching them, they actually felt an instinctive fear. Even the sea of fire began to tremble. After exchanging blows, the silver phoenixes quickly collapsed under the corrosion of the fire of misfortune beast. In the blink of an eye, the entire sea of fire was devoured by the fire of misfortune beast. Puff the large-eared old man immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. His expression was filled with shock. It was just a single exchange of blows, but the flame that he had painstakingly cultivated for many years was actually devoured by Ning Fan's flame. Not a single trace of it could be retrieved. Ning Fan did not defeat him but directly devoured him. How is this possible? If Ning Fan was just defeated, the large-eared old man would certainly not be so shocked. He had never heard of an incident where a second-step cultivator would devour the flames of the other party during a battle of magic power. What kind of flame was that? How could it be so domineering? It actually took away the large-eared old man's right to use his flame in just a single exchange. Moreover, if the large-eared old man did not notice it, the grade of Ning Fan's devil flame had actually improved slightly after devouring his flame. It was slightly approaching the level of the 12 abstinence realm. Devouring other people's flames actually allowed Ning Fan to directly advance to the next level. This isn't good. This man's devil flame is too difficult to deal with. It's not easy to deal with him. Forget it. It's really not worth it to fight such an expert to the death just to please the dark race. Why don't I retreat? Even though the large-eared old man hated Ning Fan for snatching his flame, he was even more fearful of Ning Fan's devil flame. After thinking for a while, he actually chose a direction and directly retreated from the battlefield. Don't you think it's a little too late to leave now? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Not to mention that this person was just a newly advanced immortal venerable. Even a first tribulation immortal venerable or a second tribulation immortal venerable would have to pay the price if they dared to step on him. Ning Fan lifted his foot and stepped on the starry sky. The sea of flames that stretched across the starry sky immediately turned into a ferocious gigantic beast that looked similar to the adversity beast. With a flash, he flew onto the back of the fire beast. Then, he activated his ability and chased after the large-eared old man. Humph! Arrogant brat. I'm just slightly fearful of you. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? As an immortal venerable, the large-eared old man naturally had his own pride. Being chased by Ning Fan, he actually flew into a rage out of humiliation. He turned his hand and took out an ancient black talisman, directly casting it behind him. As soon as the black talisman rose into the sky, it immediately combusted without any fire and produced traces of black smoke. The amount of black smoke was not much. Even though it was moving towards Ning Fan, it gave him a sense of danger. Vaguely, Ning Fan could actually see the flowing trajectory of the Tao of darkness within the black smoke. So that's how it is. Is this black smoke an attack of the Tao of darkness? Ning Fan smiled coldly. The third type of yin-yang that he cultivated was the dark yin-yang. With his strength that was comparable to an immortal venerable, he could more or less display a trace of the power of the Tao of darkness by borrowing the power of the dark yin-yang. Ning Fan was not sure if he could defeat an immortal emperor. However, he was confident that he could easily control the Tao of Darkness of a zero-tribulation immortal venerable. Only the power that could control the Tao of others and their divine abilities was worthy of being called the power of the Tao of Darkness. Being able to activate the power of the Tao of Darkness was the strength of the 27 yin-yang techniques of the chaotic loops art. Get lost. Ning Fan activated the power of the dark yin-yang and let out a devil roar that shook the Tao of Darkness at the incoming black smoke. That roar was too shocking. It actually caused the Tao of heaven and earth to shift slightly. Then, something that the large-eared old man did not expect happened. The black smoke that was charging at Ning Fan suddenly went out of control. It actually changed its direction and rolled towards him. Being caught off guard, half of the large-eared old man's body was engulfed by the black smoke. The flesh and blood of the places that the black smoke touched immediately scattered, revealing his white bones. He looked extremely miserable. The power of the Tao of Darkness. How is this possible? The large-eared old man sucked in a cold breath. He did not expect Ning Fan to have such a heaven-defying power like the power of the Tao of Darkness. One should know that even among Immortal Emperor realm experts, there were very few who could comprehend the power of the Tao of Darkness. However, Ning Fan did it. The large-eared old man had secretly relied on the Dark Clan before. With the help of the Dark Clan, he barely managed to break through to the Eternal Immortal Venerable realm. Even though he was not a cultivator of the Dark Clan, most of his divine abilities were related to darkness. He did not expect Ning Fan to have the power of the Tao of Darkness, which could almost suppress all of his divine abilities. In that case, what could he use to fight against Ning Fan? The only thing he could do was to run. Damn it. Damn it. If he knew that Ning Fan was so powerful, he would not have come looking for trouble with him. Now, it was too late to say anything. I should run away first. While the large-eared old man was running away, he summoned the stars in the sky to heal his injuries. He had 300,000 stars in his body. His flesh and blood that were devoured by the black smoke were regenerating at an extremely fast speed. His injuries were also recovering rapidly. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Even if the large-eared old man was just a zero-tribulation immortal venerable, it would not be easy to kill him if he managed to fully recover from his injuries. He pointed a finger in front of him. Purple light flashed and thousands of purple sword shadows appeared in front of the large-eared old man. The large-eared old man was in a hurry to run for his life. He almost unleashed 120% of his usual strength. His body rolled forward and black light shot out from his body. Like a meat bullet, he directly knocked away all the sword shadows that were blocking his way. However, his speed was still slightly slower because of the obstruction of the sword shadows. Ning Fan managed to catch up to him. Devour. As soon as Ning Fan uttered the word devour indifferently, the ferocious beast beneath his feet directly opened its mouth and swallowed the black meat bullet into its stomach. After that, the large-eared old man's miserable cries kept coming out from the belly of the beast. A moment later, a loud bang was heard. A fiery hole exploded in the belly of the beast. At the same time, the large-eared old man scrambled out of the beast's stomach like a charcoal man. His chi was unprecedentedly weak. That was close. If it wasn't because he had used his trump card at the last moment, he would have most likely been burned to death by the flames of the beast. However, after using his trump card, his chi became even weaker. He did not even have 5% of confidence in escaping from Ning Fan's hands. Without any hope of escaping, the only thing he could do was to beg for mercy. Rain Lord. Please listen to me. I regret it. I really regret it. Please spare my life on account of the fact that it wasn't easy for me to cultivate the Tao. Unfortunately, if Ning Fan had the intention to kill, why would he care about others begging for mercy? In a flash, he appeared within 3 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, of the large-eared old man. He waved his Tao sword and pierced it into the large-eared old man's dantian. If it was before, the large-eared old man would have plenty of ways to withstand this sword attack. However, his chi was now unprecedentedly weak. He did not even have the time to dodge the attack. His dantian was directly pierced by Ning Fan's sword and his primordial spirit was crushed. A dignified and newly advanced immortal venerated realm was actually killed by Ning Fan in the starry sky. After killing the large-eared old man, Ning Fan did not cut off his head. Instead, he directly pierced his physical body along with those human heads and hung them on the rain line. After all, it was the physical body of an immortal venerated realm expert. He could give it to the Earth Devil or Iron Crow to possess. It would be a waste to chop off his head, as it would destroy the integrity of his physical body. Dragging the heads of 22 thought-fragmenting realm experts and the corpse of an immortal venerated realm expert, Ning Fan sped towards the godly void pavilion. Along the way, he killed many people. Moreover, the people he killed were all experts who stood at the peak of the four heavens. Thus, the baleful chi he carried was naturally extremely dense. Due to the short amount of time, it did not have enough time to dissipate. As a result, wherever he went, the starry sky would be dyed with a sky-high bloody light that did not disperse for a long time. The path of stars that he passed by was dyed into a path of blood by the bloody light. As a result, when the cultivators he met later saw the path of blood in the starry sky, they all fled as if they were avoiding a snake or a scorpion. They did not dare to get close to it, terrifying. It's really too terrifying. Could it be the corpse of an immortal venerated realm expert that was hung on the rope by the Rain Lord? There were even many old monsters who recognized the identity of that immortal venerated realm expert. This large-eared elderly man was none other than a new immortal venerated realm expert in the Eastern Heaven in recent years, Old Ancestor De Yun. Who would have thought that Old Ancestor De Yun would be killed by the Rain Lord after painstakingly breaking through to the immortal venerated realm? Since the Rain Lord could even kill Old Ancestor De Yun, he should at least be an immortal venerated realm expert. 100 years ago, the Rain Lord had just risen to fame in the Eastern Heaven. 100 years later, he actually had the cultivation base of an immortal venerated realm expert. This matter was truly unbelievable. Ning Fan sped all the way. A day later, he finally arrived at the place where the godly void pavilion was located, the Eastern Sea Star region. As soon as he set foot in the Eastern Sea Star region, countless cultivators surrounded him. Each of them looked at Ning Fan with eyes filled with deep respect and fear. They had already received the news that the Rain Immortal Monarch, Ning Fan, was about to arrive at the godly void pavilion. They came to welcome him without any ill intentions. When he returned to the Eastern Sea Star region, there were actually people who specially welcomed him. Compared to the past, Ning Fan's treatment was obviously different. I am Yunlei. Under the orders of the Divine and Void Emperors, I have come here to welcome the Rain Lord to the Divine Tomb. Hee. It has been 100 years since we last met. Fellow Taoist seems to be even more elegant than before. An elderly man in silver robes slowly walked out from the crowd. His body was enshrouded in lightning light. He cupped his fists at Ning Fan politely. This elderly man in silver robes was called Yunlei. He had the cultivation base of the Second Eternal Tribulation. In the past, when Ning Fan entered the Sea of Mist, he had met Ning Fan once. At that time, he did not know Ning Fan's identity. Today, however, he knew. Immortal venerated Cloud Thunder's eyes scanned across Ning Fan imperceptibly. Then, he glanced at the corpse of the venerated immortal behind Ning Fan. He could not help but suck in a cold breath. He had the cultivation base of the Second Eternal Tribulation. However, even for him, it was extremely difficult to kill a newly advanced immortal venerated immortal. Since Ning Fan was able to kill Old Ancestor De Yun, his strength should not be underestimated. As he thought of this, Immortal Venerated Cloud Thunder's expression became more polite. Immortal Venerated Cloud Thunder, is it? Ning Fan was slightly stunned. Then, he recalled this person. In the past, when he entered the bottom layer of the Sea of Mist and formed his spirit wheel in the abode of the Eastern Demon Ancestor, this immortal venerated Cloud Thunder was cultivating in seclusion in the 8th layer of the Sea of Mist. He had even exchanged a few pleasantries with him. In the past, when Ning Fan faced Yunlei, he had to conceal his cultivation base in order to have the right to talk to him as an equal. Today, he truly had the right to talk to Yunlei as an equal. It has been many years since we last met. Fellow Taoist Chi seems to have improved a lot compared to the past. Yunlei's tone was polite. Ning Fan naturally would not be arrogant. He held Yu Xian's hand and slightly cupped his fists at Yunlei while replying politely. The way he addressed Ning Fan as fellow Taoist was filled with confidence. To be continued. Other than Immortal Venerable Cloud Thunder, there were quite a number of people here whom Ning Fan knew. Bone immortal Lord Jun Chengdong, Moon immortal Lord Yuhan, slaying immortal Lord Su Dao. 100 years ago, these outstanding geniuses still dared to compete with Ning Fan. 100 years later, these people were only qualified to stand at the side and listen to the conversation between Ning Fan and Yun Lei respectfully like juniors. They did not have the right to interrupt. 100 years' time did not allow their cultivation bases to improve by much. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was already a strong expert of the ancient times. He could destroy thoughts and kill immortal venerables. He could shake the eastern heaven and make the godly void pavilion come out to welcome him. In comparison, Jun Chengdong and the others more or less wore complicated expressions. Perhaps they would never be able to catch up to Ning Fan's footsteps in this lifetime. The geniuses of the same generation as him back then were now people that he could only look up to. In the future, it would be difficult for him to cross paths with them. Haha, it's been 100 years since we last met. Does Senior Ning still remember the agreement with my Luo family? Suddenly, an elderly man with an amiable face walked out from the group. He cupped his fists respectfully towards Ning Fan and asked. This person was none other than the ninth elder of the Godly Void Pavilion, the clan master of the Luo clan, Luo Shi. 100 years ago, Luo Shi was still in a position where Ning Fan had to look up to him. 100 years later, however, Luo Shi had to address Ning Fan as senior instead. Luo Shi was respectful on the surface, but he sighed endlessly in his heart. Speaking of which, the Luo clan had been searching for Ning Fan for many years. Battle King's body was getting weaker day by day and he was almost at his limit. If Ning Fan doesn't return soon or if he still fails to cultivate the fourth transformation of the War God art after he returns, perhaps Battle King would not be able to escape death after a few more years. All these years, the Luo clan had been unable to locate Ning Fan's whereabouts. This made Luo Shi feel more and more hopeless about finding Zhan Wang. Luo Shi knew that Ning Fan was a man who kept his promise. If he could master the fourth transformation of his battle arts, he would certainly come back to save the Battle King. The reason why he could not find Ning Fan after so long was probably because he could not attain the fourth transformation. That was why he did not show himself. Come to think of it, it made sense. Other than the Battle King Luo Ho, no one else in the Luo clan had successfully cultivated the fourth transformation of battle arts. Thus, it was not strange that Ning Fan could not cultivate it, was it? Just when the Luo clan was almost certain that the Battle King could not be saved, Ning Fan, who had disappeared for 100 years, actually appeared. Moreover, he even appeared in front of the cultivators of the eastern sky in a peerless manner. 10,000 ancient immortal venerable. There's no mistaking it. Facing Ning Fan at such a close distance, Luo Shi actually felt as if he was facing the heavenly might. His heart could not stop pounding. This kind of feeling would only appear when he is facing an ancient immortal venerate. After not seeing him for 100 years, Ning Fan had actually become an eternal immortal venerate. Luo Shi had a smile on his face, but his heart was filled with shock. Although he had received the news a long time ago, it was only at this moment that he truly believed the truth. 22 heads and one immortal venerable corpse. Not only did Ning Fan become an immortal venerate of 10,000 ancient times, but he was probably one of the extremely powerful ones. Otherwise, how could he kill an immortal venerate? After feeling shocked, Luo Shi naturally did not dare to be arrogant. Instead, he respectfully addressed Ning Fan as senior. Ninth Elder, rest assured that I will definitely accomplish what I promised the Luo family. Ning Fan politely replied to Luo Shi. With his strength, he didn't need to be polite to an early thought-fragmenting cultivator. However, the Luo family had done him a favor, so he naturally wouldn't be rude to Luo Shi. Luo Shi's cloudy old eyes immediately lit up. Judging from Ning Fan's tone, it seems like he is very confident in saving the Combat Lord. Could it be that he has already cultivated the fourth transformation of the War God art? His heart, which was already filled with despair, immediately became overjoyed. The Combat Lord is saved. However, Luo Shi also heard that the reason why Ning Fan came to the Godly Void Pavilion this time was because he received the news that Great Emperor Ancient Chaos was on the verge of death. Thus, he was eager to go to the Divine Tomb to see his master. Today, the Divine Void Emperor and the Divine Void Emperor were also in the Divine Tomb, waiting to meet Ning Fan. Thus, it was inconvenient for Luo Shi to ask Ning Fan to go to the Luo family immediately to save the Combat Lord. Thinking of this, Luosher did not say any nonsense. He just cupped his fists towards Ning Fan with a solemn expression and returned to the group. The matter here is settled. The Luo family will be waiting for Senior's arrival. Don't worry. In Ning Fan's eyes, Luosher's respectful attitude made him sigh with emotion. The senior Luo of the past actually considered himself as a junior now. It more or less made him sigh with emotion. Speaking of which, why didn't I see Xianxia? With her personality, it's impossible for her to not show up once she knows that I'm coming to the Godly Void Pavilion. Ning Fan casually asked venerated Cloud Thunder, who was standing beside him. He learned from Yunlei that the little demoness was currently in the Divine Tomb. Thus, he did not ask any further. Hee. We are well aware of the purpose of fellow Taoist Ming's visit. Why don't you follow me to the Divine Tomb now? Venerated Cloud Thunder said after Ning Fan and Luosher had finished their conversation. Thank you for leading the way, fellow Taoist. Ning Fan kept the venerated immortal corpse behind him. Then, he casually slashed out a Dao sword which emitted a purple light and destroyed the heads of those people. His casual action, however, made the scalps of many second-step-old monsters numb. Ning Fan naturally did not have the mood to care about other people's feelings. Instead, he frowned and looked at the starry sky of the Eastern Ocean star region. With his senses after cultivating the yin-yang rain technique, he could vaguely sense the chi of the experts in the Eastern Ocean star region even without using the rain technique. After the Sun Luo chaos ended, there were not many 10,000 ancient realm-old monsters left in the Godly Void Pavilion. In the Eastern Ocean star region, other than Yunlei, there were 9 other chi that had reached the 10,000 ancient realm. This included the aura of Quasi-Saint Xianxia, the aura of Immortal Emperor Shensu, and even the aura of Plague King Lv Fei. What made Ning Fan feel solemn was that the chi of these 10,000 ancient realm experts were more or less weak. It seemed like all of them had injuries on their bodies. All of you can leave now. I'll just bring Rain Lord to the Divine Tomb. Immortal Venerable Cloud Thunder dismissed the welcoming team and went straight to the Divine Tomb with Ning Fan. Both of them were powerful cultivators. With their speed, they only spent tens of breaths to reach the Divine Tomb. As soon as they entered the first level of the Divine Tomb, Ning Fan's eyes immediately widened in disbelief. The first level of the Divine Tomb, which was bustling with activity in the past, had now become a wasteland. The earth tombs and heavenly tombs had collapsed in the ruins. The entire earth's crust was broken into countless pieces. There were still a few disciples of the Godly Void Pavilion stationed here. However, they were not there to cultivate. Instead, they were desperately setting up formations in an attempt to repair the broken earth tombs. What exactly happened inside the Divine Tomb? Why did the first level turn into a wasteland? What does this have to do with the news of ancient chaos approaching the end of his Tao? Many questions rose in Ning Fan's mind. He vaguely felt that his master's Tao extinction was not as simple as he imagined it to be. He looked at Yunlei with a pleading look, but Yunlei only smiled bitterly. Fellow Taoist, don't ask me. I don't know much about what happened in the tomb of the god of sin. 10 years ago, the vision of a red sun shining over the sea appeared in the eastern sky. The upheaval of the tomb of the god of sin happened on that day. Many experts, including Patriarch Xianxia, entered the godly tomb to investigate, but they were all seriously injured, and the godly tomb was mostly destroyed. At that time, I was out on a mission and wasn't on the main planet, so I wasn't injured. I also became the only eternal ancient realm cultivator in the Godly Void Pavilion. 10 years ago, in the eastern heaven's red sun illuminating sea, all the 10,000-year-old monsters, including Xianxia, were severely injured, and the Divine Tomb was reduced to ruins. Ning Fan's eyes became even more solemn. The intelligence gathered by Zhao Yukai and the others recorded the events of eastern heaven's red sun illuminating sea 10 years ago. However, in that intelligence, it only said that when the red sun shone over the sea, 4,000 babies of cultivation planets in the eastern heaven went missing. He did not expect such an incident to happen on that day. The incident in the Divine Tomb did not spread in the eastern heaven. Was it suppressed by the Godly Void Pavilion? If fellow Taoist has any questions, you will naturally get your answers after you meet the 2 emperors. Yunlei led Ning Fan all the way to the lowest level. When the cultivators of the Godly Void Pavilion who were guarding the Divine Tomb saw Venerable Yunlei, they naturally did not dare to stop them. The second level was also in ruins. The third level was also in a state of devastation. They walked all the way to the sixth level and Ning Fan arrived at the teleportation gate of the seventh level. When he felt the monstrous devil chi coming from the seventh level, he was instantly shocked. What a strong devil chi! What exactly happened in the divine tomb? Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. When he entered the divine tomb in the past, there was definitely no such strong devil chi here. Even with his current strength, he could faintly feel a sense of pressure from this devil chi. If he goes further down, the devil chi would probably be even denser. Fellow Taoist, be careful. The devil chi down there is very dense. The two emperors and a group of experts are currently on the 8th level. You will see them when you go down. Immortal Venerable Yunlei and Ning Fan continued to descend to the 7th level. Then, something that shocked Ning Fan even more happened. The extent of the collapse of the 7th level was much more severe than the previous 6 levels. All the tomb palaces on the entire continent had collapsed. The undead spirits who used to live on the 7th level had all died. Not a single one of them could be found anymore. Frenzied and violent devil chi surged across the entire sky, forming a black storm. At the center of the storm, where the tectonic plates of the continent were the most severely damaged, there was a 10,000 Xianxia *3. 33 Emperor Zhang, large black palm print firmly imprinted on the ground. That palm print seemed to be the culprit that caused the collapse of the 7th level and the annihilation of all the undead spirits. The terrifying aura force of that palm print was indescribable. It actually gave people a chill even though it was not cold. Even Immortal Venerable Yunlei did not dare to look at that palm print for too long. It was as if his entire body would be devoured by the devil chi in that palm print if he looked at it for too long. Who was it that destroyed the 7th level of the divine tomb with a single palm print? Ning Fan's expression was unprecedentedly grim. I don't know. Fellow Taoist, you must not get close to that palm print. Even though 10 years have passed, that palm print still faintly exudes the aura force of an ancient great devil. Unless you're an ancient devil, it's very difficult for you to withstand the devil chi of this level. Just as Immortal Venerable Yunlei reminded him, he saw Ning Fan directly flying towards the center of the palm print. He immediately became anxious. 10 years ago, something happened to the Divine Tomb. The Divine Void Emperor and the Divine Void Emperor brought their people to investigate the situation. However, they were defeated by a mysterious person in the 7th level with a single palm strike and caused the entire Divine Tomb to collapse crazily. Even though the power of that palm print 10 years ago had already dissipated, the devil might it contained was still monstrous. Unless one is an immortal king with a high cultivation base, he or she would definitely be severely injured if they get close to the palm print recklessly. Immortal Venerable Yunlei himself did not dare to get close to the palm print. He also did not think that Ning Fan had the strength to do so. However, what happened next surprised him. Ning Fan was actually unscathed and he was walking towards the center of the palm print step by step. This young man. Immortal Venerable Yunlei took a deep breath. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have underestimated Ning Fan. It was very strong. It was just a palm print left behind by a mysterious expert 10 years ago. However, it gave off an undefeatable aura force that made one have to submit to it. The closer Ning Fan got to the center of the palm print, the more astonished he felt. When the devil chi that seemed to have a substantial form came into contact with his skin, it actually caused him to feel a stinging pain. One should know that Ning Fan was an ancient devil. Moreover, he was an ancient devil whose cultivation base had reached the 7th nirvana realm. With his ancient devil cultivation base, he could already fight against a late Shikong Void Emperor. However, he could not withstand the devil chi of that palm at all. An ancient great devil. Ning Fan took a deep breath. After a long while, he finally uttered those 4 words. Those who could obtain such a title were at least people like Enmo and the Strange Eyeball who could sweep away all the immortal emperors and quasi-saints during the Age of Chaos. The one who left this palm print was definitely an ancient great devil. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to possess such terrifying devil chi. However, how was this possible? Putting aside the 4 heavens and 9 worlds of the human race, there were also the 10 great secret clans. Perhaps, there were also ancient great cultivators. Other than the Spirit King Palace and the True Spirit Clan, There seemed to be another place of slumber in the demon race. Perhaps there were also ancient great demons sleeping there. Only the devil race could not produce ancient great devils. Currently, Ning Fan had learned a lot about the history of the ancient era. In the past, immortal Emperor Xianxia invaded the illusory world. During that battle, the land of the devil race was divided into 9 parts and became the 9 great devil abysses. The 9 devil ancestors were also suppressed. Since then, the devil race had lost its blood. It was difficult for them to produce any more devil ancestors. The chances of producing an immortal Emperor Devil Lord had also greatly decreased. As time passed, the number of immortal emperors of the devil race decreased. They were no longer able to fight against the demon race and the human race at all. In the end, they completely sealed the ancient devil abyss and isolated themselves from the outside world. The devil race had obviously fallen to the point where it was difficult for immortal emperors to emerge. How could there still be an ancient great devil in this world? Could it be that the top few devil ancestors among the 9 devil ancestors had escaped from the suppression? This was the first possibility that came to Ning Fan's mind. On second thought, the evil well at the bottom of the tomb of the god of sin seemed to be connected to the place where great Emperor Mo Luo was suppressed. Could it be that the evil ancestor really escaped from the suppression and came to the tomb of the god of sin to make trouble? Even with his current cultivation base, he was unable to withstand the devil chi in the palm imprint for a long time. Thus, he had no choice but to quickly retreat to Yunlei's side. Fellow cultivators' supernatural power can actually be so close to the palm print. Since the immortal Luo tribulation, my godly void pavilion has suffered heavy losses. There are only 2 immortal kings left, Xianbei and Lu Feng. Below the immortal emperor, I'm afraid only the 2 of them can be so close to the palm print. For a fellow cultivator to be able to do this, Yunlei admires you. I wonder if fellow Daoist has any interest in joining my divine void pavilion as a guest elder? When this immortal venerable Cloud Thunder saw how powerful Ning Fan's abilities were, he actually had the intention to recruit him. He wanted to recruit an immortal venerable expert for his godly void pavilion. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. He was just relying on the fact that the physical body of the ancient devil had left to get close to the palm imprint. If he were to rely on his own strength, he would not be able to get close to it even if he had the cultivation base of Jieshui. Can we talk about this later? I want to go to the bottom level and see Master first. Ning Fan's heart was filled with bitterness. He faintly felt that he was the one who had harmed ancient chaos and caused him to be on the verge of Tao extinction. He had once asked ancient chaos to help him guard the devil well. If great Emperor Mo Luo sends someone to pass through the devil well, he would kill them on his behalf. He was not sure if the incident of ancient chaos's Tao extinction was related to this matter. That palm imprint and that mysterious ancient great devil made Ning Fan's mind filled with countless guesses. However, he could not find an answer even after a long time. Seeing that Ning Fan had no intention to join the godly void pavilion for the time being, Yunlei did not force him. He continued to lead Ning Fan to the 8th floor. The undead spirits on the 8th floor were also completely wiped out. At the center of the continent of the 8th floor, there was also a 10,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, palm imprint which caused all the continents to crumble. That palm imprint seemed to have directly penetrated through the 7th floor. Because its power was slightly weaker than the palm imprint on the 7th floor, it was still not to be underestimated. The outer edge of the palm imprint was the teleportation door that led to the 9th floor. At this moment, there were experts sitting outside the teleportation door. They were exerting all of their strength to suppress the devil chi that kept leaking out from the teleportation door. There were Great Emperor Shen Kong, Void Sovereign, Immortal King Xianbei and some other immortal venerables. All of them had injuries on their bodies but they were still trying their best to suppress the teleportation door. LV Feng, on the other hand, was not here. Seeing Ning Fan and Yunlei's arrival, everyone's eyes flickered. They scanned Ning Fan with their spirit sense and more or less revealed astonishment on their faces. The ones who were the most astonished were the 2 emperors, Shen Kong and Yunlei, especially Great Emperor Shen Kong who had a grudge against Ning Fan. Even with his immortal emperor realm, he could not hide the astonishment in his eyes. It's Ning Fan. There's no doubt about it. It has only been 100 years but that young man has actually reached this stage and obtained the cultivation base of a 10,000 ancient realm expert, The 10,000 ancient realm experts were divided into 9 tribulations. Those below the 3rd tribulation were immortal venerables, while those below the 6th tribulation were immortal kings. Normally, immortal venerables, immortal kings and immortal emperors all belong to the same great cultivation realm. All of them would address each other as fellow Taoist. Even when facing some quasi-saints, they would also address each other as fellow Taoist. Only when facing ancient great cultivators would a 10,000 ancient realm expert be willing to lower their heads and address them as senior. The current Ning Fan had the strength of a 10,000 ancient realm expert. Even if he was just an immortal venerables, he was still qualified to be treated as a peer by Great Emperor Shen Kong and be valued. 100 years later, the young man who was a junior 100 years ago has actually become my friend. Great Emperor Shen Kong's heart was filled with complicated feelings. He even felt a hint of fear towards Ning Fan's speed of improvement. It has only been 100 years and this young man has already reached this stage. If he is given another 100 or even 1,000 years, how far can he go? I'm afraid that only those ancient great cultivators could achieve such cultivation potential when they were young. Could it be that this young man actually has the potential to become an ancient great cultivator? Yunlei greets the 2 emperors and fellow Taoists. Ning Fan greets the 2 emperors and fellow Taoists. Ning Fan followed behind Yunlei and slightly cupped his fists to greet everyone. The immortal venerables present did not dare to be careless. All of them stood up and returned his greeting. Even immortal King Xianbei politely returned Ning Fan's greeting. Only Great Emperor Shen Kong and Void Sovereign did not get up even after a long time. They did not return Ning Fan's greeting. Void Sovereign did not do so. He just narrowed his eyes and examined Ning Fan. As for Great Emperor Shen Kong, his expression darkened. All of a sudden, he let out a snort. All of a sudden, countless rays of golden light emerged between heaven and earth and turned into a 1000 zhang *3, 33 M per zhang, long golden finger. Then, it directly pressed down on Ning Fan's head. Take this finger and prove your strength. Then, you will be qualified to be called my fellow Taoist. That finger of Great Emperor Shen Kong did not use his full strength. It was just comparable to the attack of a newly advanced immortal venerable. Just like Void Sovereign, he still could not believe Ning Fan's strength. No matter what, it was a little shocking for him to have the cultivation base of an immortal venerable within 100 years. He must personally verify it before he could believe it. Ning Fan looked at the finger expressionlessly. He could see that Great Emperor Shen Kong's finger was just a test. He did not have any malicious intent. To be more precise, Great Emperor Shen Kong was already frightened by ancient chaos's prestige 100 years ago. Before the true righteous path of ancient chaos was destroyed, he did not dare to attack ancient chaos's successor at all. 100 years later, he had to be called a fellow Taoist. With the status of the 2 emperors, it was naturally difficult for them to accept it. If Ning Fan could not prove his strength, the 2 emperors would definitely not lower their status and accept him calling them fellow Taoist. As soon as Shen Kong pointed his finger, heaven and earth changed color. All the old monsters at the scene perked up, wanting to see how Ning Fan would deal with this finger. The scene that happened 100 years ago replayed in Ning Fan's mind. In the past, he had to borrow the prestige of ancient chaos in order to scare Great Emperor Shen Kong. Today, however, if it's just a probing finger of Great Emperor Shen Kong, he would be able to take it on by himself. He did not retreat. Instead, he directly slashed a ray of purple light at the 1000 zhang * tall golden finger that was descending from the sky. Under the slash, the purple and golden energy immediately clashed with each other between heaven and earth, creating countless chi waves. After the collision, all of them vanished into thin air. Ning Fan's sword strike was actually extremely precise. It was not even half a bit stronger than Shen Kong's finger, but it was not weaker either. The eyes of all the old monsters at the scene immediately turned solemn. Being able to control the sword strike with such ease was enough to prove that Ning Fan's strength was above that of a newly advanced immortal venerable. The first eternal tribulation. Each of the old monsters' eyes were filled with astonishment. It was already rare for him to reach the immortal venerable realm within 100 years. To think that he could actually take another step forward and become a first tribulation immortal venerable. This young man's cultivation speed was simply heaven-defying. How many ancient immortal venerables had spent millions of years just to break through to the first tribulation immortal venerable realm? Ning Fan, on the other hand, managed to reach this step in just 100 years. If he has another 100 or 1,000 years, how far could he go? Who could predict it? 100 years ago, I've underestimated this young man. I didn't expect that I would also misjudge him. Great Emperor Shen Kong was the first to stand up. He cupped his fists at Ning Fan as a return of respect and acknowledged Ning Fan's identity as a fellow Daoist. As for Great Emperor Shen Kong, he remained silent for a while. In the end, he let out a sigh and stood up from the ground, cupping his fists at Ning Fan. Even though he was unwilling, he had to admit that the current Ning Fan had the qualifications to be treated as an equal by him. I want to enter the 9th floor to see my master. I wonder if the two emperors can make an exception and open the teleportation gate for me to enter. Ning Fan said to the two emperors with a serious expression. He really wanted to have a conversation with them and ask them what exactly happened in the Divine Tomb 10 years ago. However, he was more concerned about the current situation of the ancient chaos. If he could not see that the ancient chaos was safe and sound with his own eyes, he would not be able to feel at ease. You want to enter the 9th floor? I'm afraid it might be a little difficult. Great Emperor Shen Kong frowned slightly. The devil chi in the 9th floor was the heaviest. It was so heavy that even with his cultivation base of an 8th tribulation immortal emperor, it was still difficult for him to enter. Even though Ning Fan had become an immortal venerable, it was still extremely dangerous for him to enter the 9th floor. Unless you have a quasi-saint realm protector, you won't be able to enter the 9th floor with your current cultivation base. Great Emperor Shen Kong was even more direct with his words. Even though he had acknowledged Ning Fan's strength, he still held a grudge against Ning Fan. Thus, his words were naturally impolite. Ning Fan frowned slightly and looked at the teleportation gate which was constantly leaking devil chi. He did not express his opinion. He could feel that the devil chi in the 9th floor would be much stronger than the devil chi in the center of the palm imprint. Even if he was an ancient devil, it would be difficult for him to endure that level of devil chi. However, even so, he must enter the 9th floor to have a look. If he was not stubborn, he would not be Ning Fan. Fellow Daoist, why don't you stay here and wait for my old ancestor to return? At that time, with my old ancestor's protection, fellow Daoist will naturally be able to enter the 9th floor and meet Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. Why don't you sit down and have a chat with us first? I'm sure fellow Daoist has a lot of questions about the changes in the Divine Tomb 10 years ago that urgently need answers. Great Emperor Shen Kong spoke again. His tone was much more polite than Great Emperor Shen Kong's. The old ancestor he mentioned was naturally his master, the only quasi-saint realm expert in the godly void pavilion, Xianxia. However, just as Great Emperor Shen Kong finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from the teleportation gate. It's all right. Let him in. With me here, the devil chi of the 9th floor won't be able to hurt him. Let this old man tell him what he wants to know. This voice was very familiar. It was undoubtedly Xianxia. However, his chi was extremely unstable as if he was severely injured. Come. Come and see your master. He is approaching the end of his Tao and he really wants to see you. Xianxia then sighed. With his cultivation base at the first level quasi-saint realm, even if he used up all the spiritual medicines in the godly void pavilion, he still would not be able to save Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. I'm afraid the great limit of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos is really coming. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, a vast amount of magic power came from the other end of the teleportation gate, causing the demonic chi in the gate to tremble violently. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had torn it apart, revealing a demonic chi passage that could allow a single person to pass through. The demonic energy of the Divine Tomb's 9th level was far too heavy. With the cultivation of the Divine Void Twin Emperors, the most they could do was enter alone. Wanting to open a channel through the demonic energy was actually difficult. In Godly Void Pavilion, only Xianxia could do this with his first-level quasi-sage cultivation. But even for Xianxia, it wasn't easy for him to accomplish this. After hearing the old ancestor's words, no one stopped Ning Fan from entering the 9th floor. The group of experts sat down again and set up a seal on the teleportation gate, trying to seal off the leakage of demonic chi from the gate. Ning Fan, on the other hand, entered the portal with a heavy heart. Ning Fan could hear the helplessness in Xiang Bozi's words. That tone made it seem as if even with Xiang Bozi's first-rank quasi-sage cultivation and all the resources of the godly void pavilion, he would not be able to save the ancient Chaos Emperor. How bad was the ancient Chaos Heavenly Emperor's situation? Roar, roar, roar. As soon as he entered the 9th floor, deafening devil roars resounded in his ears. Each of the roars was stronger than the previous one. Being caught off guard, Ning Fan only felt a buzzing pain in his ears. Then, black blood flowed out from his mouth. His consciousness was nearly knocked out by the devil roars. What a powerful demonic roar! Just who was it that could actually let out such a terrifying demonic roar? It wasn't a roar that had just been emitted, but an echo. It had already reverberated in the 9th level for 10 years, and it still hadn't disappeared. Little friend, be careful. This is the roar left behind by that demon 10 years ago. With your current cultivation, you must not listen to this demonic sound, or your sea of consciousness will be heavily injured. In the Devil Chi passageway, a blind old man in grey robes suddenly appeared in front of Ning Fan. With a flick of his sleeve seemed to contain the great Tao of heaven and earth. All of a sudden, all the echoes in heaven and earth were swept away by his sleeve like dust, no longer able to approach Ning Fan. As soon as he saw the grey-robed old man, Ning Fan did not dare to be careless. He immediately greeted the old man. Junior Ning Fan greets Senior Xiang. In his heart, he was shocked by Xiang Bozi's words. The echoes of the devil's roar had actually spread from 10 years ago all the way to the present. Moreover, it was actually able to injure him with a single roar. The cultivation of the ancient great devil who left behind this roar was truly world-shaking. You don't have to be so polite, little friend. This old man will bring you to see your master one last time. The last time? What does that mean? Ning Fan's heart felt like it was struck by a rock. His expression changed. Could it be that the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's lifespan has come to an end and his Tao is going to be destroyed? What happened in the tomb of the God of Sin 10 years ago? Was the ancient demon that came to the tomb of the God of Sin the culprit who caused the destruction of the chaotic ancient Tao? Who is that devil? As if he had seen through Ning Fan's doubts, Xiang Bozi brought Ning Fan to the 9th floor of the chaotic ancient tomb palace. At the same time, he briefly told Ning Fan about what happened 10 years ago. 10 years ago, the red sun illuminating the sea phenomenon appeared in the eastern sky. The scope of the phenomenon was very wide. At that time, it caused a large number of cultivators to panic. Fortunately, the phenomenon soon disappeared. On that day, only the disappearance of babies occurred on 4,000 cultivation planets, so it didn't cause any more incidents. For cultivators, the death of a few mortal babies was not a big deal. Therefore, very few people paid attention to the phenomenon. Very few people knew that on the day when the red sun illuminating the sea appeared 10 years ago, an ancient great devil came to the divine tomb. That great devil seemed to have descended into the divine tomb out of nowhere. It directly appeared on the 7th floor of the divine tomb, causing a strong tremor in the tomb. The Divine Void Emperor and the Divine Void Emperor immediately led their people into the tomb to investigate. Countless experts in the group could not even withstand a single palm attack from that great devil and were defeated. Xiang Bozi, the quasi-sage realm expert who had been living in seclusion, could no longer sit idly by. He personally entered the divine tomb, but he was also defeated by that great devil. Similarly, he could not withstand a single palm attack from that devil. The dead spirits in the last 3 floors of the divine tomb were completely devoured by that great devil. Then, he went straight to the chaotic ancient tomb palace and issued a challenge to the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. Even Xiang Bozi had no idea why that ancient great devil challenged the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. He only knew that the battle was too terrifying. Even with his quasi-sage realm cultivation base, he could not participate in it. All he could do was hide in the 8th floor and sense it from afar. That battle ended with the defeat of the primeval great demon, and the primeval Chaos Great Emperor had almost perished on the spot due to overexertion of energy. Had it not been for Xiang Bozi taking out the ancient treasures of the Divine Void Pavilion and saving him, the ancient Chaos Great Emperor would not have been able to hold on until today. He would have perished 10 years ago. I used all of the connate spirit herbs in the pavilion and even used the 3 strands of origin chi I've collected in my life to barely seal the primeval Chaos Emperor's soul. However, 10 years had passed, and the ancient Chaos Emperor's soul was still extremely weak. Now, no matter how many treasures of heaven and earth there were, it was impossible to save the Emperor's fate. During these 10 years, the ancient Chaos the Arch had always been in a deep sleep. However, when you entered the divine tomb, he forced himself to wake up. I think he also wants to see you. Xianxia let out a long sigh. Before the divine void ancestor died, he had left behind a final order. If ancient chaos neared the end of his Tao, then even if he had to sacrifice all of divine void pavilion's treasures, he had to save him. He had indeed carried out the primogenitor's orders. Unfortunately, he couldn't save ancient chaos. I also don't know the identity of that ancient great devil. However, I have some guesses. That ancient great devil used fire as his wings and bats as his devil marks. He somewhat resembled the members of the Fire Wings clan of the ancient devil race. I don't know much about the ancient devil race and I can't tell much about them. Moreover, there seems to be a purple, devil sealing stone, embedded in the glabella of that ancient great devil. But how is this possible? Didn't all of those ancient great devils die in battle? Could it be the missing part? As he said that, Xianxia's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. However, he was also a little uncertain. He did not know what the Fire Wings clan was and he also did not know what the devil sealing stone was. What is the devil sealing stone? Ning Fan asked. Oh? Little friend, you haven't heard of the devil sealing stone? Xianxia was slightly surprised. Then, he smiled and said. You're right. Even though little friend's innate talent is great, you have only cultivated for a short period of time after all. It's normal that you don't know about these ancient secrets. Little friend, you should know that the 4 heavens and 9 worlds that we are in is an illusory world, right? I know. After reaching the level of immortal venerate ancient, he would more or less know about the origin of the illusory world. After seeing Ning Fan nod his head, Xianxia was not concerned and continued to speak. Little friend, you should know about the invasion of the outer domain and the collapse of the ancient heavenly court, right? I've heard a little about it. It is said that when the Zido immortal domain collapsed, immortal sovereign Zido used the last of his power to seal the remaining Zido immortal realm cultivators into a certain illusory world, isolating them from the true world. Then, he left behind 9 stone doors that can lead one to the true world in the ancient heavenly desolate realm. We are the cultivators of that illusory world. This illusory world has a long history. It was already opened when immortal sovereign Zido achieved Tao. In the beginning, the strongest force in the illusory world was the ancient heavenly court which was ruled by a heaven sovereign. Later on, the remaining Zido immortal realm cultivators entered the illusory world, increasing the number of the strongest forces in the ancient heavenly court to 4, the ancient heavenly court, the demon manor, the 10 realm guarding clans and the devil conferral summit. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. It was his first time hearing about such ancient secrets. It was his first time hearing about the demon manor and the 10 realm guarding clans. As for the ancient heavenly court and the devil conferral summit, he was no stranger to them. The ancient heavenly court was the force controlled by Mu Weiliang's father while the devil conferral summit was the force established by great emperor Mo Zhong. The devil conferral summit was the sacred ground of the devil race. Ning Fan had once visited the devil conferral summit and awakened his ancient devil bloodline there. In the beginning, the illusory world was still led by the ancient heavenly court. However, the situation in the illusory world changed drastically. First, the demon race was invaded by a mysterious expert and it collapsed into the awakening realm and the dream realm. The entire demon manor was sealed in the dream realm. Inside the demon manor, everyone from ancient great demons to low-grade demon generals were severely injured and on the verge of death. They fell into a state of deep sleep and it was difficult for them to wake up. No one knew what happened to the demon race. The only thing they knew was that all the demon cultivators in the awakening realm had been deprived of their demon spiritual power. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. He had long heard that there was a place of deep sleep in the demon race where an ancient great demon was sleeping. Today, he heard more detailed information about it from Xianxia. After that, the devil race was also in trouble. That person. A mysterious expert came to the devil race. However, no one knew what exactly happened to the devil race. Ever since that person came, the devil conferral summit of the devil race suffered a destructive blow and disappeared from heaven and earth. From then on, I've never heard of any devil cultivators who could enter the ancient devil's abyss and receive the inheritance of the ancient devils. As for the ancient great devils who guarded the devil conferral summit, half of them died in battle. Their corpses were incomplete while the whereabouts of the other half were unknown. After that, the devil race collapsed into 9 great devil abysses. 9 devil ancestors were suppressed under the 9 devil mountains. Until now, they still haven't been able to break free from the seal. As for the surviving low-grade devils, all of them had lost their ancient devil bloodline. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. It was his first time hearing about such a secret behind the 9 divisions of the ancient devil's abyss. After that, the ancient heavenly court was in trouble. It was said that an immortal emperor of the ancient heavenly court had betrayed the heaven sovereign's trust. He destroyed the demon manor and the devil conferral summit all by himself, suppressing the demon race and the devil race. No one knew how that immortal emperor obtained the key to the passage of the heaven sovereign and opened the stone door that led to the ancient heavenly court. After that, countless cultivators from the outer world swarmed into the ancient heavenly court, trying to destroy this illusory world completely. In that battle, the heaven sovereign and the cultivators of the ancient heavenly court under his command all died in battle. In the end, all the invading cultivators from the outer world were annihilated. As he spoke until here, Xianxia's tone was heroic and heroic. It was obvious that he admired the ancestors of the ancient heavenly court who died protecting the realm. Ning Fan, on the other hand, frowned. He had seen Mu Weiliang's memories before. He had also seen some fragments of the collapse of the ancient heavenly court. He remembered that one of the invading cultivators from the outer world seemed to have escaped. Immortal Emperor Xianxia should have escaped. However, when he thought about it again, if Immortal Emperor Xianxia had really escaped, why didn't the coordinates of the illusory world plane leak out? Why didn't the cultivators from the outer world invade the illusory world after so many years? He couldn't figure it out. That battle was too brutal. It directly caused heaven and earth to collapse into the 4 heavens and 9 worlds. Moreover, after the battle, the low-grade cultivators of the god race also lost their ancient divine bloodline and the power of their heart aperture. Among the 4 great forces in the past, the ancient heavenly court was completely annihilated. The demon manor fell into a deep slumber. The devil conferral summit was half destroyed and disappeared. Only the 10 clans of the world guardian survived and became the strongest force above the 4 heavens, the 10 great secret clans. Logically speaking, the 10 great secret clans are the strongest forces in the illusory world. Each clan has a great cultivator from the ancient times. They are fully capable of taking over the entire illusory world on behalf of the ancient heavenly court. However, the 10 great secret clans unexpectedly did not have the intention to take over the world. Instead, they sealed their territories one after another and did not contact the outside world. I once received a piece of news which is somewhat credible. It is said that before the ancient heavenly court was annihilated, the 10 clans of the world guardian were invaded by someone. The immortal emperor who betrayed the ancient heavenly court killed all the ancient great cultivators of the 10 clans with his own strength. This might be the reason why the 10 clans sealed their territories and did not come out. Immortal Emperor Xianxia once killed all the ancient great cultivators of the 10 clans with his own strength. If Xianxia's information is to be believed, wouldn't Immortal Emperor Xianxia annihilate the demon manor, the devil summit, the secret clans and the ancient heavenly court all by himself? Currently, Ning Fan could be considered to have witnessed the power of great cultivators from the ancient times. At the very least, he should be as strong as Mo in order to have the courage to call himself a great cultivator from the ancient times, right? Figures of that level were actually slaughtered by Xianxia. It was enough to show how powerful Xianxia was. A heavenly emperor who could chase Xianxia out of the illusory world was certainly not a weakling. A heavenly emperor was also terrifyingly strong. Then, here comes the question. How did the butterfly in the past manage to destroy Xianxia's eye? Without any cultivation base or ability, she managed to destroy Xianxia's eye just like that. Why, ever since he started cultivating the Tao, Ning Fan would often think about this question. However, he could not think of an answer. The butterfly must have relied on some kind of power that was beyond his understanding to destroy Xianxia's eye. However, why would such a level of power appear on the butterfly? The Devil Conferral Summit is the sacred ground of the devil race. It is said that Great Emperor Mo Zhong, who was ranked 7th under the immortal sovereign throne, established it. When it moved to the illusory world, Great Emperor Mo Zhong had already died in battle many years ago. In the beginning, there were a total of 25 great ancient devils guarding the Devil Conferral Summit. On the eve of the invasion of the foreign cultivators, 13 of them died in battle but 12 of them went missing. All the great ancient devils on the Devil Conferral Summit shared a common characteristic, the devil sealing stone that was embedded on their glabella. The great ancient devil who came to the divine tomb 10 years ago had a devil sealing stone on his glabella. I suspect that this person is highly likely to be one of the 12 great ancient devils who went missing in the past. If that's really the case, why did that devil reappear after disappearing for countless years, and why did he come to the divine tomb and attack Great Emperor Ancient Chaos? I also can't find the answer to these questions. Xiang Bozi let out a long sigh. He told Ning Fan everything he knew and guessed. As for the rest of the things, he also did not know. In the past, the great ancient devils on the Devil Conferral Summit went missing. Then, the foreign cultivators invaded and destroyed heaven and earth. Today, the group of great devils who had gone missing reappeared in this world. Would there be a great disturbance in this world again? Ning Fan's face was as gloomy as still water. After hearing so many secrets, he actually felt a hint of uneasiness for no reason. Inexplicably, his mind recalled Nailan Zi's words of divination that day. The 4 heavens will be isolated. There will be a great war in the northern heaven. The Spirit King will die in the hands of the Western demon ancestor. Judging from the words of divination, the world will certainly be plunged into chaos. Could it be that the arrival of the great ancient devils in the divine tomb is also part of that great chaos? Things seemed to be a little different from what he had imagined previously. This great ancient devil was not one of the 9 great devil ancestors. It seemed like it had little to do with the devil well of contract on the 9th floor. The guilt in his heart lessened a little but his worries increased. At this moment, Ning Fan had already arrived at the outside of the ancient Chaos Tomb Palace. From afar, he saw the illusory old man who was wearing a faint smile. Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. He was originally in a deep slumber. However, after Ning Fan arrived, he forcefully woke up just to see his disciple. His body became even more illusory and almost transparent. However, due to the power of the 3 traces of Shi Qi, his body was forcefully stabilized and did not dissipate. His face looked very old and withered. His white hair was dry but neat. Even though his qi was weak, it did not lose the domineering aura he had in the past. LV Feng and little Demoness stood beside him. During these days, they seemed to have been taking care of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos on Ning Fan's behalf. Seeing Ning Fan's arrival, little Demoness' eyes were filled with longing and joy while LV Feng's expression was complicated. As for Great Emperor Ancient Chaos, who was smiling warmly just now, his expression immediately darkened when he sensed the smell of blood on Ning Fan's body. His disciple had such a strong smell of blood. Besides, it was actually the blood of experts. It's those ants from the dark race who attacked you. How dare they touch my disciple? They are courting death. Great Emperor Ancient Chaos took a step forward. The killing intent around his body skyrocketed, and it was enough to drown heaven and earth. Yes, he was extremely weak. He was on the brink of death. However, he had been strong all his life and had never been bullied by anyone. If the dark race dares to bully his disciple, he would make them pay the price even if his Tao is destroyed immediately. Unknowingly, Ning Fan's eyes turned sour when he saw how protective Great Emperor Ancient Chaos was. He slowly closed his eyes. This was his master, the master who would always stand behind him and support him no matter what. The first thing he said to him when they met was that he was concerned about him. He was the person who would stand up for him even if his Tao is destroyed. Ning Fan was unfortunate. His childhood was filled with hardships and he had suffered countless hardships. He even fell into a devil sect and nearly died. On the other hand, he was fortunate. He had countless lovers in his life and he was fortunate enough to meet 3 masters. Each of them sincerely regarded him as their disciple and successor. Old Devil, Great Emperor Ancient Chaos and Zido. The 3 of them had different levels of cultivation. However, all of them pointed out the path for Ning Fan to advance in different stages of his Tao cultivation. The feeling of having a master who cares about me is really good. Even though it was just a desolate and dilapidated divine tomb, Ning Fan felt like he had returned home after a long time. The dark race didn't attack me. When he opened his eyes again, he wore a light smile and lied to the ancient Chaos Immortal Emperor. He definitely did not want Great Emperor Ancient Chaos to risk his Tao to take revenge on the dark race. He would solve his own problems by himself. Besides, compared to the dark race, he was more concerned about Great Emperor Ancient Chaos's body. That kind of illusory and old appearance made Ning Fan, who had an iron heart, feel sad. To be continued. Given how intelligent the ancient Chaos Great Emperor was, how could he not tell that Ning Fan was lying? However, he also understood that the reason why Ning Fan said that was because he did not want him to worry. Perhaps the dark race did not personally take action against Ning Fan, but those forces who wanted to curry favor with the dark race could no longer sit still. He had yet to extinguish his Tao, and yet others dared to bully his disciple. If his Tao was completely extinguished, what kind of situation would his disciple be in? The Purple Dough celestial realm used to be so powerful and prosperous. Back then, the Lai Yuan sect's reputation had been so great. Thinking back to when he, the ancient Chaos Emperor, was at his peak, he could suppress the dark race with a wave of his hand. No one dared to bully his disciple, but now, the Purple Dipper celestial realm had fallen apart, and the entire Lai Yuan sect had perished in battle. The last descendants of the Purple Dipper celestial realm were trapped in the illusionary world, unable to walk out. They did not dare to walk out, and they were in a sorry state. He, ancient Chaos, had died in battle in ancient times. He had relied on the help of the divine void ancestor to leave behind an illusion that hadn't been destroyed. Although he had struggled to survive in the illusionary world until now, he would eventually perish. He was no longer the almighty ancient Chaos Emperor. He no longer had the power to suppress the dark races. The destruction of his Tao was almost irreversible. The only thing he was worried about was the successor he had accepted after his death, Ning Fan. Was he in such a sorry state that he couldn't even protect his disciple? All of you withdraw for now. I want to speak with my disciple, and I don't want anyone to listen. Ancient Chaos killing intent gradually vanished, and he revealed a dejected expression as he instructed Luo Zi and the others. After hearing what Ning Fan said, Xiang Bozi, Shui Mining and LV Feng did not stay any longer. They parted ways with Ning Fan and returned to the 8th level of the Divine Tomb. Outside of the Palace Tomb, there was only Ning Fan and his disciple, Ancient Chaos, standing opposite each other. The Ancient Chaos Great Emperor was obviously extremely weak, but he still raised his hand and helped Ning Fan block the Devil Chi of the 9th floor. This kind of invisible concern made Ning Fan feel even sadder. As long as there is a chance, he would not wish for the chaotic ancient Tao to be destroyed. However, he did not know if there was still a chance to save this old man. I'm close to the end of my Tao, but there's still one thing I'm worried about, and that's you. You've done very well. You haven't brought shame to the Lai Yuan sect's name. It's only been 100 years, and you've actually managed to cultivate the Jia clan's bloodline to the realm of 3 stars real blood. With such aptitude, even in the primordial era, you would be able to look down upon all heroes. With your current strength that is comparable to the ancient immortal venerables, you might not be able to do as you please in the illusory world, but you can protect yourself. I wouldn't be worried if someone else bullied you, but this time, it was the dark race. The 10,000 ancient immortal venerables aren't strong enough to fight against the dark race. It's a pity that the primordial seal can't be passed to you. Otherwise, the dark race wouldn't dare to bully you. Ancient Chaos coldly humphed. He turned his hand and took out a scroll weaved with golden threads, showing it to Ning Fan's. The surface of the scroll looked ordinary and there was no magical power flowing within it. However, in Ning Fan's eyes, it seemed to have the power to punish the heavens and earth. The moment it first appeared, it was as if it had replaced the heavenly Tao of this place and could send down tribulations and punishments. There's no mistaking it. The power contained within this golden scroll is clearly the power of slaughter and punishment. However, it was different from the punishment power that Ning Fan had mastered. Ning Fan's punishment power was used to punish the barbarian race while the punishment power in this scroll was used to punish other races. What is this? Ning Fan asked. In the past, when the immortal sovereign sent the last descendant of Zido into the illusory world, he left behind 3 ancient contracts. They are the Demon Mansion contracts, the Devil Summit contracts and the 10 Clans contracts. Among them, the Demon Mansion contracts were obtained by the Lord of the Demon Mansion. With this contract, he can suppress all demons below the Quasi-Saint realm. The Devil Puppet contracts were obtained by the first Devil General under Great Emperor Mo Zhong. With this contract, he can suppress all devils below the Quasi-Saint realm. The contracts in my hands are the 10 Clans contracts. It exists specifically to suppress the 10 clans of the Realm Guarding clan. The reason why the Dark Race is afraid of me is because of this item. With this item, as long as I am still alive, I can use this contract to suppress all divine cultivators below the Quasi-Saint realm. The Dark Race are all divine cultivators. That's why they are afraid of me. Unfortunately, this contract can't be passed on to others. It will only perish together with me. If it's not because of this, I can pass this contract to you. In that case, the Dark Race will certainly be wary of you and won't dare to bully you. What a pity. Ancient Chaos let out a long sigh. He kept the ancient contract and said, I've been living in the Divine Tomb for many years. I've long been tired of this kind of life where I'm neither alive nor dead. To me, the death of my Tao might be a kind of release. The only thing I'm worried about is that the Dark Race will come to bully you after my Tao is extinguished. The Dark Race is like an ant to me. To you, the Dark Race is still a colossus. If I can live for a few more years, I can intimidate the Dark Race for you. Unfortunately, my lifespan has come to an end. The battle against that great devil has exhausted all of my remaining strength. Is there really no way to stop the death of my Tao? Ning Fan asked with a solemn expression. There's no way. Ancestor Divine Void built the Divine Tomb for me. It's already a heaven-defying item. He can keep one of my illusions alive, just like the shadow of the mountains and seas of the barbarian race. However, even this can't stop the death of my illusions. Little friend Xiang has used a lot of innate spiritual herbs to save me. However, even innate spiritual herbs aren't enough to prolong my life. Before Ancient Chaos could finish his words, Ning Fan suddenly asked, if there's a heaven-opening grade spiritual herb, can it save me? Heaven-opening grade spiritual herb? Ancient Chaos was stunned. Then, he shook his head and chuckled. There isn't even a sage in the illusory dream world. How can there be a heaven-opening grade spiritual herb? Even a sage might not necessarily have that kind of spiritual herb. Besides, not just any kind of heaven-opening grade spiritual herb can prolong one's life. The chances of this happening are really slim. We can't force it. Ancient Chaos did not mean what he said, but Ning Fan was listening intently. A sage might not necessarily have it. In other words, it's still possible for a sage to have it. Isn't the Supreme Pill Sacred Region just a place where a sage grows and gathers herbs? Would there be a spiritual herb that could prolong Ancient Chaos life there? Originally, Ning Fan just wanted to fulfill his promise and accompany Ouyang Wan to the Supreme Pill Sacred Region. However, this time, he had another goal. After meeting you this time, I will continue to sleep. In this way, I can certainly make the illusion last longer. It should be able to last for another 10 years. Within 10 years, the Dark Race won't dare to take action personally. After 10 years, I won't be able to protect you anymore. You might not be able to protect yourself. Ancient Chaos smiled bitterly. He reached out his hand and patted Ning Fan's shoulder. His expression was filled with worry and helplessness. Ning Fan's eyes, however, lit up. The Supreme Pill Sacred Region will open in another 5 years. If I can find the heaven-opening grade spiritual herb inside, I might be able to save Great Emperor Ancient Chaos in time. Sure enough, I must go to the Supreme Pill Sacred Region. Ning Fan secretly kept this matter in mind. However, there was another matter that he was puzzled about. Thus, he asked about the drastic change in the Divine Tomb 10 years ago. That ancient Great Devil had fought against Great Emperor Ancient Chaos before. Thus, Great Emperor Ancient Chaos certainly knew more than Xiang Bozi. That Great Devil was suspected to be the missing Devil Lord from the Devil Conferral Summit. However, no one knew his exact identity. No one knew why he came to the Divine Tomb either. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for that Great Devil who suddenly appeared and fought against Ancient Chaos would not have died so quickly. Thinking of this, Ning Fan frowned. He felt a lot of hostility towards that ancient great devil whose identity was unknown. If I'm not mistaken, that great devil should be Old Devil Blackwing of the Fire Wings clan. He is the seventh devil general of the Devil Conferral Summit. Just a sentence from Ancient Chaos confirmed the identity of that great devil. As expected, it was the great devil of the Devil Conferral Summit. The great devils of the Devil Conferral Summit either died in battle or went missing. This Old Devil Blackwing was exactly that devil lord who had gone missing. He used the Devil Cavity to directly enter the divine tomb, Devil Cavity. It was a kind of lost divine ability of the ancient fiend gods. It could directly open a passage and travel between worlds. Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. He had also read about the Devil Cavity in some ancient books. However, he did not expect that the great devil did not enter the divine tomb through the Devil Well. Instead, he walked out of the Devil Cavity. His chi is very strange. It feels like a living person but also like a dead person. When he faced me, he did not seem to have the consciousness of his true body. His purpose of coming to the divine tomb seems to be the ancient contract. He once tried to tempt me to go with him, wanting to borrow the contract of the 10 clans. However, I rejected him and fought him out of anger. Unfortunately, he was no match for me. I forced him to retreat and even destroyed his Devil Cavity. As a result, he has lost his Devil Cavity. It will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens if he wants to cross the boundary and enter the divine tomb again. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. It turned out that Old Devil Blackwing's purpose was actually the ancient contract that Ancient Chaos possessed. Since the contract could not be given to others, it could only be used by Ancient Chaos himself. That was why Old Devil Blackwing requested Ancient Chaos to do so. After he was rejected, he attacked Ancient Chaos forcefully but was defeated. Why did the great devil who disappeared in the ancient war suddenly appear and come here to seek the power of the ancient contract? Ning Fan faintly felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. However, he did not have the power to verify it. After talking about the ancient great devil, Ancient Chaos then asked about Ning Fan's experiences in the past 100 years. Ning Fan told Ancient Chaos about his experiences in the desolate wasteland. When he heard that a certain eyeball monster was still alive, Ancient Chaos's face darkened as if he had recalled something bad. He only had one woman whom he loved the most in his life. Her name was Hiyao. There was once an extremely wretched eyeball monster who dared to peep at Hiyao when she was bathing. Fortunately, Ancient Chaos discovered him in time and gave him a good beating. When he heard that the wretched old friend of his was still alive, Ancient Chaos felt relieved after his expression darkened. When he heard that Ning Fan had joined forces with the strange eyeball to kill old ancestor Inmo, Great Emperor Ancient Chaos actually threw his head back and laughed heartily. Obviously, he was very happy. Inmo was the biggest trader of the Purple Dipper Immortal Domain. Countless Purple Dipper Immortal cultivators wanted to kill him. Who would have thought that he would die in the hands of his own disciple? Inmo had really taken in a good disciple. Ning Fan did not hide the fact that he had become the barbarian god and obtained the heaven-opening weapon from Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. As soon as he heard that Ning Fan had become the 10th barbarian god and obtained the 6th fragment of the god-exterminating shield, even with the Ancient Chaos Great Emperor's mental state, he could not help but be shocked. Even when Ancient Chaos was at his peak, he didn't have the chance to own a heaven-opening treasure. Ning Fan was lucky enough to get one. This disciple's luck was much better than his. Moreover, he had actually become the barbarian god who stood above tens of thousands of people in the ancient barbarian tribe. If he is in the true world, his status would probably be even more distinguished than many incipient saints. The only problem was that this heaven-opening artifact had been damaged in the battle against Inmo, so it had to be repaired. A heaven-opening artifact is different from ordinary magic treasures. After it is damaged, it can repair itself. However, in the process of repairing itself, it must absorb the power of the heaven-opening stone. The heaven-opening stone is an ore used to refine a heaven-opening artifact. It is divided into 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and supreme grade. The heaven-opening stones above the mid grade are as precious as heaven-opening spiritual herbs. As for the low grade heaven-opening stones, they are slightly more common. Many of them are used to refine supreme grade innate magic treasures. For an ancient force like the Godly Void Pavilion, perhaps they might have heaven-opening stones. It turns out that a heaven-opening artifact can repair itself. However, the process of repairing itself requires the use of heaven-opening stones. Ning Fan thought to himself. I'll ask Senior Xiangbozi later to see if the Godly Void Pavilion has such an item. If they do, I can buy some. Great Emperor Ancient Chaos was too weak. After speaking for a long time, he showed signs of fatigue. Seeing this, Ning Fan did not say anything else. After sending Ancient Chaos Great Emperor to sleep again, he returned to the 8th level of the Divine Tomb. When he arrived, his heart was heavy. Now, he had a glimmer of hope. His expression became much more relaxed. At least, he could go to the Supreme Pill Sacred Region to search for it. After all, that place was the herb-gathering place of saints. There might be some heaven-opening spiritual herbs there, perhaps Great Emperor Ancient Chaos can still be saved. Such a thought lingered in his mind. It actually gave Ning Fan a feeling that the samsara void tribulation was about to befall him. Sure enough, his samsara void tribulation required him to grasp something and bear that burden. Only then could he achieve a breakthrough. After returning to the 8th level, Ning Fan discussed with Xiangbozi for a while again as if they had made an agreement. After that, Lv1 went to look for Ning Fan. It was unknown what he said to Ning Fan, but both of them seemed to have made an agreement. After that, Ning Fan left the Divine Tomb and went to Little Demoness' new abode, the Godly Void Pavilion's chief pavilion lord residence, to rest for the time being. After not seeing her for 100 years, Little Demoness' status was no longer the same as before. She was no longer a sacrificial offering nor a nominal young pavilion lord. Instead, after giving an order to Xiangbozi, she was promoted to be the chief pavilion lord of the 4 pavilions of the Godly Void Pavilion. She was in charge of all the affairs of the 4 pavilions. The original 4 pavilion lords all had to obey the orders of the chief pavilion lord. Little Demoness had actually become the chief pavilion lord of the Godly Void Pavilion. Ning Fan was a little surprised. This status was extremely honorable. It was enough to mobilize all the experts below the venerated immortal realm in the Godly Void Pavilion. Currently, Little Demoness only needed to give an order and she would be able to summon 17 to 18 shredding thoughts and Shikong to listen to her orders. To outsiders, the Godly Void Pavilion was the strongest force in Eastern Heaven. As the chief pavilion lord of the Godly Void Pavilion, Little Demoness was a figure who was at the same level as a sect master. She was considered as a first-class respected figure. After inheriting the position of the chief pavilion lord, Little Demoness immediately became busy. All the important matters of the 4 pavilions needed her to make decisions. Just like that, she had been busy for 90 years. It was only until the Divine Tomb experienced a drastic change and ancient chaos was on the verge of Tao extinction that she pushed away all her official duties and appointed the 4 pavilion lords to temporarily take charge of the pavilion. As for herself, she made a request to the 2 Divine Void Emperors to enter the lowest level of the Divine Tomb and personally take care of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. Great Emperor Ancient Chaos was Ning Fan's master while she was Ning Fan's woman. Her master was on the verge of Tao extinction but his disciple was not by his side. As Ning Fan's woman, she had the obligation to take care of her master on his behalf. Compared to her husband's matters, nothing else was important. Hee. I've been busy for 10 years taking care of my master on behalf of my husband. How are you going to repay me? As soon as she returned to the chief pavilion lord's residence, Little Demoness immediately dismissed all of her maids and snuggled lazily in Ning Fan's embrace, sniffing his scent greedily. After not seeing him for 100 years, she naturally missed Ning Fan. She missed his scent. It was a very heavy smell of blood. He must have killed a lot of people on his way to the Divine Void Pavilion. In these 100 years, he must have experienced a lot of dangers, right? Although there was a lazy and sly smile hanging on her lips, Little Demoness felt a little heartache. She felt sorry for the stubborn young man in the past. He had walked step by step to where he was today. Others only knew about Yujun's glory but no one knew about the hardships he faced. She knew that she had watched this young man grow up from 7 Apricot City to where he was today. What do you want to repay me? Ning Fan caressed the black hair of the lady in his embrace. His heart was filled with warmth. I want to challenge you, the successor of Ancient Chaos, once again with the identity of the successor of the Divine Void Pavilion. Little Demoness smiled evilly. With a tug, she directly rolled onto the bed with Ning Fan. Before her black dress could be taken off, her fair and slender legs had already wrapped around Ning Fan's waist. Alright, the challenge she mentioned was actually referring to that aspect of the challenge. Ning Fan stayed in the Chief Pavilion Lord's residence for 3 days. During these 3 days, he naturally planted a child relic in her, causing her cultivation base to improve tremendously. After not seeing her for 100 years, little Demoness cultivation base was already at the late human profound realm. Now, with the power of the child relic, she directly broke through to the late ghost profound realm. She had no choice but to immediately go into seclusion to comprehend the ghost profound realm. Coincidentally, on the 4th day, Xianxia arrived. Thus, Ning Fan and little Demoness had a brief moment of intimacy before crossing the starry sky and leaving. It turned out that the conversation between Ning Fan and Xianxia that day was about the heaven-opening stone. Unfortunately, there was no heaven-opening stone in the Divine Void Pavilion. Otherwise, Xianxia would probably give Ning Fan a piece out of respect for ancient chaos. After Xianxia investigated for 3 days, he finally received news about the heaven-opening stone. Thus, he immediately came to inform Ning Fan. On the other hand, after knowing that Ning Fan had returned, the Luo clan was also purchasing heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures from all over the place to prepare for the treatment of the Battle King. They still needed a few more days to prepare. Thus, Ning Fan did not immediately go to the Battle King Luo clan to save them. Instead, he tried to repair the god-exterminating shield at once to increase his self-protection power. Facing a colossal being like the Dark Race, Ning Fan really did not have much confidence without the god-exterminating shield. The heaven-opening stone that little friend wants is already in progress. Even though the Divine Void Pavilion doesn't have it, I have a good friend in the past who seems to have a low-grade heaven-opening stone that has yet to be used. That person's Dao name is Musong. He is not well known in the Eastern Heaven. Perhaps you have never heard of him before. However, he has a disciple whom you must have heard of. He is the master of Emperor Tsong. Emperor Tsong's master. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly serious. He had heard of Emperor Tsong before. He had even seen him with his own eyes. He was one of the emperors who besieged the Sanluo clan in the past. He had the profound cultivation base of the 8 Tribulations realm. In terms of strength, he seemed to be slightly stronger than the Divine Void Emperor. Emperor Tsong's master was certainly not an insignificant figure. Besides, since he could become friends with Xianxia, it was highly possible that he was also a quasi-saint realm expert. On the surface, there were only a dozen or so emperors in the Eastern Heaven. However, there were many old monsters who lived in seclusion. Sure enough, one should not underestimate the heroes of the world. Musong has been meditating in seclusion all year round. Ordinary cultivators don't even have the qualifications to meet him. His personality is eccentric and you can't judge him with common sense. If it's a normal transaction, I have the confidence to exchange the heaven-opening stone from his hands. However, if he is unwilling to exchange, I can't force him either. Xianxia smiled bitterly. He failed to fulfill the last wish of his ancestor by saving Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. Now that the successor of Ancient Chaos had other requests, he would certainly do his best to help him. To be honest, it would be nice to say that Musong was eccentric. To put it bluntly, he was hard to get along with. If it wasn't necessary, he would not want to visit this Taoist Musong. If it wasn't because the heaven-opening stone was too rare, he would not have brought Ning Fan all the way to Musong's cave dwelling. Xianxia did not ask why Ning Fan needed the heaven-opening stone. He vaguely guessed that Ning Fan probably wanted to refine a powerful magic treasure. That was why he needed this item. As the successor of Ancient Chaos, Ning Fan indeed needed to increase his strength to protect himself when Ancient Chaos was approaching the Dao extinction realm. The reason why he was willing to help Ning Fan was not only because of Ning Fan's identity as the successor of Ancient Chaos but also because they got along very well. He admired this young man who was also a heavenly being realm cultivator. If I can get the heaven-opening stone, I won't forget Senior's kindness. Ning Fan's tone was very polite. He had a very good impression of Xianxia. Without this person's guidance, even if he absorbed the Chen tree's will, he would not be able to break through to the second level of the heavenly being realm so smoothly. Without the expedition order given by this person, he would not even be able to enter the wild ancient region. Without this person's support, how could little Demonis be promoted to the chief pavilion lord of the godly void pavilion? This was Xianbozi's support and protection for little Demonis. To a large extent, it was also because of Ning Fan that he made such a decision. During the Tao extinction realm of ancient chaos, Xianbozi had been very busy. Whether it was under the order of the divine void ancestor or not, Ning Fan felt grateful towards Xianbozi. This time, Xianbozi had once again put in a lot of effort for the sake of the heaven-opening stone. This made Ning Fan feel rather touched. Now that ancient chaos was approaching the Tao extinction realm, the dark race was always coveting Ning Fan in the dark. Even if a wise person did not try to curry favor with the dark race, they would also not try to befriend Ning Fan at this moment to avoid getting themselves into trouble. Xianbozi chose to help Ning Fan and ancient chaos at this moment. It was almost like he was standing on the opposite side of the dark race. Of course, Ning Fan would not ignore this kind intention of his. Even though he addressed Xianbozi as senior, he had already taken him as a friend despite the difference in age and his heart. Both of their flying speed was not slow. Under their full speed, it took them less than half a day to travel across countless star regions and arrive at the edge of a green sea of stars. The two of them flew all the way into the Sea of Stars. At the center of the Sea of Stars, there was an immortal island in the sea. The air was filled with the fragrance of pine leaves. The two of them descended towards the immortal island. As soon as they landed, two young boys drilled out of the soil and said with arrogant expressions, "Who are you cultivators? How dare you trespass on my island? Don't you know that the lord of my island has been in seclusion for a long time?" As soon as their voices fell, their bodies glowed with green light. Two early shedding void realm auras spread out from their bodies and pressed down on Ning Fan and Xianbozi. This kind of aura naturally could not threaten Ning Fan and Xianbozi at all. Ning Fan stood still and let the aura surge towards him. However, it turned into a gentle breeze when it reached 3 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, in front of him. Xianbozi was even more decisive. He directly struck out 2 rays of light from his finger at lightning speed and killed the 2 young boys. After the 2 young boys died, they directly turned into a pile of soil. It turned out that they were not living humans but clay figurines. Hee. This Musang likes to make clay figurines every day. If there are any outsiders who want to meet him, they will have to kill all the clay figurines along the way. Only then would they be qualified to meet him. After that, if you see any clay figurines again, you can just kill them directly. If you are not ruthless and decisive enough, it will make Musang dissatisfied. Clay figurines, Ning Fan nodded and kept Xianbozi's advice in mind. Then, his eyes swept across the plants on the wooden island. He felt that every single blade of grass and tree had an indescribable sense of transcendence, as if it was incompatible with all the noise in the outside world. The rustling sound of the wind blowing through the pine forest was mixed with the vague sound of a bell that seemed to be near and far. Every time the sound of the bell reverberated in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness, his mind would become clearer and his cultivation base would improve a little. Even though the improvement was not much, it was enough to show that the sound of the bell was extraordinary. The only thing that made Ning Fan frown was that the bell actually had the intention of advising people to avoid the world. Ning Fan was not bewitched by the bell because of his high cultivation base. If ordinary true immortals were here, they would probably have the thought of converting to Buddhism as soon as they heard the bell. They would abandon everything in the mortal world and choose to enter the Buddhist gate. What a powerful bell. It's my first time seeing such a level of Buddhist ability since I started cultivating the Tao. Ning Fan praised. This bell contains the power of the absolute leakage connection, one of the 6 abilities of the Buddhist gate. Most of the high-level Buddhist cultivators live in the Western Heaven. There are almost no Buddhist cultivators in the Eastern Heaven who have cultivated the absolute leakage connection. It's normal that you have never seen this ability before. Xianbozi explained with a smile. The 6 abilities of the Buddhist gate? Ning Fan was slightly stunned. He did not know much about Buddhist cultivators. It was his first time hearing this term. The 6 abilities of the Buddhist gate are the Heavenly Eye Connection, Heavenly Air Connection, Mind Connection, Destiny Connection, Divine Feet Connection and Absolute Leakage Connection. The Heavenly Eye Connection cultivates the Dharma Eye Connection while the Heavenly Air Connection cultivates the Spiritual Sense Connection. The mind connection can peek into a person's heart. The destiny connection can see the changes of samsara in the past and the present. The divine feet connection can generate the power of hundreds of millions of dharma bodies. The absolute leakage connection can cut off all the entanglements in the world. Musong's bell contains the power of the absolute leakage connection. If your cultivation base is not strong enough, you will definitely convert to Buddhism after hearing this bell and abandon the mortal world. Xianxia explained while leading Ning Fan to the center of the wooden island. It wasn't that he couldn't fly, but that Taoist Musong had a strange temperament. He didn't like people flying in his territory. Xianxia had come with a request, so naturally, he wouldn't violate the taboo. The wooden island was not big. It was just a small island with a radius of 10 li * 500 m per li. Looking from the outside, it looked like a ferocious tiger hiding in the sea of stars. The island was filled with luohan pines, which were hundreds of ancient pines that were several tens of zhang tall. The center of the center. From time to time, some mud men would emerge from the surface of the pine forest and attack Ning Fan and Jian Wushuang without hesitation. In the beginning, these clay figurines all had the cultivation base of void shedding. Thus, they naturally could not stop Ning Fan and Xianxia from advancing. Thus, they were easily killed by them. However, as time went on, even the thought-shattering clay man began to appear. Fan and Memory Li calmly and said. Ling Ning Li was Ling Ning, Ning said. Ning Feng King Fan was able. King Fan Ling Ning of Fan is. Ning Ning Dong as, said Jiang Ling Ning said. Had. Naturally, the difference in strength between them and Ning Fan was just too great. Thus, they were still easily killed by Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan still wore a solemn expression. This is the power of the mind connection. It can predict the thoughts of the opponent and make decisions in advance during a battle. Xianxia explained. It's the power of the mind connection. It can predict the thoughts of the opponent and make decisions in advance during a battle. It has endless uses. Xianxia explained. It's the 6 abilities of the Buddhist gate again, huh? In other words, these mud men can see through my thoughts with the power of the mind connection? Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. He did not want to let a group of mud men see through his thoughts. Hee. The mind connection can only be effective when there is a huge gap between our cultivation bases. It can see through all your thoughts. With your immortal venerable cultivation base, even a third-level quasi-Saint Buddha cultivator would not be able to see through your thoughts. These mud men can only predict your next attack at most. They can't do anything else. Xianxia explained. I see. Knowing that the mind connection would not be able to see through his thoughts, Ning Fan felt relieved. If everyone could see through his thoughts, the mind connection would be too terrifying. Speaking of which, his mind-reading technique was somewhat similar to the mind connection of the Buddhist gate. He wondered if the great Emperor Ancient Chaos had taken reference from the Buddhist gate when he created this ability. After walking along the pine forest for about 3 li, a holy virtue divine art stele suddenly appeared at the side of the path. The tortoise beast that was carrying the stele was vivid and lifelike. Vaguely, it was a demon corpse of the tortoise clan that had died countless years ago. However, the baleful chi that came rushing towards him could still be felt. The baleful chi was too strong. Ning Fan could almost immediately tell that this tortoise beast that had died countless years ago had a cultivation base comparable to a 6th tribulation immortal emperor when it was alive. This Taoist Musong was really generous. He actually used an immortal emperor demon corpse to carry a stele. The stele on the tortoise beast's back was ordinary. There was nothing special about it. There were only 2 simple words on it. World deception. These 2 words were written in wild cursive. They were written with demon blood. Even now, the words were dark red as if blood could seep out from them. The words were filled with arrogance and domineering aura. They were like sharp swords that could not be ignored by others. On the back of the stele, there was a line of small words. I have been domineering for half of my life. Heaven is unfair, so I will be fair. There are evils in the world, so I will eliminate them. The inscription was Venerated Munanzuan. The date was the year 934620000 of the Heavenly Emperor's calendar. Ning Fan had no idea who venerated Munanzuan was. However, he had heard of the Heavenly Emperor's calendar before. It was the calendar that was set by the Heavenly Emperor when the ancient Heavenly Court was first built 1,000,000,000 years ago. 1,000 years was like a snap of a finger in the cultivation world. Therefore, the calendar of the ancient Heavenly Court only used 10,000 years to record the years. Even though the ancient Heavenly Court had been destroyed a long time ago, many cultivators in the later generations still used this calendar. The date of the inscription was about 60 million years ago. Venerated Munanzuan was Musong's common name before he became the Heavenly Emperor. This stele was erected by him when he was still a quasi-emperor. Xianxia explained. Ning Fan's eyes slightly moved. When that Taoist Musong was still a quasi-emperor, he had already killed an immortal emperor of the Turtle clan. So, he erected this stele here? He's really a ruthless character. When he turned his head to look at the two words world deception, Ning Fan felt that these two words were sharp and domineering. It was imaginable how domineering Taoist Musong was before he became a sovereign. When he recalled the arrogant words heaven is unfair, so I will be fair, Ning Fan seemed to see the image of a Taoist who ruled the world and enforced justice on behalf of heaven. It turned out that the two words world deception meant to sweep away all the evils of the world. After a long time, Ning Fan followed Xianxia into the depths of the pine forest. After walking for a while, he saw the second holy virtue divine art stele. This stele was just an ordinary stone stele made of a tortoise carrying a stele. It was not a real demon corpse. The two words world avoidance were engraved on the front of the stele. It was less murderous but more otherworldly. There was also a line of words engraved on the back of the stele. In my twilight years, I was stuck at the bottleneck of the 8th tribulation realm, unable to advance to the 9th tribulation realm. Because I went to the Western Heaven, I listened to the Buddha's voice and comprehended the true meaning of world avoidance. I washed away all my sharpness and stopped caring about worldly affairs. Then, I cultivated to the peak emperor realm. The inscription was Great Emperor Zhongmu. The date was 272. 26 million of the Western Heaven calendar. Needless to say, Great Emperor Zhongmu was most likely the title of Taoist Musong's sovereign immortal emperor. As for the Western Heaven calendar, it was another calendar. After the ancient Heavenly Court was destroyed, Buddhist cultivators lived in the Western Heaven. Since the beginning of the calendar, it had been 300 million years. The date of the inscription on the stele was about 30 million years ago. This stele was erected by Musong when he was at the peak 9 tribulation realm. Xianxia explained. Ning Fan looked at the second stele with a frown. Even though the first stele was domineering, it dared to complain about the unfairness of the world. It was not hard to imagine that Taoist Musong was a cultivator who took the rise and fall of the world as his own responsibility. Even though Ning Fan was not that kind of person, he had always had some respect for cultivators who cared about the world. However, this second stele was filled with negative Tao aura of avoiding the world. Ning Fan especially disliked the word world avoidance. In his life, whenever he encountered difficulties, he would always face them head-on. He would use force to overcome force and never give in. There was no such thing as world avoidance in his life. He did not look at the second stele for too long. If he did, his Tao heart might be contaminated by the world avoidance Tao intent on the stele. The two of them continued to walk deeper into the pine forest. At the deepest part of the forest, they saw an ancient temple. Outside the temple stood the third stele. This stele did not have a tortoise carrying a stele. Instead, it directly took a towering ancient tree, shaved off its surface and erected it as a wooden stele. Two words were engraved on the front of the stele. World isolation. On the back of the stele, a line of ancient and mysterious words was engraved. The purple star is on the left, the Big Dipper is on the right. When you open your eyes, it's a dream. When you close your eyes, it's emptiness. What does it mean? Ning Fan could not understand it at all. It was signed by Taoist Musong and the time was 12 million years after opening your eyes. This time, Taoist Musong did not use the Western Heaven calendar to record the year. Instead, he used something that Ning Fan could not understand at all. What does it mean, purple star on the left, Big Dipper on the right? When you open your eyes, it's a dream. When you close your eyes, it's emptiness. This sentence was the incantation that was engraved on the 9 stone gates of infinite desolation. It is said that this sentence contained a divine ability left behind by an immortal sovereign. Many immortal emperors knew about this sentence. However, none of them could comprehend the true meaning of this sentence. In the past, Musang went to the western heaven. After he came back, he cultivated the world isolation meditation and broke through to the peak 9 tribulation realm. However, he could not make any progress after that. Later on, he seemed to have comprehended something from this sentence and changed to cultivate the world isolation meditation. World isolation and world isolation were only one word apart, but they were fundamentally different. After that, he successfully broke through to the quasi-saint realm. Xianxia seemed to recall the past and said with a nostalgic expression, "I got to know Musang when we were young. Musang's innate talent was extremely high. No matter how hard I tried to catch up to him, my strength would always be slightly inferior to him. When he was hiding from the world, I was not as strong as him, but the gap between us was still small. When he was hiding from the world, the gap between us was already huge. After he went into seclusion, I was no longer his match. 7 million years ago, I had a duel with him. During that battle, I used 70% of my strength while Musang only used 30%. In the end, it ended in a draw." When he said that, Xianxia smiled bitterly. After not seeing Musang for 7 million years, the gap between him and Musang had probably widened. Moreover, he often suspected that Musang had already broken through to the second-level quasi-saint realm 7 million years ago. Otherwise, how could he fight him to a draw with just 30% of his cultivation base? Ningfan was slightly speechless. He did not expect that Musang's strength would actually be so terrifying after cultivating the world isolation meditation. Hiding from the world, seclusion, if these 3 words were to be regarded as the 3 stages of Musang's cultivation, Ningfan could understand the first 2 stages, but he could not understand the 3rd stage. What is seclusion? Were there such spells carved on the 9 stone gates of infinite wasteland? He was busy killing Yinma with the eyeball monster and did not pay attention to the infinite wilderness stone gate. "What do you mean by the 12 millionth spring and autumn after opening my eyes?" Ningfan asked again. "Haha, this old man doesn't know the meaning of those words. If I could, this old man wouldn't be so much weaker than Musang," Xianxia said with a bitter smile. At this moment, the voice of an old-fashioned old man suddenly came from the meditation room in the ancient temple. It was cold and unapproachable. "Xianxia, is it? I haven't seen you for 7 million years, yet you've come to this old man's place again. You want to lose to me again? Don't you feel ashamed?" His tone was rather sharp, but Musang and Xianxia were friends, so there was no harm in exchanging a few words. Sure enough, Xianxia wasn't angered when he heard this. Instead, he scolded with a smile, "I haven't seen you for 7 million years, and my cultivation has improved greatly. It won't be as easy for you to defeat me this time." "Is that so? Then I'll have to ask you for advice later. However, before that, can you send those unrelated people away first?" "Ma." A sudden Buddha roar came from the meditation room and went straight to Ningfan. It was just a ma sound, but it carried the aura force of dragons and tigers. Even with Xianxia's cultivation base, he felt a slight pain in his eardrums when he was affected by the Buddha roar. Ningfan, who was at the center of the Buddha roar, felt an unprecedentedly heavy pressure, strong. Extremely strong. Even though Taoist Musang's cultivation base was not as terrifying as Yinmo's, the pressure he brought to Ningfan was much heavier than when he fought against Yinmo. After all, when he fought against Yinmo in the past, it was the eyeball monster who took the lead. Ningfan did not have to bear Yinmo's pressure alone. This time, however, it was different. It was as if there were billions of monks roaring at the same time. That roar reverberated in Ningfan's sea of consciousness like thunder. In an instant, Ningfan's face turned pale and black blood flowed out from his ears. This roar might not be as powerful as the roar of the ancient great devil, but it was not much weaker than the roar that would weaken 10 years later. Under this roar, Ningfan felt unbearable pain all over his body. The ancient devil cultivation base in his body, in particular, was showing signs of melting like the snow in the early spring. What a domineering Buddha roar. It could actually dissolve the ancient devil power in Ningfan's body with just a single roar. Wait. This little friend Ning is my friend. Today, I also have something to ask of you. Quickly stop. Xiang Bozi's voice became anxious. He suddenly flicked his sleeves, as if he wanted to sweep away the Buddha roar in heaven and earth to save Ning Fan. Musang, on the other hand, let out a cold snort. He activated his ability and the power of the Buddha roar instantly multiplied. Even with Xiang Bozi's cultivation base, he could not disperse the Buddha roar around Ning Fan. This young man has violated 2 of my taboos. My wooden island doesn't welcome him. Since he is your friend, I will let him go and spare his life. You can bring him away. I won't help you with the matter that you're asking for. He actually did not care about his friendship with Xiang Bozi and directly chased him away. It was obvious that he was a loner. Xiang Bozi smiled bitterly. He knew about Musang's taboos. Musang did not like outsiders entering his island. Bringing Ning Fan here had violated his first taboo. Musang did not like ancient devils. This was the usual attitude of Buddhist cultivators. He hated ancient devils. However, Ning Fan had the ancient devil chi on him. Thus, he had violated his second taboo. ****** At first, I thought that Musang would accept Ning Fan into the island for my sake. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have brought Ning Fan here. Xiang Bozi's smile became even more bitter. His original intention of coming here was not just for the heaven-opening stone. He also wanted to introduce Ning Fan to Musang, a senior. How could he not bring Ning Fan here? One should know that even the dark races were wary of Musang. If Ning Fan was fortunate enough to gain Musang's favor and protection, the dark races would have to think twice before attacking Ning Fan again. Xiang Bozi's original intention was to let Musang become Ning Fan's backer in the future. Now, however, it seemed like he had outsmarted himself. Forget it. I will bring him away first. Quickly withdraw your Buddha roar. Don't destroy his cultivation base. Just as Xiang Bozi's words left his mouth, he saw Ning Fan withstanding the might of the Buddha roar. Amidst the tens of thousands of sound waves, Ning Fan took a step towards an extremely tricky and strange direction. It was just one step, but it left a dazzling golden footprint on the loose soil. Then it was the second step, the third step, step by step, step by step. This is the prestige character art of the Eastern demon ancestor. Xiang Bozi's eyes immediately turned solemn. Musang's soft exclamation also resounded from the monastery. In just the blink of an eye, Ning Fan had already taken 9 steps. After the 9th step, it was as if all the might of the Buddha roar had been crushed under his feet. As he stomped on the ground, it was as if he was stepping on the veins of heaven and earth. Immediately, circles of ripples of Tao law spread out, forming tremors that shook the ancient pine on the island. With a cracking sound, an opening was torn open amidst the roars of countless Buddhas. All of a sudden, heaven and earth fell into silence. Musang's Buddha roar disappeared like smoke. Ning Fan had actually broken Taoist Musang's Buddha roar head-on with his current cultivation base. Impossible. According to the rumors in the outside world, the Rain Sovereign is just a newly advanced immortal venerable. How is it possible for him to withstand a roar from my master? The ones who exclaimed were the disciples of Taoist Musang in the monastery. All of them were either dressed like monks or Taoists. Among these disciples, the lowest cultivation base was at the early thought fragmentation realm, while the strongest ones were even immortal venerables of all ages. Other than these monks and Taoists, there was also an outsider. He was an elderly man in black robes. At this moment, his expression was gloomy. Reign Immortal Monarch. Ning Fan. What is he doing here? Besides, how did he withstand Senior Musang's roar? That strange footwork just now. Could it be the legendary prestige character art of the Eastern demon ancestor? It was no wonder that the black-robed old man's expression turned gloomy. As a matter of fact, he had just received a message from one of his friends in the Eastern sky who wanted to deal with this Reign Immortal Monarch. However, he did not expect to bump into Ning Fan on the wooden island. If it wasn't because the place was not suitable, the black-robed old man would have captured Ning Fan on the spot and gifted him to his friend. No, I can't attack Ning Fan. The fact that Ning Fan broke Musang's roar with his strange footwork certainly made the black-robed old man fearful. However, what he was really afraid of was Xiang Bozi, who was standing beside Ning Fan. Asterisk tisk asterisk asterisk tisk asterisk this person seems to be a quasi-saint like Senior Musong. Since he came with Ning Fan, there must be some kind of relationship between them. I can't attack Ning Fan in front of him, this is so hard. This old man is really unlucky. It's not easy to meet Ning Fan, but he actually has a quasi-saint with him. I can't attack him. I can't attack him. The black-robed old man's eyes flashed a few times and the gloominess in his eyes lessened slightly. He had decided not to attack Ning Fan on the wooden island. On the other side, Ning Fan's prestige word art of the Eastern demonic ancestor had broken Daoist Musong's roar, causing the cultivators in the temple to look at each other in astonishment. Sounds of gasping could be heard from time to time in the ancient temple. Even Daoist Musong, who used the Buddha roar, fell into a short silence. After a long time, he spoke again. He was not angry at Ning Fan's action of breaking his Buddha roar. Instead, he was happy. Humph. What an audacious little fellow. How dare he break my Buddha roar in my territory? Old monster Xiang, how long has it been since you last brought someone to see me? I can't remember. The little fellow last time seemed to be called Sun Luo. He dared to cut off my 4 emperor's arhat pines in front of me. The person you brought this time is not bad. Is he your new disciple? Even though his tone was still a little sharp, he did not conceal his admiration towards Ning Fan at all. He no longer had the slightest bit of disgust towards Ning Fan's identity as an ancient devil. This Daoist Musong's temperament is really a little strange. He is moody and unpredictable. Sun Luo. Hearing Musong mention Sun Luo, Xiang Bozi's expression became gloomy and somewhat bitter. It was as if Musong's words had reminded him of many things in the past and the sorrow of Sun Luo's death in battle. However, after a slight pause, he finally replied with a smile, "This child's name is Ning Fan. He is not my disciple. If you really want to talk about him, he can be considered as my friend despite the difference in age." Oh? This old man has been in seclusion for many years and doesn't know anything about the outside world. I've never heard that you, who are unsociable and have few friends, have made a friend like this. Forget it, this child dared to break my Buddhist voice. Even if he is an ancient devil, he is still qualified to meet me. Come in. As soon as he heard what Ning Fan said, Xiang Bozi did not beat around the bush. He immediately brought Ning Fan into the ancient temple. There were already over 10 monks and disciples standing in 2 rows within the ancient temple, and they were welcoming the arrival of Xiang Bozi and Xianxia. Ning Fan's eyes indifferently swept across these monks and Taoists. Among the cultivators here, there were only 3 of them who possessed the cultivation base of an eternal immortal venerate. Among the 3 of them, only one of them had attained the first eternal tribulation, while the other 2 were just newly advanced immortal venerates. Ning Fan's gaze fell upon the immortal venerate who had attained the first eternal tribulation. He was an elderly man in black robes. He was the one who had given him a gloomy look just now. He had a short and plump figure and a mustache that was shaped like the shape of a handlebar. Every time his eyes moved, it was as if he was scheming something. Before entering the ancient temple, Ning Fan had already noticed that this elderly man in black robes was showing some hostility towards him. He did not care about the hostility that this person showed him. What he was concerned about was the slight sense of pressure that this elderly man gave him. Even though this elderly man only had the cultivation base of an eternal tribulation expert, he should not be underestimated. In terms of cultivation base alone, he was probably a little stronger than Ning Fan, who had the 3 stars true blood realm. He belonged to the category of immortal venerates who were relatively strong. Ning Fan also had a clearer understanding of his own strength. Even though his cultivation base at the 2nd blood realm was comparable to a first tribulation immortal venerate, he was definitely not considered as a strong expert among the first tribulation immortal venerates. Russell 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 A gentle breeze suddenly blew past the ancient temple, causing a towering ancient pine tree at the center of the ancient temple to rustle. Countless jade-like green pine needles fell to the ground and turned into specks of green light. Within the green light, a bald old Taoist in green robes with his eyes closed slowly walked out. This elderly man's cultivation base was completely concealed, not revealing a single trace of it. However, every single movement he made was in line with the Tao. His body gave off a sense of perfection which was almost flawless. As soon as he appeared, a loud bell chime resounded in everyone's ears, buzzing incessantly. This person was none other than the master of the Wooden Island, Emperor Tsong's master, Taoist Musong. "Welcome back, master." "Welcome back, Senior Mu." All the disciples present immediately greeted Musong respectfully. The black-robed elderly man who was an outsider also greeted him respectfully without daring to show any neglect. There were only two people who did not greet Musong. One of them was Xianxia, who was on the same level as Musong, and the other was Ning Fan. Taoist Musong attacked Ning Fan without saying a word. If it wasn't for Ning Fan's heaven-defying methods, his ancient devil cultivation base would have long been melted by Musong. In that case, even if Musong's cultivation base was heaven-defying, Ning Fan did not have the slightest bit of respect towards him. This little brat. Xianxia smiled bitterly, thinking that Ning Fan was really a stubborn little fellow. He even dared to refuse greeting an expert at Musong's level. His behavior was really similar to Sun Luo in the past. He had 3 disciples in his life. One of them was the current Divine Space Emperor, another was the current Void Space Emperor, and the last one was Sun Luo. All of them were brought to meet Musong, but only Sun Luo dared to challenge Musong in the territory of the Wooden Island. Also, Sun Luo was the only one who was admired by Musong the most. Musong had a strange temperament. He disliked people who followed the rules the most in his life. However, he liked people like Sun Luo who were arrogant and domineering. Of course, there was a precondition to being arrogant. One must have the capability to be arrogant. If Ning Fan did not have enough strength to support it, Musong would not even look him in the eye. As expected, when Taoist Musong saw that Ning Fan did not greet him, he was not angry. Instead, he was happy. A man that he admired must have a sense of bravery and sharpness. A person who kept what he had achieved could be tactful, but a person who pioneered must be strong and iron-blooded. A stubborn person like Ning Fan was the most to his liking. Ning Fan, huh? I didn't expect such a person to appear during the years when I was in seclusion. Taoist Musong had been in seclusion for many years. He did not care about what was happening in the outside world. He did not know that Sun Luo had already died, and he also did not know that a reign immortal monarch had appeared in the eastern heaven. He faced Ning Fan as if he was sizing him up. However, he did not open his eyes from the beginning to the end, which was rather strange. Xianxia did not open his eyes because he was blind. Musong, on the other hand, did not open his eyes on purpose for some reason. Being scrutinized by Musong, who had his eyes closed, Ning Fan actually had a strange feeling. Taoist Musong clearly did not open his eyes. However, he gave Ning Fan the feeling that he had opened his eyes. His eyes were clearly open, but the moment he saw Musong, he had an illusion that his eyes were not open at all. The strangest thing was that the moment Musong stared at him, it was as if everything in this world had turned into an illusion except for Musong himself. Even a first-level quasi-saint like Xianxia had turned into an illusion. Between heaven and earth, only Musong was real. Ning Fan did not understand why Musong would have such a strange look in his eyes. However, he was even more convinced that Musong's cultivation base was unfathomable. "Old monster Xiang, since you brought this young man here, you can just tell me your request. If it's something within my capabilities and it doesn't go against my principles, I will certainly help you." This time, Musong's tone was no longer as unapproachable as before. Instead, it sounded rather polite. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. He knew that Musong was being friendly because he found Ning Fan pleasing to his eyes. At that moment, he did not waste any more time and directly told Musong about his request for the heaven-splitting stone. "Did you guys come here because you heard that I have the heaven-splitting stone in my hands and you want to ask for it?" Musong's face immediately showed a strange expression. As for Musong's disciples, all of them looked at the black-robed old man. "That's right. With your cultivation base, it's useless for you to keep that low-grade heaven-splitting stone. Why don't you make an exchange with me? I have a few pills here. I think they are qualified enough to exchange for your heaven-splitting stone." As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia waved his hand. A scarlet golden pill bottle immediately appeared in his hand. With a flick of his finger, the pill bottle flew towards Taoist Musong. Musong received the pill bottle and scanned it with his spirit sense. He felt a little tempted. However, in the next second, he burst into laughter and pushed the pill bottle back to Xianxia. What a pity. Even though this pill is good, I don't have any extra heaven-splitting stones to exchange with you. I have already given the heaven-splitting stone that you want to someone else. Given it to someone else? Xianxia was slightly surprised. When I was young, I owed a favor to a certain sect. Now, the descendant of that sect has come to my sect and made 3 requests. I have already agreed to all of them. One of them is the heaven-splitting stone, which I have already given to this person. Brother Mu, can you tell me who exactly the heaven-splitting stone was given to? Xianxia asked. That person is far away, but right in front of us. As soon as Musang finished speaking, the black-robed old man cursed inwardly. He walked out of the group and respectfully cupped his fists towards Xianxia. Junior is old Wu Ba, the person who was given the heaven-splitting stone. Greetings, Senior Xiang. Oh? You know me? Xianxia was slightly surprised. I didn't know you at first, but before my master passed away in meditation, he mentioned Senior to me. The Eastern Sky's quasi-saints can be counted on one's fingers. Senior must be the Xianxia that my master spoke of, old Mr. Xiang. Old Wu respectfully said, his mustache giving off a somewhat wretched aura. Your master is, old Ancestor Black Luck. You're the disciple of old Ancestor Black Luck, the current sect master of the Black Luck sect? Xianxia's gaze towards old Wu Ba suddenly became a little strange. After a moment of silence, he asked again. How long has it been since the heaven-splitting stone was in your hands? It has been more than a month. Hee. I wonder if Senior still needs this stone. If you do, I am willing to give it to you. Old Wu Ba's expression was extremely respectful, but he was secretly sneering inwardly. He thought that this Senior Xianxia would certainly not dare to take his heaven-splitting stone. As expected, when Xianxia heard that the heaven-splitting stone had been in old Wu Ba's hands for more than a month, a helpless expression appeared on his face. After a long time, he let out a long sigh and said to Ning Fan. Sigh. It seems like you won't be able to get this heaven-splitting stone. If Musang gives it to someone else, I can still exchange it with something else. Then, I might still be able to get the heaven-splitting stone. However, if it falls into the hands of this person, I won't dare to accept it even if he gives it to me as a gift. This matter is very disadvantageous to you. Let's just forget about it. Ning Fan was confused. He did not know what Xianxia was trying to say. Since Taoist Musang had given the heaven-splitting stone to old Wu Ba and old Wu Ba was also willing to give it to him as a gift, why would Xianxia not dare to accept it? Since Senior doesn't want my heaven-splitting stone, I will keep it for my own use. It's really bitter. I'm not good at refining treasures. I wonder if I can refine a decent magic treasure with this stone. As if he had already expected Xianxia's reaction, old Wu Ba pretended to complain, but inwardly, he was smiling complacently. He did not dare to go against Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was a quasi-saint realm expert. If Xianxia took a fancy to his item, he would be willing to give it to him. However, he was sure that Xianxia would not dare to take it. He was the current sect master of the Black Fate sect and the direct disciple of old Ancestor Black Fate. His Dark Fate secret technique had already reached the peak. Even a quasi-saint realm expert would not dare to casually touch the things that he had touched. Even a quasi-saint realm expert would not dare to casually walk the path that he had walked on. All of this was related to his luck. He was the descendant of the Black Fate sect. What he cultivated was the black luck. In this world, the better one's luck was, the better one's luck would be. The worse one's luck was, the worse one's luck would be. Those who cultivated the Dark Fate demonic technique to the peak were the unluckiest people in the world. Not only were they unlucky themselves, but they could also pass on their bad luck to others. If one came into contact with such people, no matter how high one's cultivation was, it was possible that they would die in an accident while cultivating. Old Wu Ba's master, old Ancestor Black Fate, was rumored to have an unlucky constitution that only appeared once every 5 million years. Although he was only a 6 tribulation immortal emperor at his peak, even quasi-saints had to be polite to him. Legend had it that a 7 tribulation immortal emperor wanted to attack old Ancestor Black Fate. He traversed the starry sky in pursuit of old Ancestor Black Fate. In the end, he encountered an emperor meteor shower that only appeared once every 10 million years. He was almost killed by the meteor shower in the starry sky. Legend had it that there was once an 8 tribulation immortal emperor who cursed old ancestor Black Fate. As a result, the power of his next great heavenly tribulation increased by several times for no reason. He almost died under the great heavenly tribulation. Legend had it that there were once 12 sects that joined forces to deal with old ancestor Black Fate. They agreed on a date to send out their troops. However, on the day before the troops were sent out, all the sects encountered a disaster that only appeared once every 10,000 years. In the end, they were unable to send out their troops to deal with old ancestor Black Fate. Legend had it that old ancestor Black Fate was in urgent need of a certain innate spiritual medicine for his cultivation. As he had nowhere to look for it, he directly went to a secret race and asked for the medicine. If the race refused to give him the medicine, he refused to leave. That secret race was afraid that old ancestor Black Fate would bring disaster upon himself. Thus, he directly gave him the spiritual medicine and sent him away. Legend had it that old ancestor Black Fate had once generously given 100 million Tao crystals to a certain cultivation sect. In the end, all those who obtained the Tao crystals died in various natural and man-made disasters within the next 10 years. There were just too many legends about old ancestor Black Fate. However, because he was a star of calamity, any mention of his name might bring about a calamity. Thus, very few people in the 4 heavens would talk about him. His deeds were also rarely spread. It was also Ning Fan's first time hearing that there was a freak like old ancestor Black Fate in this world. Moreover, no one knew that Old Wu's unlucky physique was even more outstanding than old ancestor Black Fate. This person had failed 37 times in the harmonious spirit realm, 122 times in the core formation realm, 369 times in the nascent soul formation realm and 971 times in the spirit severing realm. The further he progressed, the more failures he had to face. It was unknown how many bumps and dangers he had to go through to the eternal tribulation realm. However, the more unlucky he was, the more those who were familiar with him feared him. Even Taoist Musang felt somewhat helpless when someone like this came knocking on his door. However, out of consideration for his friendship with Patriarch Black Luck, he agreed to 3 of Old Wu's requests. He even gave the heaven-splitting stone to Old Wu. Unfortunately, Old Wu was actually very interested in the Tao of Wood of the island and wanted to stay here to comprehend it. Some of the disciples of the island wanted to chase him away, but they directly encountered various natural and man-made disasters. Thus, no one dared to bother with him anymore. Musang's cultivation base was profound. He was not afraid of being implicated by Old Wu's bad luck. Thus, he had no choice but to let Old Wu stay on the island. I didn't expect old monster Xiang to come for the heaven-splitting stone. What a pity. With old monster Xiang's cultivation base that has yet to attain the 2nd tier, I'm afraid he will have to take a huge risk to take the item from Old Wu. As for that Ning Fan, his cultivation base is even weaker. I'm afraid that just touching Old Wu's heaven-splitting stone will attract all kinds of natural and man-made disasters. They can't take the stone. Taoist Musang shook his head slightly. Hee. You are Rain Immortal Monarch, aren't you? You also want my heaven-opening stone? Meeting each other is fate. If Rain Immortal Monarch needs this item, I am willing to give it to you. Old Wu rolled his eyes and said to Ning Fan all of a sudden. Ning Fan had Xiang Bozi to protect him. Even though he was instructed to do so, he did not dare to attack Ning Fan in front of a quasi-saint. However, it was not that he could not scheme against Ning Fan. He could see that Ning Fan did not know much about his identity as a member of the Black Fate sect. It was not surprising. The entire 4 heavens had always kept the Black Fate sect a secret. Whoever mentions it would be unlucky. It was not strange at all that Ning Fan did not know about the Black Fate sect. The bad luck of his Black Fate sect was inherited from the great ancestor of Sinli. Who was the clan with the dirtiest luck in this world? It was the Fuli clan, which had been extinct for a long time. Among the members of the Fuli clan, who had the dirtiest luck? It was the Sinli clan, the sinner of the Fuli clan. Among the members of the Sinli clan, who had the dirtiest luck? It was the ancestor of the Sinli clan, the Lord Evil God, who was given the title of the strongest Sinli. His Black Fate sect worshipped the corpse of the ancestor of the Sinli clan. Since he was young, he had been absorbing the luck of the corpse to cultivate. Whoever touches his luck will be unlucky. If he uses some abilities to communicate with heaven and earth, whoever touches his luck will die. It was definitely not a lie. The reason why he gave Ningfan the heaven-opening stone was actually a vicious scheme. He wanted to make Ningfan suffer a series of disasters after he obtained the stone and die in the eastern heaven. He was fond of living an extravagant life of debauchery and debauchery. He once received the hospitality of a low-level cultivator on a certain cultivation planet and became friends with that low-level cultivator. That low-level cultivator had yet to attain the true cultivation realm. Thus, he was really not worthy of his attention. However, his pill refinement skills were superb and he was also famous in the eastern heaven. That person even used all his means to flatter him in every possible way, making him feel overjoyed. In the end, that person agreed to do one thing for him in this lifetime. That low-level cultivator was the sect master of the pill sect. It had already been a few days since Ningfan returned to the eastern heaven. His fearsome name had already spread to the ears of those who were observant in the eastern heaven. After knowing that Ningfan was already an immortal venerated throughout the ages, who was the one who was the most afraid of? The answer was the sect master of the pill sect. The sect master of the pill sect had once issued a bounty on Ningfan's head. Even though that bounty had been cancelled by the Slaughter Palace a long time ago, the two of them still became sworn enemies. The sect master of the pill sect had superb pill refinement skills. He had a lot of friends in the eastern heaven immortal world. 100 years ago, he was not afraid of Ningfan's reputation. After all, Ningfan had just made a name for himself in the eastern heaven at that time. However, soon after, the news that Ningfan was the successor of the ancient Chaos Emperor spread. When he heard that the ancient Chaos Emperor was still alive, the sect master of the pill sect felt as if his heart had died. He thought that a great calamity was about to befall him. Thus, he spent 100 years in peace while trembling with fear. Then, he heard that the ancient Chaos Emperor was on the verge of his Tao extinction. The dark race certainly would not let Ningfan go. As soon as he heard this news, the sect master of the pill sect was naturally overjoyed. If this news is true, Ningfan would become the public enemy of the eastern heaven. Countless old monsters would be willing to attack Ningfan in order to please the dark race. His fear of Ningfan decreased day by day. However, at this moment, the shocking news of Ningfan reappearing in the eastern heaven and slaughtering his enemies spread. Ningfan had returned. Moreover, he had reappeared in the eastern heaven in a shocking manner. Before the ancient Chaos Emperor was destroyed, the dark race would not really attack Ningfan because they were afraid of him. Only a few forces who were blind would attack Ningfan. Now, Ningfan already had the cultivation base of an eternal immortal venerate. He was not afraid of those forces' provocations at all. Large numbers of empty space dwellers and broken sense realm cultivators died in Ningfan's hands. Even the newly advanced immortal venerate old ancestor De Yun died tragically in Ningfan's hands. Thus, the sect master of the pill sect panicked. With Ningfan's current cultivation base, he could totally annihilate the pill sect before the ancient Chaos Emperor's Tao extinction if he wants to settle old scores. No, I don't want to die. Thus, he decided to make the first move. He made use of the connections he made in the pill refinement realm to send out invitations to countless experts to form an alliance to kill Ningfan. Those real old monsters would either respect their identities or be wary of the ancient Chaos Emperor. Thus, they would not respond to the pill sect's call. However, there were still countless old monsters who hoped to express their goodwill to the dark race through this action. If a sect or a clan was not Ningfan's opponent, then what about the 10 sects and 10 clans? So what if there were 100 sects and 100 clans? Moreover, the sect master of the pill sect even promised that he was about to concoct a sovereign pill. If anyone helps him to kill Ningfan, he would gift the sovereign pill to that person. This matter caused another uproar in the eastern heaven. Is the eastern heaven immortal world about to give birth to a sovereign pill refinement master? If the sect master of the pill sect can really become a sovereign pill refinement master, even a colossal being like the dark race would not ignore the value of his existence. More and more old monsters were tempted and responded to the call of the sect master of the pill sect. There were even a small number of immortal venerables from the ancient times who had also made up their minds and decided to get involved in this matter. Thus, they responded to the call of the sect master of the pill sect. Just when Ning Fan was unaware of it, a huge anti-Ning alliance had already taken shape. Old Wu had also received the message from the Pill sect. Originally, he wanted to go to the anti-Ning alliance to join in the fun. Coincidentally, he met Ning Fan before he could leave the Wooden Island. If he could directly kill Ning Fan and fulfill the request of the sect master of the Pill sect, why wouldn't he do it? At that time, he would be able to kill Ning Fan, who made the entire anti-Ning alliance wary of him all by himself. Wouldn't that be a great honor to him? As for the heaven-opening stone that he gave to Ning Fan, couldn't he still get it back after his death? Hee. Once Ning Fan is dead, who would dare to take the heaven-opening stone? Whoever takes it will be unlucky. How could it return to my hands? Besides, if Ning Fan is killed by the bad luck of the heaven-opening stone, Xianxia would have nothing to say. It's his own bad luck that caused him to encounter natural and man-made disasters. Can he blame me for that? Hee. Brother Ning, I feel like old friends with you. If you really need this heaven-opening stone, just take it. If you don't take it, it means that you are not giving me face. Old Wu made up his mind. He immediately took out the heaven-opening stone, which was emitting black smoke, and passed it to Ning Fan. Inwardly, he sneered thousands of times. As long as Ning Fan dares to take this stone, he would certainly be turned into ashes by the natural and man-made disasters that would follow. Upon hearing his words, Xianxia and Daoist Musang knitted their brows. They had seen through Old Wu's evil scheme. They thought to themselves, this young man is indeed worthy of being the disciple of the Black Luck Old Ancestor. His heart is truly vicious. Xianxia, of course, would not watch Ning Fan take away the heaven-opening stone and attract the god-killing calamity. Just as he was about to remind Ning Fan, he saw his eyes turn cold. Obviously, he had seen through Old Wu's evil scheme. Thus, he did not say anything more and let Ning Fan settle this matter himself. Do you really want to give this stone to me? Ning Fan stared at Old Wu with cold eyes. Even though he did not know the origin of the Black Luck sect, how could he not see through the myriad of poisonous curses inside the heaven-opening stone? When others look at the heaven-opening stone, they might only see it being shrouded by black smoke. However, as the Fuli demon ancestor, Ning Fan could see the origin of the black smoke directly through it and see its true form. How was this black smoke? It was clearly a series of ancient and mysterious karma lines that intertwined with each other. After being tainted, it would form a divine ability that could taint the luck of an expert and cause others to fall into calamities and tribulations. This Old Wu clearly had ill intentions. Giving the stone to Ning Fan was just an excuse. His real intention was to harm Ning Fan. Moreover, for some unknown reason, this divine ability that could taint one's luck in the black smoke actually resonated with the Fuli ancestral blood in Ning Fan's body to a certain extent. Sigh. This old man has good intentions. Could it be that younger brother Ning doesn't dare to take the stone? If you don't dare to, then let's forget about this matter. Old Wu chuckled coldly. His tone was a little provocative. In fact, he already understood that Ning Fan had probably seen through some tricks and would not fall for his evil scheme. He withdrew his hand and was about to keep the heaven-opening stone. Inwardly, he felt bitter because he had lost a chance to directly kill Ning Fan. At this moment, a palm with distinct joints suddenly stretched out and pressed on the heaven-opening stone. Didn't I say that I don't want this stone? Since you dare to give it to me, why wouldn't I dare to accept it? I just hope that you won't regret it after you give me this stone. This ordinary voice seemed to carry a sense of supreme majesty. It directly shook Old Wu's sea of consciousness and made him feel a sharp pain. He could not help but take half a step back and stared at Ning Fan in astonishment. Ning Fan's palm that was pressing on the heaven-opening stone seemed to be extremely heavy. Even with Old Wu's cultivation base, he actually could not shake it off. Strange. What kind of divine ability did this Ning Fan use? Why do I feel a sense of suppression? For the first time in his life, Old Wu felt a sense of fear. That kind of fear seemed to originate from the deepest part of his bloodline. For some unknown reason, it actually made Old Wu shiver uncontrollably. That kind of hair-raising feeling was like a tortoise who had run amok for many years meeting its natural enemy. Old Wu's heart shuddered. He knew that he had underestimated this immortal monarch. What shocked him the most was that Ning Fan actually dared to touch the heaven-opening stone with his hand. This was really out of his expectation. One should know that he had refined the heaven-opening stone for a whole month using the dark luck secret technique. Even an immortal king's luck would be slightly tainted if they touched the stone recklessly, causing a backlash and damage. However, Ning Fan's expression remained the same, as if he was not affected by the dark luck of the heaven-opening stone at all. How could Old Wu not be moved? Bitter, bitter. This Rain Immortal Monarch is indeed the successor of ancient chaos. His cultivation base might not be as strong as mine, but he probably has some abilities to resist the corrosion of my dark luck. In this case, even if I give the heaven-opening stone to him, he probably won't be harmed. Let's just forget about it. The heaven-opening stone was held by Ning Fan and he could not take it back even if he wanted to. Old Wu mustered all his strength and secretly circulated his abilities. His body emitted a faint black light. All of a sudden, he seemed to have infinite strength and almost pulled the heaven-opening stone out of Ning Fan's hand. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly and he also circulated his abilities. Faint red light shone around his body. Vaguely, his strength was on par with Old Wu's. It was hard to tell who would win. Old Wu cursed inwardly. This Ning Fan was not afraid of the corrosion of the dark luck. He was determined to snatch the heaven-opening stone from me. On the surface, however, he put on an amiable expression and said to Ning Fan with a smile. I suddenly remembered that this heaven-opening stone still has its uses. I'm afraid I can't give it to you. Please let go of it and return it to me. Fellow Taoist, you're wrong. Cultivators like us never go back on our words. This stone already belongs to me. You're the one who should let go of it. The ancient demon aura in Ning Fan's body suddenly burst out and shook at Old Wu, causing him to let go of the stone. He staggered and took a few steps back before he managed to steady himself. His expression changed drastically. The might of an ancient demon. Xiang Bozi nodded slightly. Taoist Musong had a thoughtful expression. He pinched his fingers slightly as if he was deducing something. After that, he seemed to have understood something and muttered to himself, so this child is actually the descendant of ancient chaos. No wonder, the fact that ancient chaos Grand Emperor possessed the bloodline of a god, a demon, and a devil at the same time might not be known to many low-grade cultivators, but at the Eternal Era level, very few people didn't know about it. Now that his identity as the successor of ancient chaos was known to the public, he no longer needed to conceal his ancient divine, ancient demon and ancient devil chi. Although in this era where the three races had lost their hearts, souls, and blood, possessing the bloodline of the ancient demon was a shocking matter, it was not so hard to understand if this happened to the descendant of ancient chaos. Many thanks for the stone, fellow Taoist. With a flip of his hand, he kept the heaven-splitting stone that he had seized and stared at Old Wu with an expressionless face. The reason why he was able to repel Brother Wu was not because of his profound cultivation base, but the supreme demonic aura of the Fu Li ancestor realm in his body. When he first saw the heaven-splitting stone, he felt that the black smoke on it was a little strange. It could actually resonate with the demon blood in his body. He was originally from the Fu Li clan which had the dirtiest luck. Moreover, he had even tainted his own luck and became a cultivator of black luck. Thus, he was not afraid of being tainted by the black luck. That was why he dared to directly place his palm on the heaven-splitting stone. Unexpectedly, after coming into close contact with the heaven-splitting stone, Ning Fan actually felt a trace of fear from it. The heaven-splitting stone was actually afraid of him, no. To be more precise, it was not the heaven-splitting stone that produced fear. Instead, it was the black luck on the stone. As soon as it saw Ning Fan, the black smoke actually showed signs of submission. It did not dare to hurt Ning Fan at all. The feeling that the black smoke gave Ning Fan was very similar to the qi on Zili's body. It was extremely similar. With just a thought, Ning Fan figured out the crux of the matter. The black smoke that was entangling the heaven-splitting stone actually contained the power of the Sinli clan. This Old Wu actually possessed the power of the Sinli clan. This Old Wu was not a member of the demon race, let alone the bloodline of the Fu Li clan or the Sinli clan. Ning Fan was able to determine this after coming into close contact with him. However, Old Wu could possess the power of the Sinli clan. There was probably a hidden reason behind this. No matter what the truth was, Old Wu's attempt to use the power of the Sinli clan to suppress Ning Fan was no different from displaying one's slight skill in front of an expert. Ning Fan was the dignified Fu Li clan demon ancestor. Why would he be afraid of the power of the Sinli clan? Old Wu's heart pounded. He was not the real Sinli clan. Before Ning Fan took the initiative to display his Fu Li Qi, he could not see through Ning Fan's identity. Therefore, he could not understand how Ning Fan forced him to retreat. Seeing that Ning Fan had taken away his heaven-splitting stone, Old Wu could no longer laugh. His face turned gloomy and he said coldly, "Fellow Taoist, aren't you looking down on the owner of this place by snatching my heaven-splitting stone in the boundary of this wooden island?" In his words, he actually wanted to use Taoist Musong's name to suppress Ning Fan. "Fellow Taoist, you're wrong. You gave me this stone on your own accord. I didn't snatch it from you," Ning Fan said expressionlessly. Old Wu's face turned pale with anger. He had used his master's relationship with him in order to obtain 3 treasures from Taoist Musong. He did not expect that one of his treasures would be snatched away as soon as he met Ning Fan. How could he not be angry, if it wasn't because it was really inappropriate to fight Ning Fan here, and if it wasn't because Ning Fan had a quasi-saint old monster like Xianxia by his side? Old Wu would definitely attack Ning Fan ruthlessly and take back the heaven-splitting stone with force to teach Ning Fan a lesson. No, I can't. I can't attack Ning Fan in front of 2 quasi-saints. Just as this thought solidified in Old Wu's mind, Taoist Musong suddenly spoke to Xianxia. As soon as Musong spoke, Old Wu did not dare to lose his temper on the spot no matter how unwilling he was. Initially, he wanted to argue with Ning Fan for a while longer. However, he could only suppress the anger in his heart and think of a way to take back the heaven-splitting stone later. "Old monster Xiang, I'm afraid you didn't bring this kid here just for the heaven-splitting stone, right? Otherwise, you could have come alone." Musong did not care about Old Wu's humiliation. He had already agreed to Old Wu's 3 requests and repaid the karma of old ancestor Black Luck. As for the matter of the heaven-splitting stone, it was Old Wu's own fault. He would not interfere. "Brother Mu, just now, you used your fate connection to deduce something and guessed the purpose of my visit. This kid has been targeted by the dark race. The name of my godly void pavilion is not enough to make them fear me. Only Brother Mu can make them restrain themselves," Xianxia said with a bitter smile. "According to my deduction just now, your disciple Sun Luo is already dead." Taoist Musong suddenly changed the topic. "Yes. That kid is already dead," Xianxia said bitterly. "Ever since I, Musong, secluded myself from the world, I have never cared about worldly affairs. After I secluded myself from the world, I became even more indifferent to the matters of heaven and earth. I even made a great vow that I would never open my eyes more than 3 times before I see the Sacred Heart. Even if my disciple, Emperor Tsong, is in trouble, I would also turn a blind eye to it. In the past, when the dark race bullied your disciple Sun Luo, I had already protected him once. This time, do you want me to make an exception for him again? This matter has indeed put Brother Mu in a difficult position. However, if Brother Mu wants to understand the mysteries of the second ancient map, I'm afraid you really have to rely on this kid's strength. Opening your eyes for him once might not be a bad thing." Xianxia's words made Taoist Musong silent, as if he was thinking. Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. He was a little concerned about the second ancient map in their conversation. Each of the 4 ancient maps had its own extraordinary features. The first map was the immemorial Fisherman's Mino. It had been found by Ning Fan and Little Demonis before. It could help the first step in cultivating the great Tao of life and death, allowing one to ascend and become an immortal. Now, it was in the hands of the godly void pavilion. The second ancient map was called the Golden Sky Black Map. It was said to contain the great Tao of Yin and Yang. It could help a cultivator break through the bottleneck of the immortal Emperor realm. There was an ancient force in southern heaven called the Golden Talisman Palace. It was destroyed because of this second map. Luo Yu had also tried to find the second map, but she could not find any information about it. Unexpectedly, the second ancient map was actually in Taoist Musong's hands. Logically speaking, the second ancient map could only help one attain the immortal Emperor realm. It should not be valued by an expert like Taoist Musong. However, judging from Xianxia's tone, this map seemed to have some other mysteries that could make Daoist Musang study it repeatedly. After a long time, Daoist Musang finally made a decision. However, he did not give Xiangbozhi a direct answer. Instead, he pointed at the sky. Immediately, countless pine needles flew up into the sky and formed a green ring in the sky. That ring seemed to have a great ability that could isolate everything within it. Even if a great battle takes place inside the ring, as long as it does not exceed the limit of the ring, the energy waves from the battle would not leak to the outside world. I need to test this kid to see if he's worthy of me opening my eyes. Little boy Xianxia, enter the ring and fight against little friend Ning. After hearing what was said, a green-faced Daoist child immediately walked out of the group from Musang's disciples. He cupped his hands towards the crowd and flew into the ring in the sky, hovering in midair. This green-faced child had an ordinary appearance. However, he was standing in the sky with his hands clasped behind his back. His entire body was filled with an aura force that made him look like he was stepping on the ancient times. No one should underestimate him. This person was one of the 3 immortal venerables in the temple. He was a newly advanced immortal venerables. However, it seemed like he had also killed immortal venerables in the ancient times. His baleful chi was very strong. Little friend Ning, get on this platform and fight against Musang's disciple. Show him what you're capable of. If you can catch his eye, he will certainly lend you a hand in the matter regarding the dark race. Xiangbozhi turned to Ning Fan and instructed. Ning Fan was not a fool. At this moment, how could he not know that Xiangbozhi had another purpose for bringing him to the Wooden Island? Xiangbozhi wanted to help him find a new backer, a backer that could intimidate the dark race. If the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's Tao is destroyed, Musang would protect him. This was Xiangbozhi's original intention. Ning Fan felt a little touched. Xiangbozhi was neither his relative nor friend, but he had done so much for him. Of course, he would not reject Xiangbozhi's good intention. With a flash, Ning Fan appeared on the green platform. Xiangbozhi's voice resounded in his ears again. Go all out. Let Musang see what you're capable of. Ning Fan nodded his head. He stood 100 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, away from the green-faced Dao child. His aura force was even stronger than that of the Dao child. Seeing that there was a great battle to watch, all the disciples in the ancient temple turned their eyes to the sky. Even Old Wu, who had a belly full of anger, had the same expression. Old Wu wanted to take a closer look at what kind of means Ning Fan had. Once he gets to know Ning Fan's background, his chances of defeating him in the future would also increase. Of course, if there's a chance, he would like to replace that green-faced Dao child to teach Ning Fan a lesson and take back the heaven-splitting stone. The green-faced Dao child looked at Ning Fan arrogantly. He lived on the Wooden Island with his master and never came out of seclusion. Thus, he had never heard of the infamous name of the Rain Immortal Monarch in the outside world. Thus, he naturally did not know that Ning Fan had killed old ancestor De Yun. Even if he knew about it, he would not be afraid of Ning Fan. He had also killed a newly advanced immortal venerable before. With his confidence, even if he sensed Ning Fan's aura, which was at the level of an eternal tribulation, he was not afraid at all. Even though fellow Daoist is not Senior Xiang's disciple, you can be considered as representing Senior Xiang in this battle. If you lose to me again in this battle, Senior Xiang's disciples will have lost 4 times in a row on the Wooden Island. In order not to lose too badly, I will hold back a little. The green-faced Dao child on the opposite side suddenly spoke. His tone was rather arrogant. Xiangbozhi had accepted 3 disciples in his life, and all of them had been brought to the Wooden Island before. When the 2 great emperors, Shen Kong and Su Kong, were young, they had come to the Wooden Island to spar with the young Emperor Tsong. However, they were defeated by him. Later on, Sun Luo was also brought to the Wooden Island. However, Sun Luo was still very young at that time. He was defeated by Musang's other disciples even without Emperor Tsong's help. Ning Fan was the 4th disciple that Xiangbozhi brought to the Wooden Island. If he was also defeated on the Wooden Island, the loss would naturally be attributed to Xiangbozhi's disciples. Ning Fan did not like to talk too much during fights. What made him even more speechless was where did this green-faced Dao child get his confidence from? He even dared to hold back against him. Not only did the green-faced Dao child speak arrogantly, but his actions were also arrogant. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back from the beginning to the end. He actually did not plan to make the first move. Are all of Taoist Musong's disciples this arrogant? Ning Fan shook his head slightly. When he thought of Taoist Musong's eccentric personality, he really might have disciples with different personalities. This person's divine intent is Song and so is his Tao. However, what he cultivates seems to be the aloof and arrogant intent of Song. That's why he acts arrogantly. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with green light. He easily saw through the green-faced Tao child's background. At the moment when the green light flashed, no one on the scene saw it. Only Xiang Bozi and Taoist Musong noticed it. Xiang Bozi already knew that Ning Fan was a heavenly being realm cultivator. Since he could not see through Ning Fan's background at the second level of the heavenly being realm, he was not surprised. Taoist Musong's expression changed slightly. This young man is actually a heavenly being realm cultivator. No wonder old Monster Mu thinks so highly of him. Since the green-faced Tao child was unwilling to make the first move, Ning Fan would not show any modesty to him. He told the green-faced Tao child to be careful and lifted his finger to shoot out a ray of purple light at the Tao child. Tao weapon, is it? This Tao weapon seems to have been nurtured by the heavenly Tao purple chi. However, in the eyes of immortal venerables like me, it's not considered as a powerful weapon. The green-faced Tao child showed a hint of disdain. He opened his mouth and spat out a palm-sized dark green leaf into the sky. As soon as the leaf soared into the sky, it immediately expanded with the wind and turned into a 100 zhang asterisk, 333 m per zhang, large. It directly fell towards the memory-severing Tao sword, wrapping the sword in its center. No matter how hard the memory-severing Tao sword struggled, it could not break free from the restriction of the leaf. Fellow Taoist, what other magic treasures do you have? Why don't you use all of them? The green-faced Tao child said proudly with an expression as if he had already gained the upper hand. Ning Fan was slightly speechless. Even if this person cultivated the Tao of aloofness, he was too arrogant and lacked the sense of aloofness. Song Song's aloofness was different from arrogance. The word aloofness was the limit. Song Song's arrogance was only shown to his lonesome self instead of being domineering towards others. That was why it was aloofness. This green-faced Tao child had chosen the wrong path. That leaf was formed by the green-faced Tao child's ability. The Tao law of wood was intertwined on it. It could not hide from Ning Fan's heavenly fish eye. The reason why the divine abilities of immortal venerables were so powerful was because they used the power of the Tao law. As for the power of a sovereign immortal emperor, it was because he possessed the sovereign Tao law, which was much stronger than ordinary Tao laws. It was precisely because of the power of the Tao law of wood that this leaf could easily restrain the memory-severing Tao sword. However, if the memory-severing Tao sword were to break this layer of Tao law, this leaf was not worth mentioning at all. Ning Fan did not waste any more time talking to the green-faced Tao child. Instead, he flicked his finger. Immediately, an endless rain intent came from heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, a light drizzle fell on the entire wooden island. The green-faced Tao child's expression changed slightly. Before he could react, he saw the memory-severing Tao sword that was originally restrained by the leaf turn into a ray of sword light and burst out with a chi sound. It cut the Tao law on the leaf into pieces. At the next moment, the leaf broke into countless rays of green light and dissipated. The green-faced Tao child's eyes turned grim. At this moment, the memory-severing Tao sword was also intertwined with the power of the Tao law. In terms of quality and quantity, it was actually much stronger than the Tao law of wood on the leaf. No wonder Ning Fan could break his pine breath leaf. It turned out that Ning Fan's understanding of the power of the Tao law was even higher than his. Another ear-piercing sound was heard. The memory-severing Tao sword that was intertwined with the Tao law of rain transformed into thousands of illusions and slashed down at him. This time, the green-faced Tao child did not dare to be careless. Instead, he took half a step back and circulated his divine ability. His entire right arm immediately turned dark green and he directly grabbed at the sword's shadows that filled the sky. No matter how the Tao sword transformed and no matter how the sword rain changed its trajectory, the green-faced Tao child seemed to be able to accurately predict the direction where each of the sword lights would come from. His dark green right palm was not afraid of the sharpness of the Tao sword at all. He lifted his hand and directly crushed the illusory sword lights. The sound of metal colliding with each other constantly resounded from his right palm. It was obvious how hard his palm was at the moment. In an instant, the rain of thousands of swords was all crushed by the green-faced Dao child. Obviously, he could not defeat this newly advanced immortal venerable with his Dao weapon. Ning Fan sighed softly and kept his Dao sword. He did not have any magic treasures with strong offensive power. In that case, it would not be easy for him to win quickly. The green-faced Dao child's expression became even more conceited after his first attack. In a flash, his entire body actually turned into a giant whose body was entirely dark green. Ning Fan had already seen that dark green defense. It was strong enough to resist the sharpness of the memory-severing Dao sword. After turning into a giant, his defense actually increased by a few times. It was incomparably powerful. The Dao sword that was surrounded by a type of Dao law could not break this dark green defense. In that case, he could only use the second type of Dao law at the same time. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a dark light. All of a sudden, heaven and earth lost all its light and fell into endless darkness. A divine ability that can change heaven and earth? No, it's an illusory technique. The green-faced Dao child was shocked at first. Then, he raised his head and laughed heartily. If it's a great divine ability that could change heaven and earth, he would still be slightly afraid of Ning Fan. However, if it's just an illusory technique, he was not afraid at all. He was already close to mastering the heavenly eye of the Buddhist sect. It was enough to see through most illusory techniques. Thus, this technique was nothing to be afraid of. Break! The eyes of the giant that the green-faced Dao child transformed into shot out thousands of rays of golden light, trying to sweep away the darkness between heaven and earth. However, when those rays of golden light fell on the darkness, they were immediately devoured by it. They could not see through the darkness at all. Only then did the green-faced Dao child feel a little shocked. Isn't the illusory technique that Ning Fan used a little too advanced? Even his heavenly eye could not break this technique. Many people look down on illusory techniques because they basically could not cause any real damage. In most cases, they could only serve to confuse the target. Once they are broken, they would be almost useless. However, if they could not break it, the horror of illusory techniques would be revealed. During a battle, a moment of absent-mindedness could determine the outcome of the battle. He was trapped in Ning Fan's illusory technique and could not break the darkness. Ning Fan could have killed him 100 times during that time. Fortunately, even though I have fallen into his illusory technique, I have been cultivating defensive techniques all my life. Ordinary first tribulation immortal venerables would not be able to break my defense. At least, this battle will end in a draw. It won't be that easy for him to defeat me. Just as this thought emerged in the green-faced Dao child's mind, his giant body was sent flying violently in the next moment. An arrow of blood spurted out from his chest. The darkness between heaven and earth was finally dispelled bit by bit. However, it was not broken. Ning Fan had taken the initiative to remove the illusory technique. From the start to the end, it seemed to be very slow. However, in reality, it only took 10 breaths. The people in the ancient temple finally regained their vision. The first thing they saw was the scene of the green-faced Dao child's giant body falling from the sky while spurting out blood. They still had a look of disbelief on their faces. There was a ferocious-looking sword wound on the giant's chest. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. It had completely broken the defense of his physical body. His blood splattered across the sky. Ning Fan stood in the sky with a sword in his hand. His Dao sword was intertwined with the light of 2 types of Dao laws. It was extremely dazzling and gave people a feeling of unparalleled sharpness. Hiss. Even if senior brother Xianxia encountered a second tribulation immortal venerable, his pine body would not be broken by a single sword strike. This Rain Immortal Monarch actually broke senior brother Xianxia's strongest defense with just a single sword strike. 10 breaths. Senior brother Xianxia only lasted for 10 breaths under the Rain Immortal Monarch's attack. Each of Musang's disciples began to suck in a cold breath. Old Wu was even more shocked. He was also a first tribulation immortal venerable. Moreover, he was one of the stronger first tribulation immortal venerables. He had fought with the green-faced Dao child before and he knew that he could not break his opponent's defense with a single move. However, Ning Fan was able to do it. Could it be that Ning Fan's strength was above his? He was an old immortal venerable who had cultivated for 34 million years while Ning Fan was just a junior who had made his name 100 years ago. Could it be that Ning Fan was stronger than him? To be continued. Could it be that this old man's 34 million years of cultivation is no match for the rise of a junior in 100 years? Old Wu stared at Ning Fan's Dao sword with his beady eyes. Even though he was unwilling to admit it, he had no choice but to admit how terrifying Ning Fan's sword was. The physical defense of the green-faced Daoist child was definitely incredible. However, Ning Fan was able to break through his defense with a single sword strike. The reason why he was able to do so was because of the power of the two types of Dao laws on his sword. In the immortal venerable realm, there were definitely not many people who could use the power of two Dao laws. The power produced was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Since Ning Fan possessed two types of Dao laws, his offensive power was definitely one of the best among immortal venerables of the same level. However, there was another more important reason why Ning Fan could recover so quickly. The greatest contributor should be the dark illusion technique that could engulf heaven and earth. That illusion technique was very powerful. Old Wu knew that if he fell into it, he wouldn't be able to break free in a short time without using his trump cards. It was precisely because the illusory technique was powerful that the green-faced Dao child fell into it and was unable to evade. Ning Fan's sword directly broke his defense and sent him falling from the sky. At first, Elder Wu still wanted to teach Ning Fan a lesson, but at this moment, his heart was beating the drum of retreat. He was deeply afraid of Ning Fan. Moreover, he was already hesitating whether he should agree to the sect master of the Pale Sect's request and join the anti-Ning alliance to eliminate Ning Fan. The green-faced Daoist child was bleeding profusely as he retreated from the giant's body and fell to the ground. Although Taoist Musong's eyes were closed, he was clearly aware of everything that was happening in the outside world. He flicked his sleeve in the direction of the green-faced Taoist child, and suddenly, gusts of pine wind blew past, supporting the Taoist child and landing steadily in the ancient temple. This disciple has lost the competition. Master, please punish me. The green-faced Dao child could not be bothered with the bleeding wound on his chest as he knelt before Musong, his face filled with guilt. He had lost face to Xiang Bozi's disciple. He had let down his benefactor. Silly child, it's just a loss. Why take it to heart? However, do you know why you lost so thoroughly? Musong sighed softly and patted the Dao child's shoulder. Disciple doesn't know. Master, please enlighten me. You have taken the wrong path. You haven't discovered this yet, but I believe little friend Ning has. If you were placed in Eastern Sky, you could also be considered an outstanding person. However, in the end, you still can't compare to this child. To you, losing to this child is also good. The solitary and proud pine, if not tempered by wind and snow, is unable to become outstanding. Musong spoke in a language that the green-faced Daoist child did not understand. With a flick of his sleeves, a gust of wind lifted the Daoist child up. The green-faced Daoist child's head buzzed. He felt that his master's last words had enlightened him. He had chosen the wrong path. Could it be that he had really chosen the wrong path? The green-faced Daoist child's expression was blank for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Compared to before, he was much less arrogant. He casually took out a pill and swallowed it to stop the bleeding. After that, he let out a long sigh and cupped his fists towards Ning Fan who was in the sky. Thank you for showing mercy, fellow Daoist. His injuries were not severe. That sword strike had only landed on his chest. If it landed on his dantian, it would hurt his foundation. Ning Fan had indeed shown mercy. Ning Fan looked at the conversation between Musong and his disciple with deep meaning. Previously, when Musong said that he turned a blind eye to his disciple's difficulties, Emperor Tsong, Ning Fan thought that he was a cold-blooded and heartless master. Now, he realized that Musong also had the same silent concern for his disciple. Musong had asked the green-faced Daoist child to challenge him. Although it was a test, it was also to train and guide his disciple. Ning Fan wondered what Daoist Musong thought of him after this battle and whether he had met his requirements. Just as he was about to walk down the green ring, he heard Daoist Musong speaking to a big-eared novice monk beside him. Little boy of Song country, you should also go and fight this reign immortal monarch. The big-eared novice monk who was called was slightly startled. Then, he shook his head and said, I'm not a match for reign immortal monarch. It's all right. This is your chance to verify the grand Tao of withered tree. Even if you lose, I'm sure you will gain something from it. Upon hearing this, the big-eared novice monk no longer refused. Instead, his figure turned faint and appeared in the sky like a phantom. He put his palms together and smiled bitterly at Ning Fan. I don't dare to disobey master's order. I hope reign immortal monarch can give me some pointers. As soon as he finished speaking, dark yellow light flowed around his body. The hidden aura force was also at the eternal zero tribulation realm, but it was much stronger than the green-faced Taoist child. He was afraid that he was not far away from the first tribulation realm. Moreover, this dark yellow light vaguely contained an extremely strong ability to break illusions. If Ning Fan wanted to use the same trick again by using the dark illusion technique, it would probably be difficult for it to work. The big-eared novice monk continued to mumble some incantations. Suddenly, the world inside the green ring changed. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. The sky where he was standing suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in an ancient pine world out of thin air. In all directions, there were ancient pines that were so tall that they could reach the sky. Moreover, there were endless Buddhist chants echoing in the wind. A divine ability that can change heaven and earth? Green light flickered in Ning Fan's eyes. His spirit sense turned into rain, covering the entire ancient pine world in an instant. In just a split second, he could see through the entire ancient pine world. After the big-eared novice monk dragged Ning Fan into this world, he immediately activated his divine ability. All of a sudden, the ancient pine trees were uprooted from the ground and turned into wood dragons. Hundreds of millions of dragons charged at Ning Fan at the same time. There was almost no place for him to retreat or evade the attack. Every path of retreat was sealed. Not a bad divine ability. If it's a zero tribulation immortal venerable, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. Ning Fan praised the other party's extraordinary divine ability. Then, his body swayed and disappeared, leaving only a faint red light where he stood. All the dragons were stunned. They could not see where Ning Fan was heading to and were at a loss. At the next moment, Ning Fan directly appeared in front of one of the countless dragons. His eyes that were glowing with green light locked onto that dragon. He raised his hand and slashed. It was another slash that was supported by 2 Tao laws. This slash did not have any magnificent sword light, but it directly split the dragon in half. Surprisingly, the big-eared novice monk was hiding inside the dragon's body. The big-eared novice monk was shocked. Obviously, he did not expect that Ning Fan would be able to find him among the hundreds of millions of dragons so easily. Before he could react, he saw Ning Fan's sword slashing at his chest. Dry dragon mirror, protect me. Seeing that the sword light was about to reach him in the blink of an eye, the big-eared novice monk shouted without any hesitation. All the dragons in the world disappeared and an ancient mirror with pine patterns appeared in front of him. When the sword light slashed at the ancient mirror, it was strangely absorbed by it. Then, a ray of sword light burst out from the mirror and slashed at Ning Fan. It actually reflected Ning Fan's divine ability back to him. An ancient mirror that can reflect divine abilities. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. He raised his hand to block the sword light and slashed at the ancient mirror again. Previously, the sword light that was surrounded by 2 types of Tao laws could not break this mirror. Instead, it was reflected back to him. However, if there were 3 types of Tao laws, this mirror might be able to do the same. This time, Ning Fan used the power of battle yin yang. The boundless battle intent around his body flowed into his sword, causing the number of rays of Tao laws on the sword to increase to 3. It's actually 3 types of Tao laws. Impossible. The big-eared novice monk's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, he heard a cracking sound coming from the ancient mirror. It was forcefully shattered by Ning Fan. The sword light did not lose its momentum and directly slashed at the big-eared novice monk's chest. All of a sudden, the entire ancient pine world could no longer be maintained and completely collapsed. As for the big-eared novice monk, an arrow of blood spurted out from his chest. He retreated tens of steps in the sky before he could stabilize his body. The injury on his chest was not serious, but he was indeed defeated by Ning Fan. He was not a match for Ning Fan at all. Thank you for showing mercy, fellow Taoist. The big-eared novice monk smiled bitterly and returned to the ancient temple. He already knew that he was not Ning Fan's opponent, but he did not expect that he would be defeated so easily. Junior brother Xianxia had at least lasted for 10 breaths of time in Ning Fan's hands. However, he only lasted for less than 3 breaths and was defeated. Hiss. Senior brother Xianxia has even used the heaven-changing technique of one pine and one country, but he only lasted for 3 breaths of time in Rain Lord's hands. The disciples in the temple inhaled deeply again. Old Wu's expression became even uglier. Ning Fan's sword actually contained the power of the third type of Tao Law. In terms of offensive power alone, perhaps not many people at the First Tribulation Realm could be a match for Ning Fan. Of course, immortal venerables would not simply attack and defend themselves. If they could not defend against Ning Fan's sword light, they could very well use their attacks instead of defending themselves. However, most of Old Wu's more powerful attacks were related to his dark luck. Unfortunately, his dark luck was restrained by Ning Fan. In terms of defensive means, he did not think that he had any abilities that could block Ning Fan's sword that contained 3 types of Tao laws. If that was the case, he would definitely lose more than he would win if he fought against Ning Fan. As he thought of this, Old Wu's fear towards Ning Fan rose to an unprecedented level. His heart became even more resolute. He would never get involved in the muddy waters of the Pill sect. After all, he and the sect master of the Pill sect were just fair-weather friends. There was no need for him to provoke a ruthless character like Ning Fan for the sake of this person. Hee. We have already fought 2 battles. I wonder if Brother Mu is satisfied with little friend Ning's performance? Even though Xiang Bozi asked a question, he was already 80 to 90% sure that Daoist Musong was already extremely satisfied with Ning Fan. Daoist Musong just smiled without saying a word. Ning Fan won both battles. His moves were straightforward and beautiful. Musong was very satisfied with him. Ning Fan cultivated 3 types of Tao laws and was also a heavenly being realm cultivator. Musong was also very satisfied with him. However, if that was all, Ning Fan still did not have the qualifications to make Musong pay a huge price to open his eyes and challenge the dark race again. What moved Musong the most was his identity as the successor of ancient chaos. Ning Fan's strength was sufficient. However, if he could not do one thing, he would not be able to help Musong complete the research of the second ancient map. Naturally, he would not have the qualifications to make Musong make an exception and open his eyes. The main reason why Musong let his 2 immortal venerables fight against Ning Fan was to let his disciples suffer some losses. He wanted to use this opportunity to train them. The real test for Ning Fan would still be in the 3rd battle. Old Wu made up his mind that he would definitely take a detour when he sees Ning Fan in the future. As for the heaven-opening stone that was snatched away from him, he would not dare to ask for it anymore. Ning Fan was just too strong. Unfortunately, Old Wu did not know that Daoist Musong would not give him the chance to avoid a battle with Ning Fan. He had already calculated it. Little friend Wu, why don't you go and have a battle with little friend Ning? Daoist Musong said with a faint smile. His words made Old Wu have the urge to curse. Are you kidding me? Your disciples can't defeat Ning Fan and you want me, an outsider, to fight him? Do you want me to be slashed by Ning Fan too? That's the slash of 3 types of Tao laws. I can't take it, alright? Even though he cursed in his heart, he did not dare to say a word on his face. Old Wu forcefully squeezed out a smile and declined. Senior Mu, you must be joking. This Rain Immortal Monarch is very strong. He possesses 3 types of Tao laws. I probably won't be a match for him. Why don't I give up on the 3rd battle? Musong was indeed an eccentric person. He was still smiling just a second ago, but his expression changed in the next second. Humph. I asked you to fight, so you should go. Why don't you give up on the battle like this? Are you dissatisfied with me? Old Wu's forehead immediately beaded with sweat. He hurriedly explained. Senior has given me 3 treasures. How would I dare to be dissatisfied with Senior? Musong was indeed an eccentric person. This time, even if he wanted to avoid Ning Fan, he could only brace himself and fight him. Judging from Musong's intention, it was obvious that he wanted to test Ning Fan. However, he had also included me in his plan. Damn it. My cultivation base is not as strong as him, so I can only be submissive and submissive. How vexing, forget it. If you want to fight, I will fight. I still have the other 2 treasures that you gave me. I don't have to be afraid of Ning Fan's 3 types of Tao laws. When he thought of those 2 treasures, Old Wu's confidence became much stronger. With a flash, he ascended the green ring in the sky and politely bowed to Ning Fan with a Tao salute. I am Old Wu. Previously, I had a lot of misunderstanding with Rain Sovereign. Now, I have no choice but to fight you. I hope Rain Sovereign will show mercy to me. His tone was unprecedentedly polite. Ning Fan was slightly stunned. Old Wu's politeness was not an act. He was really afraid of Ning Fan. That was why he was so polite. With his sharp senses of the second heaven realm, he could feel it. He did not expect that this fellow could still be polite without any change in his expression after he snatched the heaven-opening stone from him. Such a submissive attitude was 1 in a million. Unfortunately, he did not have a good impression of Old Wu. Naturally, it was impossible for him to show mercy. If the 2 of them were to fight, Ning Fan would still use his full strength to defeat Old Wu quickly. Only then could he show off his strength in front of Musong. He was brought here by Xiang Bozi. Thus, he represented Xiang Bozi. Naturally, he had to win some glory for Senior Xiang. Rain Sovereign, be careful. I'm going to use my magic treasure. Old Wu gave Ning Fan a warning with a smile on his face. However, inwardly, he wished that Ning Fan would be defeated by his magic treasure. He turned his hand and a green light flashed in his hand. Then, a small pine sapling that was about a foot long appeared. It was flowing with precious light. It looked extremely extraordinary. Obviously, it was not an ordinary item. Then, Old Wu blew a breath at the small pine sapling. Immediately, the small pine sapling grew with the wind and turned into a 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall pine tree. It was unknown how many pine needles there were on the giant pine tree. Each of the pine needles was as sharp as flying swords and glowed with cold light. Old Wu changed his hand seal. Immediately, 30 million pine needles flew down from the tree like flying swords and rained down on Ning Fan like a storm. Ning Fan's expression changed and became unprecedentedly solemn. This small pine sapling was not a magic treasure. However, the pine needles that grew on it could be used as flying swords. 30 million pine needles were equivalent to 30 million flying swords. The lowest grade of these flying swords was a void fragmentation realm magic treasure. Even the pine needle swords that were ranked as immortal swords were countless. There were also many immortal swords that had attained the post-celestial grade. Among them, there were even a few pine needle swords that had attained the post-celestial grade of the 12 Nirvana realm. The 30 million flying swords were flying at Ning Fan. Among them, there were countless high-grade immortal swords. How would Ning Fan dare to underestimate them? At this moment, even if he had 3 types of Tao laws wrapped around his Tao sword, it was impossible for him to repel the 30 million flying swords with a single strike. Besides, most of his other abilities were not enough to deal with this situation. If he uses the soaring golden light to evade, he could easily evade Old Wu's attack. However, if he does that, he would leave a weak impression in Daoist Musong's mind. He must win this battle and he must win it in a domineering manner. Only then could he not bring shame to Senior Xiang's reputation. While thinking, Ning Fan opened his mouth and swallowed the Tao sword into his abdomen. All of a sudden, thousands of rays of red light burst out from his body. He had actually activated the power of his tribulation blood to the maximum. Since he had the body of tribulation blood, the strongest ability he could display was undoubtedly the famous ability of the 7th barbarian god Ta Gu, the Oblivion Current technique. It was a great ability that could change heaven and earth. It was the most suitable ability to deal with the current situation. The 30 million flying swords were approaching him. Ning Fan's expression remained unchanged and he raised his right palm. His movement was clearly as fast as lightning. However, in the eyes of the crowd, it seemed to be extremely slow, as if every scene was playing in slow motion. When his fingertip drew across the sky, it easily created a crack between heaven and earth. After that, the entire world began to change. During the 2 years that he had walked out from the barbaric passage, Ning Fan had already studied this technique. Thus, he was extremely proficient in using the Oblivion Current technique. When he used this technique again, there were no longer any traces of the formation of mountains and seas. Instead, an endless river of Oblivion Current appeared between heaven and earth. The 30 million flying swords that were initially flying at Ning Fan were all swept into the river, unable to break free from it. Old Wu's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, he was sealed under the river by Ning Fan. Similarly, he was unable to break free. What kind of ability is this? Almost everyone in the ancient temple was astonished. Even Xianxia and Daoist Musang wore solemn expressions. Those who had some discerning eyes could see that Ning Fan had used a technique that could change heaven and earth. However, the level of this technique was so high that it was beyond everyone's expectation. This technique was definitely at the level of an ancient grand cultivation realm. There was no doubt about it. One should know that even a slightly weaker immortal king would not be able to keep all the flying swords away when facing the 30 million flying swords. However, Ning Fan was able to do so despite being a first tribulation cultivator. Did it not mean that his ability was powerful? This level of power had already exceeded the understanding of the low-grade disciples here. Even Xianxia and Daoist Musang did not have many types of abilities of this level. It was even more impossible for the remaining people to have such abilities. The green-faced Daoist child and the large-eared novice monk stared at the black river in the sky with their mouths agape. If they were still a little unconvinced when they lost to Ning Fan before this, they no longer felt the slightest bit of dissatisfaction at this moment. Didn't they see Old Wu, who had a first tribulation cultivation base of 10,000 years, trapped at the bottom of the river like a tortoise? Old Wu's cultivation base was undoubtedly higher than theirs. Even if he faced a second tribulation immortal venerable, he might be defeated, but it was impossible for him to be suppressed and confined like this. If it were them, it would be even more impossible for them to break free from Ning Fan's river. Rain Lord is not an ordinary person. We can't compete with him. The two of them exchanged glances and sighed. On the other side, Old Wu, who was the person involved, had long been scared out of his wits by Ning Fan's ability. Old Wu could only feel how terrifying the river water was when he was in the river. He was horrified. This river water could actually devour and destroy everything. Be it his memories or his Tao techniques, none of them could resist the corrosion of the river water. Ning Fan had already shown mercy to him. If Ning Fan attacked him with full force, Old Wu would definitely die in this river. How bitter, how bitter. I didn't think that the Rain Lord would have the divine abilities of an ancient great cultivator. He actually took away my 30 million flying swords in one move and imprisoned me in this great river. Luckily, I still have the third treasure that Senior Musang bestowed upon me. If I have this treasure, I may be able to escape from this river. Old Wu took a deep breath and patted his storage pouch. He took out a square seal with a golden top and a black bottom. There were patterns of the sun and the moon on each of the four corners of the seal. On the surface, the seal seemed ordinary. However, if one takes a closer look, one would be able to sense the innate chi inside the seal. This treasure was actually an innate magic treasure. It was called the Yin Yang Square Seal. It was the magic treasure that Daoist Musang used before he attained the quasi-saint realm. It was not an ordinary magic treasure even among the innate magic treasures. This item was the third magic treasure that Old Wu had asked for from Musang. The only shortcoming of this treasure is that every time I use it, I need to consume a huge amount of magic power. Even with my ancient tribulation magic power, I can barely maintain the operation of this treasure. I need to reveal my ancient true body in order to have enough magic power to activate this treasure. Ning Fan, little brat. Even though your ability is strong, can it be stronger than Senior Musang's famous magic treasure? Old Wu sneered in his heart. He could almost foresee the scene of Ning Fan being defeated by the Yin Yang Square Seal. At the next moment, Old Wu's body expanded rapidly. His body was shrouded in a 10,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, black light. The dazzling black light made it impossible for others to see his current appearance. His body grew to 1,000,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, in size. However, the river was also strange. The water level seemed to rise along with Old Wu. No matter how tall he became, he could not poke his head out from the surface of the river. This is the ancient true body. Isn't this a divine ability that only immortal kings can cultivate? I didn't expect this person to be able to cultivate it during the first tribulation. How powerful. The green-faced Taoist child and the large-eared novice monk were speechless at the same time. Obviously, Old Wu's ancient true body surprised them. However, after the black light on the surface of Old Wu's body dispersed, the two of them became speechless. It turned out that Old Wu's ancient true body was actually an extremely ugly black tortoise. It was rather rare for a human cultivator to cultivate a demon-type true body. What was even rarer was the degree of ugliness of Old Wu's black tortoise true body. How should one put it? Among the ferocious beasts in the cultivation world, beautiful ones could certainly bring people a sense of beauty. However, ugly and ferocious beasts could also give people a sense of prestige and make people like them. Old Wu's black tortoise true body, on the other hand, did not have the slightest sense of prestige and ferociousness. The shape of its face was inherited from Old Wu himself. Therefore, its appearance was indeed a little ugly. However, the problem was that this tortoise true body just happened to walk the path of being adorably ugly. Originally, it had small eyes like mung beans. However, after transforming into a giant tortoise, it actually turned into big round black eyes that were shamelessly cute. It also had double eyelids and long eyelashes. As a result, it was very difficult for this tortoise to give people a sense of ferociousness. It could only be said to be adorably ugly. Without a sense of might, it was very difficult for those who liked ferocious beasts to like it. Bitter, bitter. I knew that once I revealed my ancient true body, I would definitely be laughed at by others. I can only blame myself for not having enough cultivation. I clearly wanted to absorb the power of the ancestor of evil and cultivate the true body of the nine-winged black tortoise. However, I didn't expect my luck to be bad. I made a mistake in my cultivation and cultivated to such an ugly appearance. The only thing that made Old Wu gratified was that this ugly tortoise body was somewhat powerful. Once it transformed into its true body, its magic power could almost skyrocket by several times. Originally, his cultivation was slightly above the first tribulation. After transforming into its true body, his cultivation was only a hair's breadth away from stepping into the second tribulation realm. With his current magic power, it was enough to activate the yin-yang square seal. Break for me! The giant tortoise roared. The yin-yang square seal immediately shook and emitted a mighty force that tore apart the river of oblivion. It actually used the power of a magic treasure to directly break the magical power of an ancient grand cultivator. To be continued. Old Wu felt much more confident after his attack succeeded. His gigantic body directly rushed out of the river. When he looked at Ning Fan again, his eyes were filled with disdain. Ning Fan, oh Ning Fan. You have 3 types of Tao laws and the abilities of ancient great cultivators. However, I have the yin-yang square seal. You are still not my match. I will let you have a taste of the true power of this seal. Yin seal phoenix freezing the sky. Old Wu shouted again. For shadows of phoenixes flashed above the yin-yang square seal with towering resentment chi. Then, they let out 4 phoenix cries that resounded across heaven and earth. After the first cry, the temperature of heaven and earth plummeted. A moment ago, it was still like the beginning of spring, but in the next moment, it immediately turned into the coldness of midwinter. After the second cry, snow began to fall in the starry sky. After the third cry, the entire river froze in an instant. Even Ning Fan's body showed signs of being frozen. After the fourth cry, Ning Fan's entire body was completely frozen. He no longer had any signs of life, as if he was dead. After the 4 cries, the yin-yang square seal turned into a ray of black light and directly smashed towards Ning Fan's head. If this seal hits Ning Fan, who was in a frozen state, his head would probably be smashed into pieces and his brain would burst. Not good. If this seal hits, even if Rain Lord doesn't die, his physical body will be destroyed. This Old Wu is really ruthless. This seal is a magic treasure that my master has refined for many years. I heard that he killed 4 dragons and 4 phoenixes in order to forge this treasure. All of them were at the immortal emperor realm. This seal has 3 variations. This yin seal phoenix freezing the sky is the first variation. The 4 cries of phoenixes are the second variation. The power of this attack is truly unstoppable. Rain Lord is in danger. The ancient temple was in an uproar. Xiang Bozi's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. He was afraid that Ning Fan would be in danger. He almost wanted to help Ning Fan block this seal. However, he was stopped by Musang halfway. There's no need to do anything. This young man might not lose. Musang's eyes that were originally closed opened a little. Even though they were not completely opened, there was a faint purple light flashing between the gaps of his eyelids. He was the only one who could see Ning Fan's current condition through the ice seal. Cold. Very cold. Ning Fan's body felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. That kind of coldness was the condensation of the resentment chi of the four immortal emperors. The coldness easily froze his body and his river of oblivion. Even his primordial spirit was eroded by the coldness and almost fell into a state of suspended animation. This seal has such a strong cold power. If it weren't for the fact that I'm the descendant of the yin-yang devil vein and have cultivated the great five elements physique, my primordial spirit would have been frozen by this cold. This sort of coldness wasn't simple coldness. There was actually a trace of energy within it that led directly to the source of the Grand Tao, and it could transform all the yin-attributed energy in the world into coldness that could kill. Soul formation cultivates Tao intent, life immortal cultivates Tao power, fragmentary thought cultivates Tao intent, and immortal venerables cultivate Tao laws. Even more powerful than the Tao law was the sovereign Tao law of the immortal emperor. This seal contained a power that was even more terrifying than a sovereign Tao law. It was the power of the Tao origin, and only demi-saints could come into contact with this level of power. Ning Fan's cultivation base was far from the demi-saint realm. This was his first time coming into contact with the power of the Tao origin. He didn't know how to name this power, but he could tell that this power shouldn't be underestimated. A slight carelessness would cause him to die under this power. I've underestimated this old Wu. I didn't expect him to have such a terrifying magical treasure with him. Bang. Under the extreme coldness, the eyes of Ning Fan's primordial spirit suddenly narrowed. The yin-yang locket that was hanging on his primordial spirit's neck suddenly emitted rays of strange light. Although the Tao origin of Yin was powerful, one mustn't forget that Ning Fan was the dignified descendant of ancient chaos. What he cultivated was the grand Tao of Yin and Yang. Thus, it had some restraining power against the Tao origin of Yin. As the yin-yang locket was activated, the Tao origin of Yin that was frozen in Ning Fan's body was immediately dissolved by the locket. Cracking sounds could be heard. The layer of ice on Ning Fan's body turned into ice fragments. His body regained its vitality. As soon as the ice was removed, the yin-yang square seal smashed down on Ning Fan's head. It was only a foot away from the top of Ning Fan's head. Ning Fan didn't have enough time to dodge it. He could only take the power of the seal head-on. Red light burst out from Ning Fan's body. The power of the tribulation blood gathered on his right fist. He directly threw a punch at the treasure seal that was falling on his head. As soon as the punch was thrown out, heaven and earth turned red from the power of tribulation sense. The power of this punch was completely comparable to the full power of an ordinary first tribulation immortal venerable. When the fist light and the treasure seal collided, the momentum of the treasure seal was immediately blocked by Ning Fan's fist. However, Ning Fan was also forced to retreat while spurting out blood in the air. The blood that he spat out was filled with ice shards. Obviously, he was heavily injured by the treasure seal. The power of this seal was beyond his expectation. If he didn't use his full power, he wouldn't be able to withstand this seal. Hee. Rain Lord, weren't you very powerful just now? Didn't you easily press me to the bottom of the river? Press me again. Press me again. Old Wu's proud and wretched laughter spread across heaven and earth. The yin-yang square seal kept smashing towards Ning Fan under his control. Asterisk bang asterisk. When they collided for the second time, Ning Fan summoned his Tao sword. He raised his hand and slashed at the treasure seal. He seemed to have used some kind of special sword technique. Instantly, a ray of sword light shone on the treasure seal. It was like the moonlight that drifted erratically. That ray of sword light was extremely strange. It seemed to have endless power but also seemed to have no power at all. When it collided with the treasure seal, it was no match for it. Its light was directly smashed into pieces by the treasure seal. As for Ning Fan, he was pushed back by the treasure seal for the second time. Once again, he coughed out blood and retreated. However, his eyes lit up slightly as if he had confirmed something. Hee. What kind of lousy sword technique is this? Its power is actually so weak. Trying to block the attack of the yin-yang square seal with this sword technique is just wishful thinking. The more Old Wu fought, the more complacent he became. He did not put Ning Fan's sword technique in his eyes at all. Asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk asterisk another 3 sounds were heard. Ning Fan was pushed back for the 3rd time, the 4th time and the 5th time. For the next few attacks, Ning Fan was still using a strange sword technique. He slashed at the treasure seal with a strange sword light. However, he was still pushed back by the treasure seal time and time again. Everyone thought that Old Wu had gained the upper hand in this series of attacks. Only Xiang Bozi and Daoist Musong could tell that Ning Fan's sword technique was extraordinary. Rumor has it that Great Emperor Ancient Chaos had 5 heaven-defying sword techniques. Could it be that what this young man is using is one of them? Ning Fan's first attack was to test the strength of the treasure seal with his fist. As for the next 4 attacks, he used a strange sword technique to attack the treasure seal. You won't have the chance to push me back for the 6th time. After being pushed back 5 times by the treasure seal, Ning Fan steadied his body again and no longer retreated. The time was ripe. It was time to counterattack. Oh my! You're indeed worthy of being called the Rain Sovereign. You're still so confident even after being sent flying 5 times by me. Hee. The thing that I like to do the most is to attack those who think that they are outstanding. You said that you wouldn't be sent flying by me for the 6th time, but I'm going to send you flying 100 times, 1,000 times. Yin Seal Phoenix Freezing Sky, smash me hard. Old Wu Ba became more and more complacent. Just as he was about to activate his treasure seal to attack Ning Fan again, he realized that the treasure seal was malfunctioning and did not hit Ning Fan. What was going on? Yin Seal Phoenix Freezing Sky, smash it for me. There was still no reaction. He was unable to activate it. Yin Seal Phoenix Freezing Sky, Yin Seal Phoenix Freezing Sky, Yin Seal Phoenix Freezing Sky. Damn it, why isn't the incantation working? Wu Laoba suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He stared at the yin and yang square seal. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but once he did, he was shocked. Only now did he realize that there was actually a hideous sword wound on each of the 4 yin phoenix silhouettes on the seal. The sword injury was extremely formidable, and it was actually able to sever the yin Dao quintessence within the yin phoenix's body, causing it to be unable to circulate freely. In this way, the first transformation of the seal was actually unable to be used because it lacked the support of Dao origin energy. www. What? The Dao origin Dark Phoenix is injured? How is this possible? Could it be? The lousy sword technique he used just now actually injured the 4 Dao origin Dark Phoenixes in the treasure seal. What kind of joke is this? Old Wu Ba sucked in a cold breath. One should know that the 4 yin phoenixes were formed by the Dao origin energy. They were shapeless and formless. Even a sovereign great emperor might not be able to hurt them. However, Ning Fan managed to do so with his strange sword technique. How could Old Wu Ba not be shocked? However, he did not know that the sword technique Ning Fan used was not some strange sword technique at all. It was obviously one of the 5 yin-yang swords of the ancient chaos era, the Dao severing divine sword. The 5 yin-yang swords consisted of the heaven sword severing fate, the earth sword severing force, the mortal sword severing life, the divine sword severing Dao and the ghost sword severing thought. When the 5 swords were used at the same time, there was nothing that they could not cut. They were invincible in terms of offense. It was the great emperor of the ancient chaos era's secret technique. Among them, the one Ning Fan was most familiar with was probably the life-severing sword. He had gained great enlightenment in the 9 heavens imperial court and killed countless immortal venerables and ancient corpses. The second most familiar sword technique was the heaven-severing sword. At least, he had used it a few times. However, it was his first time using the Dao-severing divine sword. Ning Fan did not have much understanding of the Dao-severing divine sword. Therefore, its power was insufficient when he used it. Old Wu Ba once thought that it was a weak sword technique. Little did he know that although the Tao-severing divine sword looked weak, it actually had the power to sever all the great Tao in heaven and earth. It could sever the Tao origin of the sovereign great Tao and even the Tao origin of the Tao. This yin-yang square seal had a total of 3 transformations. Old Wu Ba did not have enough magic power and he could only use the first transformation. He could not use the second and third transformation. Now that the first transformation was broken, this seal could no longer be used. Old Wu Ba had already lost his biggest chance of winning against Ning Fan. Next, it's Ning Fan's turn to counterattack. With a thought in his mind, a black light flashed on his shoulder. A lazy black cat appeared and yawned lazily. However, when Ning Fan raised his right palm and made a grabbing motion in front of him, the eyes of the black cat on his shoulder immediately sharpened. Its body flashed and turned into a ray of black light. Ning Fan caught it in his palm and swallowed it. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's aura force rose steadily, reaching the peak of the first eternal tribulation. Then, it broke through the bottleneck and reached the second eternal tribulation. What's going on? Why did Rain Lord's aura suddenly skyrocket? The disciples in the ancient temple could not see through the black cat's background. Thus, they did not know that Ning Fan had improved his cultivation base instantly by using the soul extracting technique. Xiang Bozi and Daoist Mu Song also observed Ning Fan carefully. Only then did they see through some clues. Even so, they were quite shocked. Obviously, they did not expect that a little cat of the heavenly Tao was following Ning Fan. That black cat is actually the soul of the heavenly Tao. This young man actually managed to extract the soul of the heavenly Tao and keep it as his demon pet. Even quasi-saint realm experts like them were not qualified to be the master of the heavenly Tao. They might be able to extract the soul of the heavenly Tao, but they definitely could not make the heavenly Tao submit to them. However, Ning Fan was able to make the heavenly Tao submit to him. This was really unimaginable. To be honest, when Daoist Mu Song saw Ning Fan display the Tao-slaying divine sword, he was already very satisfied with this test. However, he was just satisfied. The way he looked at Ning Fan was like how he looked at a junior. However, after witnessing the strange incident where Ning Fan made the heavenly Tao submit to him, Daoist Mu Song's impression of Ning Fan rose to an unprecedented level. Ning Fan was able to do what he could not. This young man's ability was just too heaven-defying. It was enough for him to treat him as an equal. Old Wu, didn't you ask me to press you to the bottom of the river? I'll do as you wish. At this moment, Ning Fan's aura force skyrocketed. With just a flick of his sleeve, a vast force spread out, directly shattering the ice on the river. The river regained its flow. Then, he raised his palm and pressed it down. Old Wu immediately felt as if the world was spinning. His vision blurred and his 1,000,000 zhang *333 m per zhang, large tortoise body flashed and he was trapped in the river again, unable to break free. Not good. Old Wu desperately activated the power of his eternal true body in an attempt to break free from the river. However, it was all in vain. This time, he did not have the protection of the yin-yang square seal while Ning Fan used the power of the heavenly Tao black cat. His cultivation base skyrocketed. Under such circumstances, how could Old Wu escape from the river? Don't you like being pressed to the bottom of the river? Then, just stay at the bottom of the river. Ning Fan suddenly clenched his right hand. Suddenly, the undercurrent at the bottom of the river surged violently. The tearing force formed by the surging undercurrent actually tore countless cracks on Old Wu's tortoise shell. Poor Old Wu. At this moment, he was hiding inside the tortoise shell, not daring to show his face at all. During the eternal tribulation, Ning Fan's power was already terrifying when he used this technique. Now that he had second tribulation realm cultivation base, the undercurrent at the bottom of the river actually brought Old Wu a fatal danger. I'll die. I'll die. This was an ancient grand cultivation realm divine ability. Ning Fan used it with his second tribulation realm cultivation base and his treasure seal was already damaged. He could not withstand this attack. What made Old Wu even more terrified was that he actually felt a vague killing intent from Ning Fan's body. Ning Fan wanted to kill him. Ning Fan actually wanted to kill him. What kind of joke is this? I didn't do anything excessive to Ning Fan. Why does Ning Fan want to kill me? Why does Ning Fan dare to kill me, an outsider, in front of Daoist Musong, who was the owner of this place. He just wanted to give Ning Fan the heaven-opening stone. It was completely out of kindness. Even if there was a little bit of malice in it, it could be completely ignored. Damn it. Ning Fan wants to kill me just because of this? What kind of joke is this? He was just a little ruthless in the battle after that. He wanted to destroy Ning Fan's physical body and sent Ning Fan flying a few times in a wretched manner. It was just a small mistake and it was not unforgivable. However, Ning Fan actually wanted to kill him just because of this. What kind of joke is this? Alright, Old Wu had to admit that what he did to Ning Fan was indeed a little too excessive. This time, he was really going to be in big trouble. This Ning Fan has made up his mind to kill me. This time, I've really kicked an iron plate. At this moment, Old Wu's heart was like dead ashes. He knew that he was probably going to die this time. His master, Old Ancestor Black Luck, said that he had a friendly relationship with Daoist Musong. In fact, they were just acquaintances. Daoist Musong once owed Old Ancestor Black Luck some karma. That was why he came to Musong this time to ask for the 3 treasures. Musong just wanted to use this opportunity to pay off the karma in order to get closer to the perfection realm. Musong did not care about his life or death at all. If Musong helps him, he would be implicated in Ning Fan's karma. Given Musong's personality, he would certainly not do such a thing. After he was trapped at the bottom of the river, Musong did not have the intention to help him at all. This was already enough to explain the situation. Asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk. It was the sound of his tortoise shell breaking continuously. Old Wu could feel that his tortoise shell was already on the verge of breaking. If his tortoise shell breaks, he would certainly be torn to pieces by the undercurrent at the bottom of the river. Asterisk sigh asterisk I, Old Wu, am probably going to drown here today with my illustrious reputation. All of a sudden, Old Wu felt that the scene in front of him was extremely familiar. That's right. Many years ago, he seemed to have almost drowned once. How many years ago was that? I can't remember. That time, his luck was really bad. When he went to a secret place of an ancient cultivator to search for treasures, the space of the secret place collapsed. At that time, he was already an immortal venerable, but he was still severely injured by the collapse of the space. On his way to escape, he was unlucky enough to step on a few hundred peerless killing formations that were set up by that ancient cultivator. Finally, he managed to escape from the secret place with severe injuries. However, he was struck by the extremely poisonous smoke of the secret place. His magic power was sealed and he fell from the sky like a mortal, falling into a huge river on a certain cultivation planet. At that time, he seemed to have been saved by a little cultivator. Otherwise, he would have drowned in the river. After that, he casually gifted that little cultivator with an opportunity and gave him some pointers, helping that little cultivator to cultivate the black luck and avoid a huge disaster. Old Wu smiled bitterly. He could not help but recall the memories that had been sealed for many years. Unexpectedly, those memories melted into the river and were obtained by Ning Fan. When he saw those memories, his eyes suddenly widened and he actually withdrew his killing intent towards Old Wu. Instead, he was filled with complicated feelings. This Old Wu actually has a karmic connection with Master. To be continued. At the bottom of the River of Oblivion, memories of the past flowed quietly like water. The starry sky was the starry sky of the northern heaven immortal realm, and the location was the main planet of the Black Demon sect, the Yin-Yang star. One day, a spatial rift suddenly tore open in the sky above the Yin and Yang star, and a black-robed old man covered in blood and tattered clothes fell from the sky, smashing right into the Devil River at the foot of the Black Devil Mountain on the Yin and Yang star. The old man who fell from the sky was Elder Wu, who entered the secret area to search for treasures. However, due to various unforeseen events, he was seriously injured and his magic power was sealed. After falling into the demonic river, he couldn't even stop his breathing and almost drowned. At that time, there was a black-robed young man with a fierce expression sitting cross-legged on the riverbank. When Elder Wu was about to drown, the black-robed young man fished him out of the river. Elder Wu decided to thank the black-robed young man. He had a lot of good things on him, but they were all refined by his dark luck. If he gave them to the young man, it might even harm him. In order to repay the karma, Elder Wu racked his brains and finally discovered that the black-robed young man had been schemed against by a powerful immortal emperor. He immediately thought of a way to repay the young man. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see through the black-robed young man's schemes, but Elder Wu was the successor of dark luck and had a deep understanding of the Tao of fate. In the southern heaven immortal realm, there is an immortal emperor called the ruler of fate. He has a good reputation in the southern heaven and is always regarded as a good person. However, the immortal venerables, know the true face of this emperor. This emperor is the most sinister and ruthless. He has schemed against low-level cultivators all over the 4 heavens and 9 worlds. Since I started cultivating, I've met many cultivators who have been schemed against by this emperor. However, because I don't want to be tainted by karma, I've never saved anyone. Today, this child saved me, so I'll return the favor and save him. If his karmic luck continues on his path of cultivation, it will surely be seized by the luck-wielding emperor. Only if he's like me and cultivates the devil Tao of dark luck would he have a chance of survival. This kid can be considered to be lucky to have encountered me, but it's also the beginning of his lifetime of misfortune. Oh, right, I forgot to ask this little benefactor's name. Little benefactor, may I know your name? I, Han Yuanji, am the man who will become the next ancestor emperor of the northern sky. Remember this name well. 1,000,000 years from now, this name will definitely resound throughout the northern sky. His tone was extremely arrogant. Haha. Brat, you really have a big mouth. You want to become the next North Heaven Ancestor Emperor? Haha. If you can become the next North Heaven Ancestor Emperor, I can become the Immortal Emperor. Io, what are you doing? Thump, the black-clothed youth turned around and kicked old Wu back into the river. Gulp gulp, brat, you're courting death. Gulp gulp, how dare you kick me? Gulp, gulp. Do you know who I am? Gulp gulp gulp, forget it, forget it. I admit defeat. Quickly pull me up. I've already drunk a lot of river water. I'm really going to drown. I beg you, my little ancestor. Humph. Since you dared to mock my dream, you deserve to drink a few more mouthfuls of water. Although he said so, the black-clothed youth who was in his rebellious phase still pulled old Wu out of the water. After that, old Wu helped the black-clothed youth. A karmic connection was formed just like that. However, this old Wu had only met the black-clothed youth once. They did not have a deep friendship. They did not have any interactions after that. If it wasn't because he almost died in the river again, old Wu would not have remembered this somewhat similar past. Ning Fan was slightly speechless. He had never thought that this old Wu actually had a karmic connection with the old devil. There's no mistake. Isn't that young man with a face full of killing intent, a body full of thorns and clamoring to become the next North Heaven Ancestor Emperor my master, Han Yuanji? Speaking of which, the black-clothed youth's appearance was extremely handsome. Vaguely, he also had many of the characteristics of the old Han Yuanji. The only difference was that he lacked the wretched aura that came from his bones. Time is indeed a merciless butcher's knife. It could actually turn a living, beautiful young man into a wretched chrysanthemum face. What Ning Fan did not expect was that the old devil had also been schemed against by the immortal Emperor Master Luck. However, because of old Wu's help, he eventually cultivated his dark luck and got rid of the immortal Emperor Master Luck's scheme. This old Wu had actually done his master a favor. Ning Fan let out a long sigh. Old Wu had done his master a favor. Just because of this, it was impossible for Ning Fan to kill him. However, he also could not let this person go so easily. This person had set up a vicious scheme against him and tried to kill him. If I let him go just like that, I would certainly be nurturing a tiger that will bring about future troubles. The river of oblivion could seize people's memories. From the river, Ning Fan saw the scene where old Wu and the sect master of the pill sect interacted. I didn't expect that the sect master of the pill sect would actually build an anti-Ning alliance to deal with me. Even though I'm willing to let this old Wu go for the sake of my master, I can't guarantee that he won't have the intention to take revenge on me in the future. The human heart is unpredictable. This old Wu doesn't seem to be a good person. If I let him go, how should I deal with him if he has the intention to take revenge on me in the future? Old Wu, do you remember Han Yuanji? Ning Fan suddenly looked at the river of oblivion and asked. Han Yuanji? What Han Yuanji? Let's not talk about this anymore. Reign sovereign, oh reign sovereign, please be merciful and let this poor Taoist live. If this poor Taoist can escape this calamity, I'm willing to be your slave. Old Wu was already waiting for death. When he suddenly heard Ning Fan's question, his desire to live was immediately aroused and he begged for mercy. Even though he could still vaguely remember the incident where he almost drowned in the past, he could not remember the name of the black-robed young man who saved him. Well, it was no wonder. He, Old Wu, had been unlucky all his life. He had encountered many disasters and the people who saved him were innumerable. Among them, there were many juniors and even mortals. How could he remember all of them clearly? Old Wu was too lazy to care about whether Han Yuanji was Han Yuanji or not. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind and that was to survive. The Rain Lord was really too scary. He had been running amok for many years and no one had ever dared to kill him. It was because his luck was already at the 8th grade. Even if a quasi-saint tries to kill him, he would also be affected by his luck. That was why no one dared to kill him after living for so many years. It was his first time meeting someone who was not afraid of his luck at all. Only Ning Fan dared to touch his heaven-splitting stone casually and kill him in a domineering manner. He was not afraid of the revenge of his 8th grade luck. How could he beg the Rain Lord to spare his life? Rain Lord, please do me a favor. If you are willing to spare my life, I am willing to give you the heaven-splitting stone, the 4 emperors Arhat Pine and the Yin and Yang 4 seals. Compared to his life, these 3 treasures were not worth mentioning at all. He was the current sect master of the Black Fate sect. Even a quasi-saint would have to be wary of his 8th grade luck. If he lacked any heavenly ingredients or earthly treasures, he could totally ask those major forces for them. As long as the items were not too excessive, there were not many major forces who would refuse his request. Ning Fan ignored Old Wu. He was still thinking about how to deal with him. He certainly could not kill him. With the old devil's fondness for old friendships, if he killed his benefactor, the old devil would certainly be bitterly disappointed. Even if this so-called benefactor did not even remember who the old devil was, however, if he let him go, how could he guarantee that Old Wu would not have the intention to take revenge? Seeing that Ning Fan did not answer for a long time, Old Wu only thought that his bargaining chip was not high enough to move Ning Fan. After cursing Ning Fan's greed in his heart, Old Wu gritted his teeth and said, "Hee hee. Does the Rain Lord think that these 3 treasures are not enough? How about this? If you are willing to let me go, I am willing to give you all the tens of millions of years of accumulation of the Northern Heaven Black Fate sect. In addition to the 3 treasures, it should be enough to make up for my previous offense." Ning Fan still did not answer. Compared to the accumulation of the Black Fate sect, he was more interested in finding a foolproof plan to solve the problem of Old Wu's revenge 8 days later. In this world, a master and a disciple could turn against each other. A father and a son could become enemies. Facing a ruthless and treacherous person like Old Wu, Ning Fan could not trust him at all if he did not have something to hold him back. Seeing that Ning Fan still did not answer, Old Wu became anxious. He thought that this Rain Lord was really too greedy. He had already offered all the accumulations of the Black Fate sect to Ning Fan. Those were things that even immortal emperors would be tempted by. However, Ning Fan was still not satisfied and refused to let him go. He really wanted to see what kind of greedy master could actually have such an insatiably greedy disciple. I have never heard of how greedy Great Emperor Ancient Chaos is. Could it be that he will only spare my life if I give him my natal soul and serve him as my master? Damn it. A natal soul is an important thing. How can I? While Old Wu was cursing in his mind, he suddenly thought of something. That's right. Isn't there another way? Even though a natal soul is important, if it can save my life, why not give it to me? If I give him my natal soul and serve him as my master, he certainly won't be willing to kill me. My strength is not weak in the first place. Moreover, I have the 8th grade dark luck on me. Even the secret races have to be wary of me. Isn't Ning Fan troubled because of the matter of the dark races? If he can take me as his servant, it will be greatly beneficial to him. He certainly won't refuse such a suggestion. Old Wu's mind raced. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. He had been submissive all his life. He did not really reject the idea of becoming someone's servant. After making up his mind, he immediately said to Ning Fan. Fine, fine. I admit my defeat. I am willing to give up my natal soul and serve you as my master. In that case, will you be willing to spare my life? Ning Fan's eyes flickered. He had complicated the problem. To deal with a ruthless devil lord like Old Wu wasn't his usual method to threaten him with his life. If he takes away Old Wu's natal soul, he would certainly not dare to have any evil intentions. All the problems would be solved. Of course, Old Devil was indebted to Old Wu. Ning Fan would certainly not treat him as a servant. He would still be polite to him. What Ning Fan needed was just a restriction. It would be enough if Old Wu would not do anything evil. All right. If you hand over your natal soul, I can spare your life. Old Wu's face immediately lit up when he saw that there was hope for his life. He was afraid that Ning Fan would go back on his words, so he hurriedly opened his mouth and spat out his tortoise natal soul. That natal soul was then taken away by Ning Fan. From now on, Old Wu's life or death could be decided by Ning Fan. Old Wu's life could be considered to have officially ended in Ning Fan's hands. After removing the River of Oblivion, cleaning up the battlefield and dispersing the Black Cat's Dao soul, Ning Fan took away the 4 Emperor's Arhat Pine and the Yin-Yang Square Seal. Then, he brought Old Wu, who had returned to his original form, and descended into the ancient temple. The two of them stood one after the other. Old Wu's skin was extremely thick. He did not feel that it was shameful to be afraid of death. In the world of cultivation, it was normal for the weak to submit to the strong. Ning Fan was the only nemesis he had met in his life. It was not shameful to be his servant. Besides, I've heard of this Ning Fan before. It is said that this person is extremely stubborn and never knows how to be flexible. If he was in my situation, he would definitely not beg for mercy from the enemy. He would only fight to the death for his boring dignity. I'm afraid that Ning Fan won't be able to match my ability to endure humiliation and stay alive. In this aspect, he is inferior to me. This Ning Fan is stronger than me, but he doesn't have the ability to deter the secret races. He only managed to make them slightly afraid of him because of the reputation of his master, Ancient Chaos. On the other hand, I can make the secret races fear me with my own ability. In this aspect, Ning Fan is inferior to me. I can cultivate the eternal true body in the first tribulation, but Ning Fan can't. He is still inferior to me. Everyone in the cultivation world is afraid of me, but he is hated by everyone in the cultivation world. He is still inferior to me. I have a mustache, but Ning Fan doesn't even have a beard. He is still inferior to me. In this case, it seems that Ning Fan is inferior to me in almost every aspect. He is really pitiful. The more Old Wu thought about it, the more complacent he became. He actually looked at Ning Fan with a sympathetic gaze. In terms of the method of spiritual victory, there were really not many people in the cultivation world who could be compared to Old Wu. I wonder if Senior Musong is satisfied with my strength. Ning Fan bowed respectfully to Musong and asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He was brought here by Xiang Bozi. He had already won 3 rounds in a row, and he was confident that he did not embarrass Xiang Bozi. He believed that even someone as strong as Musong would not dare to look down on him. Little friend, you have won 3 rounds in a row. Moreover, you managed to block the first transformation of the Yin-Yang Square Seal with your cultivation base at the first tribulation realm. Moreover, you have the heavenly Dao Soul following you. What right do I have to be dissatisfied with you? Musong chuckled. Then, he changed the topic and asked, I have just made a divination. Little friend, you seem to be being pressured by the dark race recently. Do you need my help? What's the condition? Ning Fan asked back. He had seen through Taoist Musong's personality. This person had always been in seclusion and was unwilling to get involved with anyone's karma. It was absolutely impossible for him to help Ning Fan deal with the dark race for no reason. This old man likes straightforward people who speak their mind. Of course, I won't help you unconditionally. It should be said that this is an exchange. Have you heard of Sun Luo? Yes, I have. Due to some reasons, Sun Luo had offended the dark race. Even if Xianxia sacrificed his eyes, he couldn't protect him. After that, I made an exception and opened my eyes for the first time. I agreed to fight against the 3 quasi-saint realm elders of the dark race at the end of the starry sky. In the end, I gained the upper hand. That was why the dark race was afraid of me and agreed to let Sun go. When Taoist Musang talked about the past, he did not show any signs of boasting. It was as if it was just a trivial matter. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was moved. This Taoist Musang was indeed impressive. He could actually fight against the 3 quasi-saint realm elders of the dark race alone and even gain the upper hand. In the Dharma ending era, he was definitely a first-class expert. Don't look down on the dark race just because of my achievements. The dark race doesn't have just those 3 quasi-saint realm elders. Taoist Musang's expression suddenly turned solemn as if he had recalled something in the past. However, he did not tell Ning Fan about it. After a moment of silence, he continued. Do you know why I helped Sun Luo? Could it be because Sun Luo helped Senior with something? Ning Fan made a guess based on Musang's personality. That's right. Sun Luo asked me to help him because I owe him karma. It's not because of Xianxia's favor. By the same logic, if you can't make me owe you karma, I won't help you. 10 days later, I will show you something. If you can help me by then, I can make an exception and open your eyes for the second time when you need it. In these 10 days, I must seriously prepare for this matter. You can stay on my wooden island for a while first. Even though my island is small, it has 7 great forbidden areas. You can't enter the first, second, and third forbidden areas because your cultivation base is not high enough. As for the other forbidden areas, you can go in and out as you please. No one will stop you. Ning Fan nodded his head. It seemed like he could only stay on the wooden island for 10 days. Not everyone would be like Xianxia who would help him regardless of the gains and losses. Old monsters whose cultivation base has reached Musang's level were usually unwilling to be involved in karma. That was why many quasi-saints chose to live in seclusion and not show themselves in the 4 heavens. If there are no benefits, these old monsters would not participate in any battles in the cultivation world at all. If I want to get Taoist Musang's help, I can only depend on my performance 10 days later. To be continued. Xianxia was called away by Musang. It seemed like he was busy preparing for the test that would take place 10 days later. On this night, Ning Fan stayed in the guest room of the ancient temple, waiting for the test that would take place 10 days later. Well, it was not like Ning Fan was just waiting idly. As soon as he had some free time, he entered the profounding world. He planned to properly deal with the 3 treasures that he obtained from Old Wu. The heaven-opening stone, the 4 emperors' Arhat pine and the yin-yang square seal. In the profounding west world, the sky above Ning Fan's immortal cave had been opened up. There was a forest of copper pagodas floating in the air. If one takes a closer look, they would realize that all of the copper pagodas here were the pagodas sealed by the passage of time in the void. At that time, Ning Fan originally planned to take these pagodas after killing Yin Mo. Before he departed, however, the eyeball changed his mind and handed them to him in advance. There were 52,000-year-old pagodas. There were 9 10,000-year-old pagodas. With these pagodas, Ning Fan could directly use the time that was sealed in the pagodas to save a lot of time when he wanted to do something that required time. With the power of the barbarian god's punishment, Ning Fan directly entered one of the 1,000-year-old pagodas. The first thing he did after entering the pagodas was to use the heaven-opening stone to repair the god-destroying shield. This heaven-opening stone had been refined by Old Wu Ba using the Dark Luck secret technique. Others would have to be extremely careful when they touch this stone. However, Ning Fan was not afraid of the dark luck in the stone at all. He circulated the power of Fu Li and wiped away all the dark luck in the stone with a wave of his hand. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out the god-destroying shield from his body. Looking at the cracks on the shield, the scene of the battle with Yin Mo that day was still vivid in his mind. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, this shield was enough to defend against the attacks of an 8th tribulation immortal emperor. If he could repair it, he would undoubtedly have one more trump card when he travels in the Eastern Heaven. The method to repair a heaven-opening treasure was very simple. As long as it was nourished by the power of the heaven-opening stone, it would be able to repair itself. The only troublesome part was that the repair speed of the heaven-opening treasure was very slow. Fortunately, Ningfan had a lot of time-sealed pagodas with him. Thus, he was not afraid of wasting time. In the space of the copper pagodas, Ningfan found a place with the richest spiritual qi and placed the god-destroying shield and the heaven-opening stone together, allowing them to repair themselves. After that, he would stay in the pagoda for 1,000 years, waiting for the god-vanquishing shield to be repaired. While waiting, he decided to deal with the other two treasures. The first one he dealt with was the Four Emperors Arhat pine. It was an extremely rare pine tree. The pine needles that grew out of it could be used as flying swords. Presently, this pine sapling had already grown 30 million pine needle swords. Amongst them, there was a total of 9 pine needle swords that had attained the rank of 12 postnatal nirvana. If Ningfan casually took out any one of the 9-12 nirvana pine needle swords, it would be considered as an extremely high-grade magic treasure when used in a fight between immortal venerables. If Ningfan summoned the entire Four Emperors Arhat pine like Old Wu did and used all 30 million flying swords to kill his enemies, even an immortal King Realm expert would not be able to withstand an attack of this level. The 30 million pine needle swords could be released as a group or taken out as a single Dharma treasure. With this pine tree, Ningfan's lack of magical treasures could be said to have solved his urgent problem. Apart from that, the Four Emperor Luohan pines had another amazing trait. They were living creatures and could continue to grow. Just like the Seven Treasures wondrous tree, the Four Emperors Arhat pine needed to be watered by Tao Spring in order to grow continuously. The more the pine tree grew, the higher the grade of the pine needle swords on its crown would be. Theoretically speaking, as long as Ningfan had enough Tao Spring to water the tree, it would be enough for all the 30 million flying swords on the tree to advance to the innate realm. When that time comes, Ningfan could summon 30 million innate flying swords to kill his enemies. Even an incipient divine being would have to retreat after witnessing such a scene. Of course, this kind of thought was just a thought. It was really a little unrealistic. The growth of the Four Emperors Arhat pine required an innumerable amount of Tao Spring. It was unknown how much Tao Spring was needed to grow an innate flying sword. Even if he used up all the Tao Spring in the illusionary world, he would not be able to produce 30 million innate flying swords. Speaking of which, if I have the time, I should purchase some Tao Spring to water the Seven Treasures wondrous tree. When the Seven Treasures wondrous tree grows, it can produce fruits which can help me improve my cultivation base. Compared to the Seven Treasures wondrous tree, the growth of the Four Emperors Arhat pine is not as important. Of course, cultivation base was more important than magic treasures. If there is a Tao Spring, Ningfan would choose to water the Seven Treasures wondrous tree first before watering the Four Emperors Arhat pine. Ningfan refined all 30 million pine needle swords. In this way, he could use them to attack any time he wants in battles in the future. After refining the pine needle swords, Ningfan took out the Yin Yang square seal and studied it carefully. This was the third treasure that Old Wu Ba gave him. It had a total of 3 transformations and each of them was stronger than the previous one. Among them, Old Wu Ba had sent Ningfan flying 5 times with just the first transformation of this seal, forcing Ningfan into a tough battle. If it wasn't because Ningfan knew the heaven-defying ability of the Tao-slaying divine sword and cut off the circulation of the Tao origin of the seal, he would probably have been defeated by Old Wu Ba. The destructive power of this seal was much stronger than the Oblivion Flow technique and the 30 million flying swords. After refining it, it could become the first offensive innate magic treasure that Ningfan possessed. Previously, I slashed at this seal 4 times and injured the Yin Phoenix within it. If I want to use this treasure, I need to repair it first. The Yin Yang square seal was not a treasure that could open the heavens. It could not repair itself and there was no need to use a heaven-defying item like the heaven-opening stone during the repair process. In the space of the copper pagoda, Ningfan used 10 years to repeatedly temper this seal with the 11 adoration true fire in his body and countless immortal ores to repair it. In the next 990 years, Ningfan only did one thing and that was to refine this seal and comprehend the 3 transformations contained within it. The first transformation of this seal was called the Yin Seal Phoenix freezing the sky. Even with Old Wu Ba's cultivation base, he needed to summon his ancient true body to perform this transformation. Ningfan's current cultivation base was not strong enough to perform the first transformation. Only after merging with the Black Cat's Tao soul could he barely achieve it. The second transformation of this seal was called the Yang Seal Dragon Strikes Fire. With Ningfan's current cultivation base, he could not perform the second transformation even if he merged with the Black Cat's Dao soul. The reason why Ningfan could not comprehend the third transformation of this seal seemed to be because his cultivation base was not strong enough. After 1,000 years, the God-exterminating shield had absorbed all the power of the heaven-opening stone and was completely repaired. Ningfan kept the God-exterminating shield back into his body. From now on, he would have the strength to protect himself even if he was chased by an 8-tribulation immortal emperor. After the space of the Copper Pagoda collapsed, Ningfan returned to the profound West world and temporarily planted the 4 emperors' Arhat pine beside the Tree of 7 Wonders. After that, he returned to the guest room and rested for the night. The next morning, old Wu Ba came to Ningfan's room and waited. He seemed to have something to tell Ningfan, but he was afraid to disturb Ningfan's rest. "Come in. You don't have to be so restrained in front of me," Ningfan said politely. Hearing Ningfan's summon, old Wu pushed open the door, walked in and said flatteringly, "I have an important matter to report to Master. It's about the Anti-Ning Alliance." Old Wu Ba's face was full of pride and he called Ningfan Master very smoothly. "Tell me in detail. What's going on with this Anti-Ning Alliance?" Even though Ningfan had seen some fragments from old Wu Ba's memory, he still wanted to hear the details from old Wu Ba. Old Wu Ba had just acknowledged Ningfan as his master. He was eager to make some contributions and quickly told Ningfan everything he knew. The leader of the Anti-Ning Alliance was the sect master of the Pale Sect. The alliance had yet to be established and it was still in the preparatory stage. After all, Ningfan had just returned to the Eastern Heaven for a few days and the Pale Sect had just decided to establish an Anti-Ning Alliance specifically to deal with Ningfan. "Master, don't underestimate this old monster Dan just because his cultivation level isn't high. This person's pill concoction technique has reached the acme of perfection. As early as 10 years ago, he had already advanced to the 9 Revolutions Gold Core realm. What's more shocking is that this person used some unknown method to touch the bottleneck of the sovereign pill concoction realm not long after he advanced to the Gold Core realm. Today, there are only a few Gold Core realm pill concoction masters in the 4 heavens. I don't know if there are any sovereign pill concoction masters. His skill in pill concocting was enough to make him a rallying force. Furthermore, the Darksiders coveted his master. Because of that, quite a few eccentrics responded to Patriarch Pill's call to join the Anti-Ning Alliance and make things difficult for his master. Among them, there are no lack of immortal venerables. There are 3 immortal venerables whose names I know. They are all famous immortal venerables in the Eastern Heaven immortal world." Hearing this, Ningfan frowned slightly. It seems like this sect master of the Pale Sect can't be underestimated. Are there any immortal kings in the alliance? There aren't any. After all, old monster Dan has yet to truly step into the sovereign pill concoction realm. Master's master, the ancient Chaos Great Emperor, has yet to truly extinguish his Tao. Most of the immortal kings are cautious. They won't easily get involved in this kind of muddy water. Old Wu Ba recalled and answered seriously. "There aren't any immortal kings, is there?" Ningfan's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. "Master, you don't have to worry. The alliance is still in the preparatory stage. 3 months later, the Anti-Ning Assembly will be held in the Pill Sect to discuss the establishment of the alliance." 3 months later, huh? Ningfan's eyes flashed with a cold light. The grudge between him and the sect master of the Pill Sect had been going on for a long time. It was time to put an end to it. 3 months later, all the people who wanted to deal with him would gather in the Pill Sect and hold a grand Anti-Ning assembly. If Ningfan comes to the Pill Sect 3 months later, I wonder if he can eliminate all the cultivators in the Eastern Heaven who harbor evil intentions in one fell swoop. When old Wu Ba met Ningfan's cold eyes, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He thought to himself, will this malefic star run to the Pill Sect and start a massacre 3 months later? Speaking of which, it had only been a night since he last saw Ningfan, but old Wu Ba actually had an illusion. After a night, Ningfan's cultivation base did not improve at all. However, the pressure that he gave off seemed to have become much stronger. The reason was naturally because Ningfan had repaired the God-exterminating shield. Unknowingly, it gave old Wu Ba an even heavier pressure. Old Wu Ba, on the other hand, did not know about this. He only thought that Ning Fan still had some strength left after defeating him. Thus, the fear he had for this cheap master of his immediately increased. It's tough. It's really tough. Old monster pill, oh old monster pill. You've provoked such a malefic star. You better pray for your own good fortune. This time, I can't stand on your side anymore. Perhaps, I might even have to help my master to destroy your pill sect. After all, we don't have any karma between us. Killing you won't have any negative impact on me. Old Wu Ba unscrupulously threw the sect master of the pill sect, whom he had a friendly relationship with, to the opposite side. By the way, I have one more thing to ask you. Where did the evil ancestor's corpse of your Black Fate sect come from? Ning Fan changed the topic and asked. To answer Master's question, my master, old ancestor Black Fate, found it by accident when he was roaming the demon heaven. Old Wu Ba's heart skipped a beat. He was secretly surprised that Ning Fan knew about this but still answered his question truthfully. Ning Fan pondered for a while. From old Wu Ba's memories, Ning Fan saw many things. He even saw the existence of the evil ancestor's corpse in the depths of old Wu Ba's memories. The Black Fate sect was located in the northern heaven immortal world. The location of the sect was hidden in the depths of the starry sky. In that place, the corpse of the evil ancestor was actually sealed, be it old Wu Ba or his master, old ancestor Black Fate, both of them needed to absorb the black luck of the evil ancestor during their cultivation. Only then would they be able to cultivate the power of black luck that could shake the four heavens. In old Wu Ba's memories, black luck was also divided into different grades. Old ancestor Black Fate divided the black luck into 9 grades, which corresponded to the grade of the 9 colors of immortal luck. Old ancestor Black Fate was an immortal emperor realm cultivator. However, his luck was only at the 7th grade. As for old Wu Ba, it seemed like his luck was already at the 8th grade. The 8th grade of black luck corresponded to the 8th color of the immortal luck. As long as the grade of one's luck was lower than old Wu Ba's, they would be affected by his black luck, however, it was just an effect. For cultivators like Xianxia, even though he had not cultivated to the 8th color of the immortal luck, he would not be afraid of old Wu Ba. At most, he would just be wary of him. With Xianxia's cultivation base, if he snatches or kills old Wu Ba's belongings, it might bring him a lot of trouble. However, his life would not be in danger. If I use old Wu Ba's 8th grade of black luck, I can create some trouble for the dark race. However, it's still not enough to deal with them. At the end of the day, improving my own cultivation base is the most important thing. Only by becoming stronger can the dark race not dare to bully me and others dare not humiliate me. Ning Fan's ancient god and ancient demon cultivation base were stuck at the bottleneck of shedding void. As for his ancient devil cultivation base, there was still room for improvement. Currently, he had 4 main methods to improve his cultivation base. The first method was to consume pills, Dao fruits and other heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures. The second method was to cultivate the 27 types of yin and yang. Every time one of them was cultivated, it would greatly improve his cultivation base. The third method was to water the tree of 7 wonder treasures and consume the fruits produced by the tree. The fourth method was to improve the cultivation base of the female cultivator in the child relic. The Tao of wood on this wooden island is really strong. Since I still have to stay on the island for 10 days, I might as well go out and comprehend it. Just as Ning Fan had this thought, a visitor happened to arrive. It was the large-eared monk who was defeated by Ning Fan previously. After exchanging some pleasantries, Ning Fan found out that this person was the second disciple of Taoist Musong. His Dharma name was Songgua. This time, he came under the order of his master, Taoist Musong, to bring Ning Fan around the wooden island. My master has given me an order. He said that fellow Taoist Ning is the successor of ancient chaos. Therefore, you will most likely be interested in the Tao of wood of our wooden island. Therefore, he ordered me to be your guide and bring fellow Taoist Ning to the 7 great forbidden areas of the wooden island to comprehend it. If you can obtain any fortune from there, it will be considered as fellow Taoist's capability. Monk Songgua's tone was very polite. Even though he had lost to Ning Fan once, he did not show any resentment. His temperament was pretty good. The 7 Great Forbidden Areas, huh? Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly serious. According to his senses, there were a total of 7 places on this wooden island. The Tao of Wood was the strongest among them. They should be the 7 Great Forbidden Areas that Songhua mentioned. He originally wanted to comprehend the Tao of Wood of the wooden island. Thus, he naturally would not reject Monk Songhua's suggestion. Thus, Monk Songhua brought Ning Fan and Old Wu out of the ancient temple and walked towards a towering ancient pine tree in the depths of the pine forest on the wooden island. It was an ancient pine tree with slightly purple bark. Vaguely, it was emitting an extremely terrifying aura force, causing the area within 100 steps from the tree to be like a vacuum zone. No one was allowed to get close to it at all. The soil under the pine tree was a little moist. The surface of the soil would occasionally roll a few times, as if there were living creatures moving under the soil. As soon as they sensed Ning Fan's arrival, 12 mud men drilled out from the ground. Their faces were filled with killing intent. All of them locked onto Ning Fan and Old Wu. Each of the mud men actually had the cultivation base of a newly advanced immortal venerable. They were tasked to guard this place and protect this pine tree. However, after Monk Songhua shouted, "Retreat," the 12 immortal venerable mud men drilled back into the ground one after another. The ringing of a bell can be heard inside this pine tree. It was personally planted by my master. If you come within 100 steps of it, you will be able to hear the ringing of the bell. However, the ringing of the bell is erratic. The closer you get to the ancient pine tree, the louder the ringing becomes. If you don't have the cultivation base of an ancient immortal venerable, you certainly won't be able to walk further than 100 steps. This is the first forbidden area of my wooden island. However, it is also the weakest of the 7 great forbidden areas. As soon as he finished speaking, Monk Songhua took a step forward and was the first one to walk into the range of the ancient pine tree. In a flash, he was already 90 steps away from the ancient pine tree. Just as he stepped into the range of 100 steps, the ringing of a bell suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. The ringing of the bell seemed to be coming from within the ancient pine tree. At the same time, it also seemed to be coming from the boundless void space that was extremely far away. Ning Fan was clearly standing nearby, but he could not tell where the ringing of the bell actually came from. It was as if every place in this world could be the source of the ringing of the bell. At the same time, it also seemed like there was no ringing of the bell in this world in the first place. Everything was just an illusion. Therefore, there was no trace of the ringing at all. As soon as the ringing of the bell rang, Monk Songhua's face immediately turned pale. He let out a muffled groan as if he had suffered some kind of injury. Without saying anything else, he immediately activated all of his magic power to resist the ringing of the bell. Under the intense consumption of his magic power, he still took 5 steps back continuously. Only then did he manage to stabilize his body with great difficulty. He took a deep breath and moved his body again, moving 10 steps closer to the ancient pine tree. However, the next ringing of the bell caused him to take 5 steps back. Just like that, he slowly walked to the bottom of the ancient pine tree. From start to finish, it took him 149 breaths of time. When he arrived at the bottom of the ancient pine tree, he had almost exhausted all of his magic power. All of it had been consumed when he was resisting the ringing of the bell. Then, a miraculous scene appeared. Monk Songhua did not use any method to recover his magic power. However, the ancient pine tree spread out a layer of green light screen and enveloped him. Then, the magic power in his body began to recover at an astonishing speed. This is the power of the Tao Law of Wood. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. The cultivation of the Tao Law could add many abilities to a cultivator. For example, the cultivation of the Tao Law of Rain increased Ning Fan's senses. The cultivation of the Tao Law of Battle made his willpower stronger. The cultivation of the Tao Law of Darkness increased the power of his illusory techniques. The Tao Law of Wood could also bestow a cultivator with a certain ability. That ability was the endless growth of magic power. The recovery speed of immortal venerables who cultivated the Tao Law of Wood was more than 2 times faster than immortal venerables who cultivated other Tao laws. Of course, in terms of offensive power, the Tao Law of Wood was not as strong as other Tao laws. There were advantages and disadvantages. The Tao Law of Wood was really not a Tao law that was good at attacking. Hee. Fellow Taoist Ning, fellow Taoist Wu, the two of you should give it a try too. Let's see how many breaths you can use to reach the bottom of this pine tree. Monk Songwa simply sat down cross-legged under the shade of the pine tree and said to Ning Fan and Old Wu. Upon hearing his words, Old Wu was instantly eager to give it a try. The reason why he had stayed on the wooden island for more than a month was to enter the 7 great forbidden areas of the island and comprehend the Tao law of wood. Unfortunately, even though Taoist Mu Song had given him 3 treasures, he did not allow him to enter any of the forbidden areas. This time, thanks to Ning Fan, the people of the wooden island actually allowed him to get close to the ancient pine tree and comprehend the Tao law of wood. How could he let go of such a rare opportunity, hee. It seems like being Ning Fan's servant is not completely without benefits. Legend has it that when Taoist Mu Song was young, he had obtained 3 drops of the true essence of the building wood. He used one of them to ascend to the throne of the great Emperor Zhongmu. The second drop was given to his disciple, Emperor Tsong, which allowed Emperor Tsong to comprehend the Tao law of wood. Unfortunately, he could not truly comprehend the power of the great Emperor Zhongmu. As for the third drop, Mu Song divided it into 7 parts and sealed them in the 7 ancient pines on the island. Then, he planted a divine ability in the ancient pines, turning the 7 ancient pines into the 7 great forbidden areas of the island. Old Wu's heart was filled with excitement. This was a chance to comprehend the true essence of the building wood in the ancient pine tree at a close distance. If he was lucky enough to comprehend some of the Tao law of wood from this place, his strength would certainly improve by a lot. Old Wu's cultivation base was 1 tribulation higher than Zen Master Songhua. With just a leap, he moved to the 80th step of the ancient pine tree. Even when he was shaken by the bell, he only took 4 steps back. In this way, he only took 5 steps back and arrived at the foot of the ancient pine tree. It only took him 26 breaths from start to finish. His movements were much easier than Zen Master Songhua's. As expected of an ancient venerable immortal, he actually only used 26 breaths to walk 100 steps. Zen Master Songhua admired Old Wu greatly. He was looking forward to Ning Fan's performance even more. Since Ning Fan's strength was above Old Wu's, he would probably use a shorter time. When Old Wu arrived at the shade of the ancient pine tree, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and enjoyed the green Buddha light shining from the ancient pine tree comfortably. The Buddha light contained the chi of the true essence of the building wood. It contained the supreme Tao of wood. If he could comprehend even a trace of it, it would be an unparalleled opportunity. He greedily breathed in the faint fragrance of the wood in the Buddha light, afraid that he would miss a trace of it. Ning Fan was speechless when he saw Old Wu's reaction. He took a deep breath and similarly moved forward 100 steps in a flash. Even though his combat power was high, his true cultivation base was actually slightly weaker than Old Wu's. With just a leap, he only moved to the 82nd step of the ancient pine tree. Then, a bell rang. Even with Old Wu's cultivation base, he would have to take 4 steps back to withstand the sound of the bell. Ning Fan, on the other hand, only swayed slightly. Golden light flashed around his body and he did not move half a step back. Hiss. Only a second tribulation immortal venerable can remain unmoved in the first forbidden area. This Rain Sovereign did not use that strange black cat to raise his cultivation base to the second tribulation immortal venerable realm. How did he manage to do that? Zen Master Songhua's eyes widened in surprise. He felt that the Rain Immortal Venerable Realm's hidden strength was far beyond his expectations. He could not be measured with common sense at all. Old Wu, on the other hand, was even more certain that the pressure he felt from Ning Fan when he woke up early in the morning was not an illusion. It had only been a night and Ning Fan's body seemed to have undergone a tremendous change. At this moment, Ning Fan actually gave Old Wu a feeling that he could not defeat him no matter what. What kind of ability was that flash of golden light? The reason why Master could not take a step back seems to be related to that golden light. Old Wu's beady eyes darted around, but he could not figure out the origin of that protective golden light no matter how hard he tried. He would not know that the golden light was the light emitted by the God-vanquishing shield to protect its master. As a matter of fact, after the first ring of the bell, Ning Fan already noticed that something was wrong. The sound of the ancient pine bell contained extremely pure Buddha power. This Buddha power was incompatible with the ancient devil bloodline in his body, as if the two of them were natural enemies. If others hear the bell, they would at most be repelled. However, Ning Fan was different. He was an ancient devil. Buddha and devil had always been enemies since ancient times. To him, this faint bell actually had an invisible destructive force that was enough to dissolve the ancient devil cultivation base in his body, if it wasn't for the god-vanquishing shield automatically protecting its master by emitting a golden light. Ning Fan would not just be repelled by the bell. His ancient devil cultivation base might even be damaged by it. This ancient devil child of yours is quite interesting. You actually did not take a step back under my 7th grandpa's devil vanquishing bell. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from within the ancient pine tree. Old Wu did not know who the person who spoke was. He was puzzled. Zen Master Songhua, on the other hand, had some understanding of this ancient pine tree. As soon as he heard the ancient pine tree's words, he did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly rose to his feet, put his palms together and saluted the ancient pine tree. Disciple Songhua greets 7th Uncle Master. This Songhua addressed this person as Uncle Master. Could it be that this person is actually Daoist Musong's senior brother? How would I not know that Daoist Musong has a senior brother? Old Wu was shocked. He also hurriedly rose to his feet and saluted the ancient pine tree, not daring to be negligent. Ning Fan, on the other hand, frowned. A green light flashed across his eyes and he immediately saw through the origin of the person in the pine tree. The person who spoke was actually the tree spirit that was born from the ancient pine tree's years of cultivation. While speaking, a human face suddenly appeared on the ancient pine tree. It looked at Zen Master Songhua and then at Old Wu and said with a frown. Oh? It's the little martial nephew of Songhua. Didn't your master promise us 7 brothers that no outsiders would be allowed to enter the forbidden area of the Wood Island? Why did 2 outsiders come to the forbidden area today? Not only did they disturb my sweet dreams for no reason, they even let me see the most hated ancient devil in my life. When the human face mentioned the word ancient devil, it glared at Ning Fan ferociously. Its expression was filled with disgust. These 2 are not outsiders, but... Zen Master Songhua was about to explain something, but the face said impatiently. Enough, enough. You don't have to talk nonsense with me. I know. How could I not know? These 2 must be related to your Wood Island, that's why they were allowed to enter the forbidden area. I can tolerate this beady-eyed little guy wanting to enter the forbidden land to gain enlightenment, but that guy over there is an ancient devil. If he wants to gain enlightenment under my tree, there's no way he can do that, not even 10,000 times. Even if it's your master's order, you can't. Little ancient devil, I'll give you 3 breaths. Get the hell away from my ancient pine body. Otherwise, don't blame me for amplifying the power of the bell and embarrassing you. That face was extremely impolite and wanted to drive away the ancient devil cultivator. Zen Master Songhua's face immediately showed a troubled expression. He did not expect that his 7th martial uncle would be so overbearing. He actually did not allow Ning Fan to gain enlightenment in this forbidden area. It was no wonder that the ancient pine trees in the 7 forbidden areas of the Wood Island were personally planted by Daoist Musong and nourished with Buddha power every day. Only then did they give birth to tree spirits. The 7 ancient pine trees in the forbidden areas were 7 tree spirits. Their cultivation bases might not be much higher than Zen Master Songhua's, but their seniority was extremely high. They could be considered as witnessing the whole process of Musong's Dao attainment. They even provided assistance to Musong. That was why Daoist Musong addressed them as his senior brother. In terms of seniority, they could be considered as the martial uncle of Songhua and the other disciples of the Wood Island. What should I do now? Master ordered me to bring Rain Lord to the forbidden area to gain enlightenment, but 7th martial uncle did not agree to it, just because Rain Lord is an ancient devil. In the past, didn't there also fake ancient devils who came to the Wood Island to gain enlightenment? Aren't you quite tolerant towards those fake ancient devils? Why are you so harsh towards Rain Lord? Just because he's a true ancient devil and you're a Buddhist cultivator? 7th martial uncle, can you make an exception for me? 1 breath. 7th martial uncle, this is Master's idea. Master wants 2 breaths of time. 7th martial uncle, 3 breaths. Fine, 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 fine. Ancient devil brat, you're not going to leave? If you have the ability, then go ahead and see if you can withstand my demon-subduing bell. The human face seemed to have lost all its patience. It snorted coldly and went back into the ancient pine tree. Upon seeing that, Zen Master Songwo let out a bitter smile. He felt rather helpless and apologized to Ning Fan, who was standing at the 82nd step. "I'm sorry. I didn't think that 7th Martial Uncle would reject your identity as an ancient devil so much. I'm afraid you won't be able to approach this pine tree." What he meant was, "Rain Lord, oh, Rain Lord, you don't need to continue walking forward. Just retreat 100 steps." One had to know that if these tree spirits insisted on not allowing someone to enter the forbidden area, then even a celestial king old monster might not be able to force his way to ancient pine. Why does fellow cultivator Songwen need to apologize? Didn't your 7th Martial Uncle tell me to continue walking forward if I have the ability? I believe that I have some ability. This distance of 82 steps is not my limit, so how can I retreat? Ning Fan looked at the ancient pine tree expressionlessly. Zen Master Songwo respected this pine tree, but he did not have the slightest bit of respect for it. This tree spirit had been targeting the ancient devil with every word he said, rejecting him and being rude. Ning Fan could forgive a mere tree spirit for Daoist Musong's sake. However, he had obtained Daoist Musong's permission to come to this place to gain enlightenment. A mere tree spirit could dream of chasing him away. With that in mind, Ning Fan's body flashed again and appeared at the 64th step of the ancient pine tree. Dong another bell chime resounded between heaven and earth out of nowhere. This time, the bell chime was 30% more powerful than the first chime. This time, Ning Fan's body flashed with golden light again and he blocked the bell chime without taking even half a step back. Seeing this, the human face emerged from the ancient pine tree again and said with a cold snort. "Not bad, little devil. You can even block the bell chime that I used to increase your power. If that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. If I don't send you flying 100 steps away, humph. My Buddhist name, Arhat Muchi, will be written backwards from now on. Buddha talisman, Buddha light illuminates all." However, as soon as the human face opened its mouth, gusts of pine wind suddenly rolled up around the ancient pine tree. Within the pine wind, there were rays of green light flowing, condensing into a series of strange runes, constantly circling around the ancient pine tree. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. He had a vague feeling that the Buddha talismans circling around the ancient pine tree were somewhat similar to the devil talismans of the ancient devil clan. Unfortunately, these Buddha talismans were a little blurry and illusory. He could not see them clearly and he did not know what they looked like when they were clear. These Buddha talismans shone with countless rays of Buddha light. As soon as he was covered by the Buddha light, Ning Fan actually felt his magic power becoming sluggish. It was as if there were countless mountains pressing on his shoulders, making it difficult for him to move even an inch forward. His body flashed and he moved forward again. However, this time, he could only move less than 10 steps forward because of the heavy pressure. Dong a bell chime that was several times stronger than the previous chime resounded across the sky. The sound of the bell was so loud that it made Zen Master Songgua's and Old Wu's ears buzz. However, Ning Fan still did not take even half a step back. He was not afraid of the bell at all. What a great ancient devil child. You still don't want to retreat? Good. 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 I'm going to show you my true strength now. Dong the pressure around him became stronger and stronger. Ning Fan moved again and took 5 steps forward. The bell chime rang again and he used the God-exterminating shield to protect his body. The human face's expression became even uglier. Interesting. This is really interesting. I'm going to let you witness 7th Grandpa's abilities that are never taught to others. Dong this time, Ning Fan only moved 2 steps forward. However, he was still unscathed under the bell chime. Your 7th Grandpa doesn't believe that I can't force you to retreat even once today. Dong Ning Fan still continued to advance without retreating. 7th Grandpa is going to take out his peerless ultimate skill. Dong gradually, not only did Ning Fan not retreat, but he also got used to the suppression of the Buddha light. The number of steps he took to advance also began to increase. What a sin! What a sin! With 7th Grandpa's merciful heart, I originally didn't plan to use this move but you forced me to do so. Dong it could not stop Ning Fan from advancing, the bell chimes continued to ring. The tree spirit named Muqi sadly realized that his bell chimes could not stop Ning Fan from advancing at all. Seventh Grandpa was letting you use the previous 12 chimes. However, I'm not going to let you use the 13th chime. The previous 13 chimes were actually just a test. The 14th chime is the true essence of 7th Grandpa's abilities. Don't force me. When the 15th chime rings, 7th Grandpa is really going to use his true strength. 16th, 17th, 18th, damn it. My devil-subduing bell is already strong enough to force a third tribulation immortal king to retreat. Why can't I force this ancient devil brat to retreat? What is this brat's background? Seeing that he still could not force Ning Fan to retreat, the tree spirit Muqi finally could not bear it anymore. He cursed and violated the precept of being angry. The bell chimes reverberated across the entire wooden island. All the disciples of the island were alarmed. They walked out of their monasteries and rushed to the first forbidden area to witness the grand scene of Ning Fan breaking through the 100 steps of the bell. Ning Fan's speed of advancing was not fast. Every time he advanced, he would trigger the bell chimes that were powerful enough to force a third tribulation immortal king to retreat. However, he did not take even half a step back. Such a scene made everyone on the island have a new understanding of Ning Fan's strength. This Rain Lord is really powerful. He's just a first tribulation immortal venerable, but he can resist the bell chimes that are powerful enough to force a third tribulation immortal king to retreat. What kind of ability is that golden light? It's not simple. It's definitely not simple. Could it be that this Rain Lord actually has the strength comparable to an immortal king? Seventh Martial Uncle has already used all his strength, but he still could not stop the Rain Lord from advancing. The Rain Immortal Monarch really lives up to his name. Amidst the praises, Ning Fan finally walked to the shade of the ancient pine tree and sat down cross-legged. He realized that the Buddha light and the bell chimes were not completely without benefits. The Buddha light and the Buddha talisman seemed to contain an extremely profound great Tao of wood. Every time the bell chimes rang, even though they were blocked by the God-vanquishing shield, they could still slightly refine the ancient devil bloodline in his body. His ancient devil cultivation base had skyrocketed in the ancient wild region. Because it had become a little superficial, it was now continuously refined and solidified under the bell chimes. In this way, not only did he not blame Muqi for using the bell chimes to scare him, but he should also thank Muqi for taking the trouble to trigger the bell chimes to help him refine his ancient devil cultivation base. In this way, he could save at least 1,000 years of bitter cultivation. You arrogant ancient devil brat! How dare you try to comprehend the Tao under my tree? You want to comprehend the Tao in peace, but I won't let you. Seeing Ning Fan casually sitting under the tree to comprehend the Tao, Muqi was so angry that smoke came out from his nostrils. The bell that was supposed to ring one after another was now like a series of cannons, ringing one after another, becoming more and more concentrated. Muqi did not believe that Ning Fan would still be able to sit down and comprehend the Tao peacefully under the ringing of his bell. Within 100 steps of the ancient pine tree, the bell chimes kept reverberating. Not to mention comprehending the Tao here, it was extremely difficult to even stay within 100 steps of the tree without doing anything. Monk Songhua and Old Wu had already been forced to 100 steps away by the violent bell chimes. They could not step into the forbidden area within 100 steps of the ancient pine tree at all. Even if they were 100 steps away from the ancient pine tree, many low-grade disciples could not bear the impact of the bell chimes and retreated to a distance of 200 steps away. Ning Fan was the only one left within 100 steps of the ancient pine tree. He just sat there quietly, ignoring the bell chimes and the Buddha light that filled the sky as if they were nothing and focused on doing his own thing. More and more sweat appeared on Muqi's face. It was not easy for him to release the Buddha light and ring the bell. However, it did not affect Ning Fan at all. The truth was right in front of him. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had no choice but to admit that he could not do anything to Ning Fan, who was an ancient devil. I'm convinced. Little devil brat, I'm convinced by you. Tell me, what do I have to do for you to stay 100 steps away from me? It wasn't easy for me to attain my Buddhist cultivation base in my life. Now, I'm at the critical point of my cultivation. I must not be disturbed by an ancient devil. As long as you're willing to stay 100 steps away from me, I'll give you a gift. What do you think? Muqi's tone was already bordering on begging. It sounded pitiful. It turned out that this was the main reason why he was so eager to chase Ning Fan away. Ning Fan's eyes flickered and he said with a smile. "Oh? What gift? Take it." Muqi was rather straightforward. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of green light which fell into Ning Fan's palm. "This is," Ning Fan's eyes immediately turned solemn. The Tao of wood contained in this green light ball was extremely pure. In terms of purity alone, it was almost comparable to the heavenly grade fierce elemental crystal, which was the highest grade among the fierce elemental crystals. This was a good material for cultivating the yin and yang Tao of wood. However, there was one thing that made Ning Fan a little disappointed. The amount of Tao of wood in this ball of light was too little. If this is all, it would not be of much use. "Is this all you have?" Ning Fan smiled innocently and said to Muqi. Even though the result of Muqi using the sound of the bell to suppress him was good and it helped him to refine his ancient devil cultivation base, his motive was more or less not good. Ning Fan had always been a person who would not suffer losses. Since this tree spirit dared to suppress him with the sound of the bell, it had to pay a price. If he does not make a huge profit from it, he would not be considered as the disciple of the old devil and the successor of the Black Devil sect. "This is the only thing I have. It's really the only thing I have." "Alright, ancient devil brat. Now that you've taken the item, aren't you going to leave?" Muqi said with a guilty conscience. "If this is all I have, I won't leave." As he was speaking, Ning Fan flipped his hand and kept the green light ball. Then, he continued to endure the Buddha light and the sound of the bell while closing his eyes to comprehend the Tao of wood in this place. What kind of experience did he have? From Muqi's expression, he could tell that Muqi definitely had a lot of this item. If he could take some of them away, it would certainly be greatly beneficial to his cultivation of the yin and yang Tao of wood. "Oh my! You're indeed an ancient devil. You're actually so greedy. You want more true essence of the builder wood? Alright, as you wish. Seventh Grandpa wants to see if you have the ability to take these away." Muqi laughed because of Ning Fan's greed. He opened his mouth and spat out tens of green light balls. Once those light balls soared into the sky, they immediately shone brightly, turning the entire sky green. Above the blue sky, there was an incomparably huge Buddhist talisman that was being drawn out one stroke after another. Surging pressure descended from the sky. The expressions of all the cultivators, including Zen Master Xianxia and Old Wu Ba, changed. They found it difficult to endure that level of pressure. This time, the Buddha talisman was extremely clear, so clear that everyone could see the process of the Buddha talisman being drawn. In any case, Zen Master Xianxia and the others had seen 7th Shirbua release a complete Buddhist talisman. They were only shocked for a moment, but 8th Brother Wu was deeply moved. In ancient times, there were Buddhist cultivators who went against the ancient devil Tao and cultivated the ancient Buddhist Tao. The ancient fiends cultivated demonic talismans, while the ancient Buddhas cultivated Buddhist talismans. The more runes there were, the stronger the talisman would be. More than 100 runes are considered ancestral talismans. The Buddha talisman of this tree spirit seems to belong to the Wood Buddha lineage. Moreover, it actually has 72 runes. Even though it hasn't reached the ancestral level, it's already rare in this world. Besides, if I'm not mistaken, all of those green light balls are the diluted true essence of the builder wood. This attack of the tree spirit actually used the power of the true essence of the builder wood. This pressure is almost close to the attack of an immortal king at the peak of the third tribulation. "Master, oh Master, can you withstand this attack?" Old Wu Ba began to worry about Ning Fan's safety. How could he not be worried? His life soul was in Ning Fan's hands. If anything happens to Ning Fan, it would be hard to guarantee that his life soul would not be damaged. "Ancient devil brat, if you can withstand the echo of the bell this time, why can't I give you the true essence of the builder wood?" "Unfortunately, you won't be able to withstand it. This time I'm really going to use my full strength. I won't lie." Asterisk dong asterisk dong asterisk. This time, the bell rang 3 times at the same time. The sound of the bell was like raging waves. Each wave was louder than the previous one. Within 100 steps, the space within the range of the bell shook and cracks spread out. The 12 immortal venerables who were hibernating underground also drilled out of the ground and fled 100 steps away. Their faces were filled with fear. Ning Fan, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, was shaken by the sound of the bell. The golden light on the surface of his body actually showed signs of dissipating. Seeing this, Muqi's confidence was greatly boosted. He firmly believed that this attack would certainly drive this despicable ancient devil brat out of the forbidden area. The smile on his face was getting more and more smug. To be continued. Unfortunately, Muqi was destined to be disappointed. Just as the golden light on the surface of Ning Fan's body showed signs of dissipating, a stronger golden light was emitted from his body, easily defending against the 3 overlapping chimes of the bell. It was like a big tree that was not afraid of being shaken by the wind, or a mountain that was not afraid of being blown by the wind. Muqi's expression changed after his attack failed. He hurriedly kept the green light balls in the sky, as if he was afraid that Ning Fan would snatch them away. Deep down, he was complaining incessantly. He had even used his strongest attack, but he could not do anything to Ning Fan. What should he do? Is this all the true essence of the builder wood in the tree spirit's hands? Seeing Muqi hurriedly keep all the true essence of the builder wood, Ning Fan felt that it was a pity. Muqi kept the true essence of the builder wood really fast. He did not even have the time to snatch it away, and it was already taken back. Forget it. This is Daoist Musong's territory after all. This tree spirit is Musong's senior brother in name. It's not good to force this tree spirit too much. Ning Fan shook his head slightly and no longer paid attention to Muqi. Compared to the true essence of the builder wood in Muqi's hands, Ning Fan was more willing to comprehend the Tao law of wood in this place. He was like an old monk in meditation, completely ignoring the ringing of the bell in his ears. Even though the ringing of the bell was as loud as thunder, he felt that his ears were getting quieter and quieter. He gradually could not hear Muqi's noise anymore. The ringing of the bell in the sky also gradually calmed down. The entire world was peaceful. No sound could enter his ears. This was the second realm of the celestial being realm. He had already become one with heaven and earth. If he wants to enter a meditative state, no one could disturb his mind. Unless someone attacked him forcefully and dragged him out of this meditative state. Unfortunately, the God-exterminating shield would not allow others to attack its master. This Rain Lord can actually enter a meditative state under 7th Uncle's true essence attack and the 3 overlapping bell ringing. As far as I know, although eldest senior brother Tsong Di, who has the cultivation base of 8th tribulation, could easily block the bell ringing, he couldn't enter such a meditative state when the bell is ringing chaotically. Master once said that those who can achieve the state of all sounds are silent here, but the ringing of the bell remains under the devil subduing bell is a peerless genius who has the qualifications to aspire to the immortal emperor realm. However, why do I feel that the Rain Lord's meditative state is even more profound than that? It can't be wrong. Looking at the Rain Sovereign's closed eyes and silent expression, I'm afraid that not even the sound of the bell can be heard. Could this be the most profound state of the Buddhist sect, the tranquility of the 6 senses? The 5 skandhas are empty, and the 6 roots are pure. These are the legendary Buddhist realms. I never imagined that we would have the fortune to witness it with our own eyes today. All the disciples of the Wood Island stared at Ning Fan attentively as he entered into a meditative state. They wanted to see through his profound state of meditation and comprehend the miraculous method to purify the 6 senses. Unfortunately, they did not know that Ning Fan was not a Buddhist cultivator. How could he learn the 6 senses of tranquility? This was not the 6 senses of tranquility, but the even rarer 6 senses of tranquility, the second stage of the celestial being realm. In the entire world, the number of people who could enter this realm could be counted on one hand. That green ball of light is called the true essence of the builder wood. This true essence is indeed not bad. However, compared to this true essence, I value the Buddha talisman more. Even though Ning Fan did not open his eyes, the scene of Muqi drawing the 72 Buddha talismans kept replaying in his mind. Muqi was an ancient Buddhist cultivator. He had written all the Tao law of wood that he had comprehended into the 72 Buddha talismans. The Buddha talisman and the Devil talisman seem to be extremely similar. I have the Mo Luo ancestral talisman with me, but I have never drawn any Tao law on it. Ning Fan suddenly had an epiphany. Could he be like Muqi and draw the Tao law on his own ancestral talisman? Is this the method that ancient devil cultivators use to comprehend the Tao law and divine abilities? Speaking of which, how many strokes does my Mo Luo ancestral talisman have? I don't seem to have noticed this before. Ning Fan, who was in a meditative state, suddenly raised his right index finger and drew a line in the air in front of him. He had never comprehended his own ancestral talisman so seriously before. This was the first time he had the urge to study it in detail. His previous path of cultivation was really too rushed. He had been rushing all the way. Because of that, he had missed out on many necessary steps and comprehensions. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes. 7 strokes. The Mo Luo ancestral talisman contained 4 patterns: Giant Devil, 6 Wings, Mist Horn and Ghost Eye. The first pattern of the ancestral talisman was a Giant Devil. Unfortunately, Ning Fan had only drawn the 7th stroke. Before he could draw the outline of the Giant Devil, he felt that there was an unimaginable barrier between him and the ancestral talisman, making it difficult for him to draw the 8th stroke. Eventually, he forced himself to draw the 8th stroke. As a result, the devil talisman that had drawn the 8th stroke cracked into countless pieces of light with a cracking sound and dissipated. He actually could not draw his own devil talisman. This is Rain Lord drawing his own ancient devil talisman? I wonder how many strokes are there in his ancient devil talisman. Rain Lord's 8th stroke seems to be difficult to draw. Legend has it that after ancient devil cultivators attain the heavenly devil realm, they must condense their devil talisman. Otherwise, there will be a barrier between them and the talisman that can't be torn apart. Could it be that Rain Lord hasn't experienced this step before? Otherwise, this devil talisman shouldn't be so difficult to draw. Among the disciples of the Wooden Island, there were many old monsters with rich experience. Their understanding of the ancient devil Tao was actually much deeper than the cultivators in the outside world. Therefore, even though they saw Ning Fan's failure in drawing the devil talisman, none of them dared to underestimate him because of it. Instead, they saw through the reason behind it. Mu Qi, on the other hand, was different. When he saw Ning Fan's failure in drawing the devil talisman, he immediately burst into laughter without caring about his image and ridiculed Ning Fan wantonly. The frustration he felt from not being able to shake Ning Fan with the sound of his bell instantly lessened a lot. This little ancient devil brat actually can't even draw his own devil talisman? This is just too embarrassing for the ancient devils, isn't it? Haha. I'm dying of laughter. Even though this young man hasn't finished drawing the devil talisman, I can see some clues from the few strokes that he has left. It seems to be the outline of the totem of a giant devil. Judging from the direction of the strokes, this young man's devil talisman is either the devil talisman of the Giant Armor clan with 22 strokes or the devil talisman of the Grey Body clan with 24 strokes. It might also be the devil talisman of a small clan that has less than 20 strokes. In any case, it won't be any profound devil talisman. Mu Qi could not stop laughing. Most of the devil talismans that the Giant Devil clan drew were low-grade devil talismans. Compared to the wooden Buddha talisman that he drew with 72 strokes, they were not on the same level at all. Just as his voice fell, he saw Ning Fan raise his hand again, as if he wanted to try drawing the devil talisman again. 7 strokes. This is my current limit for drawing the devil talisman. However, it doesn't mean that I can't break this limit. After advancing to the heavenly devil realm, my devil talisman seems to have changed. The reason why I can't draw it seems to be because of this. Unfortunately, I have been busy increasing my cultivation base and neglected to pay attention to the ancient devil talisman in my body. Since I've discovered this flaw today, I have to draw this devil talisman again no matter what. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes. 8 strokes. This time, Ning Fan still failed on the 8th stroke. However, compared to the first time he drew the devil talisman, the feeling of being separated from him was much better. Oh my! This young man failed again. It seems like he won't be able to draw the 8th stroke no matter what. It's no wonder. The process of condensing the devil talisman is the same as condensing the Buddhist talisman. It requires a lot of time. In the past, I spent a total of 300 years to condense the Buddhist talisman. This young man wants to draw the devil talisman again in a day and night. It's no different from daydreaming. Before Mu Qi could finish his words, Ning Fan had already raised his hand to draw the devil talisman for the 3rd time. Muqi firmly believed that Ning Fan would still fail on the 8th stroke this time. However, something unexpected happened. For the 3rd time, Ning Fan drew 11 strokes before he failed. Compared to the previous 8 strokes, he had actually improved tremendously. This young man can actually grasp the trick of condensing the devil talisman in just a few breaths' time. Muqi was quite surprised. Among the disciples of the Wooden Island, many of them also exclaimed in surprise. The time needed to condense the devil talisman and Buddhist talisman completely depended on the cultivator's comprehension ability. For example, some Buddhist cultivators could instantly comprehend the same Buddhist principle under the Bodhi tree, while some would need to spend their entire lives to gradually comprehend it. Muqi had spent 300 years to condense the Buddhist talisman, but Ning Fan was able to comprehend it in just a few breaths' time. This could only mean one thing: Ning Fan's comprehension ability far surpassed Muqi's. 11 strokes are still not enough. This Mo Luo ancestral talisman is an ancestral talisman. It has more than 100 strokes. 11 strokes is not even enough to complete the first form of the Mo Luo 4 symbols, the giant devil image. The experience of rampaging through the endless sea of the rain world in the past replayed in Ning Fan's mind. He seemed to have recalled the scenes when he cultivated the devil path when he was young. He seemed to have recalled the bloody battles that took place in his life. The more his memories surged, the thinner the barrier between him and the devil talisman became. Is it because I have to inscribe my comprehension of the devil path and my entire life into the talisman? Ning Fan recalled the snow of the giant devil clan in the endless sea. He recalled a little snowman named Feng Shuiyan and many other things. When he recalled the past, what he thought was not the hardships of the path of devil cultivation but the faint warmth he felt. A smile appeared on the corner of his lips. As soon as he smiled, the devil intent of his devil talisman immediately changed a little. Previously, the devil intent of the devil talisman was somewhat similar to that of Great Emperor Mo Luo. Now, however, it was gradually getting closer to Ning Fan's Tao and intent. For the 4th time, he raised his right hand and drew a total of 14 strokes before the devil talisman dissipated. For the 5th time, he drew 17 strokes. For the 6th time, he drew 22 strokes. For the 7th time, he drew 29 strokes. A slightly complete image of a giant devil appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The appearance of this giant devil was already different from the appearance of the 4 symbols of Mo Luo in the past. It still gave off a feeling of overwhelming devil qi. However, if one takes a closer look, they would notice that there was actually a warm smile on the giant devil's face. That kind of smile would never appear on Great Emperor Mo Luo's face. Only Ning Fan could have such a bright and relaxed smile. It's not the devil talisman of the giant armor clan nor the devil talisman of the gray body clan. This young man's devil talisman is a little unfamiliar. I have already searched through Junior Brother Musong's library. Other than the devil talismans of the 9 great devil ancestors, I know almost all the devil talismans of the devil race in the ancient devil abyss. However, this young man's devil talisman is not one of the types that I know. Could it be that this is some kind of devil talisman that I have missed? However, this devil talisman only has 29 strokes after all. It can barely be considered as a mid-grade devil talisman. It can't be considered as a high-grade devil talisman. Compared to my Buddha talisman, it's not just a little bit inferior. Muqi's face was filled with pride. He had 72 strokes of Buddha talisman. Of course, he had the right to be arrogant. Then, Ning Fan raised his palm for the 8th, 9th, and 10th time. Each time, he would increase the complexity of the devil talisman on the basis of the giant devil diagram, causing Muqi's eyes to become more and more solemn. 34 strokes. No. It's 35 strokes. This young man is actually adding the totem of devil wings to the devil talisman. 42 strokes. The only devil talismans that have totems of giant devil and devil wings at the same time are the 36 drawing devil talismans of the Dark Walker clan and the 38 drawing devil talismans of the Space Treading clan. Obviously, this devil talisman is not one of the 2. 46 strokes. The number of strokes can actually be increased. Ning Fan knew nothing about what was happening in the outside world. He did not know that his actions of drawing the devil talismans were constantly breaking Muqi's understanding. At this moment, he only wanted to do one thing, and that was to focus on drawing the totem of the 6-winged clan. He recalled the scene when he fought against Prince Lan Ling for the devil statue slate in the Six-Winged Clan. At that time, he was really weak. He actually regarded Prince Lan Ling, who had yet to attain the void fragmentation realm, as his greatest enemy. He recalled the devil concubine he received in the Six-Winged Clan. If I'm not mistaken, her name was Xianxia. The number of strokes of the devil talisman that Ning Fan drew kept increasing. On the 16th time he drew the devil talisman, he actually managed to draw a total of 62 strokes, completely drawing the totem of the Six-Winged Clan. 62 strokes. This young man's devil talisman is not much weaker than my Buddha talisman. If it wasn't because I had other fortuitous encounters, I would only be able to draw around 60 strokes of the Buddha talisman. Muqi's expression was as gloomy as still water. He no longer dared to underestimate Ning Fan's devil talisman. It was impossible for a devil talisman with 62 strokes to be unknown in the cultivation world. Why had he never heard of Ning Fan's devil talisman before? At first, he thought that 62 strokes was the limit of Ning Fan's devil talisman. However, he did not expect that Ning Fan would actually raise his hand for the 17th time and continue to draw the totem of the mist horn on the foundation of the Six-Winged Clan. Recalling the past, he remembered that he had also received a devil concubine in the Mist Horn clan. Her name was Su Yan. That place also had his memories. The memories melted between his fingers and he continued to draw on the devil talisman. Gradually, he began to draw an intricate and complicated pair of horns on the giant devil in the diagram. When the totem of the mist horn was completely drawn, the number of strokes on the devil talisman had increased to an astonishing 99 strokes. It's actually a devil talisman with 99 strokes. Currently, in the ancient devil's abyss, only the 9 great devil ancestors have more than 100 strokes on the devil talisman. This young man's devil talisman can definitely be ranked first after the 9 ancestors. Muqi could no longer remain calm. Compared to the devil talisman that Ning Fan had drawn with 99 strokes, his Buddha talisman was basically trash. I didn't expect that I would be able to witness the scene of this young man reforming his devil talisman. Moreover, it's a profound devil talisman that was drawn with 99 strokes. This can also serve as a proof for me to cultivate the ancient Tao of Buddha. Does this count as me receiving the favor of the little ancient devil brat? In this way, doesn't it mean that I owe this little ancient devil brat karma for no reason? Muqi secretly calculated in his mind. He did not know if the bit of true essence of building wood that he had given to Ning Fan would be able to clear this karma. There's still the ghost eye totem that I have yet to draw. Ning Fan ended his recollection and drew the third devil eye on the glabella of the giant devil totem. 109 strokes, 117 strokes, 129 strokes, 141 strokes. When Ning Fan retracted his finger, the devil talisman finally gathered the 4 symbols of devil luo and the number of strokes had reached a terrifying 152 strokes. He slowly opened his eyes and stared at the devil talisman in front of him with a gentle gaze. No one knew that he was not looking at the devil talisman but his past when he cultivated the ancient devil bloodline. It was just like how his younger self was looking at his younger self. The entire place fell into dead silence. Muqi had already stopped ringing the bell and releasing his Buddha light for a long time. However, he still disturbed Ning Fan's comprehension. Before this, no one would have expected that Ning Fan's devil talisman could reach a terrifying number of 152 strokes. Such a number of strokes could only be achieved by an ancestral-grade devil talisman. Needless to say, Ning Fan's devil talisman was definitely an ancestral-grade devil talisman. In the illusory world, other than the great ancient devils who disappeared together with the devil conferral summit, only the 9 great devil ancestors who were suppressed in the illusory world possessed ancestral-grade devil talismans. Was Ning Fan's ancestral talisman the ancestral talisman of the 9 great devil ancestors or the great devil ancestral talisman on the devil conferral summit? Or perhaps, it was an ancestral talisman that came from the outer world immortal region? This is going to be troublesome. This karma is a little too big. Musang doesn't have an ancient Buddha among his disciples. Thus, he can't comprehend anything from it. Thus, he doesn't owe this young man any karma. However, I am different. My cultivation base has been stuck at the second tribulation immortal venerable realm for 9 million years. After witnessing the scene of this young man condensing his talisman, my bottleneck actually loosened a little. If I break through, I will become an immortal king. This is the karma that helped me break through to the immortal king realm. How can I return it? Mu Qi's mind raced and he remembered that Ning Fan was very interested in his true essence of building wood. In the past, after Mu Song planted the 7 pine trees and opened their spirits, he divided the last drop of true essence of building wood into 3 portions and gave it to Mu Qi to comprehend. As the tree spirit of the 7th pine tree, Mu Qi had the right to control the true essence of building wood. He had already comprehended what he needed to comprehend from it. These true essence of building wood were no longer of much use to him. Thus, it was not a bad idea to give it to Ning Fan. Little ancient devil. Ah, no. It's little friend ancient devil. Little friend ancient devil, since you want my true essence of building wood, I will give it all to you. Mu Qi hated ancient devils the most in his life. However, at this moment, he forced himself to squeeze out a smile and faced Ning Fan. Unfortunately, even though Ning Fan had opened his eyes, there was only the devil talisman in his eyes. He was still immersed in his own comprehension and could not hear Mu Qi's words at all. He completely ignored him. His comprehension was not over yet. Condensing the devil talisman was just to do something that he did not have time to do after he broke through to the heavenly devil realm. He still had other things to do, which was to continue drawing the Tao of wood that he had comprehended into the devil talisman. This was much more difficult than condensing the devil talisman. However, if he succeeds, he could continue to increase the number of strokes of the devil talisman and increase its power. What is wood? In the eyes of 1,000 people, there are 1,000 types of Tao of wood. This tree spirit, Mu Qi's original form, is a pine tree. Therefore, the Tao of wood that he comprehended is also based on the pine tree. His Buddha talisman has 72 strokes. The Buddha talisman that he drew is a vigorous ancient pine tree. The reason why Mu Qi drew the pine tree as a talisman is because the pine tree has the meaning of repelling people from 1,000 miles away. The pine leaves are like needles that cause pain when touched. That thorn is a kind of unreasonable overbearingness. Because of this kind of overbearingness, this Mu Qi chased me away when he saw that I am an ancient devil. His attitude is terrible. The pine needles that Mu Qi saw are repelling people from 1,000 miles away. The pine needles that I saw, on the other hand, are unyielding and have the courage to pierce through everything. They have the courage to stand upright and pierce through the sky without fear. They have the courage to stand alone in the cold and pierce through the wind and snow without any intention of yielding. That thorn will not hurt people, but it is a kind of warning. Those who offend me will be killed no matter how far away they are. Those who bully me will pay the price even if they have to perish together with me. This pine tree might not necessarily not have its own stubbornness. At this moment, Ning Fan was clearly comprehending the pine tree. However, what his mind was recalling was the unyielding past that he had experienced along the way. As soon as he stepped onto the path of cultivation, he dared to go against Moksha Sovereign. When he was still in the butterfly body, he dared to destroy the eye of the palm of love. It was not that he could not tolerate it, but he could not compromise. There were too many things in this world that he could not take even half a step back. When I raise my hand towards the heavens, I don't necessarily need to pluck the stars. I just need a stance that will never yield. From this point of view, I am indeed only fit to cultivate the devil path but not the Buddha path. The Buddha path emphasizes on being submissive, but the devil path is not willing to suffer any losses. The Buddha path emphasizes on the emptiness of the 5 skandhas. They must abandon all external things and distracting thoughts. However, I insist on holding on to all my perseverance. The Buddha path emphasizes on doing good deeds and accumulating virtue. However, I am like a devil lord who slaughters in all directions. My ferocious name has spread far and wide. There are only a few people in the world who respect me, but a lot of people are afraid of me. However, what I seek is never the respect of the world. The pine tree that Mu Qi drew has a total of 72 strokes. Among them, 64 strokes are the foundation. Only the last 6 strokes contain the power of the Tao of wood. The last 6 strokes kept replaying in Ning Fan's mind. These 6 strokes contained Mu Qi's comprehension of the Tao of wood that he had accumulated for tens of millions of years. It also contained his comprehension of the Buddha path that he had accumulated throughout his entire life. I can absorb the comprehension of the Tao of wood in these 6 strokes and fuse it into my devil talisman. However, I want to go against the comprehension of the Buddha path within them. I am an ancient devil and not an ancient Buddha. The Buddha cultivates against the ancient devil while the devil is born against the Tao of the ancient Buddha. For these 6 strokes, I want to take their Tao from the right side and their meaning from the opposite side. Ning Fan raised his hand and drew the 153rd stroke after the devil Luo 4 symbols. If one's cultivation base was not high enough, they would not be able to see the profoundness of this stroke at all. At this place, only Songhua, Songshi, Old Wu, and Mu Qi could see the profoundness of this stroke. Mu Qi, in particular, nearly widened his eyes. With just a single glance, Mu Qi recognized that Ning Fan's stroke was obviously comprehended from the 72 Buddha talismans that he drew. Not only that, this stroke had completely gone against the Buddha intent of Mu Qi's Buddha talisman. Instead, it had incorporated Ning Fan's own devil sense. He was creating his own devil talisman. Ning Fan was actually creating his own devil talisman on the basis of the ancestral grade devil talisman. As soon as the stroke fell, all the Tao of wood on the entire wooden island were activated by Ning Fan's devil talisman. This devil talisman vaguely contained the power of the Tao of wood. This stroke was the opposite of the Tao of ancient devil and ancient Buddha. After this stroke, Ning Fan's devil talisman underwent a qualitative change. It was no longer accurate to say that it was the Amo Luo ancestral talisman because the Amo Luo ancestral talisman did not incorporate the Tao of wood into it. This was a devil talisman that was different from the Amo Luo ancestral talisman. As soon as this talisman appeared, Ning Fan's ancient devil bloodline was truly severed from the Amo Luo ancestral talisman. Only ancient devils with ancestral bloodline can create their own devil talismans. If the grade of their bloodline isn't high enough or they don't have the identity of an ancient devil, they won't be qualified to create their own devil talisman or bloodline. There is only one explanation for this little ancient devil brat being able to create his own devil talisman. He is not only an ancient devil but also an ancient devil who has cultivated his ancestral bloodline. I didn't expect that there would actually be an ancient devil or devil ancestor in this Dharma-ending era. Even though the Tao of Buddha and Devil Tao were different, they had some similarities. To Mu Qi, being able to witness an ancient devil or devil ancestor creating his own devil talisman was definitely a great gain. The karma that he owed Ning Fan was really getting bigger and bigger. What he hated the most in his life were ancient devils. Unfortunately, he owed Ning Fan such a huge amount of karma this time. Under Mu Qi's complicated gaze, Ning Fan added the 2nd, 3rd and 4th strokes to the devil talisman. Ning Fan used a full 2 hours to complete the 5th stroke. As for the 6th stroke, Ning Fan used 4 hours to complete it. At this point, the number of strokes of Ning Fan's ancestral talisman had officially increased to 158 strokes. On the left side of the 4 aspects giant devil, a towering ancient pine tree appeared. Even though the number of strokes of the devil talisman had only increased by 6 strokes, its grade was already much higher than the original devil talisman. Moreover, he could even use the power of the Tao of wood with the help of the devil talisman. Little ancient devil brat, I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. You've shown me such a good show. I'll give you all the true essence of the builder wood that I have. In this way, I won't owe you any karma anymore. By the way, I'll give you another piece of advice. I only have 6 strokes of the Tao of wood. The Tao of my 6 elder brothers is much more profound than mine. If you go to other forbidden areas, just tell them that you want to see their Buddha talismans and use them to comprehend your own ancestral talisman. I believe they will be very willing to show their Buddha talismans to you. They have also been stuck at the bottleneck for many years. They won't miss this opportunity. Mu Qi let out a sigh. He opened his mouth and spat out tens of green light balls to Ning Fan. His malicious intent had triggered Ning Fan's enlightenment and allowed him to create his own devil talisman. That malicious intent could not repay the karma that Ning Fan had given him. If he wanted to end the karma, he could only repay Ning Fan with the true essence of the builder wood. After all, he had obtained quite a lot of benefits from Ning Fan. The bottleneck of the immortal king realm that he had been stuck at for 9 million years had loosened because of Ning Fan. It was a great favor. It was only right for him to pay some price for it. You're giving all of them to me? Ning Fan was slightly stunned. He did not go and seize the true essence of the builder wood, but the true essence of the builder wood came to him on its own. How could there be such a good thing? After thinking for a while, Ning Fan figured out the reason behind it. It turned out that this Mu Qi had gained enlightenment because of his act of creating the devil talisman. Thus, he wanted to repay the karma that he owed him. What Buddhist cultivators pursued in their entire lives was the perfection of karma. If you sow good karma, you will obtain a good kingdom. If you owe others karma, you will surely repay them. With that thought, he seemed to be in the right when he accepted the true essence of the builder wood. What Ning Fan was more concerned about was Mu Qi's advice. Does Mu Qi's 6 elder brothers have an even more profound Tao of wood? I wonder if these insights will allow me to draw a few more devil talismans. To be continued. Wood Island had 7 forbidden grounds. Mu Qi's real body was the 7th pine. Inside the 7th pine, there were tens of millions of years of Mu Qi's comprehension of wood. Those comprehensions were fused into the 72 Buddhist talismans. The last 6 strokes were the essence of the talismans. Ning Fan comprehended them and integrated them into his own devil talisman. Thus, there was no reason for Ning Fan to continue staying in the 7th pine. After giving his advice, Mu Qi returned to the tree. Ning Fan kept the essence of the builder wood and left the 7th pine with the others. They walked all the way to the 6th pine. The 6th pine was also a purple-skinned ancient pine. The aura it exuded was much heavier than the 7th pine. Within 100 steps, the air seemed to be frozen. There was no sound of wind. It was terrifyingly quiet. That kind of silence was the silence of not saying a word for 10 years. It was the silence of the Tao that if I don't speak, the world will be silent. Ning Fan stared at the 6th pine tree and fell into deep thought. The group of disciples of the wooden island walked to 100 steps away from the 6th pine tree and bowed to him. Zen Master Songwei even lowered his voice and did not dare to speak loudly. He reported to the 6th pine tree that Ning Fan was going to come here to gain enlightenment. He also told the 6th pine spirit about Ning Fan's creation of the ancestral talisman in the 7th pine. After a long time, a human face finally emerged on the 6th pine. It was the spirit of the 6th pine, Mu Lu. Mu Lu didn't say a word, but his eyes were fixed on Ning Fan. He was a little moved and attentive. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out dozens of green light balls in front of Ning Fan. It's the essence of the builder wood again. Wu Laoba's eyes were burning, but he did not understand why the silent tree spirit gave his master so much essence of the builder wood as soon as they met. If it was a meeting gift, it was too generous. Song Country Zen Master saw Ning Fan's puzzled face and explained, 6th martial uncle didn't speak. He wanted to be like 7th martial uncle and watch the scene of fellow Taoist creating your own devil talisman. He wanted to gain enlightenment from it and break through the bottleneck. This essence of the builder wood is the reward for 6th martial uncle. He won't let fellow Taoist work for nothing. I see, Ning Fan nodded and kept all the green light balls in front of him. Then, he said to Mu Lu, fellow Taoist, please show us your Buddha talismans. This time, he did not walk within 100 steps of the 6th pine tree. If he wanted to comprehend the Tao of this pine tree, there was no need to walk under the tree. It was undoubtedly faster to comprehend from the talisman of the tree spirit. Mu Lu still did not say a word. However, after Ning Fan made his request, he opened his mouth and spat out a ray of green light. The green light soared into the sky and gradually formed a Buddhist talisman with the pattern of an ancient pine tree in midair. Mu Lu's talismans had a total of 74 strokes. It was much more profound than Mu Qi's talismans. The strangest thing was that the moment the Buddhist talisman appeared, the entire world became deathly silent. It was as if all sound had disappeared in an instant. The foundation of the Tao of wood that the 6th tree spirit comprehended is also pine. What he comprehended is the silent meaning of pine. Ning Fan clasped his hands behind his back and stood 100 steps away from the 6th pine tree. He slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, every stroke of Mu Lu's Buddha talisman kept repeating. His heart gradually merged with the Tao sense of the 6th pine tree. The intricate 74 strokes of the Buddha talisman began to become clear and easy to understand at a glance. This Buddha talisman has a total of 74 strokes. Just like Mu Lu's Buddha talisman, it has 66 strokes as its foundation. As for the strokes that contain the Tao of wood, there are 8 strokes. Ning Fan raised his right index finger. Devil light shone from it and he drew the pattern of the devil talisman in front of him. The 158 strokes of the ancestral talisman slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Especially the last 6 strokes of the talisman, it gave Wu Laoba, Zen Master Songhua and the other cultivators an incomparably profound feeling. It was as if the 6 strokes of the talisman contained countless Tao of wood. However, it was too abstruse and obscure. As a result, they wanted to imitate it and trace the Tao path with their own strength. However, they realized that they could not do it at all. Even so, just by looking at these few strokes, everyone more or less had their own comprehension of the Tao of wood. Even though the comprehension was not much, it still made them feel happy. Especially Wu Laoba. He had an almost paranoid obsession with the Tao of wood. Among the thousands of Tao in the world, he did not know why, but he only loved this Tao. How could Wu Laoba not be happy to be able to obtain his own comprehension of the Tao of wood from the scene of Ning Fan comprehending the talisman? He was already resigned to submitting to Ning Fan. At this moment, he felt that it was an incomparably wise decision to become Ning Fan's slave. The peach and plum do not speak, the path below is formed. The pine and cypress do not speak, everlasting green. The saint did not speak for 3 years, the 4 seas were silent. Once he spoke, the world was shocked. This 6th tree spirit seems to be cultivating the silent meditation of Buddhism. This person comprehended the silent meditation from the 10,000 gully pine tree wind. The silence of the pine tree can silence the sound of all things. Therefore, from the moment we met, this person did not speak a word. Within 100 steps of this place, there is not even a trace of wind. In terms of cultivation base, this person is much better than me. He is already at the immortal king realm. However, in my opinion, this person's silence of the pine tree has not yet reached the highest level. Moreover, he seems to have taken the wrong path. If I were to cultivate the silent meditation, it would be divided into 4 realms. The first realm is fear but not speaking, this is not daring. The second realm is pain but not speaking, this is not willing. The third realm is laughter but not speaking, this is not necessary. The last realm is no sorrow nor joy, no heart and no thoughts, wanting to speak but forgetting to speak, this is not holding. This person did not speak but his heart could not calm down. When he saw me, his heart was obviously excited but he did not dare to speak. He forced himself to remain silent. Even in the silent meditation, it can be considered to be at a disadvantage. This person's Tao has fear. His comprehension of the 8 brushwood has also been imperceptibly stained with a trace of fear. The true silence is not the mouth but the heart. I can take away his comprehension but this fear is not acceptable. It must be modified before I can integrate it into my devil talisman. The 159th painting, the 160th painting, the 161st painting. Every stroke increased extremely slowly. Time passed little by little and a day passed by quietly. The number of strokes on Ning Fan's devil talisman had finally increased to 166. He had integrated all of Mu Lu's comprehension for tens of millions of years into the devil talisman. The power of the Tao of wood in the devil talisman had improved a lot. The 8 simple strokes contained unimaginable Tao of wood, causing Wu Laoba and the disciples of the Wood Island to more or less gain some enlightenment. Some were thinking hard, some were frowning, each of them had a different expression. Mu Lu's expression was as if he was suddenly enlightened. It was as if he was suddenly enlightened. So that's why, the reason why he was stuck at the bottleneck and could not continue to improve his cultivation base was because he had taken the wrong path. The 8 strokes that Ning Fan integrated into the devil talisman seemed similar to the 8 strokes in his Buddha talisman but in fact, they were different. Those 8 strokes not only went against his Buddha intent but also integrated with his devil intent. More importantly, Ning Fan's devil talisman did not have fear in it. Cultivation was originally something that went against the heavens. Buddhist cultivators could resign themselves to adversity and endure all of the sufferings in the world, but they should not be afraid in their hearts. Wood is not wood, silence is not silence. Closing one's mouth is opening but speaking is silent. All these years, I have insisted on not saying a word. Little friend, thank you very much. Mu Lu sighed repeatedly. After thanking Ning Fan, he returned to the ancient pine tree. The disciples of the Wood Island were shocked. Their 6th martial uncle who had not spoken for tens of millions of years actually spoke today. Let's go to the 5th pine tree and have a look. Ning Fan followed everyone to the forbidden area of the fifth pine tree. The fifth pine tree was filled with extremely strong battle intent. Xianxia and the others reported the purpose of their visit to the fifth pine tree. Suddenly, a human face appeared on the fifth pine tree. It was staring at Ning Fan, who was in the crowd. "This old man is Mu Wu. What is your name?" Mu Wu's voice was very loud. It was as if he was roaring, his voice was like thunder. "I am Ning Fan." Even Wu Laoba, Xianxia, and the others felt pain in their eardrums because of Mu Wu's voice. However, Ning Fan's expression did not change at all. "I heard from Martial Nephew Xianxia that my sixth brother and seventh brother have obtained quite a lot of benefits from you. This old man is very interested in the matter of you creating your own ancestral talisman. However, the aura force of my Buddha talisman is very strong. Can you withstand it? Senior, please show me your Buddha talisman." "As you wish." Mu Wu suddenly roared. An unimaginably majestic battle intent shook the heavens and the earth, turning the heavens and the earth into a patch of green. Within the green light, there was an ancient pine tree Buddha talisman. Every stroke of the talisman was formed. The number of strokes of the talisman kept increasing. The aura force it produced also became heavier and heavier. When the Buddha talisman reached the 24th stroke, the sense fragmentation realm cultivators on the island could not stand still. When the number of strokes increased to 48, the expressions of Wu Laoba, Xianxia, and the others also changed. They could not withstand the battle intent of the talisman. When the number of strokes increased to 76, the entire Wood Island was submerged under Mu Wu's crazy battle intent. Even Wu Laoba felt a sense of fear from the bottom of his heart when facing Mu Wu. He was actually afraid in front of Mu Wu even before the battle started. Mu Wu did not even look at the crowd. Unlike the others who were shaken by his aura force, Ning Fan was still standing straight like a pine tree. He was not affected by the battle intent of the heavenly cycle at all. This made Mu Wu look at Ning Fan in a higher light. He raised his head and laughed loudly. "This is great. This is great. Even an ordinary third tribulation immortal king would have to be cautious in front of this old man. However, you are not afraid of the suppression of this old man's will. Since that is the case, this old man will not hold back anymore. Let us fight to our heart's content." Mu Wu was so excited that he actually forgot his original intention. He wanted to show Ning Fan his Buddha talisman so that he could watch the scene of Ning Fan creating his own devil talisman. At this moment, he only wanted to have a hearty battle with Ning Fan. However, after hearing his thunderous roar, that roar suddenly turned into a divine ability. It was as if a substantial green will suddenly pressed down on Ning Fan's head. It was as if a mountain was collapsing and the sky was collapsing. Its momentum was earth-shattering. So this fifth tree spirit is a battle maniac. Ning Fan was slightly speechless. He came here to comprehend the heavenly cycle. This Mu Wu actually attacked him directly. Of course, he could see that Mu Wu's attack was not heavy and he did not have any malicious intent. He was just excited to see a prey and wanted to spar with him. The green will pressed down from the sky, causing the crowd to be unable to breathe. However, Ning Fan was not affected at all. He slowly raised his hand and pressed his 5 fingers. The green will that was descending from the sky was suddenly torn apart by him. Then, it collapsed with a series of cracking sounds. Ning Fan had cultivated the yin-yang battle technique. He was not afraid of a battle of wills. "Good boy, you actually tore apart this old man's will suppression. Come, let us fight again." Mu Wu was very excited. He wanted to fight with Ning Fan again. However, Ning Fan shook his head slightly and did not say anything. Instead, he pointed at Mu Wu in the air. It was just an ordinary finger. The others could not see the profoundness of that finger at all. However, as soon as that finger landed, Mu Wu's eager face suddenly turned into astonishment. That finger in the air actually sealed the flow of will in his body effortlessly, causing his originally restless battle intent to immediately calm down as if cold water had been poured over it. "I can't break free. I can't break free from this seal. This is actually the suppression of a peak-level expert. This young man actually possesses the Tao law of peak-level expert." Mu Wu's expression changed greatly. In the entire eastern heaven, there were only 4 peak-level experts who could cultivate to the void-level expert realm. There were not many immortal emperors who could slightly comprehend the Tao law of peak level. This young man is only an immortal venerable, but he can actually comprehend the usage of the Tao law of peak-level expert and use the power of the peak-level expert realm to seal the flow of will in his body. When it comes to cultivation, going too far is as bad as falling short. Sir, you are a little too fond of battle. Ning Fan's casual words enlightened Mu Wu. After a moment of shock, Mu Wu was at a loss for a moment. Going too far is as bad as falling short, going too far is as bad as falling short. What he cultivated was originally Song's unyielding will, but it was unknown when it started, but he actually cultivated that unyielding will into a berserk battle intent. Sure enough, this path is still the wrong one. If someone else said that Mu Wu had taken the wrong path, Mu Wu would still retort a few words. However, these words came from Ning Fan's mouth. The meaning was different. Since Ning Fan could cultivate the Tao law of peak-level expert realm, his comprehension of the Tao of will was naturally deeper than Mu Wu's. His words could not be taken lightly. May I ask, fellow Taoist, if I were to choose again, how should I continue on this path? Mu Wu changed from his previous battle lust and asked politely. All the disciples of the Wood Island dropped their jaws in shock. This fifth martial uncle was never polite to anyone. Even when facing their master, Taoist Mu Song, he would always put on an expression of superiority. Who would have thought that fifth martial uncle would also be polite to others? Ning Fan did not answer Mu Wu's question directly. Instead, he closed his eyes and sketched Mu Wu's 76 strokes of Buddha talisman in his mind. Among these 76 strokes, only 10 of them contained the comprehension of wood. What Mu Wu comprehended was the unyielding will of Song. Ning Fan stood there for an entire day without answering Mu Wu's question. After a day, Ning Fan finally opened his eyes. He raised his hand and drew his devil talisman stroke by stroke. His devil talisman had increased to 166 strokes. After fusing with Mu Wu's comprehension of wood, he raised his hand and drew the 167th stroke. Then, it was the 168th stroke, 169th stroke, 170th stroke. Mu Wu's comprehension of wood only had 10 strokes. But this time, Ning Fan actually increased the comprehension of the Tao law from 10 strokes to 12 strokes based on his comprehension of the Tao law. In the end, his devil sign increased to 178 strokes. The more strokes he had, the more restrained the ancient pine pattern he drew became, and the more silent it became. Do you understand now? Ning Fan opened his mouth. He had already answered Mu Wu's question with his actions. Mu Wu was in deep thought. He vaguely felt that he had grasped the key point, but he was still a little confused. After a long time, he smiled bitterly and shook his head at Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not say a word. He walked to an ordinary pine tree at the side and used his finger like a sword to cut down the pine tree. Then, he pointed at the pine tree's growth ring and asked. Now, do you understand? Looking at the pine tree's growth ring, Mu Wu felt an explosion in his mind. He suddenly understood the things that he was confused about in the past. Mu Wu heaved a long sigh and thanked Ning Fan sincerely. Thank you for your guidance, fellow Taoist. The path that Ning Fan pointed out to him was to be reserved. The Tao law that Mu Wu saw was like the marks on the pine tree's bark. The Tao law that Ning Fan saw was the growth ring at the heart of the tree. The cultivation of the Tao law should not be exposed. Instead, it should be like the growth ring of the pine tree, hidden deep in one's heart and grow circles by circles from the inside out. Verbal gratitude was not enough to express Mu Wu's gratitude. Of course, he also gave all the essence of the builder wood to Ning Fan. Ning Fan kept the essence and bade farewell to Mu Wu. Then, he went to the fourth pine forbidden land with the others. After explaining the purpose of their visit, the fourth pine tree spirit, Mu Si, appeared and displayed his Buddha talisman in front of Ning Fan. Mu Si's Buddha talisman was different from the previous 3 tree spirits. It was also the pattern of a pine tree. However, there was an innocent little girl under the pine tree. My Buddha talisman is not the strongest in the Wood Island, but it is different from the others. Mu Si's eyes were cold and emotionless. As soon as the Buddha talisman appeared, the Tao of wood of the entire Wood Island deviated slightly. Ning Fan's expression suddenly became serious. Mu Si's Buddha talisman actually contained a trace of the power of the wood palm position. This old man's understanding of the Tao of wood for thousands of years can be summed up in one sentence. That is, plants are heartless. Muxi's Buddha talisman was very strange. In the eyes of old Wu Ba and Zen master Songhua, the talisman was just an ordinary pine tree. They could not see the little girl under the pine tree. Among the crowd, Ning Fan was the only one who could see that little girl. You can see you? Muxi's expression was originally very cold and stiff. However, when he noticed Ning Fan's solemn gaze when he looked at the talisman, his eyes were filled with surprise. See you? Are you referring to the little girl in the talisman? Ning Fan nodded. That's right. 4 Moons is her nickname. I watched her grow up. At that time, I planted a pine tree clone on a cultivation planet that was millions of galaxies away from the wood island. I wanted to use it to comprehend the palm position of wood. I clearly planted my clone in the depths of the mountains, but this little girl was able to sense my existence in the midst of thousands of pine trees. That's right. Muxi seemed to have opened his mouth. Under the activation of his ability, the scenes of that year were displayed in Ning Fan's mind like images. The first image was the scene where Taoist Musong was imparting the Tao to Muxi. In the beginning, Muxi was not called Muxi but Mui. He was the tree spirit with the highest cultivation base among the 7 pine trees. The sequence of the 7 pine trees was divided according to their cultivation base. As Muxi's cultivation base was the highest, he was once valued by Taoist Musong. On that day, Taoist Musong ended his 100,000 years of seclusion and walked out. The first thing he did was to erect the second and third stone steels on the wooden island. It turned out that the 2 steels of seclusion were erected at the same time. The second thing he did was to find Muxi and share what he had comprehended during this seclusion with him. It has been 12 million years since I closed my eyes and broke through to the second level of the quasi-saint realm. That little fellow Sun Luo has also been locked up in the heavenly prison for 11 million years. That little rascal once said that if I can erect all 3 steels and integrate all the Tao I have learned in my life into them, my cultivation base will improve further. Today, I have finally erected the second and third steels, but I realized that I am still far away from the third level of the quasi-saint realm. 3 steels are still not enough. However, I don't know how to erect the 4th steel. De Shixiang, Muxi was still Mui at the time. After this closed-door cultivation, I have reached a whole new realm. Closing my eyes is like opening them, and I can see the truth of the illusionary world. As a matter of fact, 12 million years ago, I was already able to catch a glimpse of the truth of this world. However, it was only until now that I managed to do it perfectly. The real illusory world is even more desolate and lonesome than I had imagined. There's a saying in Buddhism that all forms in this world are empty. Now, I finally understand the true meaning of that saying. The art of becoming the ruler is hard to find in this world. Most people only know that becoming a sovereign immortal emperor requires the power of a sovereign Tao fruit. Therefore, there are many old monsters who want to plant a sovereign Tao fruit, but very few of them know that the correct way to become a sovereign immortal emperor is to open his eyes and create his own sovereign void in the real world. However, it's easier said than done to open my eyes and see the real world. Within 4 days, including the 10 great secret clans, there are no more than 20 people who are able to achieve such a feat. In the land of Eastern Heaven, other than the secret clans, there are only 3 sovereign immortal emperors apart from this old man. Among them, Lightning Emperor Tai Su has been dead for many years. Let's not talk about him. As for the remaining 2, one is the current Shah Di of the Slaughter Palace and the other is Old Man Hutu of the Huta sect. However, as far as I know, these 2 people did not rely on the art of opening their eyes to become the ruler. The reason why they could become the ruler was because of the power of the sovereign Tao fruit. As a result, they are at a disadvantage. The art of opening one's eyes is a top secret in this world. That disciple of mine, Song Song, has a good aptitude. He has gradually made a name for himself in the Eastern Heaven as the Azure Emperor. However, it's a pity that he does not have enough aptitude to open his eyes. I don't know about this. Xiang Bozi, on the other hand, once had the aptitude to open his eyes. However, for the sake of Sun Luo Imp, he gave up his eyes. In the end, he did not have the chance to reach the wonderful state of opening his eyes. His disciple, Sun Luo, has even more aptitude than Old Man Xiang. He once opened his eyes in this old man's golden sky-black map. This child's aptitude is the best that this old man has ever seen in his life. It's a pity that this child lost the chance to become a sovereign because of a woman. He will forever be an immortal king and is still imprisoned in the heavenly prison of the godly void pavilion. As such, there is no need for him to become a sovereign immortal emperor. What I'm going to say next might be a little unpleasant to hear, but I don't mean any harm. I hope that eldest senior brother will be magnanimous enough to forgive me. With eldest senior brother's aptitude, most likely, you will also not be able to open your eyes. If you want to become a sovereign, I'm afraid you will have to find another way. During my seclusion this time, I comprehended a second type of sovereign technique from the real world. Are you willing to learn it? The normal path to the sovereign realm requires a high level of comprehension. It's too difficult to open your eyes. The sovereign realm Dao fruit is a lower-level method. The method that I comprehended this time is of the same grade as the art of opening the eyes, but it's much simpler. I named it the heartless technique. The great Dao is heartless. This heartless technique is not because your heart is not moved. Instead, it's because after you have seen through everything, you will gradually give up. Senior brother, why don't you go to the mortal world to gain experience? If you can thoroughly comprehend the wonderful principle of the word heartless and make your heart die, with your unique plant body, you will definitely be able to comprehend it. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He could actually see the scene where Daoist Mu Song imparted his Dao to Mu Si. It was too difficult to become a true sovereign immortal emperor. By relying on the profoundness of the 27 yin-yang arts of the chaotic loops art, he had found another way to use the power of the sovereign realm. However, he did not cultivate the sovereign realm void. Thus, he could not be considered as a true sovereign realm immortal emperor. From this scene, Ning Fan heard for the first time that the correct way to become a sovereign immortal emperor was not to consume the sovereign realm Dao fruit but to open your eyes. What does that mean? What does it mean to open your eyes? What is the real world after you open your eyes? At this moment, Ning Fan only felt enlightened. It was as if this simple scene contained an unimaginable great Dao. However, he could not understand it, there was no time to comprehend more. The second scene appeared in Ning Fan's mind again. The location was an old forest deep in the mountains. There were countless ancient pines in the forest. The pine tree clone that Mu Si sent out was just an insignificant one among them. His purpose was to secretly plant a clone in this place and spy on every mortal life on this cultivation planet to comprehend the meaning of emotionlessness that Mu Song had mentioned. Originally, he thought that he would have to live alone in the deep mountains for a long time. However, he did not expect that a little girl would easily enter his life and disrupt his journey of comprehending the Tao. It was the second day after Mu Si arrived on this cultivation planet. In a nearby mountain village, a group of adult hunters brought their juniors to hunt in the deep mountains. What kind of cultivation base did Mu Si have? Even a true immortal realm expert might not be able to see through his pine tree clone. The mortal hunters who passed by him in the mountains certainly could not tell that it was a tree with a spirit. Only a little girl who wore a red cotton robe and had braided braids could tell that Mu Si was extraordinary. Grandpa! Grandpa! Look! This pine tree is peeking at me. Is it a demon? Why can it see me? It doesn't have eyes. The 7-year-old little 4 months was very curious. Since she was born, she could see things that others couldn't. The people in the village all said that this little girl was abnormal. Therefore, very few people were willing to get close to this abnormal little girl. Shoo! My little ancestor, don't ever say such words again. If you offend any immortal, be careful of your life. When the old hunter who was addressed as Grandpa heard Little Four saying such nonsense again, he was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly bowed to Mu Si's pine tree and kept muttering "Gods and Buddhas bless me" and "Don't be offended." Then, he pulled Little 4 months and fled. The others also bowed to the pine tree and left as if they were fleeing. Their expressions were filled with fear and trepidation. They didn't dare to hunt around Mu Si anymore. It seemed that everyone believed Little 4 months' words and treated Mu Si as a tree demon. They had a taboo. This made Mu Si speechless. His original intention was to comprehend Tao in the deep mountains and forests in a low-key manner. He didn't want to come into contact with anyone. However, he didn't expect to be seen through by a group of mortals on the second day of his arrival on this cultivation planet. Was it because his method of concealing his aura was too clumsy, or that braided little girl's eyes were too sharp? A mere mortal can actually see things that even true immortals can't. Musi sighed with emotion. What made him even more dumbfounded was that on the third day, that braided little girl ran into the deep mountains alone and came to him. Wasn't the 7-year-old mortal child afraid of being eaten by the tigers and wolves in the mountains? That was a little too daring. Oh, so that's how it is. This little girl's neck is hanging a cultivation magic tool that can drive away tigers and wolves. No wonder she dared to enter the mountains alone. The grade of the magic tool wasn't high. It seemed to be something made by a junior at the first or second level of the vein opening realm. Uncle Tree, are you looking at my talisman? Do you want my talisman? Do you think it is very beautiful? Do you want it? But I can't give it to you. Grandpa said that I could see ghosts when I was a child. I spent a whole 2 taels of silver to ask for this talisman from Mao Mountain's Grandpa Daoist. I can't give it to you. Musi frowned slightly but didn't answer. This little girl seemed to be very talkative. My name is Siyu. Uncle Tree, what's your name? You don't speak, is it because you can't say it, or because you don't have a name? I know you are a tree demon and you can certainly speak. You don't answer, is it because you don't have a name? Do you want me to give you a name? Grandpa praised me for being the best at giving names. Grandma raised 7 pigs, and I gave each of them a name. Do you want to listen? The corner of Musi's mouth twitched, but he still didn't answer. This little girl was indeed very talkative. Uncle Tree, you don't like to talk, right? Then just listen, I'll explain it to you. Let's talk about the big yellow dog raised by second brother Lin next door. The little girl talked about the big yellow dog for a quarter of an hour. Let's talk about the big white goose of the village chief. Another quarter of an hour passed. I ate half a pancake in the morning yesterday and half a bread at noon. Another quarter of an hour passed. The day before yesterday. The day before yesterday. Musi was, after all, a powerful old monster. Although he was tired of the little girl's long-windedness, he listened from the beginning to the end without interrupting even half a sentence. In the end, the little girl left in disappointment. She really wanted to talk to Uncle Tree. The people in the village were afraid of her and said that she was evil. No one was willing to talk to her. Even the grandpa and grandma usually avoided her and never allowed her to sit at the table. Could it be that even Uncle Tree Demon was afraid of her? Otherwise, why would he ignore her? Plants are ruthless. Is this the realm that junior brother Musang mentioned? After the little girl left, Musi began to ponder. He disdained to pay attention to a mortal child. Was this also a kind of ruthlessness? Because he was a high and mighty immortal, he looked at those lowly mortals as if he was looking at insects. How bored did a person have to be to talk to ants and care about ants' life and death? Of course, he would not pay attention to little 4 moons, just like how he would not run to talk to ants. Was this the true meaning of the great Tao being ruthless? On the 4th day, little 4 moons actually ran to Musi again and nagged. The 5th day, the 6th day, the 7th day, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, except for the rainy and snowy weather, little 4 moons would enter the mountain almost every day to chat with Musi. Although Musi never spoke to little 4 moons, she still enjoyed it. At least, there was someone who was willing to listen to her. This was already very rare, wasn't it? Thus, as spring passed and autumn came, listening to the little girl's nagging gradually became Musi's daily habit. Every time the little girl was bullied in the village, she would cry in front of him and never shed tears in front of outsiders. Occasionally, when some villagers talked to the little girl and paid attention to her, she would be happy for the whole day and share her joy with Musi. The little girl grew up day by day and became slender and elegant. She became sensible and no longer talked mysteriously in front of outsiders. As a result, the villagers gradually looked at her with normal eyes. Among her peers, there were also many youths who were at the right age and admired her appearance. She was no longer lonely and no longer talked much. She finally grew up, but she still often came to the mountain and chatted with her Uncle Tree for a while. Musi still ignored her. Even if the little ant had grown up, it was still an ant. How could a human be bored enough to chat with an ant? The little girl did not mind Musi's disregard. She began to carefully build a fence around Musi. The reason was that she was afraid that some beasts would run to the tree to urinate and defecate. What a joke. What kind of cultivation did Musi have? If he was unwilling, which beasts would dare to defecate and pee under his tree? On days when there was little rain, she would work hard to fetch spring water and water Uncle Tree. Musi expressed his helplessness. He was an immortal tree and had been deprived of water for countless years. He would not die without water. Forget it, it was this little girl's filial piety. He would not blame her, the little girl was greedy. Every time a young man gave her snacks, she would bring them to the mountain and give half to Uncle Tree while eating the other half herself. Musi never ate these mortal snacks in front of the little girl. However, after she left, he would sigh and put away these snacks. Later on, the little girl actually built a wooden house in the deep mountains and said that she wanted to live next to Musi and stay with him forever. She even said that if Musang did not mind, she could even marry Musang. She also wanted to be a tree. She did not like to wear a mask and live in the village. She preferred to be her true self in front of Musang. Uncle Tree, if I marry you, will you marry me or not? Why are you still not saying anything? Do you dislike me? Damn it, I will ignore you. Little Four Moons did not know that when Musang heard these words, there was a ripple in his heart that had been cultivating Buddhism for many years. Initially, he wanted to cultivate the heartless Tao. However, he did not expect that this little girl would walk into his life. Unknowingly, the way Musi looked at the little girl was no longer like how he looked at an ant. It was not the love between a man and a woman, but he could not ignore it either. During this period, Taoist Musang came to visit once. When he saw Musi's reaction, he shook his head repeatedly. Among the 7 pine trees, your aptitude is the best. Besides, you are also a plant. At first, I thought that you could easily comprehend the true meaning of the heartless great Tao. However, I didn't expect that you would lose your state of mind because of a mortal child. Everything in the world is an illusion. You still don't understand. Fine. Now that my cultivation is improving day by day, if I pay some price, I can let you see the real world. Next, the world that you will see will not be seen by others. Taoist Musang raised his hand and a ray of purple light shot into Musi's body. Then, the scene in front of Musi changed. Ning Fan did not know what kind of world Musi had seen from Taoist Musang. However, from then on, Musi regained his usual coldness and treated the little girl like air. The sensitive little Four Moons immediately noticed the change in Musi. In the past, even though Musi also ignored her, he would not ignore her. His gaze would always quietly stay on her. She could feel it. Today, however, the way Musi looked at her was cold, as if he was looking at a piece of grass. It caught her off guard and made her panic. Uncle Shu, why are you ignoring me? Why aren't you looking at me anymore? Did I do something wrong? Uncle Shu, can I help you catch the insects today? The little girl was anxious. She had said a lot, but Musi did not even look at her. That gaze of his was not ignoring her, but he did not care at all. Uncle Shu, I had a quarrel with my grandfather. He said that I have grown up and he wants to force me to marry someone. I don't want to. I want to live in the mountain for a period of time. Can you accompany me? He was still ignoring her as cold as air. Since she was 7 years old until she was 17 years old now, his gaze had never been short of her for the past 10 years. Today, however, it moved away from her. Uncle Shu, Uncle Shu, Uncle Shu. It was night. Little April was staying in the wooden house in the mountain. It was raining heavily in the mountain. In the past, when she quarreled with her grandfather, she would also run to the wooden house in the mountain to stay. The nights in the mountain were very cold, but she did not need thick clothes and quilts because Musi would always silently dispel the coldness for her. She knew, but tonight, she was really very cold because Musi had changed. He would no longer listen to her thoughts and would no longer dispel the coldness in the mountain for her. She obviously did not do anything wrong. Why did Uncle Shu ignore her? The next day, she had a high fever and her whole body was limp. However, she still stubbornly stayed under the tree and chattered nonstop. She knew that Musi did not listen to her, but she insisted on saying it and wanted him to listen. Musi frowned. As an immortal cultivator, of course, he knew how fragile a mortal's body was. If the little girl's illness was not treated in time, it would be very dangerous. Go back. Musi almost had the impulse to talk to the little girl for the first time. However, he did not speak in the end. He thought of the world that Taoist Musang showed him. In that real world, there was no such person as little April at all. She did not exist and was just an illusion. He had to cut off all the worldly desires so that he could comprehend the great Tao of emotionlessness and possess the ability to become a palm master. In the end, no matter what the little girl said, Musi did not look at her again. On the third day, the little girl held on and still stubbornly refused to leave. However, she did not speak again. She just sat under the tree in silence and touched the pine tree in a daze. On the fourth day, she fainted and could no longer hold on. There were tears at the corner of her eyes. In the end, Uncle Shu also did not care about her. Uncle Shu really did not want her anymore. Musi knew that if he allowed the little girl to fall here until she died of illness, he would completely become an emotionless person. He would definitely be able to comprehend the great Tao of emotionlessness. However, this was a painful choice. He needed to use a woman's life in exchange for the opportunity to comprehend the great Tao of emotionlessness. There were too many cases like this in the cultivation world. In order to comprehend the great Tao of emotionlessness, many old monsters would deliberately cultivate a human cauldron and pour their deepest feelings into her. After accompanying her for countless years, they would kill her to comprehend the true meaning of emotionlessness. Should I follow Taoist Musang's method and obtain the power to become a palm master or save her? The scene ended at this point. There was no conclusion. However, it did not stop Ning Fan from guessing. The current Musi possessed the power of a palm master in his Buddha talisman. Does this mean that he chose not to save the little girl in the past in exchange for the opportunity to attain the palm master realm? Ning Fan frowned. He was not related to little April at all. He was not concerned about her life or death. However, he could not agree with Musi's method. If this was the Tao of emotionlessness of plants that Musi mentioned, he would rather not comprehend this Tao. Ning Fan did not have the intention to continue comprehending the Buddha talisman in the fourth pine. He directly turned around and left. Little friend, is it because you despise my method of comprehending the Buddha talisman that much? There is no such thing as superiority or inferiority in the Tao. There is no such thing as looking down on me. I just can't agree with it. Ning Fan halted his footsteps and said indifferently. Can't agree with it? Even though you can't agree with it, you also have no power to change it. This is the truth of the world. Have you ever seen the original appearance of this world? Do you know, that kind of loneliness, that is the world that only cultivators at the Palm Master realm can see. What I saw from Junior Brother was just a part of the world. Junior Brother said that the complete world that he saw when he opened his eyes was a barren wasteland. The little girl who nagged me under the tree every day was just an illusion. Junior Brother said that it is wrong to be obsessed with those illusions that do not exist. It is a grave mistake to be moved by illusions. Junior Brother said that she does not exist in this world. What she exists is just an illusion in my heart. If I cut off my obsession, I will have a chance to see the world in his eyes. I followed Junior Brother's method and ignored her life and death step by step. I saw everything as an illusion and used that to touch the power of the Palm Master realm. However, do you know that kind of heartache? One day, she almost died in front of me. If I ignored her life and death, I would be able to follow Junior Brother's method and completely obtain the power of the Palm Master realm. In the end, I did not harden my heart to watch her die. Instead, I used my divine ability to send her back home and used my divine ability to protect her from death. Her illness was cured in the end. However, she did not know that I was the one who saved her. She never returned to the deep mountains and said a word to me. After that, I watched her return to the mortal world. I watched her get married and have children. I watched her live a peaceful and happy life. I turned my heart into a shadow and kept it in the Buddha talisman forever. This shadow is the karmic hindrance of my cultivation. I can't cut it off because there is a bottleneck in my cultivation and I can't improve. I used to be the first among the 7 pine cultivators. Now, I have fallen to the 4th. In the future, I might even fall to the 5th, the 6th, or the 7th. If I cut off this shadow, I can achieve the Tao. However, I do not want to. If I embrace this shadow, I will no longer be in such pain. However, I do not dare to. I am a Buddha. If I embrace my obsession, all my previous cultivation will turn into nothingness under the suffering of the karmic fire. Buddha should not be obsessed. You are not an ancient Buddha. You are very lucky. Even if you retain your obsession, you will not face the suffering of the karmic fire. You can do whatever you want, but I can't. If I lose all my cultivation, I will no longer be me. I will just be an ancient pine tree without any spiritual consciousness. What I am afraid of is not the pain of losing my cultivation. I am afraid of losing my spiritual consciousness. I am afraid of losing my spiritual consciousness like a plant. I am truly heartless and forget about that little girl. I do not want to forget everything under the karmic fire. Millions of years later, that little girl would have already turned into dust. A dead person would not have any feelings, right? However, I am different. There will always be a shadow in my heart that cannot be cut off, embraced, ignored or forgotten. Of course, you will not bother to comprehend such an indecisive Buddha talisman. There is also no need for you to comprehend it. You are an ancient devil and I am an ancient Buddha. You are not me. In the end, you will not be able to understand my feelings. However, I will not allow you to look down on my Buddha talisman because her shadow is in it. When Musi finished speaking, he felt much more relaxed, as if he had poured out the pain that he had suffered for millions of years. It turned out that he had already been influenced by her unknowingly and turned into such a chatterbox. In the past, she had so many things to say. Was it because she had a stomach full of discomfort and had nowhere to vent it? Ning Fan turned around and looked at the little girl in Musi's Buddha talisman again in silence. He had misunderstood a little. This Musi might have done something wrong. However, the feelings that he had fused into the Buddha talisman were not fake. Musi had said something wrong. He could not understand Musi's actions. It had nothing to do with whether he was an ancient devil or not. If I were you, I would choose to save her just like you did. However, I would not be as lost as you are now. I cannot understand your feelings. This has nothing to do with whether I am an ancient devil or not. It is because our Tao is different. If I were you. At this moment, Ning Fan recalled his decision of not wanting to sever his emotions in the past. He was unwilling to sever his emotions. He was unwilling to forget Jiha even if it was for the sake of forming his core. It was not because he was an ancient devil that he dared to act recklessly. Instead, it was because he did not want to forget that he stepped into the true devil Tao. He pointed his right index finger and drew his devil talisman stroke by stroke in front of Musi. Each stroke actually caused the devil sense contained in the devil talisman to change. Originally, the picture of the devil Luo giant was standing side by side with the picture of the pine tree. However, this time, Ning Fan drew the devil Luo giant under the tree. This scene was just like a young man with monstrous devil chi comprehending under the tree. No. If this young man is me, then this tree shouldn't be a pine tree. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with confusion for a moment. Thousands of years of memories surged at this moment, as if they wanted to be drawn into the pattern by Ning Fan. To be continued. Those memories kept surging in Ning Fan's mind, causing him to gradually gain some enlightenment. Then, he looked at the pine tree in the devil talisman thoughtfully. He remembered the snow in 7 Apricot City. The winter plum blossoms in full bloom in the snow brought the warmth of home. It was like a brand that was deeply engraved into his blood and bones. He recalled the Ming Luo old tree in Sinister Sparrow Sec's Dark Sparrow Grave, the sea of bamboo in the tree world, and the deep affection in the hollow bamboo. He recalled the tree of immortality in the ruins of the ancient heavenly courts. This tree was born because of him, Fen Qi. However, it had also withered because he had saved people. Under the tree of immortality, he had battled in his previous life as well as in his current life. On that day, he had fallen into devil mode and fought against many people alone. He recalled the willow tree that he had seen in the Massacre Hall's blood world. That was personally planted by the gigantic Gates Sha Di when he was young. He had once tried to comprehend the Tao under the tree for 10,000 years. When he succeeded in his Tao, he had let out a sigh that said, "This tree is like this, how can humans endure it? This is loose." No, in his life, there were too many memories related to trees, but among them, there were no memories of pine trees. Although the pine within the devil talisman contained an extremely profound comprehension of wood, all of these comprehensions were comprehensions of others. By relying on his heaven-defying comprehension ability, Ning Fan was able to use other people's insights and fuse them into his devil talisman. However, he was unable to take away other people's feelings and fuse them into his devil talisman. It was just like how he could imitate Musi and draw little April's shadow into his own wraith talisman. However, he was unable to draw the unforgettable feelings Musi had for little April. Why was Musi's Buddha talisman able to exert a trace of the power of the Palm Master, but the other tree spirits were unable to do so? Was it because this Buddha talisman contained Musi's deepest feelings? My heart is moved. Ning Fan's brows were tightly knitted together. His devil talisman lacked that feeling of excitement. The method that Taoist Musang imparted to Musi is called the emotionless technique. The first step is to fuse the deepest feelings and the comprehension of the Tao law together and draw it into the Buddha talisman. The second step seems to be to completely erase the heartbeat from the bottom of one's heart, so as to achieve a state of nothingness where the heartbeat turns into the heart of nothingness. The general steps seem to be like this. I have never used this method before, so I can only guess one or two. Fourth Mu managed to move his heart, but he couldn't destroy it. He could use a trace of the power of the Palm Realm, but he couldn't have his own Palm Realm void. If I were him, I would probably be able to draw my heart into the devil talisman, but I probably can't destroy it. Humans are not plants or trees. How can we be emotionless? If we can really reach the realm of emotionlessness, then we can't be considered as humans. Taoist Musang's method might be able to help me ascend to the throne step by step. However, this method is ultimately not suitable for me. Moreover, I always feel that this method has some flaws, but I can't tell what the flaws are at the moment. If I'm Musi, I'll retain that feeling in the devil talisman. However, I'll never erase that initial feeling. Ning Fan's eyes gradually became clear. He raised his hand and corrected the patterns on the devil talisman one by one. That pine tree was erased by him, and what replaced it was a tree that carried his memories of cultivation. That was a plum blossom that stood alone. The plum blossom replaced the pine tree. The strokes of the wraith talisman did not change, but it gave off a different feeling. The plum blossom seemed to contain a myriad of emotions, and it was enough to resonate with the spectators. The plum blossom carries the warm memories of my place of cultivation. With the plum blossom, there is a home. No matter how long I wander, I will never be alone. Old Wu and the others were stunned. They felt that the plum blossom tree that Ning Fan had just drawn was indescribably profound. As for the specific reason, they could not tell. Increasing the number of strokes was just a quantitative change, but changing from a pine tree to a plum blossom was a qualitative change. Musi stared at the plum blossom tree in Ning Fan's wraith talisman in a daze. He was the only one who could see something. That plum blossom tree had been infused with Ning Fan's emotions. However, there was no sadness in those emotions, there was only warmth. In this warmth, perhaps there were also bitter memories, such as the old devil, his parents, and Ning Gu. However, when he recalled the past, Ning Fan did not feel any sadness in his heart. This was something that the current Musi could not achieve no matter what. The plum blossom replaced the pine tree. The number of strokes of the wraith talisman was still 178. However, compared to the previous wraith talisman, the power of the Tao of wood it contained was much stronger. Vaguely, there was even a trace of the power of the Palm Realm spreading. According to Taoist Musang's method, he would be able to cultivate a trace of the power of the Palm Realm by fusing his heart into the devil talisman. If his heart is extinguished, he would be able to completely cultivate the void of the Palm Realm, heart-moving. Ning Fan could easily do it. Ning Fan could sense the difficulty of extinguishing his heart. It was definitely not something that could be achieved in a short period of time. Moreover, he did not want to do it. The plum blossom tree contained his deepest emotions. If he erased these emotions and thoughts, it would go against his Tao heart. Without these emotions and thoughts, he might be able to achieve success in his great Tao, but he would no longer be himself. He did not care whether his heart is extinguished or not. What he wanted to do now was to fuse the heart-moving and his comprehension into the wraith talisman. The great Tao of wood became clearer in front of his eyes. Following the path that he came from, he seemed to have seen the great Tao of wood that belonged to him. What is wood? Wood is the root of the 5 elements. Without roots, a tree would not be able to survive. Without roots, a man would not have a home. Ning Fan stared at the plum blossom tree in the wraith talisman. In that plum blossom tree, he found his own roots. His roots were in the rain world, Yu country, and 7 apricot city. In those countless days of wind and snow, his great Tao of wood was also a root. Without a root, there was nothing else. Old Wu was at a loss. He seemed to have seen the memories of his family when he was young from the plum blossom tree that Ning Fan drew. He remembered the mud house in his hometown. He remembered the huge mulberry tree in his courtyard. He remembered that year when he was just a young man from a mountain village. He had never cultivated the Tao and he had never killed anyone before. He did not have a belly full of evil tricks and he did not have a fearsome reputation that could shake the four heavens. However, he had a home. In the dusky evening, he sat under the mulberry tree outside the mud house, waiting for his parents to drive the donkey cart back from the city. He waited for his father to lift him up high and for his mother to wash his hands and cook his meals. His parents' faces were already blurred in his memory. He could no longer see them clearly. However, there were also some things that were engraved in his bones. He could not forget them no matter how many years had passed. "Baby Who, are you hungry? The weather is getting cold. Is my son cold? When mother saves some money, I will make a new coat for my son." Hot tears welled up in old Wu's eyes. He had walked on the lonely path of cultivation for 34 million years. It had been so long that he had actually forgotten that he once had a home. Even someone as vicious and cunning as him actually had a soft spot in his heart that no one could bully or touch. Zen Master Songhua was also at a loss. Looking at the plum blossom tree pattern, he also thought of the trees in his hometown. He thought of his home before he cultivated the Tao. He thought of his mother staying up late to light the oil lamp and buy him new shoes. He thought of her reminders, "My son has grown up. Once the new year is over, he will enter the city to study. When you go out, don't be stingy with money. Don't worry about your family. Listen to your master." What happened after that? After that, he entered the school in the city and studied hard for 4 years. Then, he was caught up in the war. After that, his mother was gone and so was his home. His heart was like dead ashes. He entered the Taoism gate and walked on the path of cultivation by chance. He cultivated all the way to the immortal venerable realm. In the current cultivation world of the eastern heaven, the heavens would tremble 3 times with just a stomp of his feet. He already had a high status and authority, but he had long forgotten where his mother's grave was. As a monk, his heart was filled with guilt and sorrow. Trees have roots. Does he also have them? Each of the members of the Wood Island sect revealed a bewildered expression. They thought of the trees in their hometown and the yellowish but vivid human figures in their memories. What did this young man comprehend? He actually has such a powerful force that can make a group of cultivators immerse themselves in it. Musi was a little shocked. 1,000 people comprehended 1,000 different great Tao of wood. For example, Mu Chi saw pine needles, Mu Lu saw the sound of pine trees and Mu Wu saw the lines of pine trees. What did Ning Fan see? I don't know. There was no difference in the level of the Tao, but there was a difference in strength. Obviously, the great Tao of wood that Ning Fan comprehended had already formed its embryonic form. Moreover, it was extremely close to the origin of the great Tao of wood. Otherwise, it was impossible for it to produce such a powerful force that resonated with the group of cultivators. After the shock, it was followed by deep sorrow. In a daze, Musi seemed to see that intelligent and charming little girl again. She was walking towards him step by step while chattering nonstop. He was just a person who gained sentience from plants. He did not have parents or family members. He had never experienced the feeling of warmth before. Only Little Four Moons had once brought him warmth as a human. When facing Little Four Moons, he did not dare to have feelings for her, but he also could not be heartless. Originally, he had already forgotten the warmth that Little Four Moons brought him. However, Ning Fan's devil talisman had evoked all his memories. With her, he would have a family to rely on. Without her, he would be homeless. Humans are not plants or trees. How can we be heartless? He could not be heartless. Wood is the great Tao. With wood as the root, the Tao of pine, Tao of plum and Tao of bamboo can be derived. All the plants in the world belong to this Tao. In order to comprehend such a great Tao, I must find a point and use it as a breakthrough point. The 7 apricot tree is my root. Following this route, I can see even more trees. They are like shadows behind me. These trees carry the memories of my journey. Only by integrating these memories into my comprehension can this apricot tree be considered complete. Ning Fan continued to raise his hand and drew the shadow of the Ming Luo ancient tree with just a few strokes on the devil talisman. Beside the Ming Luo ancient tree, he drew the shadow of a sea of bamboos. the hollow bamboo had a soul dwelling. The root of the soul resided in the heart of the bamboo. The root of the soul and the heart of the bamboo were inseparable. Ning Fan thought of the dark sparrow's grave, Ming Ke, the rogue demon Mu Luo, and the past where he rampaged through the tree world. The number of strokes on the devil talisman kept increasing. 179 strokes, 180 strokes, 181 strokes. 198 strokes. With 20 strokes, he drew the shadow of the Ming Luo ancient tree and the bamboo sovereign. The picture of the devil talisman turned into a devil sitting under the plum blossom, while the background was the shadow of the Ming Luo ancient tree and the sea of bamboos. Ning Fan's hands did not stop. On the background of the devil talisman, he drew the shadow of the undying tree of the ancient heavenly court. This shadow contained his undying obsession for 2 lifetimes. 199 strokes, 200 strokes. When the number of strokes on the devil talisman exceeded 200, Ning Fan's eyes suddenly turned solemn. He actually could not draw the 201st stroke no matter how hard he tried, be it the devil talisman or the Buddha talisman. The number of strokes on the devil talisman was the ancestral talisman. However, even among the 9 great devil ancestors of the ancient devil's abyss, only a few of them could increase the number of strokes on the devil talisman to more than 200 strokes. After the 200th stroke, not only did he need to comprehend it, but he also needed to smear the talisman with his ancestral blood. Ning Fan did not know about this, but there was a kind of instinct that urged him to do so. After the 200th stroke, there seems to be a barrier between me and this devil talisman again. The devil blood in my body is burning, giving me the instinct of an ancient devil. I want to dye my blood on the devil talisman. It seems that only by doing so can I continue to draw the devil talisman. It was as if there was a voice from his bloodline that kept urging Ning Fan to dye the devil talisman with his ancestral blood. Ning Fan only pondered for a moment and followed this ancient devil instinct. He raised his hand and bit the tip of his finger, drawing the 201st stroke of blood on the devil talisman. This is the might of the ancestral blood. Old Wu and the others gradually woke up from their memories. When they noticed Ning Fan's action of dyeing the devil talisman with his ancestral blood, their expressions changed. After the 9 ancestors, there were no more devils with ancestral blood in this world. If the news of Ning Fan possessing ancestral blood were to spread out, it would certainly cause a huge commotion in the ancient devil's abyss. With the might of the ancestral blood, Ning Fan's hands moved at lightning speed. He continuously drew 9 strokes on the devil talisman and drew half of the shadow of the undying tree. When he drew the 210th stroke, Ning Fan paused for a moment. He did not draw it immediately. The previous 9 strokes had actually used up an entire drop of Mo Luo's ancestral blood. After using up the ancestral blood, it could no longer be used to ignite his blood. However, the ancestral devil aura force on Ning Fan's body did not weaken at all. Instead, it became much stronger than before. The might of the ancestral blood had already fused into his devil talisman. It gave Ning Fan an illusion that he could only be considered as the true ancestral devil after his blood fused into the talisman. Only then would he be qualified to cultivate his ancient devil cultivation to the peak. It seems like it's inevitable for the ancestral blood to fuse into the talisman. Could it be that I also need to fuse my ancestral level demon blood into my spirit wheel in the future? Does ancestral level divine blood also need to be fused into the heart aperture? I have 4 drops of Mo Luo's ancestral blood. The might of 1 drop of ancestral blood is enough for me to add 9 more strokes on the ancestral talisman. If I want to add more strokes, I'll need to use the rest of the ancestral blood. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan dipped his blood again and drew the ancestral blood into the devil talisman. After using up the 2nd drop of ancestral blood, Ning Fan drew the complete image of the undying tree. After using up the 3rd drop of ancestral blood, Ning Fan drew half of the giant willow that was planted by the Jumen Sha. After using up the 4th drop of ancestral blood, Ning Fan drew the complete image of the giant willow. However, because he had used up all of his ancestral blood, he could not add more strokes to the devil talisman. In the end, the number of strokes on the devil talisman stopped at 236. Unfortunately, he did not have enough ancestral blood. Otherwise, he could still draw more trees on the devil talisman and infuse more emotions into it. Perhaps, when he obtains more ancestral blood in the future, he could continue to dye the ancestral talisman with his devil blood and add more strokes. It's actually the devil talisman that was drawn on 236 strokes. Master's innate talent in devil cultivation is really terrifying. If he continues to grow, he would at least become a figure on the same level as the 9 great devil ancestors. If he can enter the ancient devil 9 abyss, he would be able to recruit a large number of fanatical devil cultivators with his devil talisman and make them his servants. Old Wu's vanity was greatly satisfied. If his master became stronger, he would also be able to gain more face, wouldn't he? Now that he had Ning Fan as his master, he no longer felt any shame. It was not shameful at all to be the servant of a figure on the same level as the 9 great devil ancestors. In the ancient devil abyss, there would probably be many people who would envy him. The sadness on Musi's face had already faded away. What replaced it was a bitter smile. I don't know what kind of Tao this young man has comprehended, but I can see that he has infused his emotions into the past. There might not be no sadness in those emotions. However, when he looks back at the past, he doesn't feel any sadness but only warmth. If I can also sweep away the sadness in my heart, perhaps, unbeknownst to him, at the moment when such a thought emerged in his mind, the bottleneck that he had been stuck in for many years actually loosened a little. Musi was stunned at first. Then, he let out a long sigh and closed his eyes. He seemed to have found the path that he should walk in the future. It was not having emotions or being emotionless but forgetting them, supreme forgetting emotions, crossing truth, abandoning emptiness, breaking thought. In fact, every step of the cultivation of the 3 true immortal realms was leading the cultivator to the path of supreme forgetting emotions. However, there were too few cultivators who could truly achieve supreme forgetting emotions. Among 10,000 immortal cultivators, there were usually only 1 or 2 of them. Occasionally, there were cultivators who could achieve supreme forgetting emotions at the abandoning emptiness realm like Yuan Yao. However, there were also people who could not achieve it even after cultivating all the way to the immortal king realm like Sun Luo. In the past, Musi also could not achieve this. However, from now on, he would try his best to achieve it. It was not that he wanted to forget little 4 months, but he wanted to bury that feeling deep in his heart. He just wanted to forget the sadness and keep that feeling in the Buddha talisman forever. Is this the heartless grass and trees that junior brother mentioned? It was not the feeling of being moved nor the feeling of being destroyed but the feeling of being forgotten. May I ask what kind of grand Tao of wood did you comprehend, little friend? Musi suddenly smiled with relief. The knot in his heart for many years seemed to have finally been solved a little. It's the root. Ning Fan was slightly surprised. It seemed like Musi had comprehended something. Otherwise, he would not be so relieved. Root? Musi's heart skipped a beat. He was slightly absent-minded and muttered to himself. Yes. She is my root. Ning Fan was speechless. This conversation could not continue. This Musi completely looked like he was deeply in love with little 4 months. No matter what he said, it would always involve his little 4 months. However, from the looks of it, this person's eyes were no longer at a loss. Has he already figured out how to deal with the negative karma in his heart? This is just a small gift for little friend. Consider it as my thanks for helping me solve the knot in my heart. Musi gave all of his true essence of building wood to Ning Fan. Ning Fan knew that some of his actions had touched Musi. Thus, he did not reject this gift. He kept all of the true essence of building wood and bid farewell to Musi. Then, he followed the others and walked towards the 3rd forbidden area. The ancient pine in the 3rd forbidden area had a stronger aura force than the 4th forbidden area. The cultivation base of the tree spirit Musan was also much higher than Musi. When he heard from Zen Master Songwe that Ning Fan had 236 devil talismans, Musan was very touched. He declared that he was willing to give Ning Fan the true essence of building wood as a thank you gift as long as he takes a look at Ning Fan's devil talismans. Having more than 200 devil talismans and Buddha talismans was really rare. In Western heaven, there were almost no ancient Buddhas who could cultivate more than 200 Buddha talismans. In the ancient devil's abyss, after the 9 ancestors suppressed it, it was even more impossible to see anyone who possessed 200 devil talismans. Musan did not ask for anything else. He just wanted to take a look at Ning Fan's devil talismans. Then, he was confident that he could get confirmation from it. Musan also showed his Buddha talismans to Ning Fan. Ning Fan only glanced at them briefly and did not pay much attention to them. Ning Fan already had his own understanding of the great Tao of wood. It was meaningless for him to use other people's understanding for reference. Besides, he had already used up his ancient devil ancestral blood. He could not continue to draw more devil talismans for the time being. Musan probably would not be able to see him increase the number of devil talismans anymore. After looking at Musi's Buddha talisman, Ning Fan kept having a feeling that Musan's talisman was not pleasing to his eyes. Musi's Buddha talisman had been infused with extreme emotions and emotions. In comparison, Musan's Buddha talisman did not have emotions. Even if the number of strokes on his Buddha talisman surpassed Musi's, it still could not enter Ning Fan's eyes. Musi has already untied the knot in his heart. Perhaps one day, he will be able to regain the position of Mu-yi. After Ning Fan showed Musan his devil talisman, he kept the true essence and left. Then, he went to the second and first forbidden areas. Similarly, he only showed them his devil talismans and left after receiving the gifts. After visiting the 7 great forbidden areas one by one, Ning Fan bid farewell to Songhua and the others and returned to the monastery alone. Old Wu stuck to Ning Fan like a piece of sticky candy. He wanted to ask this cheap master about the great Tao of wood, but Ning Fan rejected him. Sorry, Ning Fan did not have the time to entertain Old Wu now. He had just created his own devil talisman and drew the 4 drops of ancestral blood on it. Now was the time for him to comprehend it, and he could not allow anyone to disturb him. As soon as he returned to the monastery, Ning Fan immediately went into the profounding world. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of green light balls flew into the sky and condensed into a drop of spiritual liquid that was as green as jade. This drop of spiritual liquid was the true form of the true essence of the builder wood. Sensing the vast amount of energy contained in the true essence of the builder wood, it would be a lie if Ning Fan said that he was not moved. The energy contained in this drop of true essence of the builder wood was completely comparable to a complete heaven-grade fierce elemental crystal. In other words, as long as he refines this drop of true essence of the builder wood, he would be able to cultivate the complete yin-yang Tao of wood. The only troublesome thing was that he still lacked a profound wood attribute cultivation method to cultivate the yin-yang Tao of wood. On the wooden island, there were a few 9 stars wood attribute cultivation methods. However, all of them were Buddhist cultivation methods. As an ancient devil, Ning Fan would certainly not cultivate them. There were also no suitable cultivation methods in the hidden scripture tower that Great Emperor Ancient Chaos gave him. As such, Ning Fan had other thoughts. He wanted to create a cultivation method of his own and inscribe all the insights of wood that he had obtained this time into it. In ancient times, some low-level immortal emperors could already create 9 stars cultivation methods. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base and his comprehension ability at the 2nd level of the heavenly being realm, he was fully qualified to create his own cultivation method. The devil talisman had already integrated the power of the Tao of wood into it. If he were to create his own cultivation method, he would create a wood attribute devil cultivation method. Ning Fan had already cultivated 3 of the 9 great divine yin-yang Tao. They were rain, war, and darkness. It was time for him to cultivate the devil yin-yang Tao as well. With the insights that I, Ning Fan, have obtained in my lifetime, I shall open the ancient scripture. Ning Fan faced the direction of the hidden scripture tower in the profounding world and beckoned with his palm. All of a sudden, scrolls of immemorial fiend god cultivation methods flew out from the tower and piled up in the clouds like a mountain. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve again. Carrying the mountainous cultivation methods, he directly flew into a tower that had existed for thousands of years. If he were to create his own cultivation method, these countless cultivation methods could be used as a reference. The 10 days that Ning Fan had agreed to meet with Taoist Mu Song passed in the blink of an eye. In the monastery, 2 human figures directly walked out from the boundless void. They were none other than Mu Song and Xiang Bozi. As soon as the 2 of them appeared, they saw Ning Fan waiting for them under an ancient pine tree in the courtyard. Although it had only been 10 days since they last met, the current Ning Fan actually gave Mu Song and Xiang Bozi a feeling that his Tao was in harmony with nature. It was as if the person standing in front of them was not Ning Fan but a tree. A tree that had taken root on the wooden island and was connected to nature. Even when he breathed, he gave off a feeling of endless life and death. Without a doubt, this was the sign of success in the Tao of wood. Oh? After not seeing you for 10 days, your cultivation base seems to have improved quite a lot. The corner of Musang's mouth was curled up into a smile, but his heart was filled with astonishment. If he was not mistaken, Ning Fan, the successor of ancient chaos, had actually cultivated the fourth type of yin-yang in just 10 days. What surprised Musang even more was that the circulation of the Tao of wood in Ning Fan's body was extremely strange. It was different from any of the wood cultivation methods that he knew. Could it be that this young man cultivates a lost devil cultivation method? It looks a little unfamiliar. I have never heard of this cultivation method before, Musang asked casually while feeling puzzled. May I know the name of the cultivation method that little friend is cultivating? The first volume of the Tao scripture. Ning Fan casually told Musang the name of the cultivation method that he had created. The reason why it was called the Tao scripture and not the devil scripture was because Ning Fan had not only written the Tao of wood and yin-yang into the scripture, but he had also added the 3 great yin-yang cultivation methods of rain, war, and darkness into the scripture. Compared to piecing together 27 cultivation methods, Ning Fan was more willing to create a more complete cultivation method that directly covered the 27 types of yin-yang that he had cultivated. This was not an easy task. However, to a cultivator at the second level of the heavenly being realm like him, it was not something impossible. To be continued. End of chapter 963. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.